Chapter 1. Late autumn. It had just rained, and the sky was a brilliant blue with a faint scent of osmanthus in the air. Such good weather is rare in Beijing. It was rush hour, and the traffic was at a standstill. At the intersection, Luo Sa stopped the car and casually looked outside. Suddenly, her right eyelid twitched several times, and she pressed her finger against her eyelid. In the passenger seat, Zhou Yan was applying makeup. After finishing her eyeliner, she glanced at the traffic light and reminded her, Luo, green light. Luo Sa tilted her chin slightly toward the traffic control booth at the intersection. Follow the instructions. The traffic flow in the east-west direction is severely congested. Let them through first. Only then did Zhou Yan take a closer look at the traffic control booth, where the traffic police were signaling for the east-west vehicles to continue passing. Hey, isn't it Xiao Xia on duty again today? Luo Sa replied with an Xiao Xia was a colleague of hers and Zhou Yan's, part of the traffic police's 2nd Brigade's mobile team. Last night, she and Zhou Yan worked the night shift and were now finishing their regular shift. Zhou Yan began applying mascara, continuing the conversation. Xiao Xia is the beauty and figure representative of our team. She needs to show her face on the road more often. It's pleasing to the eye. She sighed. Every day looking at my husband's plain face, I'm really afraid that one day my eyes will protest and go blind. Luo Sa replied. Teasing her, she said, then why did you marry him in the first place? Zhou Yan, I had good intentions trying to save their family's genes. Who knew it would backfire and she'd be dragged down with them? Her son looked just like her husband, as if they were carved from the same mold. After finishing her mascara, Zhou Yan asked Luo Sa, how do my lashes look? The wife of my husband's classmate brought this back from abroad. They said it makes your lashes instantly thick and long. Luo Sa took a glance and feigned surprise. You've already applied it? Why are they still so short? Zhou Yan. She squinted her eyes and shot a fierce glare at Luo Sa, angrily snapping her makeup mirror shut. Luo Sa couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then her right eyelid twitched again. The green light turned on. Xiao Xia signaled for the vehicles on their side to proceed. They were about to arrive at the restaurant, and Luo Sa confirmed with Zhou Yan, you haven't been home for 2 days. Are you really going to eat out before going back? Zhou Yan replied, my son is weaning these days. I have to wait until he falls asleep before I go back, or he will throw a tantrum. When they arrived at the restaurants downstairs, they finally found a parking spot. Suddenly, Luo Sa stopped and looked to the left front. What's wrong? Zhou Yan followed her gaze. Luo Sa said, nothing. There was a car parked over there, a white luxury SUV. The license plate was as eye-catching as the car itself, with a series of 4 identical numbers. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the car was blocking the fire lane. Zhou Yan laughed. Your occupational hazard is acting up again, right? It's not your shift today. Are you going to go back to the station to change into your uniform and issue a ticket? She urged. First, park our car if you don't hurry. The parking spot will be taken that we can go down later to see what's going on, and if necessary, have the command center notify the owner to move the car. Luo Sa had no choice but to park her car first. It was packed in front and behind, so she maneuvered in slowly. She thought about calling the police to have that car towed later. Some people don't take blocking a fire lane seriously, thinking it's no big deal. But in case of a fire or a life-and-death situation, sometimes delaying for a minute could mean missing the golden rescue time. While Luo Sa was focused on parking, her patience was slowly wearing thin. So what was the point of driving here to eat? Suddenly, Zhou Yan exclaimed, oh my God, quick look, Luo, handsome guy. She hadn't seen such a sexy man in years. She hurriedly took out her phone to take a picture. Luo Sa was too focused on parking to appreciate the so-called handsome guy. She wasn't interested. Zhou Yan was taking pictures while live streaming. Turns out a man can look so abstinent in a burgundy shirt with a bit of rebelliousness. TSK, he looks handsome smoking. The man leaned against a black sports car, exuding an indescribable laziness. His narrow eyes and sharp jawline gazed languidly at the passing cars. He held a cigarette between his fingers, slowly exhaling smoke, but before she could see clearly, the wind blew it away. Suddenly, the man seemed to glance over in their direction. Zhou Yan ignored it and continued taking pictures. Luo, this man is simply the perfect male god in every woman's heart. Today's girls are all about hand control, leg control, body control, face control, and even voice control. This man currently satisfied the first 4 types of public romantic interests. After a pause, Zhou Yan adjusted her phone's angle. But unfortunately, before she could take the shot, he extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash can, opened. the car door and got in. She had no choice but to give up. Putting her phone away, Zhou Yin looked back at the footage she had captured, just wondering how his voice sounds. If his voice is also nice, he would fulfill all our fantasies about men. Luo Sa finally parked the car and had time to respond to Zhou Yin. Aren't you afraid your husband will misunderstand if you have pictures of other men on your phone? Zhou Yin replied, my husband is confident he thinks I'm irreplaceable. She deleted the few bad photos she took. I'm taking these for my son that I heard from elders that if kids look at pictures of handsome guys, they'll grow up to be handsome too. Luo Sa. Speechless. Zhou Yin handed her phone to Luo Sa. Take a look. Is this your type? If you like him, it'll move heaven and earth to find him and bring him to you. Luo Sa, uninterested, didn't even look and pushed the phone away. I'm not interested in handsome guys. Zhou Yin, sweetheart, no matter how important work is, finding a good-looking husband is even more important. I don't want you to repeat my mistakes that I will definitely help you find a handsome one, so you can have a daughter and marry my son. Luo Sa unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to grab her bag from the back seat. When Zhou Yin looked back at the black sports car again, the man had already gotten out and was walking towards the fire lane. With two beeps, the white SUV unlocked. Zhou Yin was momentarily stunned and turned to Luo Sa. I didn't expect the illegally parked SUV to belong to that man. Suddenly, her good impression of him plummeted like a bungee jump. Luo Sa opened the door and got out, heading straight towards the white SUV. Since the owner was inside, it would save her the trouble, she could just ask him to move it. Luo Sa took out her police badge and lightly knocked on the car window. The person inside was momentarily stunned, but once he realized, he rolled down the window. The glass slowly descended. Inside the car, outside the car became two different worlds. The man leaned back in his seat, his arm casually resting on the window, exuding a faint air of nonchalance as he looked at her, a half-smile playing on his lips, his eyes. Reflecting a mix of amusement and disdain, he must have taken her for a vain woman. Luo Sa didn't mind and handed over her badge. Hello, sir, your car is blocking the fire lane. Could you please move it? Thank you for your cooperation. Jiang Muzheng paused slightly, but the surprise in his eyes faded quickly, and he still wore that ambiguous smile. Oh, police officer, hello. As he spoke, he took the badge and examined it carefully. The ID photo was particularly stunning, the features soft and gentle, but the real person standing outside the car door was icy cold. Huh, this woman really knows how to put on a show. Jiang Muzheng took out his phone and started taking a picture of the ID photo. What are you doing? Luo Sa instinctively reached for her badge. Jiang Muzheng pulled his hand back into the car, and Luo Sa missed it. He said leisurely, now, that fake IDs are everywhere. Ordinary citizens like us can't tell the real from the fake, so they'll take a picture to verify later. He had already taken the picture. He looked up at her and smiled lightly. Officer Luo, isn't this a bit too much? Luo, SAS expression turned cold, but she felt powerless to refute. Jiang Muzheng closed his police badge and handed it to her. Thank you, Officer Luo. As he spoke, his hand was already resting on the door handle, gently opening the door, just a crack. Luo Sa took a few steps back to give him enough space to open the car door. She had a feeling this man wouldn't cooperate and would refuse to move the car. Jiang Muzheng got out of the car, holding a file folder in his hand, standing a few steps away from her, looking her up and down with an open yet slightly indifferent gaze. She wore her long hair up and had on a simple, long, khaki trench coat, paired with blue skinny jeans, cropped to show a small section of her snow-white ankle. Her outfit was simple and neat, yet particularly sexy. Luo Sa was almost 1.7 meters tall, but standing in front of him, she still felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. Although she was extremely disgusted by the man's behavior, she held back, her voice relatively gentle. Sir, please move the car. This is a fire lane. Jiang Muzheng replied lazily and playfully. What if I don't move it? Officer Luo, what do you plan to do? Luo Sa was not one to back down. There's no room for negotiation. Jiang Muzheng locked eyes with her for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Full of mockery, he said, I have things to do, and I'm in a hurry to go upstairs. Thank you for your trouble. With that, he tossed the car keys to her from distance. Luo Sa instinctively reached for the keys, which landed right on her chest. She hurriedly covered it with both hands, but surprisingly, she didn't catch it, and the keys slipped away. But they didn't fall to the ground. Luo Sa narrowed her eyes, her chest slightly heaving with anger, her ears involuntarily turning red. Jiang Muzheng. He quickly averted his gaze. He swore, in broad daylight, He truly didn't mean it. After a moment, he turned back to glance at her. Officer Luo, thank you for your hard work. After moving the car, just hand the keys to the security guard in the building. He coughed lightly and stepped away. At that moment, Zhou Yin walked over, looking at the gloomy Luo Sa, then glancing at the SUV with its door ajar, and the man walking away. What was going on? What happened? Luo Sa replied irritably, I just got bitten by a mad dog. Zhou Yin was confused. Luo Sa turned and walked toward her own car, leaving Zhou Yin standing there. She shouted after her, Luo, where are you going? Luo Sa, to get the car keys and move the car. Zhou Yin, not understanding, asked, where are you going to get them? Luo Sa remained silent. Where could she get them? From her own chest. She wore a low-cut shirt under her trench coat, and the keys had slipped down her chest, tucked in her jeans, so they slid down to her lower abdomen. The metal touched her skin, cold and chilling, that he must have done it on purpose. He deliberately threw the keys at her chest. Chapter 2. Luo Sa returned with the keys and sat in the car, preparing to move it. Zhou Yin leaned on the car window, unable to contain her curiosity, and asked her what was going on. Thinking back to the earlier scene with that man tossing the keys, Luo Sa felt extremely annoyed and had no desire to talk, responding perfunctorily, it's nothing. Zhou Yin couldn't let this gossip opportunity slip by, adopting a tone that demanded to know more. Luo Sa helplessly recounted the whole story. Zhou Yin was nearly laughing to tears, a drop spilling from the corner of her eye. Oh my, this is hilarious. Worried about ruining her makeup, she quickly wiped away the tear, but still found herself giggling. Luo Sa's face turned red and pale in turns as she shot her a sidelong glance. Zhou Yin held back her laughter, saying, who told you to have such a big chest, making your clothes all curvy? Then unconsciously glancing down at her own chest, she added, someone like me, after the breastfeeding period, will be about the size of kumquat a shirt would cling to my chest, and there's no way the keys would slide into my clothes. Luo Sa. She was too exhausted to comment on Zhou Yin's kumquat theory. Gesturing for Zhou Yin to move aside, she started the car. Zhou Yin took a few steps back, but suddenly felt something was off. I mean, Luo, does that man have any intentions towards you? Are men really this flashy nowadays? With such an expensive car, isn't he afraid you'd drive off with it? Luo Sa glanced at the rearview mirror as she began to move the car. This kind of car has automatic positioning. He even took a picture of my police badge. Where could I run? There were no parking spots nearby, so Luo Sa had to park a bit farther away. They were going for a buffet dinner, and if they arrived late, there would be no seats left. Zhou Yin went upstairs first to secure a spot. Luo Sa finally found a parking space in the underground garage. After parking, she went to the duty room to return the keys to the security guard. At the door of the duty room, she suddenly thought, is it really appropriate to just drop such a valuable item in the duty room? What if something went wrong? Who would be responsible? She exhaled, pressing her fingers to her forehead, feeling foolish for doing something so brainless for the first time at that moment. A security guard walked out and politely asked, are you Officer Luo? Luo Sa nodded, I am. The security guard smiled lightly. Just give me Mr. Zhang's car keys. Luo Sa handed over the keys and went straight upstairs to the restaurant. When she reached the 8th floor and found Zhou Yin, her friend looked gloomy, covering her face with her right hand, awkwardly handling a fork with her left, absent-mindedly. Eating, and didn't even notice Luo Sa had arrived. Luo Sa sat down opposite her and asked, what scandalous thing did you do? Zhou Yin had mixed her salad for her. She first sipped a bit of coffee before starting on the salad. Zhou Yin gestured for her to look to the right. Luo Sa turned to see Jiang Muzheng having dinner with a beautiful woman. He was focused on a phone call while the woman was feeding him sushi, and he was enjoying it. As if sensing something, Jiang Muzheng suddenly glanced over in this direction. Their eyes met unexpectedly in the air. Seeing her, Jiang Muzheng showed no surprise. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, the sarcasm too evident. Luo Sa. But he wouldn't think she followed him here, would he? But what he thought didn't matter. She withdrew her gaze and ignored him. Thinking of his previous teasing, Luo Sa felt a knot in her chest, biting down hard on her vegetables, suddenly gasping as she bit her own tongue. But she acted as if nothing happened, swallowing the vegetables down with the taste of blood lingering in her mouth. What a day of bad luck. No wonder her right eyelid had been twitching since getting off work. Zhou Yin chattered on like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. That woman is my husband's classmate's wife. Oh, she's the one who brought me the mascara. When my husband's classmates had a gathering, their families also came, and I met her once. She left a deep impression on me, beautiful and fashionable. I never expected her to be this kind of woman. Her husband treats her so, well, how could she? I already deleted the photo of that man. I checked that car just now. The owner is Jiang Muzheng, my husband's classmate's wife. I didn't expect that man to be a kept man. Luo saw. So the Mr. Jiang, the security guard mentioned, was Jiang Muzheng this man? Was her driver? Or assistant? No matter what, it had nothing to do with her. Zhou Yin was still babbling on, and Luo Sa rubbed her ears, her tone laced with impatience. Aren't you tired? Just eat something. She didn't want to hear a single word related to that man. It was annoying. Okay. I won't talk about that unpleasant man anymore. Zhou Yin was worried about what to do. Should she just pretend to be blind and ignore the sight of Jiang Muzheng dining with another man? Although she promised Luo Sa to stop talking, she couldn't help but sneak a glance, slightly tilting her head, and through the gap between her fingers, she saw Jiang Muzheng feeding Jiang Muzheng 3 pieces of sushi while he was still on the phone, completely unguarded against her. Jiang Muzheng glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and secretly smeared a thick layer of wasabi sauce on a piece of sushi in her plate. Feeling it wasn't flavorful enough, she added several layers of wasabi oil. She picked up the sushi, placing the wasabi side down near Jiang Muzheng's mouth, and quietly called out Uncle Wu. Without thinking, Jiang Muzheng opened his mouth and bit into the sushi. After just 2 chews, a strong, spicy flavor shot straight up into his nasal cavity, and everything went black in front of him. His brain felt numb. With a waiter standing nearby, he couldn't spit it out and could only force himself to swallow it. After swallowing, tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. He said something on the phone and quickly hung up, taking a wet towel from the side to cover his face. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Muzheng, do you want to die? Jiang Muzheng rolled her eyes and huffed. Who told you not to agree to go on the show with me? She worked at a TV station, and the channel wanted her to invite several uncles from her family to participate in a program. As soon as she opened her mouth, Jiang Muzheng flatly rejected her without mercy. Jiang Muzheng wiped his tears. His mouth was filled with the taste of wasabi, and Jiang Muzheng was still relentless, insisting that he must go. I already told you, my identity is not suitable. In addition to his current oil business, he had another identity before, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, he didn't want to be so high profile. Jiang Muzheng didn't understand. What's unsuitable about it? You're a businessman, isn't it good to raise your profile? Jiang Muzheng skillfully changed the subject. Can you stop staring at me? If you have the ability, go extort your Uncle C. Jiang Muzheng was frustrated. She had been kicked out of her Uncle C's office in the afternoon and told to find Uncle Wu. Jiang Muzheng knew this was Jiang Muzheng's job. She had to go back and report to her superiors. But he had his own concerns. He could only compensate her materially. Pick a favorite bag or piece of jewelry, and Uncle Wu will give it to you. Jiang Muzheng remained unmoved, raising an eyebrow. Am I the kind of girl who's greedy for money? Uncle Wu, you know me in my heart. No amount of wealth can shake the bond between us. Jiang Muzheng was too lazy to argue with her, straightforwardly saying, they'll let you use my new car for 2 months. Jiang Muzheng excitedly wrapped her arms around his, interrupting him. You mean the new car is a gift to me? Ha ha ha, great. You don't have to go on the show. I understand you have your difficulties. Work, and such are all trivial. Our relationship is what matters most. If Grandpa and Grandma push you about marriage again, they'll be the one to charge ahead for you. Jiang Muzheng. No, Xiaomi, you misunderstood. Hey, I know Uncle Wu loves me the most. Jiang Muzheng said playfully, reaching for his bag to find the car keys. Uncle Wu, that car is a gift for you. See how good I am to you. Jiang Muzheng's face darkened. Yeah, your kindness is earth-shattering. Jiang Muzheng smiled, proudly saying, of course, who are we to each other? Speaking of which, that car of mine really has a connection to you. You just moved it out of the fire lane, and now it belongs to you. When she arrived, she couldn't find a parking spot and park in the fire lane, and Jiang Muzheng had given her a good scolding and made her move the car. She thought it was unnecessary since she was about to go home. In the end, Jiang Muzheng took the car keys and went downstairs himself. Thinking of that sports car, Jiang Muzheng was so excited that she lost her appetite for food, blowing him several kisses from a distance, grabbing her bag and whisking away like the wind. Jiang Muzheng. Their every move was watched by Zhou Yin, who shook her head, initially holding on to a glimmer of hope that perhaps Jiang Muzheng was just having a meal with a good friend or family. But just now they were hugging, acting coy, and even exchanged kisses. Anyone who saw it could no longer deceive themselves into thinking they weren't in a romantic relationship. Luo Sa lightly tapped the table, signaling her. Hurry up and eat, let's head home early after we finish. Zhou Yin withdrew her gaze. I'm going to grab some pasta, what else do you want? She stood up. Luo Sa waved her hand. I'm full. Zhou Yan's eyes widened. You're full after just a little salad? Luo Sa smiled lightly. I'm on a diet. What did you say? You're on a diet? Zhou Yan felt 1,000 points of impact and hurt. If you're on a diet, how are we women with bigger bellies than chests supposed to live? Now, she hesitated. Should she eat or not? Because of breastfeeding, her waist had already reached 2 feet 3 inches. But then she thought, food is the most important thing for the people. So she justified herself and walked toward the Italian cuisine area again. Luo Sa lowered her head, finishing the remaining food on her plate, and the coffee was almost gone. She stood up to go to the coffee shop, subconsciously glancing over at Jiang Muzheng's side. The place was empty. He had already left. She withdrew her gaze. Suddenly, a magnetic male voice came from above her head. Looking for me? Chapter 3. Luo Sa was startled and turned her head sharply. Because they were too close, her elbow brushed against his firm abdomen, and she instinctively took a few steps back. She stared at him with a cold gaze, her brows filled with anger. Jiang Muzheng crossed his arms casually, swirling the red wine in his glass, and looked at her with a teasing smile. Officer Luo, what can I do for you? Luo Sa. What do you mean I'm looking for you? What could I possibly want with you? Jiang Muzheng repeated her words with emphasis. Laughing. That's what you should be asking yourself. I'm curious. You follow me all the way here. You must have a lot to say, right? Luo Sa opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. This person had a thick skin that even a 49-meter-long knife couldn't pierce. After a few seconds of staring at him, she suddenly scoffed coldly. Sir, do you need me to get you a pen to erase your self-importance? Jiang Muzheng. He took a sip of red wine, his gaze still fixed on her face. He smiled and said in a very unserious tone, What? Does Officer Luo want to give me a token of love? Luo Sa tightly gripped her empty coffee cup. If it had coffee in it, she wouldn't guarantee that she wouldn't lose her mind and throw it at his annoying face. She struggled to control her emotions. Getting you an eraser pen is so you can wipe off that narcissism written all over your face. Jiang Muzheng, instead of getting angry, laughed. Since I'm so unbearable in your eyes, why are you and your friends still pursuing me relentlessly? Officer Luo, the trick of playing hard to get doesn't work on me. Luo Sa's expression changed slightly as she blinked. When did she and Zhou Yin pursue him relentlessly? Jiang Muzheng glanced at his watch, knowing he was pressed for time, and decided to cut to the chase. From the moment you started taking pictures of me, then pretended want to move your car to get closer. Since you want to move your car, I'll let you, but you seem to be never-ending with it. Luo Sa, getting close to him on purpose. Moving the car was his charity? She felt she had encountered a rogue. Jiang Muzheng watched her animated expression, but didn't reveal the satisfaction he felt after seeing through her. Luo Sa took a deep breath and sarcastically said, Then I really must express my gratitude. Thank you for giving me this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to move my car. I'm so grateful. Jiang Muzheng smiled lightly. You're welcome. After a moment, he added, You go move your car, and your friend isn't idle either. She suddenly changed from following you on the 9th floor to the 8th, sneaking around and keeping an eye on my every move. He paused for 2 seconds. Officer Luo, I only parked illegally. Are you planning to catch me and sentence me to life imprisonment? Luo Sa was taken aback, taking a long time to recover. She was just reminding him not to block the fire lane, and now he turned it around, thinking she was flirting and constantly bothering him. This man was not only narcissistic, but also had an unparalleled ability to twist the truth. Her heart was rising in anger, and she decided not to argue with him. He was just a crazy passerby. No need to stoop to his level. Luo Sa tightly held her coffee cup and stood up to leave. Jiang Muzheng spoke again. I often encounter women like you. I usually can't be bothered. But next time you flirt, don't pull out your badge as a prop. We should learn to respect it, don't you think? After saying this, he slightly tilted his head back and downed the red wine in his glass in one go, his atoms apple bobbing as he swallowed it. After locking eyes with her for a few seconds, he placed the glass on the table and turned to leave. Luo Sa. Although patience had long been her professional habit, At this moment, she really couldn't digest this anger. Her hands trembled with rage. What's wrong? Zhou Yin had already walked over. She had seen that man in the food area earlier and thought he was going to flirt again, which was quite disgusting. So she hurried over. She didn't expect him to leave so quickly. He must have left in a huff after being turned down. Luo Sa didn't feel like pouring more coffee, pulled out a chair, sat down, and pressed her hand against her chest, asking Zhou Yin, "How did you end up on the 9th floor earlier?" Zhou Yin was taken aback, remembering that she had indeed pressed the button for the 9th floor in the elevator, but then recalled that the buffet was on the 8th floor. "I haven't been here since I got pregnant, so my memory is a bit fuzzy. You know how it is. Pregnancy makes you forget things. I even mixed up my duty schedule." Then she asked her, "Hey, how did you know I was heading to the 9th floor?" Luo Sa, the man living off women, said so. Zhou Yin. Then she gave a disdainful look. "He probably likes you, which is why he's keeping an eye on your friend as well. So shameless." Luo Sa sighed. "He thinks you came to the 8th floor to stalk him." Zhou Yan's eyes nearly popped out as she opened her mouth but couldn't make sound. After a long moment, she exclaimed, "How can he be so disgusting? I'm stalking him." Luo Sa, "Do you want to hear something even more exciting?" Zhou Yin lost her appetite, feeling full of anger. She rolled up her shirt sleeves, looking ready to kill him if he talks nonsense. Luo Sa recounted the conversation she had with Jiang Muzheng without embellishing anything, presenting it quite objectively. After hearing this, Zhou Yin was almost about to explode, downing a large glass of juice to suppress her anger. She still felt like she was about to burst. "I've never felt so humiliated in my life." After finishing the juice, Zhou Yin stood up to pour herself some ice water. After walking around a bit, her anger only grew stronger. She gritted her teeth. He is clearly living off women, yet he has the audacity to lecture us. Fired up, she took a few sips of ice water. What the hell is wrong with this world now? He has no shame and thinks everyone else is like him. No, I have to expose him and teach him how to write the character for person. Luo Sa pressed her fingers to her temples, thinking it was better to let her anger out. There was no need to stoop to his level, and besides, they had indeed been the ones to take pictures of him first. Zhou Yin, suddenly feeling stifled, after a moment of silence. She became more and more enraged and couldn't help but curse. Who the hell would fall for a man living off women? Luo Sa. Before Zhou Yin could say anything else, her phone rang. It was her husband calling. "Hello, husband." After a few seconds, she said, "Okay, I'll be right back. You give him some formula first, okay?" She put her phone away and asked Luo Sa, "Are you still eating?" Luo Sa shook her head. "Is your son making a fuss at home?" "Yes, last night was fine. He fell asleep after some coaxing, but today is different. He has been crying since the afternoon and hasn't stopped until now. His voice is hoarse from crying. I need to go back and comfort him." Zhou Yin pointed to the food on the plate. "What a shame." Luo Sa stood up. "Let's go. We can come back to eat next time during our break. Bring your son next time, and we can eat until closing." Zhou Yin glared at her, reluctantly taking her bag and leaving. The two walked side by side towards the exit. Luo Sa said to her, "You go ahead. I'll take a taxi back." She had been on duty last night, and the car she drove to work today was restricted, so she had come back with Zhou Yin. "Zhou Yin, it's on the way. Why take a taxi? It's just a few minutes. But you have to turn at another intersection. Just a few minutes." But Luo Sa insisted on taking a taxi. Although the intersection wasn't long, if there was traffic, it could easily take 10 to 20 minutes. She couldn't bear to leave the child crying at home. Zhou Yin suggested, "How about this? I'll take you to the nearest intersection to your house, and you can walk back. It won't even take 10 minutes. Luo Sa nodded. "That works. I walk every night anyway." Zhou Yin glanced at her lower abdomen, then looked down at her belly, sighing. "When will this built-in spare tire go away?" Luo Sa replied, "Eat less and exercise more." Zhou Yin lamented, "Without delicious food, I don't even know the meaning of my existence." Luo Sa tried to dampen her spirits. Being fat has its advantages. The weather in Beijing is getting worse, and you'll often be on the streets for duty. If a strong wind comes one day, you won't have to worry about being blown away. Zhou Yin retorted, "Luo, do you believe I'll hit you?" Luo Sa bit her lip, holding back laughter. When they reached downstairs, a cool autumn breeze swept in. Zhou Yin buttoned her shirt collar. It wasn't that cold yesterday, but after a rain today, it felt different. Luo Sa said, Isn't there an old saying, a fall rain brings a chill? She headed straight towards the car and turned to ask Zhou Yin, are you driving? Zhou Yin needed to put on makeup after work in the afternoon, so she let Luo Sa drive. As she spoke, she opened her bag to find the keys. Zhou Yin said, you drive. I'm still fuming. My emotions are all over the place. She casually turned her head and spotted a tall, well-built man standing by the roadside. He had one hand in his pocket, looking down at his phone. The dim yellow streetlight cast shadows through the swaying trees onto his profile, flickering in and out of light. There were still puddles from the rain, shimmering faintly. Zhou Yin recognized him. It was that man living off others. He stood on the curb, glancing occasionally at the intersection, apparently waiting for someone. Luo, give me the keys. I'll drive, Zhou Yin said, quickly catching up with Luo Sa. Luo Sa didn't think much and handed her the keys. Have you calmed down? Zhou Yin smiled. I want to let that scion off the hook. Luo Sa. Once in the car, Luo Sa buckled her seatbelt, while Zhou Yin had already started the engine, struggling to get the car out of the parking space. Once they were on the road, she let out a sigh of relief, vowing never to drive here for a meal again. Luo Sa remarked, you said that 2 years ago. Zhou Yin rolled her eyes. The car was just a few meters away from Jiang Muzheng, and Luo Sa didn't notice the people outside. Zhou Yin said, Luo, buckle up, I'm going to accelerate. She turned on the headlights and started honking. Luo Sa looked confused. What are you doing, Yin? Zhou Yin replied, sister is avenging you. Luo Sa blinked, not understanding. Jiang Muzheng was watching the news when suddenly a loud honking broke the silence. He instinctively turned to look, and the headlights almost blinded him. The car sped past him, splashing through a puddle with a loud splash, soaking him completely, including his face. Chapter 4. Jiang Muzheng squinted, his jaw muscles tense. And he didn't forget to take a glance at the license plate. He managed to see it clearly before the red sedan turned onto the road. Huh. Was she so flustered because he saw through her little scheme? He must have been out of his mind to get out of the car and talk to such a woman with such poor manners. His pants and shirt were soaked, and his face was dripping with water. He felt around in his pockets, found no tissues, and could only wipe the dirty water off his face with the back of his hand, which had an indescribably murky smell. The red sedan had already driven onto the road. When Luo Sa reacted and turned her head again, she could no longer see the man standing by the roadside. Just now, she had only caught a glimpse of a vague outline and hadn't seen clearly what he looked like, speculating whether he was a man who relied on women for a living. Before she could ask, Zhou Yin voluntarily explained, he's a gigolo. Luo Sa replied, what's the point of arguing with such an uncultured person? Zhou Yin said, I just can't stand the sight of him. He thinks he can say whatever he wants just because he is handsome. Any woman who gets with him in the future will be unlucky. Liu says Funhong. It was her mother, Yu calling. Hello, Mom. Luo, are you on duty tonight? No, I'm off. That's good. I just got off the plane and brought you some things. I'm only staying in Beijing for one night. I have a contract to sign tonight, and I have to fly to Hong Kong early tomorrow morning. I'll be at the Four Seasons Hotel I usually go to in 2.5 hours. You should come over. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Luo Sa's voice was very low. Okay, I got it. Then I want to keep you. I have other calls coming in. Zhou Yin glanced at her. Is your mom back? Luo Sa put away her phone. Her mood was not high. What's wrong? Nothing. My mom is going to the business club at the Four Seasons Hotel to sign a contract and wants me to go over. She said it's been a long time since she has seen me and is flying to Hong Kong tomorrow. Zhou Yin sighed. Hey, it's not easy for your mom either. Don't be unhappy. Luo Sa said, I'm not unhappy. I just feel. She didn't know what suitable words to use to describe her current feelings, a mix of helplessness and sadness. Zhou Yin said, I know no one else has to run to a business club to see their mom late at night, only to see each other for less than 10 minutes before parting, like it's a routine. She comforted her, but your mom is really busy. She is only staying in Beijing for one night and has to go back home. You should understand her more. Luo Sa looked at the streetlights on both sides of the road, their yellow glimmers illuminating the way home. But she had no home. She had a large villa, but she lived there alone. The concept of home had only lingered in her mind since she was 7, after her parents divorced. Her father immersed himself in his criminal investigations, sometimes not coming home for a month, while her mother started a new family. Over the years, besides going to her uncle's house during holidays, She basically spent all her time alone. When she was younger, there were drivers and nannies at home, but later, as she started working, she rarely ate at home. The nanny would only come during the day to tidy up and no longer live there. Luo Luo? Zhou saw her lost in thought and called her name. Luo saw turn her head. No one's life is perfect. Stop thinking so much about what you lack and think more about what you have now. Zhou tried to divert her low mood. Look at how many people from other places are struggling in Beijing, hardly getting to go home a few times a year. They work their butts off and still can't afford a house. Even if they buy a house, they become lifelong slaves to it. And they have to wait for sales to buy decent clothes. Just then, the light turned red. Zhou stopped the car and turned to her. The property you have now is something many people can only dream of. Luo Sa smiled, but didn't respond. Perhaps because she was a bit older. She was indifferent to everything. Maybe she had let go, or perhaps some places in her heart had become numb. If she could go back to 20 years ago, she would rather give up half of her property to have her father be less busy, to care about her a little. Then she would give away half of her property to have her mother all to herself, without needing to share that maternal love with children who had no blood relation to her. Zhou patted her shoulder. Sister, I will put your marriage on the agenda soon and find a good man who will care for you. Luo Sa pulled back her thoughts and smiled. I don't trust your judgment. Zhou retorted. What is wrong with my judgment? Huh, Luo Sa replied. As you said, when we get old, we're bound to go to the ophthalmologist every day. Zhou was taken aback, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Luo Sa indicated that the green light was on, and Zhou huffed before starting the car. Then she remembered, aren't you in a hurry to go to the hotel? Luo Sa shook her head. My mom hasn't left the airport yet. Zhou said, that's good. I'll drive you home after I get back. It'll be convenient. Luo Sa replied. No need, I'll take a taxi. How will you get to work tomorrow morning if you drive? Zhou asked. My husband will take me. If not, I'll call a car. It's not safe for a pretty girl like you to take a taxi alone late at night. Enough said, it's settled. Meanwhile, Jiang Muzheng's driver had arrived, and after getting in the car, he was still feeling down. The driver asked, Mr. Jiang, where to? Jiang Muzheng replied. First to the nearest mall, then to the Four Seasons Hotel. Okay. His phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and frowned slightly when he saw who was calling. He answered, Hello, Mom. Why are you up so early? He had a time difference with his mother. Tao Fan said, just reminding you not to forget to contact your Aunt Yu. Jiang Muzheng replied, I haven't forgotten. I'll go right away. Tao Fan reminded him again, in the things I had your Aunt Yu bring, that big package is for your fourth brother. It's all fresh food with a shelf life of only 5 days. After you get it, take it directly to your fourth brother. Jiang Muzheng felt a bit off. A big package for fourth brother? Yes. Your fourth brother said the pastries here are delicious, and your fourth sister-in-law likes them, so I brought him some more. I know you don't like sweets, so I only brought you 2 pieces. A big package for fourth brother, and just 2 small pieces for him? Jiang Muzheng felt like there was a lump of cotton blocking his chest. I push an important social engagement tonight, just to deliver food to fourth brother? Tao Fan replied lightly, Otherwise? Then why don't you let fourth brother pick it up himself? Your fourth brother has to pick up his wife from her night shift, so you can run an errand for him. Jiang Muzheng. He rolled down the car window for some fresh air. It really hurt. Mom, why didn't you just choke me to death when I was born? It would save me from this mental suffering. If I had choked you to death, who would run errands for your fourth brother now? Tao Fan laughed. Once you find a girl you like and fall in love, all the errands and supportive tasks will be taken care of by your fourth brother and sister-in-law. Jiang Muzheng. He knew his mother was about to circle back to his marriage, so he quickly changed the subject. It was just to pick up a package. Fourth brother didn't have time, so couldn't his driver or nanny go? Why did it have to be him? Tao Fan said, although your Aunt Yu and I haven't been in touch for many years, we got along well during college. It's disrespectful to let a driver or nanny pick up things for you from an elder who is helping your generation. Understand? The car had already pulled into the mall's parking lot, and the driver parked the car. Jiang Muzheng opened the car door and said to his mother, Got it. I'll hang up now. I have another call coming in. After ending the call, he headed straight into the mall. His top was stained with water, and it was too rude to meet people like this. He was afraid he wouldn't have time to go home and change, so he could only buy a new shirt to put on. The men's clothing section was on the 5th floor. Jiang Muzheng didn't take the elevator and walked up the stairs instead. The stairwell was empty, with only the echo of his footsteps. He took 2 steps at a time and quickly reached the 5th floor. Just as he was about to push open the safety door, it was pushed open from the inside. Both of them were taken aback. Beijing is so big, yet they met in such a small place. Jiang Muzheng extended his hand and politely greeted, "It's been many years." Fu Yanbo shook his hand lightly in return. Indeed, it has been some years. The two had grown up in the same courtyard since childhood, but had little friendship to speak of. After growing up, they both attended military school and stayed in the army. Later, Jiang Muzheng joined the Marine Corps, while Fu Yanbo transitioned to the Criminal Investigation Bureau. After that, they hadn't seen each other again. Jiang Muzheng offered him a cigarette, and Fu Yanbo accepted it without hesitation. The two tacitly headed to the smoking area. Neither sat down. Standing by the window, Fu Yanbo asked first, "Still in the army?" Jiang Muzheng lit the cigarette, took a puff, and replied, "I'm in the oil business." He didn't elaborate further. Fu Yanbo was taken aback, but then recalled that Jiang Muzheng had done intelligence support in the Marine Corps. Every time he carried out special missions, it was a life-and-death situation. Perhaps his family later opposed it, leading him to choose retirement. Fu Yanbo didn't say much. He also didn't want to ask too much. Jiang Muzheng glanced at him from the corner of his eye. "What about you? Still at the Criminal Investigation Bureau?" Fu Yanbo flicked the ash from his cigarette. "I was just transferred to the Traffic Management Bureau last week." Saying this, he laughed at himself, feeling particularly helpless. Various pressures from home forced him to give up criminal investigation for a more stable position. Jiang Muzheng's eyes flashed with surprise as he took 2 deep puffs of his cigarette. "To the Traffic Management Bureau? Isn't that a waste of talent?" Fu Yanbo replied, "Well, it's okay. I can investigate traffic accident cases." Jiang Muzheng raised an eyebrow. "You, the deputy director, investigating cases?" Fu Yanbo slowly exhaled smoke. "Deputy director." Jiang Muzheng teased. "It's all the same. Whether you're the director or the deputy, people will still call you Director Fu." Fu Yanbo laughed as well. After that, there was a brief silence. With not much to talk about, the two men, who hadn't seen each other for many years, finished discussing work and genuinely didn't know what else to talk about. Neither spoke again. They smoked, looking out at the neon lights. For some reason, when the Traffic Management Bureau was mentioned, Jiang Muzheng's first reaction was to think of that rude woman with the surname Luo, who also worked at the Traffic Management Bureau. A woman like that would bring bad luck to whoever married her. However, probably no man would find her appealing, unless he was blind or had a bad mind. Chapter 5. After finishing his cigarette, Jiang Muzheng said to Fu Yanbo, "Let's go out for a drink another day. I still have to rush to meet an elder." He extinguished the cigarette and threw it in the trash can. Fu Yanbo also noticed that his shirt was damp. "All right, I won't delay you. We can chat when there's time." The two shook hands again. Saying goodbye for the next meeting was just a polite formality, and neither of them left contact information. Jiang Muzheng went to his usual counter, picked a style, and told the sales clerk he wanted it in white. The clerk apologized, saying, "Sorry, Mr. Jiang. We only have size 180 in white. The size 185 was just bought by a gentleman. This brand only has 1 piece in each color for each size." Jiang Muzheng remembered that Fu Yanbo was carrying a shopping bag from this brand earlier. He and Fu Yanbo had never really gotten along since childhood, and there were no grudges or enmities, just an inexplicable inability to appreciate each other, resulting in a lack of rapport. They clearly had no intersection in their lives, yet had similar views on many things, similar tastes, and even the same eye for choosing clothes. He found it quite baffling. The clerk quietly asked again, "Mr. Jiang, we have this style in black that fits you. Would that be all right?" Jiang Muzheng wasn't picky. He nodded. "All right, I'll take the black one, cut off the tag. I'll change into it now." "Okay, please wait a moment." In just a few minutes, the clerk had already ironed the shirt and cut off the tag. Jiang Muzheng hurriedly changed into the shirt and went downstairs. Arriving at the Four Seasons Hotel, Jiang Muzheng waited in the lounge for nearly an hour before Yu finished signing the contract and came over. This was Jiang Muzheng's first time meeting Yu. Like her mother, although she was already in her 50s, she was well-maintained, exuding a noble elegance in her every move. Yu repeatedly apologized, saying she had wasted his time. Jiang Muzheng replied that he had nothing planned for the evening anyway, whether at home or here. He was just catching up on the news. You handed Jiang Muzheng the things that Taoyin fan had asked her to bring. Your mother also asked me to remind you to deliver these snacks to your fourth brother tonight. Jiang Muzheng joked, Annie, now you know how hard my life at home is. I'm in deep water every day. You laughed, then come to my house. My little sister and I are on your side. Jiang Muzheng casually asked, Auntie, is it a sister at your home? You nodded yes. She's 4 years younger than you. Jiang Muzheng responded, daughters are so considerate. My mom dreams of having a daughter. You mentioned a couple of days ago. Your mom joked about swapping you with your sister. Jiang Muzheng laughed. So my mom is already that dissatisfied with me. He glanced at the time and said, Auntie, I won't bother you any longer. I'll take these things to my fourth brother. He sincerely invited her. When you return from your business trip, my fourth brother and I will treat you and your sister to dinner, either next Saturday or the weekend, whichever day works for you. All right. Auntie will contact you when she returns. It's good for my sister to have more friends. Speaking of Luo Sa, Yu sighed. After I divorced her father, she seemed to change into a different person, talking less, having no friends. It's just right that you young people have topics to discuss. If you know any suitable, good-natured boys, introduce one to her. Jiang Muzheng smiled lightly. No problem. I'll take her along when I go out with friends in the future. After a brief chat, Jiang Muzheng took his leave. Yu called Luo Sa. Lolo, the matters on my side are done. Where are you? Mom is coming to find you. Luo Sa replied. You don't need to come over. I'm heading there right now. After hanging up, Luo Sa settled her bill at the bar and left the CAF. She had arrived long ago, but her mom was still in discussions. And sitting alone in the hotel lobby was boring. So she went to the nearby CAF to sit for a while and read magazines. Luo Sa never expected to run into the soft rice man for the third time that night. The elevator doors slowly opened, and as Luo Sa stood to the side, waiting for the people inside to come out, she inadvertently glanced into the elevator and her almond-shaped eyes widened. She felt like she had seen a ghost. He really was persistent. Jiang Muzheng stepped out of the elevator, staring at her expressionlessly, and the two held their ground for several seconds. Suddenly, he coldly scoffed. Officer Luo, are you done yet? Huh? Luo Sa narrowed her eyes slightly and glanced at his shirt, realizing he had changed it to black. She had initially wanted to apologize since splashing water on someone intentionally was a pretty nasty behavior, but what was his attitude now? He was convinced she was stalking him. She sarcastically laughed. Am I really that persistent in stalking you? Jiang Muzheng retorted. Aren't you? Luo Sa replied. Even if Hua Tuo were reincarnated, he couldn't cure your narcissism. She pointed to her own eyes and then to her head. My eyes aren't blind, and my brain isn't filled with water. Do you really think I would like you? The elevator ascended from the basement, and as the doors opened, Luo Sa shot him a fierce glare. As she walked past him, she deliberately stepped on his foot with her heel, applying pressure, then nonchalantly strode into the elevator. Jiang Muzheng. That hurt. Once upstairs. Yi was on the phone? Yes, I'm coming back soon. Hearing footsteps, she turned around, a faint smile on her lips. So soon? She said into the phone. I'll talk to you later. Lolo is here. Luo Sa sat down next to her and asked, why is the schedule so tight? Yu paused. Tomorrow's trip to Hong Kong isn't for work. Your Uncle Chu said he hasn't gone out to play a long time. The last time was when he went to Switzerland with you. This time, since Cece has a holiday, she's in Hong Kong. So your Uncle Chu and I will meet her there. Luo Sa fell silent. Uncle Chu was her mother's current husband, and Chu Cece was Uncle Chu's daughter with his ex-wife, 3 years younger than her and still studying abroad. They had a very strained relationship, with no interaction at all. Every time they went out, it was always Uncle Chu and her mother taking her to one place, and then accompanying Chu Cece to another. Yu also knew some things were deep scars in her daughter's heart that couldn't be touched. She thought that with the passage of time, her daughter would gradually forget about the incident related to Chu Cece, but judging by her daughter's reaction now, it seems she still remembered it deeply. She reached out to stroke her daughter's face. Why have you lost weight again? Luo Sa replied. I'm on a diet. You don't need to lose weight. Your job is physically demanding, so make sure to eat on time for every meal and eat enough. Yu handed her shopping bag from the side. This is the newly released autumn-winter collection. It's not sold in the country yet. Luo Sa took it and glanced inside, seeing several colors. Every time her mother bought her clothes, she bought all the colors of single style. Here, this is a coat for Zhou Yan's son. You can give it to her when you go back to work. Yu handed her another paper bag. Her daughter's only friend was Zhou Yan. And ever since Luo Sa met Zhou Yan, her personality had brightened up quite a bit. So every time Yu went on a business trip, she would remember to bring back a little gift for Zhou Yan. Next time you don't need to buy anything. He has so many clothes that he can't wear them all. I just bought him several sets. Yu replied, that can't be the same. You buy what you want. She then asked, have you visited your uncle's house recently? Luo Sa replied, they've been focusing on checking for drunk driving these past 2 weeks. So I haven't had time to go. I'll go next week during my break. Yu said, I'll be back next week too. Let's go together. You haven't taken your annual leave this year. When you plan to take it? We'll talk about it later. I don't have any travel plans recently. Just take it when you have some free time. Let me know before you take leave, and I'll clear my schedule so we can go to Switzerland. Luo Sa was taken aback. Why are we going to Switzerland again? They had just been there last year, and her mother had just returned from Switzerland. Yu, Mom met an old classmate over there, and her yard is particularly beautiful. Don't you like flowers and plants? Your Aunt Tao likes them too. When I went to Switzerland with you before, we only visited cities, but actually, small towns are more fun. Luo Sa nodded. Thinking about the current season, how about we go next spring? The scenery in spring is beautiful, and there is not much to enjoy in late autumn. Spring is fine, but autumn has its own scenery, which is different. That works. Next week, there will be a campaign to crack down on non-motor vehicles and pedestrians running red lights. After this busy period, I'll take a vacation. After chatting for a while, Luo Sa checked the time. It was almost 11. Mom, you should go back. You have to get up early tomorrow. Yu also felt tired. She and T had a moment of rest these past few days. She picked up her things and went downstairs with Luo Sa. Once in the elevator, Yu suddenly remembered she had dinner with Jiang Muzheng and said, right, Luo, after Mom comes back next week, let us have dinner together. Aunt Tao's son is treating us. Luo Sa replied, isn't Aunt Tao abroad? Yu said, her children are all here. Luo Sa didn't seem too enthusiastic about the dinner. She didn't like socializing and found it quite troublesome. Yu noticed this and explained, I didn't plan to go at first, but since you like outdoor sports. Sometimes when you go out with unfamiliar people from the club, Mom always worries. Aunt Tao's younger son also likes these sports. So having someone familiar to take care of you makes Mom feel at ease. Safety is one aspect, and you can also make more friends. Who knows? You might meet someone you like. Her daughter seemed carefree and strong-willed, but deep down, she was sensitive and stubborn. Yu couldn't force her daughter into blind dates. But she was anxious because her daughter wasn't dating. After separating from her mother, Luo Sa went straight home. There were still a lot of cars on the road, but the daytime hustle and bustle had faded. Even the streetlights seemed much quieter. The car was too silent, so Luo Sa turned on the car music. The passionate prelude played, but she couldn't recognize the song, thinking it might be an English song. After a long prelude, a hoarse voice came on. The first snow of 2002 came later than usual. Luo Sa. Suddenly, she laughed out loud. For some reason, she ended up laughing audibly. She didn't change the music and kept listening to the same song on repeat. It was quite good. When she reached the entrance of her community, Luo Sa slowed down. A black sedan was swiping the access car in front of her. She squinted. Oh no. Her access card was still in her own car. Jiang Muzheng in the car ahead occasionally checked the rearview mirror and didn't expect Luo Sa to follow him all the way to Fourth Brother's house. After meeting Luo Sa at the hotel, he had a hunch she might continue to create coincidences, so he told the driver to pay attention to her license plate. At first, the driver said he didn't see her behind, but halfway through, he suddenly told him that the car was indeed following them. He didn't expect her to not only use her police officer credentials as a conversation starter, but also take advantage of her position to track his car all the way. He thought she would stop at the entrance of the community, but she found a way to get into the villa area. Over the years, many women had tried hard to get into his bed, and some were even more relentless than her. But none were like her, working within the system and holding a police officer's badge. Jiang Muzheng instructed the driver, pull over ahead. He pushed the door open and walked over. At the entrance, it seemed Luo Sa was explaining something to the security guard. He strode over. Chapter 6 Luo Sa was explaining to the security guard, Sir, I'm the owner of Villa 29. I left my access card in another car. Can you tell Captain Zhao that he knows me? My name is Luo Sa, and I can register with my ID. The security guard said, please wait a moment. He turned and went to the duty room. Just as the guard left, Jiang Muzheng approached her, bending down with his arm resting on the car window. Officer Luo. Luo Sa was turning to grab her bag from the passenger seat to find her ID when a sudden voice startled her, making her shiver and her scalp tingle. The connection between them was beyond description. She quickly turned her face, her sharp gaze locking with his. His eyes were full of mockery and sarcasm, and she didn't back down. They were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Jiang Muzheng looked into her eyes and asked, Officer Luo, what do you want? Luo Sa replied, Sir, I'm just going home. How does that bother you? Jiang Muzheng chuckled softly, clearly not trusting her words at all. Going home? You can't even get through the community gate. How can you keep making excuses? Luo Sa was too exhausted to explain. Even if she did, he wouldn't believe her. Probably not many would believe her, considering the series of coincidences that brought her to him tonight. Jiang Muzheng smirked. It was normal for women to pursue men, but her aggressive approach had caused him a lot of trouble. You should know the law and realize that what you're doing is considered harassment, right? Luo Sa felt like she had heard the biggest joke. Harass him? Even if he looked like a handsome man. Not all women were obsessed with him. Suddenly, she changed her tone. Are you upset that I'm not pursuing you? Jiang Muzheng almost choked on his words. He didn't want to waste time on her anymore. He despised women who were insincere. He said directly, Luo Sa, it's time to stop. Even if we run into each other 18 times in a day, there's no chance for us. Don't keep trying to coincide with me. At that moment, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate. He took it out and glanced at it. It was fourth brother's message. I've arrived at your community. Without looking at Luo Sa again, he turned to leave. Luo Sa was furious, her insides aching with anger. She didn't want to argue with someone like him. The security guard walked over. Ms. Luo, please show me your ID. Okay. Luo Sa took a deep breath, pulled out her ID, and handed it over. The guard compared her ID with the stored information and returned it to her, saying, all right. Thank you, Ms. Luo. He signaled another guard to let her go. Jiang Muzheng walked toward his car, when suddenly he heard a car horn behind him. He didn't turn around, just pulled over to the side of the road and continued talking on the phone with fourth brother. The car behind him kept honking insistently. He turned his head. Damn! He quickly turned back, almost blinded by the headlights. At that moment, a car sped past him, honking loudly as it went by. Jiang Muzheng. Today was just not his day, encountering so many rude people. The car that passed him was a striking red sedan, an eye-catching sight. As it was a joint venture car worth just over 100,000, completely out of place in this luxurious villa area. He froze. After realizing it, he let out a long breath, feeling like his lungs might explode from anger. It was Luo Sa again. How did the security guard let her in? Just because she was pretty and had a police officer's badge, did she think she could do whatever she wanted? Ahead was a fork in the road. Her car turned left, and fourth brother's house was also in that direction. Jiang Muzheng rubbed his forehead helplessly, unsure if Luo Sa would continue playing this coincidence game with him. There had been a woman like her before. He had rejected her multiple times, even saying harsh things to her, but she remained undeterred and continued to pursue him. That woman had said a classic line, when men pursue women relentlessly for years, they're called good men to cherish true love. But if we women do it for just a few days, we're labeled as thick-skinned, no self-respect. After that, he ignored her, and she eventually gave up after more than 3 months of chasing. Since then, he had developed a psychological aversion to self-righteous love. Luo Sa returned home, turned on all the lights, and closed the curtains with a remote control. The house was empty and quiet, with only her own breathing breaking the silence. She lay on the sofa, staring at the crystal chandelier. The crystal pendants refracted colorful light, and after a while, her eyes began to blur. She squinted. She didn't even know what she was specifically thinking about. One moment, she recalled playing in the park with her parents during her childhood. The next moment, she remembered the first time she arrived at a strange new home with her mother, feeling lost and scared. Then the scene suddenly shifted to a parking lot, where she knocked on a man's car window, and in that moment of eye contact, her mind went blank for a second. Her thoughts were a chaotic mess, and Luo Sa forced herself to empty her mind, trying not to think of anything. After a long while of daydreaming, she got up to take a shower. By the time she lay in bed after showering, it was already past midnight. Luo Sa posted on her social media, "What a dramatic day finally comes to an end." Someone replied almost instantly. Luo Sa opened the comment, and it was her cousin Yu Yang. "Did you get confessed to again while on duty?" Grinning, she often got approached for her number while on traffic duty, encountering it almost every month, sometimes even twice a week. Especially while checking for drunk driving, some men in luxury cars would shamelessly ask for her number. Fortunately, she had gotten used to it. Luo Sa replied, "I was disgusted by a man living off a woman. I couldn't explain it clearly in a few words. Let us talk next time we meet." Yu Yang, okay. By the way, are you going skydiving with us in Shijiazhuang this weekend? Luo Sa, I can't this weekend. I'm on duty Saturday and on Sunday. Our team's deputy captain is getting married, so we need to go celebrate. Yu Yang, but I want to have time after that. I'll be working on a project with my supervisor. Luo Sa, no worries, you do your own thing. I'll go by myself whenever I want to play. After exchanging goodnights, they ended the chat. In the following days, Luo Sa didn't encounter Jiang Muzheng, and life returned to its previous busy, bland, and monotonous routine. But it was also fulfilling. Jiang Muzheng seemed like a little interlude in her dull life. She had felt furious at the time, and the memory was vivid. But just a few days later, she had long forgotten it. Occasionally, Zhou Yin would mention him. She no longer felt the impulse to tear his mouth apart. Yet his gaze was deep, like a whirlpool. She hadn't forgotten. On that Sunday, everyone not on duty went to the deputy captain's wedding. Both the groom and bride were from out of town. They had already held a banquet in their hometown last week, and today was just for friends and colleagues in Beijing to gather. The number of guests wasn't large, only a few tables, but the atmosphere was great. Especially at the few tables in the front, they were having a blast. Luo Sa and Zhou Yin sat at the last table. They didn't drink and weren't familiar with the other teams, so they chatted quietly while eating. Zhou Yin started gossiping. "Hey, do you know how our captain met his wife? Luo Sa, blind.Dat?" Zhou Yin shook her head. They met while checking for drunk driving. Luo Sa, so the woman was caught drinking? Zhou Yin, you could say that, but she didn't drink much. Apparently, she only had a bit of beer. At that time, our captain was just an ordinary traffic cop, and that woman was making a scene. Our captain, with his rare good temper, tried to persuade her to get out of the car and even educated her nicely. Luo Sa laughed. And then they got together? Zhou Yin, not at all. That woman kept looking for trouble with him afterwards and often called to complain about our captain, which made him get scolded all the time. Zhou Yin paused and leaned closer to Luo Sa's ear. "It's kind of like your twisted fate with that man, living off a woman." Luo Sa. She slapped her a few times, saying not to mention him again. It was disheartening. Zhou Yin laughed, unable to stop. Thinking about how Luo Sa had said she had encountered him again twice, it made her want to laugh even more. The men at the front tables were drinking heavily. The noise was deafening, and a few men stood up, linking arms and toasting with beer bottles while others whistled and cheered them on. Zhou Yin finished the soup in her bowl, poured herself a bit of white liquor, and said to Luo Sa, "My mentor is here too. I'm going to toast over there. Go ahead." Luo Sa didn't know many people among them, so she sat back and continued eating. After a while, Zhou Yin hadn't returned yet. Luo Sa glanced around and spotted Zhou Yin chatting animatedly with a few people from the city bureau. Luo Sa looked away, feeling bored, and took out her phone to browse the news. After about 10 minutes, Zhou Yin finally returned, probably having discovered some gossip. Dragging her chair closer and sitting next to Luo Sa. "Hey, Luo," she said mysteriously. Luo Sa looked up. Zhou Yin covered her mouth with her hand and whispered in her ear, "The deputy director of our traffic management bureau is here too. He seems to be a comrade of our deputy captain." Luo Sa thought for a moment. Their deputy director seemed to have just transferred over, so she wasn't familiar with him. She asked Zhou Yin, "What is up with the deputy director?" Zhou Yin, "He is handsome." Luo Sa. Zhou Yin glanced at the deputy director's table, but unfortunately, he was sitting with his back to them. She gestured to Luo Sa, that one, sitting next to Xiao Xia in the white shirt. "Even from behind, he looks handsome, right? I heard he is very low-key and has an impressive background. Currently single." Luo Sa remained speechless, glancing at her. "Why are you inquiring so thoroughly? What do you want to do?" Zhou Yin laughed. Of course. I want him to be my brother-in-law. Luo Sa. Stop talking nonsense. Be careful others misinterpret and spread rumors. Zhou Yin poured herself a drink and said, Luo. Society is different now. We can't just wait for good men to come knocking. Sometimes, before they even reach your door, they could be intercepted by other women on the way. So when you see someone good, you have to act first to avoid regretting it later. Luo Sa felt that Zhou Yin was more anxious about her marriage than her own mother, constantly nagging her. Whenever a young man without a partner came to the team, Zhou Yin would start matchmaking. They used to be ordinary traffic cops, which was fine, but now she was even setting her sights on the deputy director. A man like that, becoming a deputy director at a young age, must be outstanding and from a good family. Plus, he is handsome. She knew she couldn't handle such a man. Zhou Yin was still enthusiastically planning. I have a few senior sisters from the police academy who work at the city bureau. I have a good relationship with them. I'll ask them more about him next time. Before she could finish, her phone rang. It was a call from home. The banquet hall was too noisy. So she told Luo Sa and got up to take the call. After Zhou Yin left, Luo Sa felt much quieter and continued to look at the news. Suddenly, her right eyelid started twitching. She quickly pressed it down. She had a bad feeling that misfortune was about to come again. Chapter 7. After the wedding banquet. Zhou Yin still needed to buy milk powder and baby food for her son. She asked Luo Sa if she wanted to go shopping, but Luo Sa shook her head, saying she was tired and wanted to go home to sleep. Zhou Yin replied, then you can go back. We'll be busy again starting next Monday. She waved her hand, and they each drove away. On the road, Luo Sa received a call from her mother, Yu. She put the call on the car's hands-free system. Hello, Mom. Are you home? Not yet. Just left the hotel, and I'm driving. Oh, never mind then. What is up? It's nothing much. Mom is at the mall and saw an evening gown that really suits your style. I wanted to show it to you. Luo Sa said, if you think it's nice, it must be good. Mom has always had good taste. Most of the clothes I wear are bought by her. Yu continued, it's not the same style as your usual clothes, but it's quite fashionable. I saw how it looked on the model, and it has a lot of character. Luo Sa asked, how fashionable? Is it revealing? Yu replied, you could say that. Luo Sa thought back to her wardrobe. Before graduation, she wore elegant dresses. But after starting work, she wore uniforms every day. Even her after-work outfits were quite proper. On weekends, she wore outdoor sportswear to have fun. She felt that sexy outfits were already foreign to her. Yu explained further, it's not too revealing. In the realm of evening gowns, it's actually quite conservative. The front isn't deep V, but the back has a unique design, revealing 1/3 of the back, suitable for attending cocktail parties. I thought you didn't have clothes for such occasions, so I wanted to buy you one. Luo Sa thought that revealing 1/3 of her back was acceptable, but she felt she likely wouldn't need an evening gown. Mom, I'm not attending any cocktail parties, so don't buy it. It'll be a waste. Brand name evening gowns aren't cheap. Yu countered, what if you find a boyfriend in the future? You might need it then. Luo Sa remained silent. Yu said, all right, I've decided. I'll buy it for you. Your Uncle Chu is still waiting outside. We need to hurry to the next destination. So I'll hang up now. Drive carefully. Okay, have fun. After ending the call, Luo Sa focused on driving. It was the weekend, and traffic was very heavy. At one intersection, she waited through 2 red lights before moving a little further ahead. She saw that she was about 3rd in line, and when the light turned green, she could smoothly pass through. The red light lasted a minute. Just 60 seconds, which felt like a blink in the college entrance exam. But at the intersection, it felt like 60 years so long. In front of her was a black Bugatti sports car. How could the owner stand driving such an expensive car on such a congested road? The little Bugatti must feel incredibly stifled too. The green light for the left turn lit up. Luo Sa gently pressed the accelerator, and the Bugatti moved quickly through the intersection. She followed closely behind, trying to pass through the intersection as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the Bugatti slammed on the brakes. The screeching of tires against the ground pierced her eardrums. Luo Sa was a few meters away from the car, but her speed was not slow. Even though she reacted quickly and stepped on the brakes in time, she could not avoid crashing into the back of the Bugatti. Luo Sa was jolted hard and quickly pulled the electronic handbrake before getting out of the car. She checked the rear of the sports car and saw the cracked spoiler. She squinted her eyes, muttering under her breath. No wonder her right eyelid had been twitching. This time, she probably wouldn't be able to pay for the damages even if she sold her car. At that moment, Jiang Xiaomi, who was in the Bugatti, also got out. The car she had rear-ended was an Audi A7, and its owner was a particularly beautiful woman. The two women exchanged glances. Luo Sa was momentarily stunned. What kind of fate was this? Luo Sa collected her emotions and said, "Sorry, I didn't manage to stop in time. Are you hurt?" Jiang Xiaomi shook her head. "I'm fine. There was a woman on an electric bike with a child who ran a red light in front of me, so I had to brake suddenly." Her words were full of apologies. Regardless of the reason, she was fully responsible for the rear-end collision. Because of their cars crashing, they occupied a lane, causing congestion at the intersection. Luo Sa suggested, "Let us call the police and go through the process." Jiang Xiaomi agreed. It was unsafe to stand in the middle of the road, so they both moved to the side. Luo Sa called the police while Jiang Xiaomi started dialing Jiang Muzheng's number, thinking to herself, "This is bad. If Uncle Wu finds out that his beloved car was damaged, he'll probably be furious. This car was too expensive." That day, she had borrowed the keys just to have a little fun and would never dare to keep it for herself. The call connected, and a lazy, slightly hoarse voice came from the other end. "What is up?" Jiang Xiaomi said. "Uncle Wu, are you taking a nap?" Jiang Muzheng replied, "Yeah, just got back from a business trip and am adjusting to the time difference." Jiang Xiaomi beat around the bush. "Oh, how's the adjustment? Are you still tired?" Jiang Muzheng warned, "If you keep stalling, I'll hang up." No. Jiang Xiaomi swallowed nervously. "Uncle Wu, your little Bugatti is missing you. It keeps shouting that it wants to find you." Jiang Muzheng, he sensed something was wrong. "Stop talking nonsense." Jiang Xiaomi pouted. "Your son got hurt." Jiang Muzheng jolted upright. "Are you hurt?" Jiang Xiaomi was so touched, she momentarily couldn't find her voice. Jiang Muzheng sat up from the bed, asking urgently, "Are you hurt?" Jiang Xiaomi replied, "No, I'm fine. I was rear-ended at an intersection. It was quite a crash, but I can't blame the car behind me entirely. I had to brake hard to avoid a person who ran a red light." Jiang Muzheng sighed in relief. "Okay, where are you now? I'll come over." Jiang Xiaomi gave him the address, and Jiang Muzheng ended the call abruptly. He washed his face, changed his clothes, and headed out. The accident site was not far from where he lived, only about 10 minutes away. He regretted letting Jiang Xiaomi have fun with the car. She mostly drove in the city, where the chances of minor accidents were too high. The repair costs for the Bugatti would be astronomical, and not all car insurance would cover it, potentially leaving a significant out-of-pocket expense. When Jiang Muzheng arrived at the scene, the traffic police were already there, but the insurance company representatives had not arrived yet. He parked his car beside the police car. Jiang Xiaomi recognized Jiang Muzheng's car. Even before he got out, she called out, "Uncle Wu, over here," waving her hand in that direction. Luo Sa instinctively looked over as well, and upon seeing him, her right eyelid started twitching again. "A kept man? Uncle Wu." Jiang Muzheng. She had just heard Jiang Xiaomi telling the traffic police that the owner of the car was Jiang Muzheng. Just as she wanted to look away, it was already too late. Jiang Muzheng's gaze shot over, and from his eyes, she sensed an unprecedented anger. Without a doubt, he probably misunderstood that she had intentionally followed his car. Luo Sa felt a painful knot in her chest, unable to breathe. Jiang Muzheng held her gaze for a few seconds, and seeing her indifferent expression, as if it had nothing to do with her, ignited his anger even more. He strode over. Luo Sa thought he was coming over to ridicule her again, but instead, he grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the roadside. The traffic police, who had just arrived, recognized Luo Sa and assumed that the car owner was upset about his sports car and was about to hit someone. They quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, "Hey, calm down. This lady didn't mean it. Let us talk things over nicely." Jiang Xiaomi also ran over. "Uncle Wu, don't hit anyone." Jiang Muzheng replied. The traffic police tried to pull Luo Sa away, but Jiang Muzheng was holding on too tightly, and they couldn't move her. Luo Sa's wrist was being squeezed painfully. "Beat gentler." Jiang Muzheng looked at the police officer. "I'm not going to hit anyone. We know each other. I need to talk to her." Naturally, the police officer didn't believe him. Jiang Muzheng turned to Luo Sa. "Say something. Don't we know each other?" Luo Sa ignored him and turned to the police officer. "Thank you, I know him." Only then did the police officer feel reassured. "Okay, just talk it out." He turned and walked away. Jiang Xiaomi looked at the expressions and gazes of the two, both filled with a desire to kill each other. TSK. Looks like there's something going on. She silently withdrew. Luo Sa struggled hard. Let go of me. She felt her wrist was about to be crushed. Jiang Muzheng remained unmoved, looking into her eyes with an expression nearly indifferent. Luo Sa, what do you want to do? Again and again, don't you get annoyed? Luo Sa refused to back down. What do you mean? Do you think I'm stalking you again? Jiang Muzheng. It's not a guess, it's a fact. You probably already checked how many cars I have under my name. Luo Sa. He.S. a born screenwriter. Jiang Muzheng continued. I've been on a business trip these past few days, and none of my cars went out. This Bugatti just went out today, and you happened to run into it. If you say you didn't track my car's location, who would believe that? But you didn't expect that this car I lent to my niece. Are you regretting it now? Luo Sa opened her mouth, suddenly realizing she was at a loss for words. She couldn't untangle this deadlock with him. In such a vast place, with so many people and cars in Beijing. How did she run into him and crash into his car? Jiang Muzheng continued. Today, consider yourself lucky no one got hurt. What if one day you follow a car and it suddenly has an accident and you crash it by mistake? Who is responsible? Luo Sa remained silent. He would believe her explanation anyway. It was just such a coincidental mess. What could she do about it? Why aren't you talking? Luo Sa shot him a glance. What should I say? Would you believe it if I said it? Jiang Muzheng snorted. I want to believe you. But the coincidences are piling up. How can I trust you? Beijing isn't small, is it? In one night, we ran into each other on the second ring road. Then the third ring and the fourth ring went back to the third ring and continued to meet. And now again, tell me if it's not intentional. Could it be fate? Luo Sa. She was seething with anger with no outlet. She felt her wrist was about to break. Mr. Jiang, please let go. Jiang Muzheng didn't move, his deep gaze piercing into her eyes. Luo Sa averted her gaze, took a breath. Previously, Zhou Yin had said that to deal with narcissists, one should attack unexpectedly. So she decided to take a bold step. She lifted her gaze to meet his. You're right, I do like you. To see you one more time, I intentionally followed you. These past few days without seeing you. I've thought about you to the point that I can't focus on work. Jiang Muzheng, tell me what I should do? Her words came out of nowhere. And Jiang Muzheng was stunned, his Adam's apple rolling lightly. Over the years, he had been confessed to by women countless times, but none had ever stirred any feelings in him. Yet this time, it felt like a storm was crashing in. After a long while, he blinked, still unsure how to respond to her. Luo Sa shook her arm. Let go, okay? Jiang Muzheng immediately released her. Luo Sa forcefully shook her wrist that was nearly crushed and walked towards her car, but suddenly stopped and turned around, glaring at him fiercely. Jiang Muzheng. What else with the glare? Didn't she just confess? Chapter 8. On the way back, Jiang Xiaomi occasionally glanced at Jiang Muzheng. He appeared to be driving seriously, but his expression was distracted. It seemed like his mind was elsewhere. Jiang Xiaomi cleared her throat a couple of times and gave him another look, but he had no reaction. In the past, he would have spoken up when she intentionally coughed like that. Uncle Wu? Jiang Muzheng turned his head slightly. Jiang Xiaomi asked, are you going to make Sister Luo pay? The insurance company had already assessed the damages, and the compensation wouldn't be enough to repair the little car. She wondered if Uncle Wu would use his own insurance. If he did, next year's premiums would likely increase significantly. In fact, this amount of money was nothing for Uncle Wu, and he had always been generous. However, given the awkward situation between him and Luo Sa, it was hard to say. Perhaps it was because Uncle Wu couldn't pursue Luo Sa that he was feeling frustrated. In that case, making Luo Sa pay might not be out of the question. Jiang Muzheng glanced at her and continued to focus on the road, mulling over the two words, Sister Luo. He inexplicably said, don't call her that randomly in the future. Jiang Xiaomi was taken aback. After a moment, she realized she had just called Luo Sa Sister Luo. Jiang Xiaomi playfully thought, well, she might be younger than me, so I can call her Sister Luo. By the way, Uncle Wu, are you going to make Sister Luo pay? Jiang Muzheng. There was a few seconds of silence in the car. Jiang Xiaomi chuckled to herself, pretending everything was fine. Driven by curiosity, she asked indirectly, Uncle Wu, did you know Sister Luo before? Jiang Muzheng replied with a nonchalant hum. Jiang Xiaomi seized the opportunity. How did you know her? Jiang Muzheng. I forgot. Jiang Xiaomi pouted. secretly thinking he deserved not to catch her. Jiang Muzheng asked her, "Should I take you home?" Jiang Xiaomi then remembered the serious matter. "Oh no. I need to go back to the office first. There's a meeting in the afternoon." Jiang Muzheng casually asked, "So busy?" Jiang Xiaomi, "Yeah. It's going to be busy these 2 weeks. The Traffic Management Bureau is starting a focus campaign on non-motor vehicles and pedestrians running red lights next week. The legal program team at the station is going to follow along, and we don't have enough manpower, so I've been seconded over." Jiang Muzheng nodded slightly, not asking further. Jiang Xiaomi continued talking about it, saying she heard the deputy director of the Traffic Management Bureau had just taken office and wanted to strengthen the handling of violations by non-motor vehicles and pedestrians. Starting tomorrow, they would impose comprehensive penalties. Deputy Director? ISNT that Fuyamba? Looks like the new official is eager to make a mark, Jiang Muzheng said. He asked, "What does comprehensive penalty mean?" Jiang Xiaomi, "It means pedestrians running red lights will also be fined." "How much?" 10 yuan for running a red light, 5 yuan for not using the crosswalk, and I think it's 20 yuan for electric bikes running red lights. I forgot the others. 10 yuan? What if they refuse to pay? Jiang Muzheng asked. Pedestrians aren't like motor vehicles. Motor vehicles have license plates, and you can worry about them not paying fines. But pedestrians are different. There's almost no enforcement power. If someone refuses to pay, the traffic police probably won't be able to do anything. Jiang Xiaomi shrugged. I don't know about that. We'll see what the traffic police do tomorrow. We're just following along. On the first day of enforcing fines, it will definitely be challenging. Some provinces have already started imposing fines, and things have been chaotic. I don't know how it will go here tomorrow. Jiang Muzheng suddenly asked. If they encounter unreasonable pedestrians who don't want to pay, will they hit the traffic police? Jiang Xiaomi. After thinking for a moment, she realized there had been cases like that. They had seen videos from other provinces where a couple refused to pay a fine and ended up tripping the traffic police and running away. Jiang Muzheng. Jiang Xiaomi sensed something was off and suddenly turned to look at him. Why are you asking so many questions today? You seem concerned about the traffic police. Jiang Muzheng himself felt puzzled. Do I? He could only think of one possibility. I'm just worried about encountering unreasonable people. If they don't want to pay a fine and you film them, it might provoke them. They might not only hit the traffic police, but could also come after you reporters. Jiang Xiaomi. During the day, no one would dare to hit anyone. Jiang Muzheng glanced at her. Do you think it matters whether it's day or night when someone wants to hit someone? Just be careful. Jiang Xiaomi nodded. After dropping her off at the office, Jiang Muzheng went straight home. When he got home, he called the driver to ask how much the repair cost for the damaged car would be. The driver said it was still uncertain. The 4S shop had only estimated the repair cost, which would exceed the assessed amount by about 120,000 yuan. Jiang Muzheng pondered for a moment and hung up the phone. He tossed his phone aside, opened the study window, and lit a cigarette. The words "you were right. I do like you. To see you more, I deliberately followed you" echoed in his ears. These past few days, I've been thinking about you to the point of losing sleep. Jiang Muzheng. What do you think I should do? Jiang Muzheng took a deep drag on his cigarette. Those words were simply toxic. Night gradually fell. Luo Sai had been lying in bed for over 3 hours. She had intended to catch up on sleep, but was now blinking her eyes, unable to sleep for even a second. She felt frustrated and annoyed. She irritably pulled the blanket over her head, forcing herself to sleep for 2 minutes, but there wasn't a hint of drowsiness. Her mind kept replaying the moments from a few hours ago. The sarcastic confession she made to Jiang Muzheng in a moment of impulsiveness made her shiver at the thought. How could she say such cheesy things? It was unbelievable. She had imagined that if one day she met a man who made her want to confess, she would marry him without hesitation. Although her confession to Jiang Muzheng had its reasons, it was still the first time she had said such bold, direct, and explicit words. And the result was that the other party was a scumbag. The next day, Luo Sa woke up half an hour earlier than usual. There was a morning meeting on Monday. Today was the first day of the punishment campaign, and everyone in the team had to be on duty on the streets. She rubbed her swollen temples. Last night was one of the few sleepless nights in her life. Looking in the mirror, she noticed her face looked a bit haggard. She put on light makeup and didn't have time for breakfast, hurriedly driving to the office. During the morning meeting, Zhou Yin elbowed her and whispered, "Did you stay up late? Is it that obvious?" Luo Sa nodded. Zhou Yin, you have dark circles under your eyes. Luo Sa. At the meeting table, the captain was assigning teams. Luo Sa was grouped with Xiao Xia and two other colleagues, while Zhou Yin was in another group. After the meeting, they headed to their respective traffic control intersections. In the car, Xiao Xia suddenly thought, what if they all get fined 100 yuan later? We won't have enough change to give back, right? The other two colleagues, since fines are paid on the spot, they had brought the fine notices in 500 yuan in change. Luo Sa blinked, thinking maybe no one would run a red light. Since they had already conducted educational outreach, everyone passing by should have seen the warnings, and new fines would start today. When they arrived at their duty intersection, Xiao Xiao parked the car, and they got out. The patrol officers were already there, and the reporters from the radio station had arrived long ago. Luo Sa and her colleagues assigned their tasks and took their positions. The weather was nice today. The sky was a soft blue, the morning light was gentle, and the sun was rising, signaling the start of the busy morning rush hour in the congested city. Half an hour passed without any pedestrians or non-motor vehicles running red lights. Normally, there would be quite a few by this time. Perhaps people were waiting patiently for the red light, knowing there would be fines today. Suddenly, a man riding an electric bike disregarded the red light and continued riding forward. The signal light from the other direction was only 2 seconds away from turning green, making it particularly dangerous for him to continue riding. Luo Sa and another colleague whistled, and Luo Sa observed the vehicles on both sides, quickly walking over. The rider hesitated for a moment, realizing he had run a red light. With vehicles approaching from both sides, he could only stand still in the middle of the road, waiting for the cars to pass. As the green light passed, Luo Sa walked up to him and saluted, "Sir, you just ran a red light." She gestured for him to push his bike to the side. Jiang Muzheng apologized, saying he was lost in thought just now and would pay more attention next time. Since the other party was a police officer, his attitude was surprisingly gentle. He was in a hurry to get his phone from his wife, and being late would affect his work. He said in a negotiating tone, "Officer, I have an urgent matter." Luo Sa pulled the key from his bike. "Even if it's urgent, it shouldn't be just for this 1 minute, right? Do you know how dangerous it was when you were recklessly riding just now? Today, we are fining for electric bike red light violations. You need to pay a 20 yuan fine first." Jiang Muzheng, a fine? Luo Sa. Yes, we started educational campaigns a few weeks ago, and today is the first day of full fines. He was the first person to be fined at this intersection, no matter his attire or demeanor. He seemed out of place on this electric bike. Perhaps he just liked riding. Jiang Muzheng looked at Luo Sa. "Sorry, I didn't bring any money." He genuinely hadn't. Luo Sa was about to issue a ticket when her hand paused, and she looked up. This excuse was so numerous that she felt embarrassed to describe it, sounding like a dodge. Her expression was serious. "Please show your identification." Jiang Muzheng, "I didn't bring it." He added, "I didn't bring anything, not even my phone." Luo Sa. At that moment, reporters gathered around. This was the first person they had captured today, and they all thrust microphones in front of Jiang Muzheng. He coldly said, "Don't film." He instinctively waved his hand to block them. Having such an embarrassing incident on the very first day of buying an electric bike, if this got reported and seen by his company's employees, how would he face them? But the reporters wouldn't listen, continuing to film. One reporter even eased his worries. "Don't worry, we'll blur out when we broadcast." Jiang Muzheng. Luo Sa continued to ask him, "You didn't bring your ID, right? Then provide your identity information." She just needed to verify it. Jiang Muzheng knew he couldn't avoid this matter, so he straightforwardly gave his ID number. Luo Sa told him, "If you didn't bring money, you can avoid the fine by wearing a yellow vest and maintaining traffic order at the intersection for half an hour." Without thinking, Jiang Muzheng responded, "I'll pay the fine. I'll call someone to bring it." Luo Sa had already checked his information. Jiang Muzheng? She was taken aback. His name was only one character different from Jiang Muzheng, and this person's appearance bore some resemblance to Jiang Muzheng as well. She continued checking the address, and to her surprise, they lived in the same community. Jiang Muzheng politely asked, "Officer, could I borrow your phone for a moment? I need to make a call." Luo Sa glanced at him and handed over her unlocked phone. Jiang Muzheng cooperated to pay the fine, and his attitude was decent. At that moment, pedestrians were seen running a red light, and other traffic police were intercepting them, so the reporters stopped filming him and moved to the other side. Jiang Muzheng opened the phone and began to input the number. When he dialed, the screen prominently displayed the words "cheap man stupid." He quickly hung up, thinking he had accidentally dialed the wrong number, and re-entered the phone number he knew by heart. Pressing the dial button, it still showed "cheap man stupid," and he immediately hung up again. What was going on? Just as he was puzzled, the phone in his hand suddenly vibrated, startling him. He looked down at the screen. Cheap man stupid was calling back. Chapter 9. When the phone rang, Jiang Muzheng was in a meeting. Before he could answer, the phone stopped vibrating. He swiped the screen and saw a missed call from tracking expert. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up. What had this hypocritical woman said when she left her number yesterday? Jiang Xiaomi was present at the time, and she had asked in a serious tone, "Mr. Jiang, can you leave me a contact number? Once the car is fixed, I will return the money to you." He had laughed and replied, "Officer Luo, isn't it too easy for you to get my number? Just input any license plate of mine into your police system, and you can find my contact information. Do you really need to go through all this pretense?" He then thought that she must want his personal number, not the work one. He glanced at her and noticed her indifferent expression, wanting to laugh at her acting. But in the end, he gave her the number that only his family and closest friends knew. Just over 10 hours had passed, and she couldn't wait to call him, even pretending to accidentally dial the wrong number. Jiang Muzheng whispered something to the secretary beside him, took his phone, and stepped outside. As soon as he reached the door, he started dialing Luo Sa's number. After more than 10 seconds, there was still no answer. He chuckled again. The phone continued to ring, but still no one picked up. Jiang Muzheng leaned against the window, wanting to smoke, but found he didn't have any cigarettes or a lighter, so he had to give up. He stared at the phone screen, curious about how long she would continue her pretentious act. On the other end, Jiang Muzheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately swiped to answer, a teasing tone coming through the microphone. "Oh, you finally decided to answer? Don't tell me you accidentally pressed my number." Jiang Muzheng. He caught a glimpse of Luo Sa from the corner of his eye, then looked at the phone, blinking as if he had discovered a great secret. "If you don't speak, I'm hanging up. Xiao Wu, it's me." Jiang Muzheng had a ghostly expression, looking at the number again. It was indeed tracking expert. He called out in confusion, "Fourth brother?" "Yep." Jiang Muzheng squinted his eyes, pondering for a moment. "Luo Sa, did you download a voice-changing software? You even found out everything about my family." Jiang Muzheng. This Xiao Wu was gone mad. No wonder this traffic officer noted him as a cheap and foolish man. Whether he was cheap or not, one thing was for sure. He was foolish. "Luo Sa, what exactly do you want to do?" "Jiang Muzheng, it's me, your fourth brother." He quietly proved his identity. "You have a gunshot wound on your left shoulder." Jiang Muzheng no longer doubted him. This secret was known to very few people. He cleared his throat. "How did Luo Sa's phone end up with you?" Jiang Muzheng answered nonsensically, "You need to come over here. I'm at the intersection north of your office." He urged impatiently, "Hurry up, and by the way, bring 20 yuan." Jiang Muzheng was taken aback, recalling what Jiang Xiaomi had said yesterday. He incredulously asked, "Did you run a red light?" Jiang Muzheng, and still ask? "Hurry up. I need to pay the fine before I can return to the meeting." Jiang Muzheng thought about how he had just been teased by Jiang Muzheng and felt a twinge of annoyance. He replied nonchalantly, "Why don't you have fourth sister-in-law bring you the money? I'm busy and can't get away for a while. She has 2 surgeries in the morning." Jiang Muzheng didn't want to waste time. "Hurry over." He hung up directly. Luo Sa was issuing a ticket to another pedestrian who had run a red light when Jiang Muzheng approached and returned her phone. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Luo Sa put the phone in her pocket and continued issuing tickets. She glanced at him. "Have you decided to pay the fine?" "Yes, I'll send it over immediately." Standing in the way, he moved to the side of the road to wait. Jiang Muzheng rubbed his forehead. Realizing he had to meet that woman he didn't want to see again. The meeting was still ongoing in the conference room. It seemed fourth brother didn't want others to know he had been caught running a red light on an electric bike, as it would damage his image. So instead of sending his secretary with the fine, he made Jiang Muzheng go. Jiang Muzheng had no choice but to text his assistant to inform them he needed to step out temporarily. He grabbed his wallet from the office and went downstairs. The company was very close to the intersection, and it only took 5 or 6 minutes to walk. It was more troublesome to drive, so he chose to walk. On the way, he received a message from Aunt Yu, "Xiao Wu, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. I have time this weekend. You decide. Jiang Muzheng replied. What about my sister? Can she make it any day? She said she's free this weekend. Jiang Muzheng. Great. Let us go for dinner Saturday night. I'll send you the address later. It's a private restaurant and quite nice. The private restaurant was always fully booked on weekends, so reservations were needed in advance. He called his friend Cheng Yi. Are you busy? Cheng Yi, Busi. Jiang Muzheng. Put down your work, no matter how busy you are. Cheng Yi. I knew you would ask for anything decent. Just say it. What is up? Jiang Muzheng. Help me book a private room at your friend's restaurant for Saturday night. Cheng Yi laughed. You really treat me like a little mistress. Huh? Jiang Muzheng chuckled. How many people are waiting in line but can't enjoy the benefits of being my little mistress? You're lucky. Getting hit by a pie from the sky. Just enjoy this surprise. Cheng Yi get lost. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously. Who has such a big face that you're treating them? Jiang Muzheng. I'm treating my mom's friend's family to dinner. I hit it off well with that aunt, and her company can take on some of our business, so we'll discuss cooperation. Oh, I see. Cheng Yi was interested in digging deeper. Changing the subject, he mentioned Inu. By the way, Inu is in a relationship. Her boyfriend isn't from our circle. He seems to be from Tianjin. Jiang Muzheng found it puzzling. He retorted, what does her dating have to do with me? Cheng Yi thought for a moment and realized it didn't have much to do with him. But Inu admired Jiang Muzheng, and everyone in their circle knew it. Unfortunately, she was too proud to make the first move, and Jiang Muzheng was even more aloof. They were a perfect match, but they missed their chance. He sighed. You say you and Inu are a good match. If you had been a little more proactive, wouldn't you two have gotten together long ago? Jiang Muzheng glanced ahead. He was almost at the intersection. He replied lightly, I've never had the habit of pursuing women, nor will I make an exception for anyone. Cheng Yi, I hope you don't get slapped in the face one day. All right, I'm off. I have to go to the city bureau for a meeting. Jiang Muzheng replied, ending the call. He had already reached the intersection, and the light was red. Jiang Muzheng stood at the entrance of the sidewalk, scanning the area. He spotted fourth brother Jiang Muzheng sitting on the back of an electric bike, absent-mindedly watching the passing vehicles. Luo Sa was focused on maintaining order, and didn't notice him. The moment he saw her, Jiang Muzheng was stunned for a few seconds. It was the first time he saw her in uniform. The light blue police uniform accentuated her tall and capable figure, giving her a sense of coolness that was completely different from the sexy and arrogant Luo Sa he knew before. The person in front of him truly lived up to her name, looking heroic and dashing. Suddenly, among the crowd waiting for the red light, someone shouted, pulling him back to reality. He saw an elderly lady crossing the street against the light, moving straight ahead without caring for the vehicles passing by. His first reaction was to instinctively rush forward to pull the elderly lady back. It was too dangerous for her to be like this. Luo Sa also saw the elderly lady. Regardless of whether the lady was running a red light, she blew her whistle, signaling the passing vehicles to slow down and avoid her. Then she turned to see Jiang Muzheng. The black trousers and white shirt did give him a somewhat serious appearance, but he still ran a red light. Luo Sa had no time to think about anything else as she jogged over, sighing helplessly in her heart. There are always people who gamble on luck, thinking misfortune won't fall upon them. But sometimes, when a vehicle is in a blind spot, there's simply no time to brake. Luo Sa reached the elderly lady first and grabbed her arm, while Jiang Muzheng stood a few steps away, wanting to reach out, but it was no longer necessary. Luo Sa shot a fierce glance at Jiang Muzheng over the elderly lady. Jiang Muzheng. He wasn't trying to run the red light. He was trying to help the elderly lady. However, her piercing gaze confirmed that he had no manners, and now there was no way to clear his name. Luo Sa ignored him and turned to the elderly lady, saying, Auntie, please don't move yet. You ran a red light, which is very dangerous. Wait until the light turns green before you go. The auntie anxiously replied, My husband is still in the hospital. I bought him his favorite breakfast, and if it gets cold, it won't taste good. As she spoke, she raised the breakfast in her hand. Luo Sa reassured her, Auntie, don't worry, just a few seconds. It won't get cold. Even if it does, you can heat up again, but you can't compromise your safety. The auntie replied, I know. I'll be more careful next time. I thought the cars were driving slowly, so I could slip through. It wouldn't be a problem. Luo Sa insisted, Auntie, even if they are slow, unexpected situations can still happen. The green light turned on. Luo Sa said to the elderly lady, "Auntie, you should go to the side of the road first. Running a red light incurs a fine of 10 yuan. She then glanced at Jiang Muzheng, her tone immediately turning cold. "You come over too." Jiang Muzheng felt frustrated. The elderly lady was surprised. "I have to pay a fine? Why?" Luo Sa explained, "It's been publicized long ago. This is a traffic regulation. Pedestrians running red lights must be fined. You can refuse to pay the fine, but you would have to wear a vest to maintain order, which isn't suitable for you right now since you need to hurry to the hospital." The elderly lady moved her lips, recalling she had seen traffic police promoting education on the street before, but she had long forgotten. The words of defense came to her lips, but were swallowed back. She wasn't unreasonable. "I'll pay the fine, but I don't have 10 yuan. I only brought 20 to buy breakfast, and now I only have 4 left." She even showed Luo Sa the change. The elderly lady was preoccupied with other matters and was anxious about the time. "Auntie isn't trying to make things difficult for you. I really didn't bring any money." "Officer, how about this? I'll take the breakfast to my husband first, and I'll come back to give you the 10 yuan. Jiang Muzheng looked at Luo Sa. "I'll pay this lady's fine." The elderly lady was touched, but politely declined. "Thank you, young man, but I don't need it. It's hard for me to find you to return the money, but I can find this police officer." Luo Sa told the elderly lady, "Auntie, you should hurry to the hospital. The fine isn't the goal. It's just to remind citizens not to run red lights anymore." The elderly lady thanked her several times, saying she would definitely bring the money over, and then hurriedly left. Only then did Luo Sa have time to focus on Jiang Muzheng, expressionless, and said, "You don't need to pay the fine." Jiang Muzheng suddenly chuckled, thinking this woman was using public service for personal gain. But he didn't appreciate it and looked down on such behavior. It was just 10 yuan. He could afford it. Before he could mock her, Luo Sa said, "If you don't pay the fine, you'll have to maintain traffic order for half an hour." Jiang Muzheng. He blinked. "What did you say?" Luo Sa knew that with his identity, he couldn't possibly maintain order. Saying this was just to dampen his arrogance and to let him know that just because he had money didn't mean he could disregard the fine or running a red light. She emphasized each word. "Go over there to get a yellow vest and a loudspeaker and maintain traffic order for half an hour." Jiang Muzheng. Wear a vest? And stand on the street shouting? He was so angry he laughed. What would he shout? Luo Sa looked up. "Shout that I was wrong." Jiang Muzheng. Chapter 10. When Jiang Muzheng realized what was happening, he gritted his teeth. "Luo Sa, you're taking personal revenge." Luo Sa looked up. "You definitely just mocked me in your heart, saying I was using public service for personal gain." Jiang Muzheng. A few meters away, Jiang Muzheng had been watching the commotion. Jiang Muzheng put his hands on his hips and exhaled forcefully. "I'll pay the fine. You have no right to force me to make any choices." Luo Sa glanced at him, not wanting to waste more words. "The fine is 10 yuan. Jiang Muzheng was in a hurry, walking over and signaling Jiang Muzheng. "Help me pay the fine, 20. Jiang Muzheng took out his wallet. Speaking lazily, "Remember to pay me back when we get to the company. I'm a bit broke lately." Luo Sa. She was in the process of issuing a ticket to Jiang Muzheng when she heard their conversation. Her hand paused, and she suddenly looked up, as if sensing something. Their gazes met at the same time. The three of them exchanged glances, all silent, and the atmosphere was incredibly strange. Luo Sa bit her lips slightly. Jiang Muzheng? Jiang Muzheng? They seemed to be brothers. Earlier, Jiang Muzheng had borrowed her phone to call Jiang Muzheng, so he must have seen the note-cheap man fooling her phone. He wouldn't be so nosy as to tell Jiang Muzheng about this, would he? She quickly put a stop to her chaotic thoughts and focused on issuing the ticket again. Jiang Muzheng had urgent matters and said, "I have things to do at the company. I'm leaving. Come to our house for dinner sometime." Jiang Muzheng. Take care." As he spoke, he took out several bills from his wallet and stuffed them into Jiang Muzheng's pocket. "If you run a red light at the next intersection, don't bother calling me again." Jiang Muzheng. He didn't have time to waste on chatter and rode off on his electric bike. Luo Sa finished issuing the 2 tickets and tore them off for him, a total of 30. Jiang Muzheng reached out to take them, his fingertips brushing against her palm. He looked down, and she looked up, their gazes entangled again, his eyes deep, hers cold. Luo Sa quickly turned away, impatient. "Hurry up and pay the fine. I'm busy." Jiang Muzheng glanced at her, casually pulling out 2 100 yuan bills from his wallet and handing them to her. Pay the fine separately. Liu Sa? A total of 30 yuan, and he wants to pay it separately? For a moment, she really couldn't help but want to curse him out. But she took a deep breath and collected her emotions. Not wanting to waste more time with him, Luo Sa counted the change in her hand. She only had 160 yuan. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a 50 in his wallet. She negotiated with him. I don't have enough change. Can you give me 50? Jiang Muzheng looked at her, half smiling, and said, Officer Luo, I'm sorry, but that 50 yuan bill is for my collection. I can't give it to you. Liu Sa. She knew she wouldn't get a result negotiating with Jiang Muzheng. Someone who deliberately made things difficult wouldn't easily back down. She glanced at Xia, who wasn't busy right now. Xia Yiming paused for 2 seconds and walked over. What's up? He glanced at Jiang Muzheng, thinking this guy was unwilling to pay the fine. Luo Sa said, Can you give me some change? Xia Yiming shrugged. I'm out of change. There were quite a few people who ran red lights just now, and none of them wanted to wear a vest to maintain order. Wait a moment. I'll go exchange some in the shop. With that, he ran out. There was a shop less than 100 meters away. Jiang Muzheng glanced at Xia Yiming's retreating figure, then turned to leave. Jiang Muzheng paused and turned back. I'm busy. I don't have time to wait. Luo Sa tried to keep her tone calm, treating him like a passerby. It won't take 2 minutes to come back. Jiang Muzheng, I don't have a minute to wait. He walked away. Luo Sa. She didn't have time to argue with him, so she put away the fine ticket and returned to her work. When Xia Yiming returned, Luo Sa just stopped a young man on an electric bike who had run a red light. The young man, looking impatient, said, Hey, what are you doing? Luo Sa turned off the bike's power and took out the key, saying, You ran a red light. The man raised an eyebrow and replied harshly, It's a green light now. Take a good look. What? Is it now a rule that you can only cross the street at a red light? Luo Sa responded, It's a green light now. What does that have to do with you running a red light earlier? The man was silent. Luo Sa gestured for him to step aside to accept the punishment. The man, with a nonchalant attitude, said, I don't have any money. Luo Sa replied, If you don't have money, you don't have to pay the fine. Just wear a vest and help maintain traffic order. The man said, I don't have time. Luo Sa offered, I can lend you some of my time. You don't have to pay me back. Let's go. The man was a loss for words, but still stood there stubbornly in the middle of the road. Luo Sa said, Money. Xia Yiming had already exchanged for change, glanced around, and didn't see the man from earlier, casually asking, Where did he go? He left. He didn't ask much more. As the red light was about to turn on again, the young man was still dawdling in the middle of the road and refused to leave. Xia Yiming said to Luo Sa, You go help over there. I'll handle him. In the past, whenever Luo Sa was on duty with him, and they encountered a burly man who was unreasonable, Xia Yiming would always let Luo Sa handle it while he dealt with it himself. More than a month ago, while on duty, a classmate of Luo Sa's from elementary school deliberately teased her, and Xia Yiming almost beat that guy up without knowing he was Luo Sa's classmate. Xia Yiming had only been in the second team for 2 years and was 2 years younger than Luo Sa. Colleagues younger than Luo Sa on the team would call her Luo Jie, but he had never done so, always referring to her as Luo Sa. When the man saw Xia Yiming's serious expression and realized he was in the wrong, he lost his bravado. He originally wanted to play dumb and leave without paying, but now it seemed impossible. Xia Yiming asked the man, Should I help you push your bike? The man replied, I'll do it myself. Luo Sa went to the other side of the intersection to maintain order. After more than an hour, the morning rush hour finally passed, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. In less than 2 hours, they had issued 50 tickets at this intersection. However, the actual number of people running red lights was far more than that. Xia Yiming handed a bottle of water to Luo Sa, saying, Drink some water. They still had to stand there for the entire morning. Luo Sa also felt parched, opened the bottle cap, took a few sips, and asked him, I saw a lot of reporters gathered around you earlier. What is going on? Xia Yiming replied, A man said he wanted to pay a fine, but while I wasn't paying attention, he took off running. Then another lady who ran a red light said that if I didn't catch the man who ran away to pay the fine, she wouldn't pay hers either. Luo Sa asked, So how did you handle it in the end? Xia Yiming continued. Later, the reporters surrounded the lady, and she felt embarrassed and ended up giving 20 yuan, saying she wanted to pay the fine for the man who ran away too, and asked the TV reporters to give her a few more camera shots. Luo Sa laughed. So, she spent 20 yuan to get on TV? Xia Yiming laughed as well. I guess we'll encounter all kinds of situations in the days to come. Miss, a voice came from behind. Luo Sa and Xia Yiming turned around together, and she was momentarily taken aback. It was the lady who had hurried to the hospital to bring breakfast to her husband, holding a box of milk. I was afraid you would finish your shift and have to wait until the afternoon, the lady said as she approached. Here, have a box of milk. You've talked so much this morning, you must be thirsty. Luo Sa smiled lightly and said, Thank you, Andy, I have water. That mineral water has no nutrition. In this weather, it's not suitable to drink cold water. This milk is still warm, the lady insisted, forcing the milk into her hands. Luo Sa held the warm milk box and said, Thank you, Annie. The elderly lady took out 10 yuan from her purse and handed it to her, saying, Thank you for your trouble, young lady. Xia Yiming issued a ticket to the elderly lady, who smiled and said, I'll frame it when I get home as a keepsake. Then she waved at Luo Sa. I'm going back now. I still have to take care of my husband. Luo Sa watched her retreating figure, her steps unsteady and her hair gray, lost in thought. After years of working as a traffic police officer, she encountered all sorts of people every day. She had been scolded, yelled at, and pushed around. But there were always some people like this lady who learned to understand them. Xia Yiming put away the ticket and reminded her, Hurry up and drink. It will get cold soon. Luo Sa politely asked him, Do you want some? Xia Yiming replied, Yeah, I'm just hungry. He directly took it, tore open the straw, inserted it, and said, I'll drink in the car and come back. Luo Sa thought, wow, he really isn't being polite at all. When they returned to the station for lunch, after standing for the entire morning, Luo Sa's calves were sore. She didn't rush to eat, but relaxed her calves in the office. Zhou Yin happened to return and said, Wait for me to eat. I love you to death. Luo Sa replied, It's just that my legs can't move. I'm resting before going. Zhou Yin clutched her chest and said, Would it kill you to say something nice? Luo Sa replied in a serious tone, It wouldn't kill me, but I'm afraid of a heart attack. Aren't we supposed to speak from the heart? Zhou Yin responded with a light kick. Zhou Yin poured herself a glass of water and asked curiously, How was your side this morning? Any bizarre incidents? Luo Sa said, Nothing too bizarre, but I did encounter a despicable person. Zhou Yin replied, There wasn't any in my intersection either. She put down her cup and said mysteriously, Do you know who I encountered today? Luo Sa thought for a moment, couldn't guess, and shook her head. Who? Zhou Yin said, Jiang Xiaomi. Luo Sa was surprised. She also ran a red light? Zhou Yin shook her head. I just found out she is a reporter from the Comprehensive Channel and was borrowed over today. At first, Jiang Xiaomi didn't recognize her because she was too busy maintaining order and she didn't have the time to greet her. Later, when Jiang Xiaomi seemed puzzled, she probably remembered who she was but wasn't sure, asking if her name was Zhou Yin. After that, when they weren't busy, they would chat a bit. But Jiang Xiaomi didn't recognize her in the cafeteria that day, so she didn't mention it, nor did she say she knew her uncle, Jiang Muzheng. Zhou Yin told Luo Sa, Jiang Xiaomi even asked about you. Luo Sa, who was massaging her calves, paused and asked, What did she ask about me? Zhou Yin replied, She brought up the incident from yesterday when you had a car accident. After finding out you were a traffic police officer and from the same team as me, they started chatting. She seemed unaware of the grievances between you and her uncle and even indirectly asked if you had a boyfriend. Luo Sa asked, What did she ask that for? Zhou Yin coughed lightly. She said she doesn't have A5 yet. Luo Sa responded, What does not having A5 have to do with her? Zhou Yin put down her cup and said, Let's go to the cafeteria. She linked arms with Luo Sa, and they walked while chatting quietly. I have such a bad impression of that Jiang Muzheng. Even if my misunderstanding is resolved now, and I know he isn't living off a woman, he's just too narcissistic. To put it bluntly, he is shameless. Once a man becomes shameless, how many women can withstand it? Luo Sa asked, Are you praising him or criticizing him? Zhou Yin replied, I just think this man is unreliable. He gets all flirty when he sees beautiful women, and he will definitely cheat in the future. So she told Jiang Xiaomi that Luo Sa likes men who are not talkative, low-key, and steady, completely passing on Jiang Muzheng, that narcissistic jerk. In the end, Jiang Xiaomi was not modest at all, saying, Oh, my uncle is exactly that kind of man, not talkative, low-key and steady. Zhou Yin thought. At that moment, I really wanted to laugh out loud. Chapter 11. Luo Sa really didn't want to mention Jiang Muzheng. Just thinking about the 170 yuan she owed him made her feel inexplicably upset. She turned to Zhou Yin and said, "We're about to eat. Can we talk about something pleasant?" Zhou Yin smiled. "Sure, let's chat about our director Fu Yanba. Talking about handsome guys during meals is appetizing." Liu Sa. After lunch, they rested at the table for a while, before heading back to the road to continue the special enforcement action against pedestrians and non-motor vehicles running red lights. The situation in the afternoon wasn't much better than in the morning. There were quite a few people unwilling to pay fines, and some even argued. Their voices were hoarse, and some simply refused to understand or cooperate. There was even one person lying on the ground, claiming they were assaulted. After a busy day, Luo Sa returned home just before 8 in the evening, exhausted. She drank a bottle of yogurt, had some fruit, and then went to take a shower and sleep. While lying in bed, she suddenly remembered the money she owed Jiang Muzheng. After thinking it over, she decided to proactively add him on WeChat, sent him a red envelope, and then deleted him. She searched for his WeChat using his number, hesitated for a few seconds before hitting add, noted it as Luo Sa, and sent it, waiting for him to accept. A few minutes later, she received a message. "Call me. Luo Sa? Confirm whether it's you who added me on WeChat." Luo Sa. He was probably looking for trouble since she had confronted him during the day. She ignored him, hung up the phone, and tossed it aside. She turned off the light and went to sleep. Jiang Muzheng was leaning against the window in his study, smoking. When his phone remained silent, he frowned slightly, chuckling. He had become spoiled. The cool autumn wind felt particularly nice against his face. He leaned on the railing, gazing at the night scene of the community. Under the dim, yellow streetlights, even the shrubs in the community looked quite artistic, something he had never noticed before. After finishing a cigarette, Luo Sa still hadn't called him. Jiang Muzheng stared at his phone for several seconds, chuckled softly. Why was he stooping to a woman's level, especially a shallow one with big breasts and little brains? He took the initiative to call her, and the crisp, ringing sound echoed in his ear. 1 second. 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Jiang Muzheng's patience was wearing thin. Just as the ringing was about to end, Luo Sa answered. She didn't say a word, and neither did he. An awkward silence enveloped the call. Jiang Muzheng spoke first. "Busy?" "Not busy. You just didn't have your phone with you, right?" He tried to give himself an out, but little did he know. Luo Sa wanted to turn the tables, replying, "It's in my hand." Jiang Muzheng. She added, "I just didn't want to answer." Jiang Muzheng's chest slightly heaved, but he still smiled. He had said before that the tactic of wanting to catch someone by letting them go didn't work on him. He wasn't falling for it. He pulled out another cigarette, pinched it between his fingers without smoking it. He asked, "Why did you add me on WeChat?" Before he could finish, the call ended. Jiang Muzheng. He opened WeChat, looked at the friend request message, paused for 2 seconds, neither accepting nor rejecting it, and exited WeChat, turning off his phone before heading to the gym next door to the study. The next morning, Luo Sa got up before 6 o'clock. She had to be on duty on the road this week, continuing the special enforcement action today. At the intersection with a red light, Luo Sa was holding the steering wheel. She absent-mindedly looked out the windshield. In front, a sanitation truck was parked by the roadside, and a sanitation worker was pulling out garbage from a trash can. At that moment, she heard the roar of a large displacement engine behind her, and her sensitive nerves tensed up. She turned around sharply. An SUV was speeding toward her right lane, heading directly for the roadside railing, and with a sharp screech, the railing shattered. In an instant, a figure pushed the sanitation worker aside just as the SUV was about to hit her, and then quickly darted to the side, but still got struck by the broken railing, injuring his left arm. Blood gushed out as he fell to the roadside, and nearby pedestrians were caught off guard. Luo Sa reacted quickly, pressing the double hazard lights, opening the car door, and rushing over. She saw the sanitation worker lying next to the trash can with a slight abrasion on her face. The sanitation worker attempted to sit up, but Luo Sa immediately stopped her. "Auntie, please lie still and don't move. Wait for the ambulance. The doctor will check you before you get up." The sanitation worker was still in shock and panic, and whatever Luo Sa said, she complied obediently and lay back down, staring blankly at the sky. Passers-by gathered around, and someone had already called the police. Luo Sa turned her gaze to the man who had saved the sanitation worker, a strong, heroic-looking man. His injuries were much more serious. Blood was continuously flowing from his left arm. She looked around but found no suitable tools to bandage or stop the bleeding. So she quickly pulled out the belt from her trench coat and ran over to him. Fu Yanbo maintained his habit of morning runs every day. After finishing, he had a quick breakfast by the roadside and rode his bike toward the Traffic Management Bureau, thinking about the schedule his secretary had sent him that morning. When he reached the intersection, he stopped for the red light. A swerving SUV roared past, interrupting his thoughts. His first instinct was that something was about to happen. Ahead was a sanitation vehicle and a sanitation worker at work. His professional instinct kicked in. He dropped his bike and sprinted forward to push the sanitation worker out of the way, darting to the side, and fell onto the sidewalk. The whole process took only 2 or 3 seconds. He felt a sharp pain in his left arm and realized he had been injured. He had used all his strength to push the sanitation worker, and now his vision began to darken. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pushed aside the broken railing. At that moment, Luo Sa rushed over, crouching beside him, her voice gentle. "Don't move. I'll help you stop the bleeding. If we wait for the ambulance, you might lose too much blood." Fu Yanbo regained his composure and said, "Thank you." Luo Sa remained silent, focused and skillfully bandaging the upper part of his arm. The railing had pierced too deeply. The numbness from before was gone, replaced by a sharp pain. He shifted his attention and asked her, "Are you a doctor?" Luo Sa shook her head. "I'm a traffic police officer." Fu Yanbo looked at her, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So it turned out she was one of his capable subordinates. He didn't reveal his identity, but said, "We're colleagues." Luo Sa looked up at him, hesitating for 2 seconds. No wonder his reaction was so quick earlier. She smiled and said, "What a coincidence." Out of politeness, she asked, "Which team are you from?" She had never seen him before. Fu Yanbo replied, "From the Traffic Management Bureau." "No wonder." Luo Sa nodded slightly. Fu Yanbo continued, "And you?" "Second team." Luo Sa had already finished bandaging him. "Don't move for now. I'll go check on the driver." The driver was sitting dazedly in the airbag-deployed driver's seat, still in shock, while a nearby pedestrian complained, "Hey kid, what are you still sitting there for? You hit someone. Shouldn't you get out and check?" The man turned his face, still dazed. After working all night, he hadn't anticipated that a moment of drowsiness would land him in such trouble. Luo Sa approached, parting the crowd, and opened the car door. "How did you drive?" "Get out." The man snapped back to reality, trembling. "Are they okay?" Luo Sa replied, "We won't know until they get to the hospital for a checkup. Please show me your driver's license and registration." The man's first reaction was, "You're not a police officer. So why should I show you?" Luo Sa took out her police badge from her trench coat pocket. "Sorry, I'm a police officer, a traffic police officer." The man hesitantly handed over his documents. Luo Sa glanced at the registration and then took his car keys, temporarily confiscating them along with the registration. She turned to look at the sanitation worker, probably still in shock and not yet recovered. She took off her trench coat and placed it under the sanitation worker's head, soothing her with a few words. "Auntie, it's okay now." The sanitation worker nodded, still in a daze, forgetting even to say thank you. A few minutes later, the police car and ambulance arrived one after the other. Luo Sa handed over the seized documents and keys to her colleague from the accident handling team and explained the situation at the scene to the emergency personnel. She waved goodbye to Fu Yanbo and turned to run toward her car. Luo Sa arrived at the office a few minutes late. The team leader was holding a meeting with them. She apologetically nodded and quickly walked over to sit next to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin glanced at the team leader, leaned closer to Luo Sa, and whispered, "Did you oversleep? Didn't even have time to put on a coat?" Luo Sa replied, "I encountered a car accident on the way." Zhou Yin understood and asked her, "Haven't had breakfast yet, right? I brought you steamed dumplings. I had a basket this morning. They taste really great." Zhou Yin then teased, "Should I give you a chance to write a food review?" The team leader narrowed his eyes at her. She thought her voice was low, nearly covering his. But probably the entire meeting room heard about how good the dumplings tasted. "Zhou Yin." She glanced at the team leader and remained silent. "Aloof sa stiflet alef." Zhou Yin shot her a glare and kicked her under the table. After the meeting, they prepared to set off again soon. Zhou Yin walked alongside Luo Sa towards the office, asking, "Was the car accident serious this morning? Were there any injuries?" Luo Sa explained. The driver was likely on a night shift and dozed off while driving, nearly hitting the sanitation worker, but luckily someone pushed her out of the way. And that person was from the traffic management agency. She briefly described the accident scene to her. Zhou Yin said, "As long as no one was seriously injured, that's good." Then she added gossipingly, "By the way, was the guy you bandaged handsome?" She chuckled and said to herself, "I'll ask my senior sister after work to see which guy in the agency got injured on his arm today. The most important thing is to find out if he's single." Luo Sa shot her a sideways glance. "What are you always thinking about?" Saying this while tapping her forehead. Zhou Yin slapped her hand away. "Of course. I'm thinking about how to solve your lifelong issue. You're a beauty saving a hero. If that man isn't moved by such a stunning girl, he probably has some issues." Luo Sa. In the following days, Luo Sa was busy, sometimes not even having time to drink water in the morning. Zhou Yin actively inquired about the guy, but ended up disappointed. Her senior sister said, "I asked some acquaintances, but no one heard about anyone getting injured. But maybe he wants to keep a low profile. It's not like we can just go around pulling people's sleeves to check, right?" Zhou Yin had to give up. However, her senior sister shared some good news. Starting next week, our director Fu will be inspecting the work at various teams. You'll have a chance to see his aura. Zhou Yin looked forward to the next week, thinking it would be nice if Director Fu could be her brother-in-law, as he and Luo Sa were a good match. Before she knew it, it was Friday afternoon. When leaving work, Luo Sa received a call from her mother. Yu asked her, Luo, are you definitely resting this weekend?" Luo Sa replied, "Yes, I'm not on duty these 2 days." Yu said, "That's good. Let's go have dinner together tomorrow night." Luo Sa agreed and asked, "Is it with Aunt Tao's son?" Yu confirmed, "Yes, with Aunt Tao's 2 sons. And their daughter-in-law will also come. They are about your age. You should get along well." Luo Sa suddenly remembered, "I'm going to my uncle's house tomorrow, Mom. Are you going?" Yu said she would. After ending the call with her mother, Luo Sa received a WeChat notification. "Jiang Muzheng rejected your friend request." Luo Sa, staring blankly at her phone screen. It took him 5 days to remember to decline. Chapter 12. The next morning, Luo Sa went to her uncle's house, only to find that her mother, Yu, had arrived even earlier than her, both of them there for breakfast. They both enjoyed the pot stickers that her aunt made. Luo Sa was already full, but couldn't help but take another pot sticker and put on her plate. Yu Yang glanced at her. "Haven't you eaten in hundreds of years? Longer than the history of Chinese civilization." Her uncle glanced at the pot sticker on Luo Sa's plate and brought up the old topic again. Luo, have you got a boyfriend?" Both her aunt and Yu turned to look at her, as this was also their concern. Luo Sa took a sip of soy milk, shook her head, and continued eating the pot stickers. Yu Yang looked at his father with disdain. "Dad, why are you bringing up such depressing topics so early in the morning? Are you trying to keep my sister from eating? Is this how you act as an uncle?" "You Dad, you're right. I don't want your sister to eat. She finished my pot stickers." Everyone was momentarily speechless. Luo Sa, that's harsh. Her aunt looked at her uncle. "Not full?" "Uncle." Her aunt pushed her bowl of soy milk toward him. "If you're not full, have another bowl of soy milk to fill your stomach. I guarantee you'll feel stuffed after 2 bowls. "Uncle." Luo Sa couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yu looked at her. "Aren't you going to eat quickly? Your uncle is going to steal it." "Uncle." Yu Yang finished eating, put down his chopsticks, and said to Luo Sa, "I'm heading to school soon. If you want to go skydiving, I can contact my friend and have him arrange a good instructor for you." Yu asked curiously, Luo, you want to go skydiving?" Luo Sa nodded. "Yeah, I want to go tomorrow." Her uncle jumped in. "Didn't you go skydiving with Yu Yang abroad? Don't go. Come with me to the flower market tomorrow." He was worried about safety and shot a fierce glare at Yu Yang. Yu Yang quickly complained, "Mom, look at Dad. He wants to kill me. Probably because I told my sister we had pot stickers for breakfast today." "You Dad." "I'm ruined." Yu Yang got up, gave Luo Sa a look, and made a phone contact gesture. Luo Sa lifted her chin slightly, understood, and reminded him, "Drive carefully." Yu Yang said goodbye to his parents and aunt, grabbed his bag, and left. After breakfast, her aunt and mother chatted while clearing the dishes, while her uncle steadily read his legal newspaper. Luo Sa, feeling bored, took off her shoes. sat cross-legged on the sofa, and pulled out her phone to play a game. The living room was quiet, with only the occasional sound of her uncle flipping through the newspaper. After finishing the newspaper, her uncle folded it and placed it on the coffee table, putting his teacup next to Luo Sa. Luo, pour me a cup of tea. Luo Sa was busy playing the game, feeling weak from not eating enough pot stickers in the morning. Uncle. He reached out and tapped her on the back of the head. Are you trying to ignore me? Luo Sa impatiently replied. Hey, uncle, don't disturb me. She lightly kicked him with her foot like a child. Uncle, it's just a silly game. Do you really take it seriously? Luo Sa remained silent. After finishing a round, she exited the game, thinking, what do you mean silly? You have to rely on your brain and IQ to win. She had been busy lately and hadn't logged in for a while, only to find herself getting crushed by the opposing team's captain in several rounds. Luo Sa put down her phone and made a cup of tea for her uncle. Her uncle asked her, I heard your traffic management department has a new leader. Just appointed? Luo Sa faced her uncle, resting her elbow on the back of the sofa and supporting her chin. Did you go to the city bureau again? Her uncle was a police officer who had worked diligently all his life and had now retired. She was greatly influenced by him when she attended police academy. Her uncle replied, just wandering around with nothing to do. Speaking of the newly appointed leader, Luo Sa said, yeah, he's our deputy chief. I heard he's quite impressive. Her uncle nodded. I've heard that too, and I also heard he's single. Suddenly, he changed the subject. You're not young anymore. If you think this deputy chief is good, then take the initiative to pursue him. Luo Sa. She pretended not to hear, putting on her headphones and continuing to play the game. After playing all morning, her team lost badly, getting crushed in almost every match. She exited the game in frustration. After lunch, Yu and Luo Sa talked about dinner plans for the evening. Seeing her daughter dressed too casually, she told her to dress more formally for dinner. Let's go shopping, and I'll buy you a dress to change into. Luo Sa looked at her outfit. I think it looks fine. She was still in long pants paired with a trench coat. Yu insisted, a dress looks better. Anyway, we have nothing to do in the afternoon, and it's been a while since we've gone shopping together. After leaving her uncle's house, they went straight to the mall. Yu hadn't gone out alone with her daughter for a long time, and today she finally managed to carve out some time after handling things at work a few days ago. She glanced at her daughter from the side. Luo? Luo Sa was looking outside the car, turned back, and replied, Yu, can you tell me why you don't want to date or get married? Luo Sa, I haven't met anyone I like. Yu sighed. She always used this excuse to evade the topic. Carefully choosing her words, she asked, is it because your dad and I have a rather unsuccessful marriage that makes you fearful of marriage? Luo Sa paused, shook her head, no. You know my social circle is limited. I really haven't met the right person. Yu wanted to ask more, but worried that it might upset her. So she quickly changed the subject. Your Aunt Tao's fifth brother has a wide social circle and enjoys outdoor sports. You should hang out with him more when you have time. Luo Sa agreed. Okay. After shopping for several hours, Luo Sa found a simple black knee-length dress that wasn't too revealing and had 3/4 sleeves. Isn't it better to wear something with a brighter color? Yu asked. I like this one. Yu held a small-sized black dress in her hand, turned to a sales clerk not far away, and said, I need it in black. Size 175. The sales clerk smiled and walked over, glancing at Luo Sa, who was facing away from her, looking at other clothes. From her back view, she looked very thin. Although tall, the clerk felt that size 170 would be sufficient. She told Yu, your daughter would be oversized in 175. Yu know, it's not too big. She knew what size her daughter wore. Just then, Luo Sa turned her head, and when the sales clerk saw the rise and fall of her chest, she fell silent. All right, please wait a moment, and hurried off to get the clothes. After trying on the dress, when Luo Sa stepped out of the fitting room, Yu was momentarily stunned, not expecting the dress to look so good on her. Just wear it. The sales clerk cut the tag off the dress and couldn't help but compliment her. Beautiful girl, you have a great figure. You're slim where you should be and curvy where you should be. Luo Sa smiled and thanked her. After leaving the mall, it was already late, and Yu instructed the driver to go straight to the private restaurant. On the way, Yu gave Luo Sa a refined makeup look. Luo Sa couldn't help but laugh. Mom, we're just going out for a meal. Why are you making it feel like a beauty pageant? Yu put away her makeup Every mom wants to dress her daughter like a little princess when going out. When you become a mom, you'll understand. She took out a mirror. I'll help you check it. You could tidy your hair a bit. Luo Sa started to fix her hair, pulling up her long hair high, revealing her slender and fair neck, and casually asked, "What does the fifth brother do?" Yu, he does oil business overseas. She didn't know much either. Taoying Fan had mentioned it a few times before. Luo Sa, is he much older than me? For years older. Oh, that's fine. There shouldn't be a generation gap. Yu, aren't you going skydiving tomorrow? Ask him if he is going. I heard from Antao that he has tried skydiving all over the world, and he also likes diving and seems to often go bungee jumping. Hearing that he enjoys the same activities as her, Luo Sa felt a bit excited. Great. Then I'll go play with him next time. After a pause, she felt something was off. He is married now. It wouldn't be good for me to go out with him often. She thought it over and decided to drop the idea. Yu, Xiao Wu isn't married. His fourth brother is married. Luo Sa. That's good. An hour later, they arrived at the private restaurant, half an hour earlier than the scheduled time. She asked the waiter, who said Mr. Jiang in room 5 had already arrived. Upon hearing Jiang, Luo Sa inexplicably felt a pang in her heart. Maybe she was too sensitive. Beijing is so big. How could it possibly be him? Yu and Luo Sa followed the waiter to the private room, and Luo Sa quietly asked her mom, "What is Xiao Wu's name?" Jiang Muzheng. Suddenly, she twisted her ankle. "You child, what is wrong?" Wearing flat shoes and still managed to twist her ankle. Yu supported Luo Sa. Luo Sa quickly steadied herself and nervously said, "I tripped over something." Yu glanced at the carpet. "It's so even. What could trip you?" Luo Sa cleared her throat twice and didn't reply. She thought about whether she should find an excuse to slip away, but her mind was in a whirlwind, unable to calm down at all. She looked down at her extravagant outfit, feeling like she could die. They had already reached the door of room 5, and as if they had a telepathic connection. The waiter hadn't even pushed the door when it was pulled open from the inside. Jiang Muzheng greeted Yu with a faint smile. His gaze swept past Yu and landed on the person behind her. Although she was looking down, Jiang Muzheng still recognized her. His smile froze at the corner of his mouth. Luo Sa also felt an unusual gaze piercing through her. She took a deep breath in her heart. Since it had come to this, she could only go for broke. She raised her eyes to meet his gaze. Jiang Muzheng instantly captured the emotion in her eyes. That kind of throw caution to the wind feeling. So she already knew that it was him inviting them to dinner tonight. A quick glance at her. Clearly she had dressed up carefully. Stunningly beautiful. Yu pulled Luo Sa a step forward to introduce them, especially when Yu asked Luo Sa to call him Xiao Wu. Luo Sa's heart was racing like a stampede. She braced herself and called out, "Xiao Wu." Jiang Muzheng had already composed himself. His lips curled into a faint smile. Luo, hello. Luo Sa, Jiang Muzheng invited them in, then apologized. Fourth sister-in-law, can't make it. There's an emergency surgery for a patient. She rushed to the hospital. My fourth brother will be here soon, still on the way. You understood? No problem. A doctor's time can't be managed by themselves anyway. Next time, when the fourth sister-in-law has time, Annie invites you to our home as guests. The rest of the time was filled with Yu and Jiang Muzheng discussing work, while Luo Sa quietly sat aside listening, not daring to look at Jiang Muzheng. Jiang Muzheng, like her, was afraid that Yu would notice something unusual, so he didn't look at her much either. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Muzheng arrived. When he opened the door and saw Luo Sa, he was startled, but he was calmer than Jiang Muzheng, greeting Yu and Luo Sa normally. The most frustrated was Luo Sa. Just a couple of days ago, she had fined these two, 120 and the other 10. What was even more painful was that she still owed Mr. Jiang 170. During dinner, Yu proactively brought up the topic of skydiving, asking Jiang Muzheng, "Do you know about that skydiving base in Shijiazhuang?" Jiang Muzheng paused. Instead of answering, he asked back, "Annie, do you want to go skydiving?" Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Luo Sa, who happened to look over too. Feeling his gaze, she quickly looked away. Yu didn't think much of it, saying, "It's not me, it's Luo. She wants to go skydiving. I heard you like skydiving and bungee jumping. And she said she'd like to go with you one day when you're free." Luo Sa, That was when she didn't know who Xiao Wu was. She covered her forehead with her hand. God, this would create such a deep misunderstanding for the narcissistic Jiang Muzheng. Now, even God couldn't save her from this misunderstanding. Jiang Muzheng smiled lightly. Sure. Let me know when you want to go. A few minutes later, Luo saw as phone vibrated, and she opened it to see a message from Jerk. So you want to join me? Luo saw. She really wanted to throw her phone at his face. Chapter 13 later, Yu and Jiang Muzheng talked about the desserts brought from Switzerland. She asked him, do you still want to eat that dessert? Auntie is going to Switzerland on a business trip next week. Jiang Muzheng smiled faintly and did not hesitate to reply. Then I'll trouble Annie. He then asked, does Annie have business over there? Yu nodded. Recently, I've been collaborating with a company there to develop a project, so I have to go there often. I can bring you back some more desserts. Jiang Muzheng said, my wife is in for a treat. The last pack he brought back was all eaten by her, even for breakfast. Luo Sa was still feeling frustrated about Jiang Muzheng's earlier teasing remark. You want to be with me so much? And was thinking about how to retort. So she didn't pay much attention to the conversation between Jiang Muzheng and Yu. Later, when she caught on to the mention of desserts, she curiously asked, what delicious desserts? Yu replied, from Switzerland. You don't like sweets, so I didn't bring you any. Last week, when I came back from my business trip, Annie Tao asked me to bring some. Luo San nodded slightly, suddenly recalling something, and deliberately added, when I went to see you that night. I didn't see you bring anything back. Jiang Muzheng suddenly raised his eyes. Yu explained, you arrived just after your fifth brother left. Luo Sa smiled funny. Oh, I see. She looked over at Jiang Muzheng, who happened to be looking back at her. Surprisingly, he appeared unfazed, as if he didn't care about this misunderstanding at all. She felt as if she had punched a cotton ball, powerless and helpless. Afterwards, Yu continued discussing business matters with Jiang Muzheng and Jiang Muzheng, while Luo Sa remained silent, quietly eating, but she found the food tasteless. She was puzzled as to how a man could be so self-conceited. Yu knew that aside from being in the pharmaceutical industry, Jiang Muzheng had also been involved in real estate in previous years. So she casually asked him about the communities he had developed. Jiang Muzheng mentioned several community names. Yu was surprised. That villa area has your shares? Jiang Muzheng nodded. I live there myself. Yu smiled. What a coincidence. Luo also lives in that community. Jiang Muzheng was busy picking up food, paused for a moment, then continued. Just then his phone received a message from Stalker. That day I didn't follow you. My mom asked me to go to the hotel. And that villa was also bought for me by my mom. Jiang Muzheng stared at the message for a few seconds, planning to reply and apologize for the two small misunderstandings. If it was his fault, he would apologize, even if it meant losing face. However, before he could type, Stalker sent another message. I told you before, I'm not interested in you. I'm not a petty person. After you apologize to me, we can move on. Jiang Muzheng let out a low chuckle, not looking at her. He placed his phone under the table and started typing. That day was Annie who asked you to take a photo, remind me to move my car, and then have your friend follow me to the 8th floor. On the day of the accident, it was also Annie who asked you to confess to me. He clicked send. A few seconds later, Luo Sa's phone vibrated. She first glanced at Jiang Muzheng, who was looking at her with a half smile, his expression calm. She glared at him and looked down at the message. After reading it, she was left speechless for a long time. She must have been possessed that day to confess to him. With his narcissistic nature, she feared she would never be able to clear herself of the accusation of trying to seduce him. At that moment, Yu turned her head and said, Luo, what are you doing? Eat properly. Her gaze indicated that it was very impolite to keep looking at her phone while eating with others. Luo Sa awkwardly put away her phone, feeling as if a huge mountain was blocking her heart, while Jiang Muzheng stood at the top of the mountain, looking down at her like a victor. After leaving the private restaurant, it was almost 10 o'clock. Everyone had a bit of red wine during dinner, and both Jiang Muzheng and Jiang Muzheng had drivers. Yu, unable to drive after drinking, said she would leave the car here and take a taxi home. Jiang Muzheng offered, Annie, I'll take you home. Yu politely declined. We aren't going in the same direction. If you drop me off, you'll probably get home at dawn. How about this? Luo can ride with you. You're in the same community, so it's convenient. Jiang Muzheng instinctively glanced at Jiang Muzheng, who was not far away, lighting a cigarette. He said to Yu, I'm just going to pick up my wife from work. Her hospital is not far from where you live. Luo can take little Wu's car back. Yu replied, then I'll trouble you two brothers. She reminded Luo Sa, you ride back with your fifth brother. He also said he has time tomorrow. If you decide to go skydiving, tell him and let him arrange a good instructor for you. They only found out during the conversation that Jiang Muzheng had a good friend who had invested in that skydiving club. To avoid worrying her mother, Luo Sa verbally agreed. Okay, Mom, you should hurry back. She waved goodbye to Jiang Muzheng, fourth brother goodbye. After Jiang Muzheng and Yu left, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The dark night sky hung a crescent moon high above, and silver moonlight poured through the vast clouds. It was tranquil and hazy. Jiang Muzheng flicked away his cigarette butt and walked over. Luo Sa did not want to be alone with him and was even more unwilling to ride in his car. She shot him a glance without greeting him and started to walk away. Where are you going? The car is this way. Jiang Muzheng's voice sounded from behind. Luo Sa thought for a moment and decided to clarify with him. She turned around and said, I'm taking a taxi back. Taking a taxi? Jiang Muzheng had already walked closer, his hands in his pockets, looking down at her. Since you want to take a taxi back, why didn't you make it clear in front of Annie just now? Luo Sa replied, I didn't want her to worry. Jiang Muzheng simply said, do as you wish. He turned around and left. Luo Sa stared at his back for a few seconds, then looked away and left. She didn't take a taxi. It wasn't too far from where she lived. Walking would take about an hour, since she had eaten a bit too much for dinner. It was just right to take a walk to digest. She walked slowly along the roadside, feeling a bit cold in the deep autumn night, occasionally rubbing her arms. After walking for a while, her body warmed up. There were quite a few pedestrians, but she always felt someone was following her. After walking a few more steps, she suddenly turned around and was incredulous when she saw the person behind her. Jiang Muzheng had his left arm draped over his suit, with a cigarette in his right hand, glowing red in the night, particularly eye-catching. Luo Sa mimicked his tone to retort, following me? Is that how much you want to be with me? Jiang Muzheng suddenly laughed. Aren't you feeling guilty when you say that? Luo Sa was speechless. Jiang Muzheng continued. If you had said in front of Annie that you were taking a taxi back, do you think I would have followed you just for fun? Luo Sa pursed her lips. It was only a little past 10. You think too much. Jiang Muzheng replied, I don't care what time it is. Once I promise someone something, I will follow through. Even if something were to happen, who would be responsible? Just then, there happened to be a trash can nearby. He extinguished his cigarette butt and tossed it in. After getting closer, he threw his suit directly at her. Luo Sa instinctively took a step back but still caught the suit. Jiang Muzheng said in a commanding tone, put it on. Luo Sa replied, I'm not cold. This man is crazy. Jiang Muzheng glanced at her. Next time, could you not dress like this while wandering around on the street? Luo Sa huffed. What do you mean by how I'm dressed? Such a simple and non-revealing dress. It became inappropriate after his comment. Jiang Muzheng felt speechless. Some things, when he said them, sounded particularly lewd. He placed his hands on his hips, his tongue against his teeth. Luo Sa had already shoved the clothes over to him. He hesitated for 2 seconds and looked at her, which man just walked by and was not staring at you. Those men, after looking at her back, turned back to stare at her after passing her. He had followed her for several hundred meters before returning to the car to get the suit. After saying that, Jiang Muzheng's gaze fell on her chest for just a few seconds. After reminding her, he quickly looked away. Luo Sa. Her ears turned red. The dress she wore tonight was tight, highlighting her figure. She coughed lightly twice and silently took his clothes back. Luo Sa put on his suit, which covered her hips perfectly, and the fabric was filled with a scent, fresh and pleasant. She put her hands in her pockets and walked alongside him, neither of them speaking. Later, Jiang Muzheng broke the silence and asked her, Are you going skydiving tomorrow? Luo Sa hesitated for a moment before replying, No. She wanted to go skydiving alone, not wanting to be with him. It was bothersome. Jiang Muzheng scoffed coldly and didn't say anything more. After that, they walked in silence. He walked quickly, and she could only keep up. At the intersection waiting for the red light, Jiang Muzheng touched his pocket, intending to take out his phone, but found it empty. He searched again, and both pockets were devoid of it. He looked at Luo Sa. Do you have a phone in your pocket? Luo Sa shook her head. No, my hand had been inside. Saying this, she took out her hands and patted her pockets. Did you leave it somewhere? Jiang Muzheng thought for a moment, possibly left it at the restaurant. He reached out. Can I borrow your phone? Luo Sa opened her bag, unlocked her phone, and handed it to him. Jiang Muzheng entered a number, and when he dialed out, the screen clearly displayed Cheap Man Fool. His expression turned cold, lips pressed tightly together. Suddenly, he laughed. He was irritated. He glanced at her without her noticing. She was seriously looking at the traffic light. When the green light turned on, Luo Sa signaled him, and he replied with an N. Crossing the street with her. The call finally connected, and a woman's voice came through. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Your phone was left in our store. Jiang Muzheng. Yes. I'm Jiang Muzheng. Please hold my phone for me. I'll have my driver pick up shortly. All right, thank you. Jiang Muzheng hung up. After crossing the intersection, Luo Sa asked, At the restaurant? Jiang Muzheng nodded, then called the driver to have him pick up the phone. After the call ended, Jiang Muzheng did not return the phone to Luo Sa, and she looked at him. Give me my phone. Jiang Muzheng said gloomily. Who asked the fool? Luo Sa was confused. Jiang Muzheng shook the phone, intentionally scaring her. Do you believe I'll post on your WeChat saying you like this foolish man? Luo Sa suddenly understood and angrily tried to snatch the phone. Jiang Muzheng held the phone high, out of her reach. In a moment of panic, she grabbed his collar with both hands and stepped on his foot hard. Give me the phone. Jiang Muzheng gasped in pain as she stepped harder, squinting his eyes. Suddenly, he bent down, one arm around her waist, the other hand going through the back of her knees, lifting her up in a horizontal carry. To prevent her skirt from flashing, he turned to face the bushes by the roadside. Luo Sa was momentarily stunned, her body suspended, afraid of falling, and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her mind going blank as she made eye contact with him. Jiang Muzheng looked down at her. Still gonna step on me? Chapter 14. Luo Sa was stunned. This was the first time she had been held so intimately by a man, and she felt a bit nervous and at a loss. Several seconds passed, yet she still had no reaction, her eyes fixed on him without blinking. When Jiang Muzheng met her gaze, his breath hitched, and his mind went blank for a moment, a sensation that had never happened in his 30-plus years of life. For his former self, being slow for just a few seconds could have cost him his life. He couldn't afford to make mistakes. But he was puzzled about why his mind went blank just now. Passers-by whispered as they walked by, occasionally glancing back at them. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was too eye-catching, making it hard not to look twice. It wasn't until a car horn sounded in the night that Luo Sa snapped back to reality. Let go of me. Suddenly, she returned to her usual aloofness. Jiang Muzheng smiled faintly. Are you going to step on me again if I put you down? His arms were too strong, and he knew how to restrain her. Luo Sa struggled several times, but it was futile. Gradually, she regained her composure. What a coincidence. I don't want to walk either. Why don't you carry me home? This statement was effective. Jiang Muzheng loosened his grip on her legs, and she was set down. His hand that had been resting on her waist also withdrew. The atmosphere was slightly strange and awkward, but it was broken by Jiang Muzheng's words as he chuckled, saying he was quite good at playing hard to get. Luo Sa couldn't be bothered to argue. That's a misrepresentation. Jiang Muzheng chuckled softly. Give me your phone. She raised an eyebrow, responding coldly. Jiang Muzheng wanted to change the contact notes, but by now, the phone had automatically locked, and he couldn't unlock it. Luo Sa saw through his thoughts. Don't worry. This number won't be saved for long. Once the maintenance fee is settled, I'll return the money to you and immediately delete it and block you. Jiang Muzheng. Seeing his attitude soften, Luo Sa took a step forward and snatched the phone from his hand. They continued walking, seemingly keeping a distance from each other, one in front and one behind. Neither spoke again. The number of pedestrians on the street dwindled, and even the passing cars seemed to be in a hurry. As if rushing home. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the wind had picked up a bit. Luo Sa instinctively wrapped her coat tighter around herself when a young couple approached. They had likely just finished watching a movie, passionately discussing the plot, with the girl holding an ice cream cone. She looked at them for a moment and thought to herself, youth really is something. It's late, and the weather is cool. Yet they can still eat a whole tub of ice cream. As the young couple walked past, Jiang Muzheng quickened his pace to catch up and asked, Want some? Luo Sa looked at him in confusion. What? Jiang Muzheng replied, I can see you drooling. Luo Sa. Jiang Muzheng glanced around. There were no convenience stores or dessert shops nearby, and told her, "I'll buy you one up ahead." After a pause, he added, "A bigger one than hers." Though she found him utterly displeasing and wanted nothing more than to trample him underfoot, those few words struck a chord in her heart. But the night concealed her feelings. She cleared her throat. "I don't eat sweets." After saying that, she noticeably quickened her pace. Jiang Muzheng watched her retreating figure with a helpless expression. This woman was not only stubborn, but also exceedingly pretentious. He quickened his steps to catch up with her. They walked for over half an hour when Jiang Muzheng, feeling bored, asked her, "Have you just started working at that intersection?" He often passed by that intersection, but had no recollection of her. Luo Sa didn't turn her head and replied with rare good humor, "No, I've been there for several months." Although she couldn't see him, he nodded. When they reached the entrance of the villa area, Luo Sa reluctantly thanked him. Jiang Muzheng extended his hand. "Give me my clothes." Without a second thought, Luo Sa replied, "I'll return them to you after dry cleaning." This was a most basic courtesy. Jiang Muzheng had a half-smile on his face. "Are you trying to ask me out under the guise of returning my clothes?" Luo Sa. She coldly took off the suit and tossed it at him. "You lunatic." Then she turned and left. Jiang Muzheng suddenly laughed. And only after her figure disappeared around the corner did he retract his gaze and put on the suit before leaving. After returning home, Luo Sa collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing her sore and tired feet. Not only were her feet tired, but she felt drained all over. Every encounter with Jiang Muzheng felt like going into battle. Although it wasn't bloody and stormy, it had nearly cost her half her life. She was increasingly unable to see through Jiang Muzheng and began to lose sight of herself as well. Just then, her phone buzzed in her bag. Luo Sa opened her bag and pulled out her phone. It was her mother calling. "Hello, Mom. Finally, you answered. I called you several times, but you didn't pick up. I called Xiao Wu, and the restaurant owner answered, saying he didn't have his phone with him. I was so worried." Yu Yu's voice still carried a hint of urgency, but she softened her tone and asked, "Are you home? Why is it so late?" Luo Sa sank into the sofa. "Just got back, taking a walk with Xiao Wu. I didn't hear my phone. It was in my bag." Yu, "That's good. Hurry up and take a shower and go to sleep." She didn't forget to remind her, "Be careful when skydiving tomorrow. And make sure to listen to your fifth brother." Luo Sa responded perfunctorily, I know. That narcissist. She must be crazy to go skydiving with him." The next day, Luo Sa woke up earlier than for work, dressed in casual clothes, braided her hair, and put on light makeup before heading out. It was early autumn, and at 6 o'clock, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The air was cool in the early morning, and she shivered slightly as she stepped outside. By the time she hit the highway, the sun had risen, its gentle light streaming through the car windows, warming her. The sky was a deep blue, with large clouds drifting by. This was already her second skydive. Although the excitement of the first time was gone, she was still looking forward to it. But then o'clock. Luo Sa arrived at the skydiving club. After parking the car, she twisted the keys in her hand and walked to the flight preparation hall. There weren't many people in the hall, and a smiling young girl welcomed her. Luo Sa mentioned she was Yu Yang's sister, perhaps because Yu Yang had made a call. The procedures were completed quickly. Besides the skydiving fee, she also paid extra for the video recording. The receptionist said, "The boss arranged the best instructor for you, and the cameraman will be the best as well." Luo Sa thanked her gratefully. After signing the contract, she changed in her gear and then went to the lounge to wait for boarding. Strangely, she was the only one waiting in the lounge. Perhaps it was early, and the other skydivers hadn't arrived yet. A few minutes passed, and the instructor still hadn't shown up. Holding a cup of coffee, Luo Sa stood by the window, looking through the huge glass wall at the long runway ahead, the planes taking off and landing in the distance, in the clear blue sky. Thinking about the upcoming flight, her mood brightened. Just as she took a sip of coffee, her good mood was interrupted by a notification from the speaker. "Ms. Luo Sa, please prepare for takeoff in 5 minutes. Your dive will be handled by instructor Jiang Muzheng." Jiang Muzheng? She almost spat out her coffee. Luo Sa squinted her eyes, feeling a pang of frustration as she swallowed the coffee, which tasted bitter. Notifying her in this way was probably meant to give her some time to mentally prepare. Putting down her coffee cup, Luo Sa walked to the adjacent preparation room. She pushed open the door and froze. An equipped man was lazily leaning against the door. wearing polarized sunglasses and looking at her. Even with the sunglasses on, she could still sense the gleam of glee in his eyes. Luo Sa sized him up from head to toe. You, the instructor? I want to change. Jiang Muzheng didn't care about the disdain in her words. Forget about changing instructors. Then, in a leisurely tone, he said, Officer Luo, do you really think anyone has the honor of having me as their personal instructor? Luo Sa coldly scoffed, her face larger than a manhole cover. Jiang Muzheng glanced at the time and immediately prepared to take off. Luo Sa stubbornly insisted, if I don't change coaches, I won't jump. Jiang Muzheng laughed. Are you threatening me? He stood firm, took a few steps closer, and reduced the distance between them. Do you really think I have nothing better to do than fly from Beijing here to coach you? If Aunt you hadn't called me last night and reminded me this morning, even if you begged me, I wouldn't have come. Her mother's concern might be excessive, but she understood. However, she really didn't want to jump at this person. Jiang Muzheng lost his patience. Jump or not? You have two choices. Jump with me or not jump at all. Luo Sa thought she could stall, waiting until the afternoon to jump with another coach. But her little scheme couldn't fool Jiang Muzheng. He exposed her. I've already spoken with the boss here. Your identity is under special scrutiny, and besides me, no other coach will accompany you for parachuting. Luo Sa. She had been looking forward to parachuting for over a week, especially from last night until now. If she didn't jump, she would feel regretful. She looked up at Jiang Muzheng again. He was only thinking of her safety. But she was still a bit confused. How do you have a parachute instructor license? Jiang Muzheng glanced at her. I took the exam. Luo Sa was taken aback. Jiang Muzheng casually added as he walked out, I learned it. I already knew how to parachute, and after retiring, I took the exam out of boredom. Previously in the Special Forces, what couldn't he fly except for spacecraft? Luo Sa walked outside, and when she saw the plane, she paused and asked him, The club provided such a good plane to take us there? Jiang Muzheng replied, Yeah, you look good. Luo Sa. Before boarding the plane, Jiang Muzheng went over a few key movements with her again. Luo Sa nodded, indicating she had remembered. Accompanied by the roar of the propeller, the plane took off, heading towards the designated drop zone. Inside the cabin, Luo Sa looked out the window at the scenery between heaven and earth. The good mood she had upon arrival had diminished significantly. Just thinking about how Jiang Muzheng would hold her and jump down together made her feel uneasy all over. Jiang Muzheng looked at her and came over. Luo Sa guardedly watched him. What do you want? Jiang Muzheng frowned slightly. Have you never parachuted before? I have. Then why the nonsense? Luo Sa hesitated as she walked up to him. She didn't have a parachute license, so she could only jump with him. Jiang Muzheng looked at her with disdain as she hesitated. He reached out his long arm and forcefully pulled her in front of him, connecting and securing her gear with the buckles from behind her. Luo Sa inexplicably held her breath. The distance between them was now less than 2 centimeters. He was fastening the buckles, and their bodies inevitably touched. Although separated by several thick layers of clothing, she still shivered slightly. His warm breath brushed against the back of her neck, and she felt as if she was being held in his arms. Unconsciously, her ears turned slightly red and felt a bit hot. She looked out the window, trying to divert her wandering thoughts. Chapter 15. Jiang Muzheng checked everything to ensure it was secure. He inadvertently caught sight of her slightly flushed ears and thought, Don't overthink it. Luo Sa. She suddenly turned her face to confront him, but they were too close. His face, eyebrows, nose, and lips were all within arm's reach. Her breath caught in her throat, and she quickly turned away, even forgetting to scold him. A beeping sound filled the cabin as the red parachute indicator light flashed. They had already ascended to an altitude of 500 meters. The cabin door opened, and Jiang Muzheng took Luo Sa to the door. Luo Sa adjusted her breathing, feeling a bit more nervous than before. Jiang Muzheng shouted in her ear, 3, 2, 1, jump, and leaped out of the plane with Luo Sa. For a brief moment, they experienced weightlessness, followed by free fall. Luo Sa opened her eyes and looked through the goggles at the vast expanse of green, blue, and white below. The wind rushed past her ears. Following his command, she spread her arms wide, embracing the mountains and rivers that seemed to rush towards her. He was above her, and she was below, both plummeting toward the earth. Perhaps worried that she might be scared, Jiang Muzheng gently wrapped one arm around her waist. In that instant, Luo Sa suddenly felt a strange sense of illusion, as if their fates were intertwined. At that moment, nearly everyone skydiving would scream to release their pin-up nerves and excitement. During her first skydive, she had shouted until her throat was hoarse. But this time, perhaps because he was behind her, she surprisingly held back her voice and did not scream wildly. Suddenly, a clear voice reached her ears. "If you want to be comfortable, don't hold back. Let it out." Luo Sa. Only after Jiang Muzheng spoke did he realize how inappropriate his words were. They could be misunderstood. After a few seconds, he actively tried to lighten the mood by taking photos for the camera. Otherwise, the money spent on photography would be wasted. Luo Sa snapped back to reality. From the moment they jumped out of the plane until now, 30 or 40 seconds had passed, and she had completely forgotten to aim for the camera. The wind was too strong, and her hair was a mess. Regardless of whether it would help, she quickly tidied herself up for the best shot. But thinking of Jiang Muzheng behind her, she still didn't let go and missed many actions. Meanwhile, Jiang Muzheng made bunny ears behind her head with both hands. As the free fall ended, Jiang Muzheng pulled the cord to open the parachute. They began to glide down. Jiang Muzheng asked her, "Do you want to do something thrilling?" She remained silent, merely gazing at the beautiful landscapes. He mischievously decided to have some fun. Since she didn't speak up, he performed a few fancy spins, causing the parachute to sway violently in the air. She felt like she was on a roller coaster, spinning and turning, screaming in fright. If she had been facing him, she would have unhesitatingly wrapped her arms around his neck, but now she had no support. Jiang Muzheng. She had barely shouted those 3 words when a gust of wind rushed in her mouth, distorting her lips and puffing out her cheeks. And she quickly shut her mouth again. A few minutes later, they gradually approached the landing zone. Luo Sa exhaled, calming her racing heart. She lifted her legs as Jiang Muzheng reminded her from behind. Luo Sa followed his lead. Jiang Muzheng landed first and then embraced her. Due to inertia, they slid forward half a meter before he gently set her down and paused for a moment to unbuckle the connection between them. Luo Sa rubbed her temples, her head aching from the wind. Jiang Muzheng gestured for her to go choose photos. Luo Sa replied with initially wanted to say thank you. But recalling his reckless behavior in the air, she swallowed the words back down. She went to select photos, and Jiang Muzheng didn't follow her, probably busy elsewhere. When Luo Sa saw the photo of Jiang Muzheng making bunny ears at her, her feelings were hard to describe. She inwardly cursed. What a nuisance. She didn't choose that photo. Instead, she selected some where she was the main focus and where Jiang Muzheng's face wasn't captured. Finally, the staff confirmed with her, "Is this all you want?" The others are also quite good, pointing specifically at the bunny ears photo. Luo Sa shook her head. "I don't like it." The staff shrugged regretfully, thinking that everyone has different tastes, and began processing and packaging the photos she selected. Luo Sa stared at the screen in a daze for a few seconds, biting her lips slightly. After a moment of internal struggle, she told the staff, "Excuse me, I want all the photos." Luo Sa arrived at the parking lot and squinted her eyes when she saw her car. What does this man mean? Jiang Muzheng was leaning against her car door, looking at his phone. He looked up at the sound. "You took 50 minutes to choose just a few photos. With that efficiency, how did you graduate from the police academy?" Luo Sa rolled her eyes. "Mind your own business." She walked to the car door. "Step aside." Jiang Muzheng reached out. "Give me the keys." Luo Sa blinked. "Why should I give them to you? It's your own car." Jiang Muzheng replied, "I didn't drive. I came by helicopter." When he received a call from Yu in the morning, he didn't expect Luo Sa to already be in Shijiazhuang. It was too late to drive, so he had to take the helicopter. Even so, she still had to wait in the lounge for some time. Luo Sa said, "Then you can take a plane back. It's already returning." The car drove into the city, and it was already noon. Jiang Muzheng asked her what she wanted to eat. Luo Sa replied, "I'm not picky." Jiang Muzheng was also hungry. Not being too familiar with the area, he casually found a restaurant. It wasn't too big, but was clean and had an elegant dining environment. The waiter brought the menu and handed it to Luo Sa. But Jiang Muzheng intercepted it with his hand. He ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Luo Sa couldn't help but glance at him. The dishes he ordered were all her favorites, including the soup. These dishes were quite ordinary, Almost every restaurant had them. She had ordered them at a private kitchen the night before, and she didn't expect him to remember. Then she thought, if their identities were reversed, and she ordered his favorite dishes, he would probably blow up, thinking that she had fallen hopelessly for him. After the waiter left, Jiang Muzheng asked her what drink she wanted. Luo Sa said she would just have water. Since he was driving, he poured himself a cup of warm water. While waiting for the food, they were in a state of estrangement with nothing to talk about, and neither wanted to initiate conversation, each scrolling through their phones. When the food arrived, Luo Sa put away her phone. She had just seen a few funny posts on Weibo, and there was still a hint of a smile on her lips. When Jiang Muzheng looked at her, he was momentarily stunned. This seemed to be the first time he saw her with such an expression. He averted his gaze and lowered his head to eat. During the meal, they fell into deeper silence, giving off the impression of a couple on the verge of divorce having a farewell dinner. After eating, they settled the bill and left, with Jiang Muzheng driving again. Luo Sa rested her elbow on the car window, bored, watching the scenery pass by in reverse. Suddenly, she turned to him and said, "Now that we've jumped, please have the club remove my information." In the future, she might still go skydiving, but she never wanted to jump with him again. When jumping with him, she couldn't focus on enjoying the experience. She was too nervous and had too many distracting thoughts. Jiang Muzheng glanced at her, then continued to focus on the road without responding. Luo Sa grew impatient. "Did you hear me? Please don't tell Aunt Yu that you jumped with me next time." Jiang Muzheng looked at the rearview mirror, changed lanes, and then continued. "Luo Sa, do you really think you're charming enough to make me personally accompany you skydiving?" Luo Sa felt a surge of frustration and ignored him, looking out the window. Jiang Muzheng added, "If you don't want me to accompany you, you can get your own skydiving license." Luo Sa suddenly turned her face, staring at him for several seconds. Right? Why hadn't she thought of getting her license before? In the future, she wouldn't need to do tandem jumps. She could skydive solo. "Where can I get certified?" "If you want to get certified, I can help you arrange it." Rarely, Luo Sa said a simple thank you. After that, the carriage was as quiet as before. Later, what Jiang Muzheng regretted the most was letting her obtain a skydiving license, because she had an accident while skydiving and he almost lost her. Since then, he never allowed her to skydive alone. He would always hold her while jumping so that, regardless of life or death, they could always be together. But he couldn't foresee what would happen 6 months later. Luo Sa asked him again, "Is that license hard to get?" Jiang Muzheng, "It's not hard for me, but it's hard to say for you." Luo Sa huffed. She was contemplating that she wouldn't go on vacation during this year's annual leave and would instead use the time to get the license. After returning to the city, Luo Sa took Jiang Muzheng home and got back to her place just before evening. The sun set, and the entire sky in the west turned red, with the evening glow painting the sky in an incredible beauty. It was colorful and splendid, like an oil painting. Luo Sa took out her phone to capture it, thinking that if she skydived again next time, she would definitely choose an evening with a sunset. Once inside the villa, Luo Sa first took a shower and then leisurely settled on the sofa to watch the videos and photos from today's skydiving. After finishing, she selected a few photos to post on her moments. After choosing, the one where Jiang Muzheng made rabbit ears and her face was not distorted with a good expression stood out. A few distant shots of them gliding in the air were also nice. She didn't want Jiang Muzheng's face to show, so she covered his face with a strawberry before uploading it. Within 2 minutes, many people commented, and no one cared about her skydiving. They all asked why the coach's face wasn't showing, saying that from his body and hands, he seemed like a very sexy man. Luo Sa replied uniformly, "His face is too bruised to open his eyes." Soon, Zhou commented, "Baby, am I overthinking it? Or does that body and those hands seem familiar? Feels like a scoundrel's." Luo Sa, "You're not overthinking, it's him. It's complicated, I'll tell you in detail at work." Zhou damn, how come you encounter him wherever you go? I think the women's restroom will be the safest place from now on. Luo Sa. Chapter 16. At the end of October, after the cold air passed, the weather turned cooler. The 2-week special enforcement action against non-motor vehicles and pedestrians running red lights had concluded, yielding good results, but the road to governance remained long and arduous. 2 weeks had passed, and Zhou had not seen Fu Yanbo come to the team for inspections. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked her senior sister, Sister. I've been waiting so long. When is Director Fu coming? Her senior sister, familiar with her infatuated nature, which had been apparent back in school, didn't think much of it and replied, originally, Director Fu was scheduled to come to your team last week for inspections, but he suddenly took a week off. Zhou Yin put away her phone, feeling a bit dejected for a while, but when mealtime came and there was delicious food, she tossed all her worries aside. During lunch, Zhou Yin asked Luo Sa, didn't you say you were going to take a vacation after this busy period? Luo Sa nodded, yeah, I was planning to go to Switzerland. Zhou Yin reminded her, then you should hurry and submit your application. The approval will probably take a long time. Luo Sa swallowed her food and said, I'm not going anymore. Zhou Yin asked why not. I want to take a skydiving license on my vacation. The time is almost enough. Zhou Yin thought she had misheard. Her eyes widening. You want to get a skydiving license? Yeah, I like skydiving and want to jump on my own. When are you planning to take your annual leave? Next week. After lunch, Zhou Yin took advantage of the break to go to a mother-baby store to buy diapers, while Luo Sa went to the duty room to take a nap since she hadn't slept well the night before. Just as she lay down, her uncle called. She groggily opened her eyes and answered, Uncle, are you not taking a nap? No. Her uncle then chatted with her about recent happenings, how work was going, and any interesting encounters during the special enforcement. Luo Sa told him everything in detail. Eventually, they couldn't avoid the usual topic, and her uncle asked, Luo, have you started dating? Luo Sa yaunet, Ankel, zo sleepy. Her uncle pressed, you better tell me quickly. I'll hang up after. No, that's good. Her uncle coughed twice and spoke in a serious tone. Here's the thing. An old friend of mine has introduced a match for you. The guy has great conditions and is from the same system as you, so you'll definitely have common topics. Luo Sa felt overwhelmed, her head pounding. Common topics? Discussing experiences with drunk driving checks after work? Uncle, I'll take care of my personal matters, don't worry. Stop trying to set me up. Her uncle replied, I want to relax too, but you've got me worried. I can't let this go. He continued earnestly, Luo, I'm not joking. My friend is very enthusiastic and has already set a time with the guy. If you don't go, are you going to make me go? Luo Sa stared at the white ceiling, ran her fingers through her loose hair, and then closed her eyes in despair. Although her uncle had always cared about her marriage prospects, he had only been talking about it for years and had never pressured her into blind dates. Now it seemed he was truly anxious, even scheduling a meet-up without informing her beforehand. Her uncle valued his reputation, and if she declined, wouldn't that put him in an awkward position with his friend? Luo? Her uncle, taking a step back, played the emotional card. If you really don't want to go, I'll force you. Worst case, I'll just have a disagreement with my friend. If it works out, great. If not, then forget it. Luo Sa bit her lip, fine. I'll send you the time and place for your meeting. Her uncle said before hanging up. Luo Sa. In less than half a minute, her uncle's message came through. It was for Friday evening at a Western restaurant. There was no mention of the man as information. Luo Sa asked, what is his name and phone number? Her uncle replied, Fu Yanbo. Luo Sa. Her uncle continued, no need to doubt. It's her deputy director. Luo Sa was still. Her uncle added, I didn't want to tell you, but I'm your uncle after all. You agreed to go, and I've already spoken to them. Luo Sa asked, aren't you afraid I'll back out? Her uncle replied, whatever. Fu Yanbo already knows you're going to meet him for a blind date. You think about the consequences of standing up a leader. All right, I'm taking a nap now. I'll silence my phone, so if you text me, I'll respond. Luo Sa tossed her phone aside, covered her head with the blanket, and screamed a few times. Afterward, she still felt blocked inside. A blind date with the director? What if she didn't like his type? If she rejected Fu Yanbo, her future days would be hard to endure. Just thinking about it made her anxious. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she picked it up to see a strange number. After hesitating for a few seconds, she answered, hello, who is this? A magnetic voice came from the other end. Hello, I'm Fu Yanbo. Luo Sa. She felt a bit nervous and took several seconds to respond. Hello? Director Fu, Luo Sa. Fu Yanbo laughed and said, did I scare you? Luo Sa patted her chest and honestly replied a little. Fu Yanbo got straight to the point. About the blind date, please don't feel burdened. There has been a misunderstanding. Luo Sa was confused. Fu Yanbo explained in detail. I didn't plan to have this meal, but after I learned it was you, I agreed to my elder. I've always wanted to thank you, but didn't know how to do it without seeming presumptuous. And this opportunity came up. Luo Sa was completely bewildered. Why do you want to thank me? Fu Yanba replied. Thank you for helping me bandage my wound and stop the bleeding that day. Luo Sa blinked, suddenly remembering, oh, it was you. Fu Yanba continued. So please don't feel pressured about this meal. It's not a blind date. I just want to thank you privately and also save face for my elder. It served two purposes. It was his uncle who arranged this blind date because his uncle had always treated him very well, and he had been struggling with how to refuse it. While chatting with his uncle, he learned that the girl he was supposed to meet was a traffic police officer named Luo Sa. To help her relax, Fu Yanba added, I never intended to marry my subordinate. It would be hard to manage later. He chuckled as he said this. Luo Sa smiled too, feeling much lighter. Fu Yanba was quite thoughtful, aware that she might feel restrained during their conversation, and ended the call after only a few exchanges. They agreed to have dinner together on Friday evening. After the lunch break, the afternoon's busy schedule began again. When they got busy, several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Sa had worked the night shift the previous night, so she didn't have to patrol the streets today and left work at the usual time. Meanwhile, in Jiang Muzheng's office, he had just returned from a business trip. Looking weary, after signing the documents from the past few days, he rubbed his forehead, preparing to go home. Jiang Muzheng didn't have the driver take him. He drove himself away from the company. While waiting at a red light, he instinctively glanced at the traffic police officers at the intersection. He didn't recognize the male officers, but the only female officer was Zhou Yan. Luo Sa was not there. He casually withdrew his gaze. It had been more than 10 days since they last went skydiving, and there had been no contact during that time. With his recent business trip, he hadn't seen her at all. Back at home, Jiang Muzheng took a shower and prepared to sleep, but his jet lag was messing with him, causing a severe headache, yet he felt no sleepiness. After lying down for half an hour, he got up again. He called Cheng Yi. Want to go out for drinks? Cheng Yi replied, no time, I'm out in the wilderness. Jiang Muzheng asked, another training session? Cheng Yi responded, no. All traffic police officers in the city are starting shooting training in batches this week. He is one of the instructors and won't have any free time in the coming months. Jiang Muzheng hesitated for a moment. Does every traffic officer have to go? Cheng Yi replied impatiently. What's wrong with not understanding Mandarin? All of them in the city. Jiang Muzheng paused slightly. When is the second squad going? Cheng Yi, mid-November. I can't remember the exact date. Suddenly realizing, why are you gossiping about this? Jiang Muzheng casually replied, this area is under the jurisdiction of the second squad. They went for shooting training, so no one cares if they park casually. Cheng Yi, damn, Jiang Muzheng, don't tell people you used to be in the special forces. Jiang Muzheng smiled, changing the subject. Since there's no time, forget it. When I have time, I'll visit your class and bring you some good food. Hang up now. He walked over to the wine cabinet and poured half a glass of red wine. Leaning against the bar, he sipped leisurely. After staring at the phone on the bar for a few seconds, he picked it up and unlocked it. He found a number and dialed. It rang for a long time before being answered with a cold tone. What's the matter? Did the repair cost come out? Jiang Muzheng. The car isn't fixed yet. I'm asking if you still want to take the license test? Luo Sa, of course I do. Jiang Muzheng. Send me a photo of your ID for registration. Luo Sa's attitude improved significantly. I'll do it right away. Jiang Muzheng took a sip of red wine, feeling good, and said to her, are you free Friday night? Luo Sa asked, what is up? Jiang Muzheng thought for a moment. I'll give you some materials to look at first. Luo Sa. I can't make it Friday night. I have to go originally. She wanted to say she was going out to dinner with friends, but thinking of his previous narcissism, she simply decided to crush his hopes and change her words. I have a blind date. Jiang Muzheng's hand paused slightly as he set the wine glass on the bar. A blind date? Luo Sa. It's arranged by my elders. The other person seems pretty good. We're meeting Friday night. There was a moment of silence on the phone, and Jiang Muzheng said, you're not young anymore. It's time to consider personal matters Friday night, right? Luo Sa, yes. Jiang Muzheng. All right, I'll accompany you then. Luo Sa. Why are you going? Jiang Muzheng snorted with a disdainful tone. You think I want to go? Then he stated seriously, "It's because Aunt you reminded me to pay attention to your marriage matters, but I've been busy lately and couldn't keep up. Since you have a suitable blind date now, I'll go and check it out. Men understand men better. If he is not good enough, we'll just pass." Liu Sa. Chapter 17. Jiang Muzheng downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp and poured himself half a glass more. After he finished speaking, Luo Sa had directly hung up the phone. He rested his elbows on the bar, staring intently at the red wine in his glass, suddenly laughing to himself, realizing that since knowing Luo Sa, his IQ seemed to have regressed. It was back to the level of when he used to fight with his nephew. At that time, he was probably around 10 years old, maybe 6 or 7. It was too long ago to remember clearly. His phone vibrated, and he opened it to find a notification. Luo Sa had added him as a friend. This time he didn't refuse and accepted it directly. Within half a minute, Luo Sa sent over a photo of her ID and asked, "What's the registration fee?" Jiang Muzheng forwarded her ID to the staff at the skydiving club and reiterated the details, then pressed the screen off and tossed the phone aside. He hadn't replied to Luo Sa's message at all. The phone rang again. Jiang Muzheng thought it was Luo Sa calling, but it turned out to be his mother, Tycoon Fan. He checked the time. It was morning on her side. "Hello, Mom, what is up? Aunt you is back in Switzerland. We had dinner together last night." Jiang Muzheng frowned slightly. Was she going to make him deliver pastries to his fourth brother again? Tycoon Fan said, "Not at the moment, but seeing you so enthusiastic, if I refuse, wouldn't that hurt your feelings?" Jiang Muzheng quickly interrupted, "Mom, don't hold back. Go ahead and hurt my feelings." Tycoon Fan laughed, and after joking, she got back to the point. "I heard from Aunt you that you invited her and your fourth brother to dinner. Yeah, it's basic courtesy, and we talked a bit about work too. I saw the photos on Aunt you's phone. Her daughter is really beautiful. I heard you took her skydiving, right? By the way, where are the skydiving photos? Sent a few to Mom to see." Jiang Muzheng felt speechless and changed the subject. "Is that why you called?" Tycoon Fan cleared her throat. "Of course not. I wanted to ask if you're coming to see me and your dad next month." Jiang Muzheng thought for a moment. "I'll come over for Christmas and spend some more time with you. I'm busy next month." Tycoon Fan replied. "Didn't you say you had everything arranged in advance? What were you busy with?" Jiang Muzheng paused and replied casually, "A lot of things. He had to go to the skydiving club and visit Chang'e." Yes, he was indeed very busy. Tycoon Fan said, "Well, do what you need to do. By the way, no matter how busy you are, make some time to spend with Luo. I heard from Aunt you that you promised to take her out to play often. Don't use being busy as an excuse later. A man should say one thing and do another. That is quite contemptible." Jiang Muzheng. Before hanging up, Tycoon Fan reminded him a few more times not to stay up late and to sleep early. After the call, Jiang Muzheng swirled the wine in his glass. And the words "I can't on Friday night. I have to go on a blind date" inexplicably echoed in his mind. Not wanting to drink anymore, he put down the glass, went upstairs, rolled up his sleeves, and headed to the gym to run. He ran 3 kilometers, his forehead drenched in sweat. Feeling the gym was unbearably hot. He opened all the windows, yet it was still stuffy. Jiang Muzheng changed into another outfit and went out. The night was thick, and the air was unclear, but there were still quite a few night runners on the road. He ran along the sidewalk all the way to the park. It was early winter. Even at night, the season's desolation could not be concealed. The paths were strewn with dry yellow leaves, and while the pine trees remained green, they no longer had the lushness of spring and summer. It was late, and the ants dancing in the park had long gone home, leaving only a few young couples whispering sweet nothings. Jiang Muzheng ran 5 laps in the park, and by the end he was soaked in sweat. After doing several deep breaths, he felt much lighter as he walked back home. On his way back, he didn't run, but ambled along the same route. Having sweat a lot earlier, Jiang Muzheng was now extremely thirsty. Passing by a convenience store, he went in to buy some water. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the shelf and was about to head to the checkout when he noticed 2 girls at the ice cream freezer by the entrance. He stared at the freezer for a few seconds, then took out his phone and called tracking expert. It took a long time for the call to connect, and the voice on the other end was somewhat hoarse and unclear. "Hello, what is up?" he asked. "Are you asleep?" Luo Sa replied, "Yeah, what is the matter?" Her tone was already a bit impatient. Jiang Muzheng realized it was almost midnight and quietly said, "Nothing, you can go back to sleep. Good night." Luo Sa. She squinted her eyes and couldn't help but raise her voice. Jiang Muzheng, why are you calling in the middle of the night for no reason? She hung up the phone directly. Looking at the darkened screen, she blinked in anger. Was he out of his mind? She tossed her phone onto the bedside table. She had been asleep, but was now wide awake. Her sleep quality was poor. Once she woke up, it was hard to fall back asleep, and she usually had to toss and turn in bed for a long time. Previously, she would mute her phone at night, but after missing a call from her dad once, she switched her phone to vibrate mode. After tossing and turning in bed for over half an hour with no sign of drowsiness, she took out her headphones and started listening to music. Later, she didn't know when she fell asleep, but when she woke up, her phone had run out of battery and shut off automatically. The headphones were still in her ears, causing her ear canals to ache. Luo Sa arrived at work 10 minutes earlier than usual. Zhou Yan had also arrived early and brought her steamed dumplings and soy milk. The office was just the two of them, and they chatted while eating. Zhou Yan asked her, "Did you get your annual leave approved by the captain?" Luo Sa nodded, not going abroad, so it was approved quickly. Zhou Yan said, "We're going shopping tomorrow night." Luo Sa replied, "I can't go. Do you have plans?" "Yeah, going out to dinner with a guy." Zhou Yan, curious, asked who. "Is he handsome?" Luo Sa had no intention of hiding it. With Fu Yanbo, our director Fu, Zhou Yan happened to take a bite of the steamed dumpling, and, before she could chew, was so shocked by the news that she swallowed it whole, getting it stuck in her throat, making it hard to breathe. She pounded her chest with her fist, finally managing to swallow it down and gasping for air. Liu Sa. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Once Zhou Yan recovered, she started hitting her playfully. "You're trying to choke me to death and then hog all the steamed dumplings, right? Liu Sa good. You're even more excited than I am." Zhou Yan glared at her, paused for a few seconds, and looked at her suspiciously. "Are you joking with me?" Luo Sa replied, "Am I that boring?" Then she told her the whole story. "I wanted to tell you yesterday, but there were too many people in the office, so it wasn't convenient." Zhou Yan took a few sips of soy milk to calm down. Luo, I feel that although this is just a regular invitation, we need to seize this opportunity." She then began to impart her experience on how to act cute with men. Luo Sa glanced at the office door as a colleague entered and quickly stopped daydreaming. Then she greeted the other colleagues. Zhou Yan changed the subject and started chatting about the shooting training next month. "You'll have to focus on training once you return from your leave." Thinking about touching guns again, she was incredibly excited. Luo Sa felt frustrated. She had no talent in that area. They had trained once a couple of years ago, and during the final shooting report, she had ranked last in the entire city. Although there were no prizes for the top few and no criticism for the bottom few, being mentioned at the conference was still embarrassing. She was worried about how to avoid being last in this year's report. That Friday afternoon, after work, Zhou Yan pulled her into the break room, locked the door from the inside, and urged her, "Hurry up and change your clothes. I'll do your makeup." Luo Sa was at a loss for words. "I just went out for a casual meal, dressed up so deliberately. What do you want Fu Yanbo to think?" "Makeup is one thing," Zhou Yan retorted. "Even if you were just going out for 5 minutes, you should present yourself well. It's the most basic respect for the other person. Besides, you're not just representing yourself now, but the image of our entire second team. Understand?" Luo Sa, "Don't put such a high hat on me." Zhou Yan opened her makeup bag. "Don't worry, I won't turn you into a fairy. Just a natural look." Luo Sa changed into a long dress for autumn and winter, and Zhou Yan glanced at her chest. "I want to touch it just looking at it." "Get lost." Zhou Yan laughed. Once Luo Sa was dressed, Zhou Yan began to do her makeup. "Hurry up. I don't want Fu Yanbo to wait for me too long and think I'm being pretentious." "Don't worry. We'll be done in 20 minutes. However, before 20 minutes had passed, everything was finished. Zhou Yan looked closely and was quite satisfied. She handed the mirror to Luo Sa. "Take a look yourself. If you think anything is off, I'll fix it." Luo Sa quite liked this makeup, fresh and elegant, not overly deliberate, and she blew a kiss to Zhou Yan from a distance, saying thank you. Zhou Yan started to pack up her makeup. "Let me tell you, if you don't win over Fu Yanbo, you're letting me down." Liu Sa. When they came out of the break room, besides the colleagues on duty, everyone else had already left work. Luo Sa and Zhou Yan each drove away. Just as Luo Sa's car hit the road, she received a call, and it turned out to be Jiang Muzheng. She hesitated for a few seconds before answering. What's the matter? Her tone was still cold. Jiang Muzheng. What time do you finish work today? Luo Sa why? Jiang Muzheng. I need to give you the relevant materials for the license exam. Luo Sa. Didn't I tell you the night before last that I don't have time today? I'm going on a blind date. There was a slight pause on the other end, and Jiang Muzheng said, I've been too busy these days and forgot. Luo Sa didn't doubt it at all, because her mother was the same way, often forgetting things she had just talked about. After thinking for a moment, she told him she would come by to pick it up when she had time. Jiang Muzheng was driving, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, deep in thought as he looked ahead. Luo Sa's voice came through. Is there anything else? Yes. And hurry up and say it. There was a hint of impatience in her tone. Jiang Muzheng, since we're talking about blind dates, I'll remind you on behalf of your mom. Luo Sa scoffed. It's just a meal, what's there to remind? Jiang Muzheng ignored her attitude, cleared his throat, and said carefully, First, dress appropriately and elegantly. Try not to wear a skirt. Second, pay attention to dining etiquette. Remember to avoid talking while eating and don't stare at others. Third, be home before 9. Luo Sa. Her own parents had never made such demands on her. Jiang Muzheng. Did you hear that? Luo Sa. I didn't hear. The phone signal was bad just now. Jiang Muzheng. Chapter 18. Luo Sa arrived at the restaurant downstairs, parked her car, and as she pushed the door open to get out, her phone vibrated. She thought it was Fu Yanba urging her, so she quickly took it out to check. But it was Jiang Muzheng. He said, I'm in the lobby. Luo Sa. How did he know she was here for dinner? It must have been her mother who told him. She squinted her eyes, feeling uneasy, probably because it was her first blind date. And with her mother not being in the country, she was afraid that Luo Sa wouldn't take it seriously and would just go through the motions. So she found someone to supervise her. Whatever, if Jiang Muzheng wanted to come, let him come. After the dinner, she would explain to Fu Yanba. When she arrived at the lobby, Jiang Muzheng was waiting for her at the elevator. Luo Sa was slightly taken aback. He was wearing formal business attire today. A white shirt paired with a black suit, looking stable and mature, completely different from that narcissistic jerk she had seen before. Jiang Muzheng also saw her and impatiently urged, What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. He pressed the elevator button, and the elevator door slowly opened. He instinctively extended his hand to block the door, letting her enter first. Luo Sa stopped hesitating and stepped inside, with him following closely behind. The door closed slowly. Through the elevator mirror, she looked at him and asked, Don't you find it annoying? Jiang Muzheng replied, Annoying, but a task entrusted by others is a duty. He truly hadn't planned to come. After giving her some advice, he intended to head home. However, he received a call from Yu, who spoke urgently, asking him to help with something. Perhaps out of a bit of selfishness, he impulsively agreed. Even now, he found it hard to believe. Accompanying someone on a blind date, especially a woman, was the most absurd thing he had done in over 30 years, without a doubt. It wouldn't happen again. The elevator stopped at the 12th floor. After Luo Sa got out, she walked ahead, with Jiang Muzheng closely following her. The closer she got to the restaurant, the more uncomfortable he felt. It was hard to explain. Luo Sa, guided by a waiter, walked to the pre-reserved table. Fu Yanba was already sitting there, looking down at his phone. He was still dressed in a white shirt like when she first met him, with short, tousled hair, strong facial features, and handsome. He had an inherent aura of cold pride. As Jiang Muzheng walked past her, he caught sight of Fu Yanba, and for a moment, he was dazed. Then he smiled. What was the connection between them? Luo Sa quickened her pace, and as she approached, Fu Yanba looked up at the sound and almost simultaneously saw both Luo Sa and Jiang Muzheng, surprised and bewildered, but instantly suppressed all visible emotions. He put away his phone and stood up. Luo Sa smiled lightly and apologized. Sorry, Director Fu, for keeping you waiting. Fu Yanba replied, It's after work now, so just call me by my name. Luo Sa wanted to introduce Jiang Muzheng beside her, but the two men reached out to shake hands almost simultaneously, saying in unison, Long time no see. The smile on Luo Sa's face froze, and her confused gaze shifted back and forth between them. Fu Yanba explained, I've known Jiang Muzheng since we were kids. He didn't elaborate further. Luo Sa didn't feel it was appropriate to ask more, so she smiled slightly. What a coincidence. She and Jiang Muzheng sat down side by side, and for a moment, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Fu Yanbo broke the silence first, casually asking, I didn't expect you to know Luo Sa. Jiang Muzheng nodded and explained why he was there to avoid making Luo Sa uncomfortable. Aunt Yu was traveling in Switzerland with my mom. When she heard that Luo was going on a blind date, she was quite happy. I guess it's typical for mothers to urge marriage. Worried that Luo's personality is reserved and she doesn't talk much, so she asked me to come and lighten the atmosphere. His words were basically Aunt Yu's original words. He and Fu Yanbo had never been one to play childish tricks. The waiter was still standing by, and Luo Sa quietly asked Fu Yanbo, Director Fu, would you like something to drink? Fu Yanbo looked at her and corrected, didn't we just say to call me by my name? Luo Sa replied, I'm not used to it. Fu Yanbo said, you'll get used to it after saying it a few times. After ordering, the waiter left. Sensing her nervousness, Fu Yanbo tried to chat about lighter topics, asking her, did you graduate from the police academy? Luo Sa nodded, yes. Fu Yanbo then talked a lot about their school, from the heroic deeds of alumni to which dishes were good in the cafeteria. Luo Sa casually asked, did you graduate from our school too? Fu Yanbo said no. I heard about it from my mentor. I graduated from military school and later went to the Criminal Investigation Bureau, and I just got transferred to traffic management this year. The Criminal Investigation Bureau? Luo Sa was slightly taken aback, then smiled. It must be tough at the Criminal Investigation Bureau? Fu Yanbo replied, yeah, it's not just ordinary tough, especially when encountering major criminal cases. There are nights when I can't sleep for a few nights in a row. My mentor has high standards, and sometimes finishing a case feels like climbing 10 mountains, almost exhausting. Luo Sa thought of her father, who was very strict with his subordinates. However, she only heard about it from her uncle. She had little communication with her father and sometimes didn't see him for 2 or 3 months. Jiang Muzheng, sitting beside her, couldn't interject, and he wasn't the main character of the dinner, feeling quite tormented. He glanced at the time and politely interrupted them. You two seem to be getting familiar. I have a business cocktail party to attend, so I'll have to leave you. Next time, I'll treat you. It was all an excuse. They all knew it. Fu Yanbo didn't push further and suggested they get together next time. Before leaving, Jiang Muzheng reminded Luo Sa again, call me when you get home. If it's too late, I'll come pick you up. He had done quite well tonight. She couldn't just leave him hanging in front of Fu Yanbo. She nodded. Be careful driving. After Jiang Muzheng left, Luo Sa sighed in relief and apologized to Fu Yanbo again. Fu Yanbo replied, no need to apologize. My uncle wanted to come along too, but I refused, saying if he came, we definitely wouldn't have a chance. Luo Sa particularly appreciated his quality of considering others' positions. Fu Yanbo then asked about her work intensity, and while they were chatting, they were suddenly interrupted by a female voice. Fu Yanbo, what a coincidence to run into you here. Luo Sa and Fu Yanbo turned their heads to look, and a tall, fashionable woman walked over. When Luo Sa's eyes met hers, she clearly felt the hostility from the woman. She looked away, since she had no feelings for Fu Yanbo anyway, so she didn't take the hostility to heart. Shan Yuan looked at Luo Sa with a cold expression. When she saw Luo Sa looking down, she immediately shifted her gaze to Fu Yanbo, her face breaking into a bright smile. I'm having dinner here with my mom. I didn't expect to run into you. In fact, it was no coincidence. She had inadvertently learned that Fu Yanbo was going on a blind date and, feeling upset, I come to see what the woman looked like. Fu Yanbo nodded slightly. Not being too warm, I'll go greet Annie in a bit. Shan Yuan knew it would be inappropriate to stay longer. Then I'll go ahead. She cast one last glance at Luo Sa before turning to leave. After returning to her seat, Shang's mother asked, where did you go? Shan Yuan replied, oh, I just ran into Fu Yanbo and his friend here, so I went to say hello. She didn't tell the truth. Shang's mother, unaware of her daughter's thoughts, said, Fu Yanbo seems to have just transferred to the Traffic Management Bureau. Since he'll be working in the traffic police team, be careful not to cause him any trouble. Shan Yuan replied, ma'am, I know. Then she lowered her head and started eating. Her mother thought she suddenly wanted to settle down and hone her skills by working in the grassroots traffic police. In reality, she only wanted to work in the traffic police because Fu Yanbo had transferred there, and she had told her father she wanted to join the traffic police team to get some experience. She originally planned to stay at the traffic management agency, but thinking that seeing him every day would be annoying, She simply chose to work at the subordinate brigade. This way, there would be some distance, and she could casually ask him some questions. She heard that the woman he was set up with was also a traffic police officer. Luo Sa and Fu Yanbo came out of the restaurant after 9 o'clock. They had a bit of red wine with their French meal, and as they reached downstairs, Fu Yanbo smiled and said, "I can't drive now." Luo Sa joked, "If you did, no one would dare to check you." Fu Yanbo laughed, "You're making fun of me." He then said, "I'll take a taxi to send you back." Luo Sa politely declined. "No need, I'll walk back. Just turn at the intersection ahead, and I'll be home." Fu Yanbo suggested, "How about this? I'll walk with you for a bit, and after you get home, I'll take a taxi back." Luo Sa insisted, "Really? It's not a bother." "It's not a bother. It's on the way," he replied. They walked side by side along the sidewalk, with Fu Yanbo intentionally keeping some distance. His tone and content during their conversation were gentle and measured, making Luo Sa feel very comfortable. They talked about skydiving, and Fu Yanbo mentioned that he would like to experience that feeling again someday. Luo Sa was curious, "You like skydiving too?" Fu Yanbo replied, "Not really. It was part of my training in the army, and I haven't jumped in many years. I miss that feeling." Luo Sa suggested that when he has time off, they could go to the skydiving base in Shijiazhuang to experience it again, and Fu Yanbo agreed, saying he would find her to go together when he had a day off. As their pace slowed down, their conversation became less constrained, ranging from topics about the South to the North, work to hobbies. Throughout, he remained polite and humble, giving Luo Sa a comfortable feeling of a friendship that was as light as water. It was unlike walking with Jiang Muzheng, who would always flirt with her intentionally or unintentionally, the most outrageous being when he picked her up. She wondered briefly how she thought of that jerk, and quickly stopped her thoughts. At that moment, Jiang Muzheng had finished his run, having completed 10 kilometers, sweating profusely as if he had just come out of a swimming pool. He stared blankly at the stopped treadmill for a few seconds before turning to the bathroom. After showering, Jiang Muzheng was about to go to his study to handle some work when his phone vibrated. He thought it was Luo Sa calling him after getting home, but it was actually Jiang Muzheng. "Fourth brother, haven't gone out to play?" "No, Cheng-yi has been busy lately." "Are you hanging on that crooked neck tree called Cheng-yi?" "Get to the point." Jiang Muzheng sat down in front of the computer, opened it, and there were cigarettes and a lighter on the desk. He picked up a cigarette box and took one out. Jiang Muzheng parked the car and rolled down the window. "Do you remember Fu Yanbo?" "How could I forget? I just saw him." Jiang Muzheng asked, "What's up?" Jiang Muzheng replied, "I just saw him in the community. He was sending Luo Sa back." "Are they dating?" It was a short distance, but it took them a long time to walk. Jiang Muzheng's hand paused slightly. He didn't take the lighter, but instead took the cigarette from his mouth. He didn't respond. Jiang Muzheng said, "I'm home now," and hung up directly. Jiang Muzheng looked at the computer screen, concentrated for a moment, then threw the cigarette on the table, stood up, and grabbed the car keys to go downstairs. On Friday night, the streets were unusually lively. It was past 10, and the traffic was still congested. What should have been a 10-minute drive took nearly 20 minutes. He had seen her ID before and knew exactly which building she lived in. When he arrived at her villa, he called her, "I'm at your door, come out." Luo Sa was confused. "What did you say?" "I'm at your villa door, come out to get some documents." Luo Sa had just showered, her hair still dripping. She was drying it with a towel. "Wait for me." This person was really strange. He said to find him when free. Luo Sa changed her clothes, tidied her hair, grabbed her keys, and hurriedly went outside. When she opened the door, she was startled. His car was parked arrogantly at her doorstep, headlights still on, and he was leaning against the car door. She jogged through the yard. "You don't need to send me. I'll come find you tomorrow." Jiang Muzheng casually made up an excuse. "I'm going on a business trip tomorrow morning. I'll be back on Monday." "Now I understand." Luo Sa opened the gate with a remote control and sincerely said for the first time, "Thank you." Jiang Muzheng handed her a large stack of documents. "If you don't understand anything, you can call me." Luo Sa rejected without hesitation. "No need, I can ask my cousin." Jiang Muzheng smirked, teasing her. "Since your cousin knows everything, why don't you ask him to sign you up?" He smiled, but his eyes were cold, with an inexplicable anger. Luo Sa was taken aback, not having time to think about why she didn't ask her cousin to sign up, but she retorted defiantly, "Aren't you annoyed by me being in front of you? Why are you so proactive now? Aren't you afraid I'll cling to you?" Jiang Muzheng. He was almost left speechless by the question, took a moment to calm down, and replied, "If I don't look for you, and you will come looking for me." Luo Sa bit her lip, wanting to completely dispel his narcissism and arrogance, but she said, "You don't have to worry about me clinging to you anymore." Jiang Muzheng frowned slightly. Luo Sa looked at him for a few seconds, smiled lightly, and said, "I've moved on. After spending a night with Fu Yanba, I think he asked better than you." Jiang Muzheng. The smile at the corner of his mouth stiffened for a moment, but he quickly adjusted, still maintaining his nonchalant, teasing tone. "Really? With a fickle woman like you, Fu Yanba is quite unlucky." He didn't want to continue this unpleasant topic. Glanced at the time and lifted his chin. "Go back and change your clothes." Luo Sa was confused. "Why?" "Jiang Muzheng, I haven't eaten yet." "What's it got to do with me? If it weren't for bringing you the documents, I would have finished eating by now." Jiang Muzheng urged her, "Hurry up, I'm hungry." Having already showered, Luo Sa didn't plan to go out again. "What age are you? Do you still need someone to accompany you to eat?" "I want to rest." Jiang Muzheng looked at her. "I accompanied you to the blind date tonight. I didn't mess things up. I gave you enough face, right? To arrange for you to take the test early. How many connections did I pull? Out of courtesy, don't you think you should treat me?" Luo Sa was speechless. She sighed helplessly. "Wait for me." She turned around angrily and went back inside. Jiang Muzheng opened the car door, got in, and moved the car to a spot on the roadside. He got out and locked the car. Leaning against the car door, he wanted to smoke. But when he checked his pockets, he realized he had forgotten his cigarettes in his rush. He pressed his temples. In fact, he wasn't hungry and had no appetite at all, but he just wanted her to accompany him to eat. Maybe he was under some sort of spell recently. When Luo Sa came out, Jiang Muzheng started walking. "Luo Sa, hey, your car is right here." Jiang Muzheng didn't even look back. "We're walking." Luo Sa stood still. "I don't want to walk." Jiang Muzheng turned back to look at her. "You just want to walk with Fu Yanba?" he said. "Go to the restaurant and bring your car back." Luo Sa was puzzled. "How did you know my car is over there?" Jiang Muzheng, "I guessed." Luo Sa. Jiang Muzheng continued walking ahead, and Luo Sa had no choice but to follow, persisting on the topic. "Hey, how did you know my car was at the restaurant? Were you following me?" Jiang Muzheng shot her a disdainful glance. "Be a little more narcissistic." Luo Sa oofed. Jiang Muzheng said, "There's no car in your yard. Think about it. You should know the car hasn't come back." He didn't speak to her anymore. And Luo Sa wouldn't take the initiative to find a topic to talk about either, leaving them in silence. If the atmosphere during that meal in Shijiazhuang was like a last meal for divorced couples, then the atmosphere between them now was as if they had just walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with a divorce certificate. The surroundings echoed with the sound of ice shattering. It wasn't until they passed a convenience store that the atmosphere improved a bit. Jiang Muzheng turned to her and said, "Wait for me a moment. I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes." Luo Sa responded with an standing by the roadside waiting for him. Feeling bored, she started drawing random patterns on the ground with her toes when suddenly a voice called out from the convenience store. "Lolo." This Lolo didn't sound as teasing as when he called her Officer Luo before. Instead, it carried a hint of affection. Luo Sa's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked up to see Jiang Muzheng waving at her. "Come here." "Why?" she asked. Jiang Muzheng replied, "I bought you ice cream. Come pick a flavor." Chapter 19. His tone was rarely so gentle, as if he were coaxing a child, and the soft spot in her heart was lightly touched. The unusual feeling vanished before she could capture it. Zhou Yin had once said that her heart was like it was covered in armor, made of special modern materials that even bullets couldn't penetrate. Therefore, she had never been moved by anyone as she grew up. Luo Sa was momentarily stunned, then replied, "I don't eat." She wasn't being pretentious. She had never been fond of sweets, and she rarely ate ice cream, especially now that it was cold. Jiang Muzheng clearly had little patience. He ignored her and turned to speak to the clerk. A few minutes later, he came out of the convenience store, one hand holding cigarettes and the other holding a large box of ice cream. "I told you, I don't eat," Luo Sa reiterated. Jiang Muzheng shot her a glance and directly shoved the ice cream in her hands. "I bought vanilla. Next time I'll get chocolate for you." He waved the cigarettes in his other hand. "Wait for me. I'm going to smoke." He walked over to the roadside trash can. Luo Sa looked at the large box of ice cream in her hands and sighed. She considered giving it back to him, but it seemed pointless. She looked up to his side. He had one hand in his pocket and was flicking ash with the other. In the night, the white smoke he exhaled curled up into the air. She remembered the first time she saw him, although she hadn't seen how he smoked. Zhou Yin had live-streamed it, and she thought Zhou Yin was exaggerating. After all, he was just a man. How good could he look? Today she had seen it. Suddenly, Jiang Muzheng turned and their eyes met. He didn't shy away. Why aren't you eating? If you can't finish it, I will. Luo Sa averted her gaze, opened the lid of the ice cream, scooped a spoonful, and put it in her mouth. The cold sensation on her tongue was completely devoid of the refreshing feeling of eating ice cream in summer. This was probably what it felt like to seek trouble for no reason. Jiang Muzheng extinguished the cigarette and walked over, reminding her, "Eat less, save some for next time." Luo Sa replied, "How can I save it? It will melt by the time I get home." Jiang Muzheng said, "What is there to fear if it melts? Just put it in the fridge for a few days." Luo Sa. They continued walking towards the restaurant, and Jiang Muzheng slowed his pace to match hers. After a few steps, his phone rang with an overseas call. He answered in English. Luo Sa's English was average. She could communicate simply with foreigners, but she didn't understand some of the professional terms he used. However, she could hear a woman's voice on the line. She began to eat her ice cream at ease. Jiang Muzheng ended the call with a smile, saying, "See you tomorrow." Luo Sa instinctively glanced at him. The smile at the corner of his mouth was sincere and gentle, unlike the teasing he usually directed at her. When they arrived at the restaurant, Jiang Muzheng ordered a simple meal. Luo Sa wasn't hungry and didn't even want to eat the ice cream anymore. She set it aside on the table and leaned back on the sofa to look at her phone. She didn't glance at him once, not even half a glance. Jiang Muzheng wasn't hungry either. He chewed slowly, occasionally glancing at her, feeling as if he was sitting across from a woman who was an iceberg, radiating coldness. He complained, "Are you like this with Fu Yanba too? Just keeping your head down and not saying a word? Wasn't she quite talkative in the evening?" Luo Sa met his gaze and shot back. "Didn't you specifically remind me tonight to not talk while eating and not to stare at others?" Jiang Muzheng. Luo Sa continued to look at her phone. Jiang Muzheng glanced at her again, aside from when she was discussing her skydiving license. Her attitude was prickly like a cactus, with thorns all over. A message came through on his phone. Jiang Dongting asked him, "How is the room arranged?" Jiang Dongting was one of the major shareholders of the skydiving club. Jiang Muzheng thought for a moment. "Still the suite I usually stay in." Jiang Dongting, "What about Miss Luo?" Jiang Muzheng asked. "What do you mean by those ellipses?" Jiang Dongting laughed. "Don't obscure the main point. I'm asking about Miss Luo. Is she staying with you?" Jiang Muzheng, "Give her the master bedroom, and I'll take the guest room." Jiang Dongting, "Haha, let her sleep in the bed you slept in. The hotel rooms at the club get tight on weekends, but some rooms aren't available to the public." Jiang Muzheng, "Where do you get all this nonsense from?" Jiang Dongting, "By the way, why did you bring over 2 skydiving instructors from the US? Do you look down on my people?" Jiang Muzheng, "Your instructors are all male." Jiang Dongting, "Damn, are you a pervert? They're just instructors. What is wrong with bringing female instructors from so far away?" Jiang Muzheng, "Did you overeat tonight? Why are you so chatty?" Jiang Dongting, "Do you believe I can arrange another room for Miss Luo?" Jiang Muzheng, "If you're not afraid of breaking your arms and legs, go ahead and arrange it." Jiang Dongting then sent another message. "Are you really serious? Normally, he wouldn't even let a woman touch his bed, let alone sleep in it." Jiang Muzheng, "Her mother entrusted her safety to me, so I naturally have to keep an eye on her. Is there a problem?" Jiang Dongting, "My hotel room doors aren't made of paper. They don't open just by poking." Jiang Muzheng, "Let us not deceive ourselves, okay?" Jiang Muzheng found him annoying and directly blocked him. Although Luo Sa didn't look at him, he kept typing, and his phone vibrated constantly. It was obvious he was chatting, and a man probably only has endless topics to discuss with his girlfriend, even when eating. She put her phone away and looked up. Just then, Jiang Muzheng also placed his phone on the table. They both looked at each other simultaneously. He squinted slightly. "Do you have something to say to me?" Luo Sa nodded. "Do you have a girlfriend?" If he did, she would need to keep her distance to avoid unnecessary trouble, even if her mom asked him to take care of her. Jiang Muzheng smiled lightly. "What? Do you want to be my girlfriend?" Luo Sa scoffed coldly. "Just answer me." Jiang Muzheng was straightforward. "No. Besides you, I don't even have a flirtatious relationship." Luo Sa, Not wanting to chat with him any longer. She began looking at her phone again. Jiang Muzheng watched her, suddenly remembering that they would be staying at the club starting tomorrow. Right? He needed to go home and pack his luggage tonight since they would be staying at the club for 10 days. Luo Sa didn't even look up. I'm ready. Before the vacation, she had already packed her luggage. She had checked online and asked her cousin, who said it was possible to obtain a USB license within 10 days, but she didn't know if she would have that luck. She asked him, "Can I complete all the projects during this break?" Jiang Muzheng replied, "I've arranged 2 instructors for you. Try to complete the AFF course in the first 3 days, and then finish the remaining 18 jumps in the remaining time. Unless you're hopelessly stupid and need to retake tests, the time should definitely be enough." Luo saw, but some people say it takes 2 months to get the A license. Jiang Muzheng put down his fork and looked at her. "I have specialized instructors and dedicated planes just for you. If you still can't pass." The rest of the words were swallowed back down. Luo Sa wasn't worried about not completing it. She was more concerned about, what if the weather was too windy to jump? Jiang Muzheng. He laughed in frustration. "Don't be a jinx. If it's due to weather, I can accompany you over when you're free on weekends." Luo Sa then thought, "I'll be there for over 10 days. Won't you be busy with work?" Jiang Muzheng had a smile that was not quite a smile. "What does it matter to me if you've been over there for more than 10 days? Luo opened her mouth, but ultimately did not retort. If she said she thought he was also staying there for 10 days, he would surely gloat over it and mock her for being overly sentimental. Jiang Muzheng had a bit of red wine, and on the way back, Luo Sa was driving. He leaned against the passenger seat, lowered the car window, rested his hand on the window, and let the cool breeze blow across his face, mixing with the smell of alcohol. He glanced at Luo Sa, who was focused on driving, then turned his gaze back to the flashing neon lights outside. Suddenly, a strange thought crossed his mind. Their current state was akin to a husband who had been drinking being picked up by his wife. He couldn't help but laugh, pressing his fingers to his forehead. He had only drunk a little more than half a glass of wine. How could he feel tipsy? In the cramped car, the phone rang, breaking the silence. Luo Sa glanced at the caller ID. It was her mother. She probably wanted to remind her about the skydiving tomorrow. Not having her earphones, she switched on the car's hands-free system and said, "Hello, Mom." Yu was as chatty as ever, reminding her to be extra careful while skydiving and then asking, "Is your 5th brother going with you?" Luo Sa instinctively looked at Jiang Muzheng beside her, who was also looking at her. She replied, "Yes. That's good. I heard the instructors over there are all men. I'm really worried about you staying there for over 10 days as a girl." "Mom, it's fine. I'll be careful." "Yes, girls must always be aware of safety. You must always guard against others. It's never too much to be cautious, understand?" "I understand." There was a brief silence on the line, and Yu seemed to hesitate before asking, "How did your blind date go tonight?" Luo Sa replied, "It was just dinner." "How did it feel?" Luo Sa lit. "Not bad." In truth, she was saying it for Jiang Muzheng to hear. Yu's surprise was evident. "Oh, not bad." Luo Sa was confused. Mom usually cares the most about her marriage prospects. Shouldn't she be happy and celebrating that I went on a blind date? Why was she reacting this way? Yu expressed her thoughts. "I was actually quite happy to hear you went on a blind date, but when I found out it was your boss, I didn't want you to pursue it." Luo Sa naturally interpreted it as, "You have a prejudice against men in our profession?" "That's not it. I'm just worried that once you two are together, there will be inevitable gossip in your traffic management system. People will say your director is using his power to pressure you, and you had no choice but to be with him." After a pause, she added, "Some might even say you were the one who pursued him." People can be cruel with their words, and I don't want you to be extra burdened by that on top of how tiring your job already is. Luo Sa listened quietly. She hadn't considered that aspect before. Yu continued, "If you two end up together, and let's say, hypothetically, years later, your feelings have faded and a younger girl starts getting close to him, you become the joke of your traffic management bureau. You know how people are nowadays. Very few truly wish you well." Luo Sa replied, "Yes, I'll consider these factors carefully." Later, when Yu realized she was still driving, she hurriedly ended the call. Jiang Muzheng's gaze had been on her the whole time, scrutinizing her. She shot him a sideways glance and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." "There's not much to say. I agree with Annie's opinion. Ignoring the advice of elders leads to losses right in front of you. We're all looking out for you, you know." Jiang Muzheng said casually. Luo Sa scoffed dismissively and ignored him. Jiang Muzheng looked out the window, feeling the night view was more beautiful than before. However, he hadn't enjoyed it for long when another phone call disrupted his good mood. Luo Sa didn't expect her dad to call her tonight. She glanced at the rearview mirror, pulled the car over, and quickly answered, "Hello, Dad. I haven't received your call in a long time. Did you miss me?" While her dad was busy with work, his phone was usually not by his side, and most of the time, it was his secretary who answered. She rarely called him, fearing she might disturb him. Jiang Muzheng was taken aback. It turned out that even Luo Sa could act a little spoiled. When he looked back at her, her eyes sparkled with happiness, and her smile was like a blooming flower, resembling a little girl who hadn't grown up. On the other end, something her dad said surprised Luo Sa. And then she laughed. "So the Master Fu Yanbao mentioned is you? Does that mean I should call him senior brother now?" Jiang Muzheng. He raised an eyebrow. "Senior brother?" Suddenly feeling a rush of heat in his chest, probably due to the wine, he unbuttoned a few buttons of his collar, but still felt suffocated. In his ear, Luo Sa was still chattering away. Jiang Muzheng chuckled softly. Could they really call each other senior brother and junior sister? TSK, how tacky. It's not that he was being unkind or couldn't stand seeing others happy. It was just a fact, since ancient times. Very few senior brothers and junior sisters ended up together, and even those who did often ended up unhappy. Chapter 20. Jiang Muzheng returned home just before midnight, quickly unpacked his luggage, and looked at the burgundy shirt in the wardrobe. After some thought, he decided to take it down, fold it neatly, and put it in the suitcase. He checked the weather forecast and found that the weather for the week was good and not cold. So he didn't plan on bringing a coat, as he wasn't afraid of the cold. As he pulled the suitcase, he felt that something was still missing. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to bring a coat. Just in case she were something tight, he could let her wear it temporarily. He opened the wardrobe and picked out a deep blue mid-length trench coat. After everything was organized, he took a shower and it was already 1:30. Despite the late hour, he felt no sleepiness at all. Jiang Muzheng poured himself a glass of warm water and went to the terrace to enjoy the night view. Feeling bored, he took out his phone and clicked into Luo Sa's WeChat page, only to find that she had blocked him and he couldn't see anything. He chuckled. This woman, so petty. Unable to access Luo Sa's page, he scrolled through his own moments. His mother had just posted a selfie a few minutes ago, and he liked it. Soon, his mother's call came in, asking why he wasn't asleep at this hour. Jiang Muzheng replied, "Not sleepy." Tao Yinfan laughed and asked, excited? Jiang Muzheng, who was drinking water, almost choked and pretended to be calm. Excited about what? Excited that I don't have to work tomorrow. Tao Yinfan didn't press the issue and asked, "It's the weekend tomorrow. Any plans?" "Going skydiving." "I thought you were really busy. Turns out you're busy going skydiving?" "I've been busy with work for the past 6 months. I'm tired. Just want to relax a bit." Tao Yinfan teased him, relaxing all the way to Switzerland, where Mom will take good care of you with good food and fresh air to breathe. The skydiving base there is better than at home. Jiang Muzheng replied, "The beautiful mountains and rivers of my motherland can't be compared to anywhere else." Tao Yinfan laughed heartily. "The most important thing is that among the beautiful mountains and rivers, there's a beautiful girl." Jiang Muzheng. Tao Yinfan subtly hinted, "I heard from Aunt Yu that Luo wants to get a skydiving license, and she said it was thanks to you helping to arrange it." Jiang Muzheng replied, "Yeah, I arranged it for Luo Sa. Since Aunt Yu asked, I felt bad refusing. After all, she is your friend." Tao Yinfan deliberately exposed him. "Son, you must not feel burdened. Just because you is my friend doesn't mean you have to make things difficult for yourself. If you can't help, just confidently refuse. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll talk to Aunt Yu for you. By the way, if Luo goes skydiving, are you going to stay with her the whole time? If you find it annoying, I can call Aunt Yu right now and tell her you're busy and don't have time." Jiang Muzheng was almost choked to death. If it weren't for the fact that he looked like his mother, he would have doubted he was picked up from the roadside. After teasing and scolding her son, Tao Yinfan happily hung up the phone. Jiang Muzheng sipped his plain water, staring at the sleepless city, not knowing what he was looking at. The next morning, before it was even 4:30, Jiang Muzheng arrived at the villa area. He didn't expect that one day he would be so busy for a woman, even under the stars. Upon arriving at the community, he parked the car, rolled down the window, and looked at the quiet and serene villa, the lights still off. Holding his phone, he waited for more than half a minute but still didn't call, unwilling to wake her up, letting her sleep for another half hour. At almost 5 o'clock, he called Luo Sa. Luo, wake up. Luo Sa groggily opened her eyes, the room dark, and her voice was hoarse. You're up? Yeah. I'm already at your front door. I'm so tired. Luo Sa struggled to sit up, took a moment to recover, threw off the covers, quickly washed up, got dressed, and rolled her suitcase out the door. It was still dark, with a crescent moon hanging in the night sky. Looking closely, 1 or 2 stars could still be seen on the horizon. The early morning air was cold, and as she stepped outside, the cold wind made Luo Sa shiver. Jiang Muzheng got out of the car and took her suitcase, saying, if you're sleepy, you can continue to sleep in the car. Me fine. I usually wake up early. Jiang Muzheng drove, with Luo Sa sitting in the passenger seat. They seemed to be naturally incompatible, and there was not much to say between them. Jiang Muzheng turned on the car's music, playing a piano piece he had just downloaded. He glanced at her and said, you can sleep for a while. The atmosphere in the car was slightly tense, to avoid awkward silence and the risk of them bickering again after talking. Luo Sa closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Listening to the soothing music, she unknowingly fell asleep. Jiang Muzheng took the opportunity to glance at her. Seeing that she was asleep, he slowed down the car and reached back to grab her trench coat from the back seat to cover her. She slept through until they reached the club. When Luo Sa opened her eyes, the car had already stopped, and Jiang Muzheng had adjusted his seat, leaning back with his eyes closed. She didn't know if he was asleep or not, so she didn't wake him, unbuckled her seatbelt. And Jiang Muzheng opened his eyes. Awake? You didn't sleep? No. He adjusted his seat, turned off the engine, and said, let's put the luggage in the room first, then we'll go eat breakfast. Luo Sa glanced at the time. It was already 9:20. When they arrived at the hotel and the club, just as Luo Sa was about to speak to Jiang Muzheng, she was interrupted. What time is it? Did you crawl all the way from Beijing? She turned her head, and the first thing she saw was a man in a pink shirt with peach blossom eyes. Looking at that face, she couldn't help but curse. Luo Sa dropped her suitcase and strode over. Jiang Dongting was stunned for 2 seconds, then looked at Jiang Muzheng. Luo Sa? What the hell? Phone Luo. When did you change your name? He turned to run but found the door was behind Luo Sa. Luo Sa glared at him. Jiang Dongting, where do you think you're running? Not only were the lobby staff stunned, but Jiang Muzheng was also confused. Luo Sa? Phone Luo. Luo. Jiang Dongting smiled. Officer Phone. Oh no, I mean Officer Luo, my mistake. I promise I won't drive through puddles to splash you next time. He held up 3 fingers, I guarantee. Luo Sa had already walked closer. Your guarantee is worth nothing. Once it's released, it's gone. Jiang Muzheng. So she can also curse. Luo Sa grabbed his collar. You really have a bad memory. You splashed more than just water on me. You almost hit Xiao Xia, and you scared Zhou Yin on purpose. I'm keeping a record of all these debts. Jiang Dongting defended. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just excited to see you, and I parked the car messily. This was back in September. That day he had gone out to eat with his cousin, and didn't expect that the police officer writing a parking ticket was Feng Luo, who was an old neighbor and classmate of his cousin. His cousin went over to tease her, not intending any harm, just joking around since they were childhood friends. But who knew his cousin almost got beaten up by someone named Xia, and then a fat woman wanted to hit him, so he played a prank and pretended to drive into them, just showing off his driving skills. He wouldn't really hit anyone. Luo Sa recalled that day when he was showing off his driving skills and scared Zhou Yin, who ended up crying, and her anger surged. She tightened her grip on his collar, bent her knee, and slammed it into his abdomen. Damn, are you serious? Jiang Dongting bent down in pain. Do you know that your actions that day were assaulting a police officer? If it weren't for her, you would have been arrested long ago. As Luo Sa was about to hit him again, Jiang Dongting looked at Jiang Muzheng for help. Jiang Muzheng, are you a dead man? Your woman is hitting someone. Can't you do something? Jiang Muzheng leaned against the service desk and said calmly, no need to intervene. After she's done hitting, I'll hit him again. Jiang Dongting exclaimed, have you lost your conscience? I'm going to the room now. Jiang Muzheng threatened him. I see you really want to lose an arm. Jiang Dongting. Luo Sa kicked him again to vent her anger. After hitting him, she exhaled and said, Edit the surveillance video of me hitting you just now and send it to me. What do you want it for? To show Zhou Yan. Jiang Muzheng walked over, pulled Luo Sa behind him, and said to Jiang Dongting, send me the video as soon as possible. If you don't, I'll let her hit you again and I'll record it live. Jiang Dongting put his hands on his hips, took a breath, and thought, what the hell did I do in my past life to encounter you two? Jiang Muzheng laughed and patted his shoulder. This is called luck, you know? Not everyone can be friends with us. Jiang Dongting shrugged off his hand. Get lost. Jiang Muzheng grabbed his suitcase and went upstairs with Luo Sa. As Luo Sa entered the elevator, she glanced at him and said, from now on, I'll hit you every time I see you. Jiang Dongting. In the elevator, Jiang Muzheng kept staring at her without asking too many questions, just silently watching her. Luo Sa knew what he was curious about. When I was young, I was called Feng Luo Luo. My dad worked in criminal investigation, and he solved many major criminal cases across the country. Once our family was threatened, and later my dad considered my safety, so I changed my name to Luo Sa. Jiang Muzheng was taken aback. Criminal investigation. Surname Feng? You probably guessed who it was. A friend of his second brother, who was also Xiaomi's father. Jiang Muzheng nodded slightly and didn't ask too much about her family. When they arrived at the room, Jiang Muzheng came in as well. Luo Sa was stunned. Are we living together? Jiang Muzheng replied. What do you mean living together? 2 rooms. Luo Sa pursed her lips, but in the same suite. Jiang Muzheng chuckled. Then all of us are still living in this building. Luo Sa retorted, you're just splitting hairs. Jiang Muzheng said, the hotel rooms are all full. It's up to you whether you want to stay or not. He placed his suitcase in his room. Luo Sa looked around the suite. It had a minimalist style, a kind of understated luxury. Her room was more than 10 meters away from Jiang Muzheng's room, with a large living room and a gym in between. Closing the door felt no different from staying in an ordinary hotel. Luo Sa dragged her suitcase to the master bedroom, which was 1/3 larger than her bedroom at home, with a wool carpet in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Standing by the window, she had the best view of the entire club. After organizing her things, Luo Sa took the room card and went downstairs, thinking Jiang Muzheng had gone to breakfast first. To her surprise, he was waiting for her in the lobby. They had a simple meal in the hotel's restaurant. After breakfast, Luo Sa began her first day of training. She was worried she wouldn't be able to communicate fluently with the foreign coach. But Jiang Muzheng translated for her the whole time. She realized that yesterday, when Jiang Muzheng mentioned meeting the next day, he was referring to these 2 female coaches. The morning was theory, and in the afternoon, she underwent systematic wind tunnel training. By the end of the day, she was so exhausted that she collapsed on the sofa and didn't want to move. Jiang Muzheng urged her to go downstairs for dinner, but she shook her head. I'm not eating. I want to shower and sleep. She didn't want to move at all. Jiang Muzheng looked at her helplessly, and after a moment, he turned and went downstairs to get her some food from the restaurant. When he returned, she was already asleep. Jiang Muzheng carefully placed the food tray on the coffee table, walked over to her side, and saw her sleeping so soundly that he couldn't bear to wake her. He squatted down beside her feet, staring at her for a while. Under the orange light, her sleeping face lost some of its coldness, and her features softened. She slept soundly, her breathing even, her diamond-shaped pink lips slightly parted. Chapter 21. Luo Sa frowned slightly, as if her sleep had been disturbed by someone. Feeling a bit dissatisfied, her right hand, resting by her side, suddenly lifted as if it lacked strength and then dropped down again. Her fingers curled slightly, the tips grazing the sofa. She continued to sleep deeply. Jiang Muzheng found it amusing and gently placed his index finger in her palm, allowing her to grip it. Luo Sa instinctively grasped it tightly at first, but then perhaps feeling something was off, she loosened her grip and irritably shoved it aside. Shifting her body slightly and turning her head into a different position, settling back down quietly. Jiang Muzheng smiled faintly, continuing to watch her as if admiring a piece of art. The work was nearly perfect, though the style was somewhat cold. Still, the flaws did not overshadow its beauty. The more he looked, the more captivated he became. As he watched, he slowly stood up, placing his hands on the back of the sofa, leaning down to bring his lips closer to hers. For a brief moment, he truly wanted to kiss her, but restrained himself. After a struggle, he managed to suppress the impulse and merely reached out to gently brush her cheek. Being so close, he seemed to hear the sound of his own heart racing, and he self-deceptively guessed it must be Luo Sa's heartbeat. Luo Sa felt something touch her face and suddenly opened her eyes wide, startled to see an enlarged face before her. Her pupils constricted, and she let out a terrified ah. Jiang Muzheng. Almost scare me to death. Luo Sa pushed him. What are you doing? Pervert. Jiang Muzheng remained calm, reaching out to wipe the corner of her mouth. Aren't you a bit old for this? Still drooling in your sleep. I wiped it for you once already. Luo Sa. Still feeling a bit dazed from sleep. She didn't think much about the truth of his words and quickly turned her face away. She regretted it immensely. She shouldn't have shared sweet with him. Now he had seen such an embarrassing moment, and she didn't know how he would tease her in the future. Jiang Muzheng maintained his previous posture, his hands resting on the back of the sofa behind her, his body hovering above her like a couple in an ambiguous relationship. As Luo Sa's consciousness gradually returned, she suddenly realized and locked eyes with him. Did you kiss me? Her expression turned cold, and she instinctively touched her cheek. Just as she was about to kick him, Jiang Muzheng said, If you want me to kiss you, I can do it now. Luo Sa looked at him suspiciously, unable to endure the awkwardness, and slapped his arm. Get away. He remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on her. When she unintentionally met his deep eyes, her breath faltered, and she anxiously averted her gaze. Jiang Muzheng, get up. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Muzheng seemed to have made a significant decision. Luo. He called her name. I have something to tell you. Half a minute passed, and Luo Sa had adjusted her earlier flustered expression, her rationality returning. She looked at him. If you have something to say, hurry up. If you keep stalling, I really will kick you. Jiang Muzheng pointed to the left side of his chest, speaking slowly. This place has felt suffocating since last night when you went on a blind date, until now. To be precise, the discomfort began when he accompanied her to the restaurant and saw Fu Yanbo. He tried to divert this uncertain emotion. He didn't want to touch love. It would make one lose basic rationality, and he had so much to do. So during the dinner, he found an excuse to leave. He thought that if he didn't pay attention, he wouldn't be bothered, but it utterly failed. We got home. He nearly ran himself to death on the treadmill, still feeling extremely restless. There was a slight pain in his chest, as if something had cut him open, a shallow wound. But it felt like a needle prick. Yet she had to rub salt in the wound by saying she thought Fu Yanbo was good. Luo Sa glanced at the spot he pointed to. Even she, who was not very bright, understood his words. But she couldn't help but retort, I remember that fourth brother's wife is a cardiologist. You should go find fourth sister-in-law to take a look. If you need injections or medication, go for it. I only handle those who disobey traffic rules. I can't cure the sick. Jiang Muzheng, I don't need you to treat me. As long as you don't associate with that blind date man, I'll be fine. Luo Sa. She frowned. What do you mean? You want to control me? Jiang Muzheng, it's not about controlling you. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down several times. He was more nervous and at a loss than when he had executed life-threatening missions. Over the years, the only thing he couldn't escape from was her. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said, I like you. Luo Sa felt completely enveloped by his aura, which was sharp and overwhelmingly invasive. She felt almost powerless, her hands instinctively reaching for something to hold on to, but there was nothing. She held her breath, looking up at him as he lowered his gaze. The two of them silently locked in a standoff. He wanted an answer, so desperately, but she didn't know how to respond. More precisely, she didn't want to. Zhou Yin was right. Once a man like him went wild, few women could withstand it, destined to be cheated on. She didn't have such abundant emotions to give away casually. Her few irrational feelings were pitifully scarce. Once given, she couldn't take them back. So she wouldn't easily give them to anyone. Jiang Muzheng looked at her and spoke first. Luo, if you say you don't like me, I'll leave right now. He stared at her without blinking. Luo Sa met his gaze, hesitated slightly, and then directly said, I don't like you. Jiang Muzheng's hand stiffened for a moment. He loosened his grip, stood up straight, and turned to walk toward his room. Luo Sa let out a long breath, covering her heart that was unconsciously beating faster, feeling it was full, as if something was about to overflow, yet sensing something was missing. She looked towards his bedroom door. How would they interact in the future? Various emotions intertwined in her heart, leaving her unsure how to sort them out. Suddenly being confessed to so directly, she still hadn't calmed down minutes later. At this moment, his bedroom door opened from the inside, and she turned to look at the sound. Jiang Muzheng came out, his expression neutral. Luo Sa sat cross-legged, not looking at him, feigning calmness as she flipped through her phone, but no matter what, she couldn't concentrate, and his footsteps drew closer. She raised her gaze, and Jiang Muzheng was already squatting down beside her, looking her in the eye. Luo, Jiang Muzheng said, placing his hand over her hand. Luo Sa jerked her hand back. Didn't you say you were leaving? What does this mean now? Jiang Muzheng, yeah. Didn't I just leave? He cleared his throat twice. Now I'm back. Luo Sa, this is allowed? Jiang Muzheng repeated. Luo, I like you. He had thought about it seriously in the room. He truly liked her. There was no pretense, no self-deception. Over the years, the only woman he had ever clashed with was her. She was the one he constantly kept in mind, thinking of everything for her. Perhaps from the moment she first appeared in his sight, she had already been different from other women. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't have chatted and played around with her, acting like a reckless rogue. After a long pause, Luo Sa used his earlier words to retort. Didn't you say before that even if we ran into each other 18 times a day, there would be no chance? You didn't like me, and it hasn't been long since then. Have you forgotten? Jiang Muzheng was taken aback, but reacted quickly, defending himself. You said it yourself. That was before, not now. Back then, we didn't understand each other and had misunderstandings. Saying there was no chance was normal. Now that we understand each other, liking someone is nothing wrong. Luo Sa's mind cleared up a lot now, struggling out of the candy-coated shell. She tried to push him away with both hands. But after a few attempts, she couldn't budge him. She looked at him coldly. But I don't like you, I like. The rest of her words were cut off. Jiang Muzheng's kiss was fierce and scorching, enveloping her lips completely. Luo Sa felt darkness engulf her, as if she had gone blind and deaf. Jiang Muzheng had long wanted to kiss her, and after finally getting the chance, it was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, unable to be restrained. He pushed her teeth aside and directly sucked her tongue, feeling a bit displeased that she said she liked someone else. Luo Sa felt her heart tremble, a tingling sensation spreading from her heart to her limbs, and then from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. He treated her like an enemy, pinning her hands above her head. The difference in strength between men and women was too great. She couldn't move. It was hard to tell how long they had been kissing, but finally, Luo Sa managed to pull her lips away. Jiang Muzheng, let go of me. Before she could finish, Jiang Muzheng's lips came down again. Luo Sa struggled, pressing her knees against his chest. She gave up trying to escape and suddenly began to cooperate with his kiss, even leaning in. Jiang Muzheng was taken aback, but overjoyed. Just as he was about to deepen the kiss, a sharp pain shot through his chest, causing him to lean back, crashing against the coffee table with a loud thud. He gasped in pain. This woman was really ruthless, taking advantage of his unpreparedness to kick him down. Luo Sa finally vented her anger. Her first kiss was gone just like that. She glared at him fiercely. If you do this again, I'll kick you out. She stood up and headed back to her bedroom. Jiang Muzheng replied, next time you say you like someone else, I'll kiss you again. He started unbuttoning his shirt. Luo Sa was taken aback. Jiang Muzheng, what are you doing? Jiang Muzheng glanced at her. What are you thinking? I burned my back with the porridge. Luo Sa then remembered that there was dinner he had brought on the coffee table, and that bowl of porridge was in an insulated bowl, so it should be very hot. But she steeled herself, didn't ask or care, and walked back to her bedroom. Leaning against the door, she squinted her eyes to adjust her breathing. Internally, she was at war with herself. Half a minute later, she suddenly opened her eyes, pulled the door open, and walked back to the living room. Jiang Muzheng had already taken off his shirt, his brows furrowed. As Luo Sa approached, he heard her footsteps, but did not turn around. She kicked his thigh hard, but he laughed silently. After kicking him a few more times, she felt relieved. Ultimately, she couldn't bear it and asked, does it hurt? Jiang Muzheng's hand paused. It didn't hurt anymore. With his shirt off, his entire back was exposed to her gaze. Looking at his wet, sticky, and reddened back, Luo Sa felt a bit guilty, but thinking of his forceful kiss, that guilt vanished. She angrily said, This is the consequence of not respecting women. Jiang Muzheng replied, if I didn't respect you, do you think you could still stand here and say those sarcastic remarks to me? Luo Sa suddenly wanted to kick him again on his back, but she held back. You kissed me without my consent. Is that called respect? Jiang Muzheng, do you know what respect means? Jiang Muzheng threw his dirty clothes aside, propped himself up from the ground, and glanced at her. Luo Sa, I'm not as unbearable as you think. Remember next time, just say you don't like me. There's no need to add that you like some other man. He bent down to pick up the dirty shirt and went straight to his room. Luo Sa watched his back, narrowing her eyes as if she saw a scar on his shoulder. It was backlit, so she didn't see it clearly. He had already closed the door to his room. She rubbed her chest, feeling stuffy. Clearly, she was the one who suffered, but ended up making it seem like he had suffered a great injustice. What a world. Jiang Muzheng went back to his room to take a shower. There was a first aid kit in the room, and he searched for a long time, but couldn't find burn ointment. His back was burning with pain. He texted Jiang Dongting, sent a tube of burn ointment from the infirmary over here. Jiang Dongting, what happened? Jiang Muzheng, I accidentally spilled the porridge I brought to Luo and burned my arm. Jiang Dongting believed him completely and said he would arrange it immediately. Jiang Muzheng took the room card and went out. The living room was dimly lit by the wall lamp, and the sofa area had been cleaned up. Her bedroom door was tightly closed, and thinking that this little ancestor hadn't had dinner yet, he went downstairs to the restaurant to get her something to eat. At the restaurant window, he told the staff what main dishes and side dishes he wanted. While waiting for the food, someone called out from behind, "Fifth brother." Jiang Muzheng turned around. It was Inyu. He knew she often went parachuting, but they had never met before. He nodded slightly. What a coincidence. Inyu approached. I heard from Jiang Dongting that you came over early today. Yeah, not busy lately? Not bad. Basically, she asked a question, and he answered. It was still the same as before. Inyu lost interest in asking further. He was aloof, and she had her own restraint. She had just taken a shower and was hungry, so she came to the restaurant to find something to eat. She was a regular and was familiar with the chefs in the restaurant, so she ordered a simple meal. Jiang Muzheng's side dishes were ready. He carried the tray and, before leaving, greeted Inyu, saying he would chat when he had time. Inyu made an okay gesture and asked, Aren't you eating here? Jiang Muzheng replied, It's not for me. Inyu was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Jiang Dongting had mentioned he brought a woman over. She was quite surprised, never expecting that one day he would serve a woman like a little delivery boy. It was quite a shock to her. Perhaps now that she had found a place for herself and was doing well, she could let go of her so-called pride. She joked lightly. If you had taken a step forward back then, I don't know how many women would have rushed to take the remaining 99 steps. Maybe I would have joined in too, and you wouldn't have to work hard as the delivery guy. Jiang Muzheng pondered for a moment, looking at her. For someone I don't like, I wouldn't take even half a step. For someone I do like, not to mention one step, even 101 steps wouldn't be too many. He lifted his chin towards the tray. The food will get cold soon. I need to take it upstairs to her. After saying that, he stepped away. Chapter 22. Inyu knew what kind of person Jiang Muzheng was. He felt that if he couldn't give hope, he would bring you to the depths of despair, making you never hold on to any fantasies again. So even though she had secretly loved him for many years, she never confessed, partly due to her pride, but more so because she was afraid of rejection. Not only would it be embarrassing, but might also leave a shadow. Now she felt fortunate that her mind hadn't gone awry back then, and she didn't confess. Since they were already familiar with each other, his earlier words had already spared her a lot of face. Inyu watched his hurried departure, rubbing her temples. Damn it. She must have been out of her mind to have given him a kick. She sent a message to Jiang Dongting. Give me a 50 discount on tonight's dinner. Jiang Dongting. Do you need money? I need a mood lift. Jiang Dongting. My chef had a fight with his girlfriend tonight, so he's also in a bad mood. Remember to tip a little extra when you settle the bill. I just got kicked by Jiang Muzheng. Jiang Dongting. Did you offend Xiao Luo? Inyu was confused. Xiao Luo? Jiang Dongting. Yeah, fifth brother's queen. Inyu. I curse him to be played with emotionally and physically by that queen, and then be ruthlessly abandoned, so he cries all day long. Jiang Dongting. Are women nowadays this ruthless? He thought about the girl at home who was arguing with him about breaking up. Had she also cursed him like that? He was actually busy at work, But since he was staying in Beijing while she was breaking up with him, he simply hid in Shijiazhuang to avoid the storm. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and held the smoke for a few seconds before exhaling. When had he ever been so weak? He had always been the one to change women more frequently than changing clothes. And just when he wanted to take things seriously, the other party wanted to kick him out. Jiang Dongting called Jiang Muzheng. After quite a while, Jiang Muzheng finally picked up. What is it? His tone was unfriendly. Jiang Dongting. After you return to Beijing, take Zhou Xian out for dinner and see what she has to say. He was completely out of options. He had previously sent his son over to cling to her, trying to ease the situation. But just now his son called and said he had already been kicked out by Aunt Zhou Xian. He felt powerless and was told to figure things out himself. Zhou Xian's family had always opposed their relationship, saying he was divorced with a child. Now that they knew Zhou Xian was in conflict with him, they were all thrilled and were brainstorming ways to separate them completely. He was really afraid Zhou Xian would be brainwashed. After all, this was his first time loving someone, his first time seriously investing feelings. His previous marriage had been when he was young and naive, with a suitable match, but no feelings. After getting married and having a child, his ex-wife said she felt life was wasted and wanted a divorce to live again. So the two secretly divorced without telling their families. In the years that followed, he had been wandering through life until he met Zhou Xian. Jiang Muzheng had already arrived at the hotel lobby. He placed the food tray on the bar counter, not paying much attention to what Jiang Dongting had said earlier. He frowned. Looking for Zhou Yan? What do you want of Zhou Yan? Jiang Dongting. Is your hearing bad? I said our Zhou Xian. Jiang Muzheng. Zhou Yan? Zhou Xian? Their facial features do look somewhat similar. Could they be cousins? Jiang Dongting's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. Xuanchuan's cousin is very thin. I've seen their photos together. As for what her cousin's name is, she mentioned it before, but he wasn't paying attention and forgot. Jiang Muzheng glanced at the food tray. Let's talk later. I'll find Zhou Xian to chat when I get back. As soon as he hung up, the front desk attendant told him that the burn ointment had been sent from the medical room. Jiang Muzheng thought for a moment and told the attendant, please deliver to my room. Call the main bedroom phone. The attendant was confused but complied. Jiang Muzheng took the food tray to the relaxation area, planning to go upstairs in a couple of minutes. Upstairs, Luo Sa lay on her bed after taking a shower. Thinking about Jiang Muzheng, she shut her eyes in despair. Her hands instinctively clenched tightly at her sides. She took several deep breaths, tried to empty her mind, but unconsciously, her fingertips brushed against her lips. The place was filled with his traces and scent. Despite washing many times and brushing her teeth a lot, it was useless. His fragrance still lingered strongly. He had held her, kissed her, but they were not in a relationship, and he was just a rogue, a scoundrel, with a built-in victim function. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, and in her mind, it felt like a black hole, yet she could still see his clear, angular outline and those narrow, deep-set eyes in the darkness. Everything seemed to be frozen in her memory, unless she lost her memory one day. She feared she would never forget tonight. More than an hour had passed since that kiss. She could still vividly feel his rapid breathing, warm breath, intense kiss, and firm embrace. Even now, she could feel it all. Luo Sa was anxious, frantic, and depressed. Various emotions surged like a flood, and she desperately tried to stop them, but couldn't hold them back. She could swim and had a diving license, but it was of no use. A wave crashed over her, and she was engulfed. She couldn't help but curse herself. Luo Sa. Damn it, you must be crazy. She reached out to feel around her and found a pillow, directly covering her face with it, wishing to suffocate like this. Suddenly, the landline on the nightstand rang. Startling her, she tossed the pillow away and picked up the receiver. Hello, this is the front desk. Front desk. Hello, this is the room service desk. In 2 minutes, our staff will bring you the burn ointment. Please open the door. Luo Sa was taken aback, remembering the burn ointment. Oh, okay. It seemed the burn was not light. She didn't know why it hadn't reached Jiang Muzheng's room. Maybe he had gone out? Luo Sa got up from the bed and put on a bathrobe. Just then, the doorbell rang as expected. She went to open the door, and the attendant handed her the burn ointment, relaying the doctor's instructions before leaving. As Luo Sa was about to close the door, Jiang Muzheng arrived. They locked eyes for a few seconds. It was hard to pretend that nothing had happened. She turned her face away and walked back to the living room. After Jiang Muzheng entered, he used his foot to close the door behind him. Luo Sa threw the burn ointment onto the coffee table without looking at him. The hotel sent you the burn ointment. Follow the instructions for use. She briefly relayed the doctor's advice to him. Jiang Muzheng placed a food tray on the coffee table. Let's eat first. Luo Sa glanced at the food tray. It was filled with her favorite dishes. After all the commotion earlier, she was indeed hungry, but she didn't want to eat in the living room. Finding it uncomfortable to look at him, she picked up the tray and prepared to return to her room. Just as she took a few steps, Jiang Muzheng's voice sounded behind her. After dinner, apply the ointment for me. Luo Sa paused, turning her head to look at him. Can't you apply it yourself? Jiang Muzheng, there are places I can't reach. Luo Sa replied indifferently. I'll call a nurse from the medical room for you later. After a brief pause, Jiang Muzheng threw out a sentence. Suit yourself. He took the burn ointment and returned to his room. Feeling a bit tired, he simply collapsed onto the bed, leaning his back against the mattress. He gritted his teeth, realizing he had forgotten about the burn on his back. He flipped over and lay on his stomach. Staring at the pristine white sheets for several seconds, he never was one to sit idly by. He took out his phone and called Jiang Dongting. It was noisy on the other end, seemingly from a bar in the next building. Wait a minute, Jiang Dongting said into the phone, finding a quieter spot. Lighting a cigarette. Go ahead, what's the drama this time? He was several years older than Jiang Muzheng and had always been the one to tease him. Jiang Muzheng directly asked, when is the medical room closed there? Jiang Dongting, it's open 24 hours. Why? After a brief pause, he added, didn't they send the medicine to you? Jiang Muzheng, yeah, Luo wants a nurse to help me apply the ointment. Jiang Dongting was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Jiang Muzheng, there's no way my medical office can treat your illness. I think you should go to the Women's Federation and complain that Luo is bullying you. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Dongting, are you trying to die? Jiang Muzheng gritted his teeth. Jiang Dongting took a puff of his cigarette, slowly enjoying the sight of Jiang Muzheng being at a disadvantage, which was truly rare. He still felt a sense of unreality, as if he were dreaming. In the past, it was always Jiang Muzheng who mocked and teased others. When did it become someone else's turn to ridicule him? He had nothing about him that was worth being made fun of. He never expected to fall into Luo Sa's hands one day. Jiang Muzheng didn't have time to chat with him idly and impatiently urged him, hurry up. Luo is about to finish her meal. Jiang Dongting smiled lazily and asked, what's in it for me? Jiang Muzheng replied, I'll help you arrange a meeting with Zhou Xian, and also, I won't hit you anymore. Jiang Dongting. In another room, after Luo Sa finished eating, she remembered that she needed to find a nurse for Jiang Muzheng, so she took the tray downstairs. First, she went to the restaurant to return the tray, then headed to the medical office. However, when she arrived in front of the two-story building of the medical office, she was stunned. The entire building was dark. What time was it? They were already off work. Wasn't it said that it was open 24 hours? Looking at the pitch-black building, her heart sank. This meant she had to apply the ointment on that scoundrel herself. She squinted her eyes, stood in the dark for a while, before turning to leave. When she returned to the hotel lobby, she happened to bump into Inu, who was coming back from a convenience store. They didn't know each other, but instinctively exchanged glances before looking away to wait for the elevator. Once in the elevator, Inu moved to the door, swiped her card, and pressed the button for the 12th floor. Luo Sa stepped forward, swiped her room card, and pressed the button for the 19th floor. Seeing the floor number, Inu was taken aback. It turned out this was the woman Jiang Muzheng brought, because the 19th floor only had one presidential suite. The other rooms on that floor had been converted into entertainment facilities, where Jiang Dongting and the others often played cards. Yin Yue unconsciously glanced at Luo Sa, who was described to her by Jiang Dongting as cold and beautiful. However, such external conditions were by no means the most beautiful woman around Jiang Muzheng. There had been a woman who pursued Jiang Muzheng before, who was truly stunning, but Jiang Muzheng didn't even glance at her. When Luo Sa returned to the room, the living room was quiet, and he was in his own room. She sent Jiang Muzheng a message, I'm in the living room. Jiang Muzheng didn't make it difficult for her, and cooperatively came out of the bedroom. When Luo Sa heard the sound and looked over, she quickly turned her head away. Oh no, he came out shirtless. Then she thought He can only be naked to make it easier to apply the ointment. Jiang Muzheng saw her dressed so formally and assumed she must have gone out. But unfortunately, the medical office had lost power for an hour, and she probably had just left when they turned the lights back on. He lay on the sofa without saying anything. Luo Sa first went to the bathroom to wash her hands, and after drying them, she began to apply the ointment for him. She didn't intend to peek at his physique, but when the smooth lines of his muscular back were right in front of her, it was hard not to look. The scar on his left shoulder appeared before her eyes again. This time, being so close, she could see clearly that it was a gunshot wound, and she unconsciously wanted to reach out and touch it. Her hand hovered in the air before retracting. She asked him, "What did you do before?" Jiang Muzheng knew why she asked, but didn't he want to answer her properly. "I was in business." Liu Sa. It was clear he didn't want to talk. This was his privacy, so she didn't press him further. Luo Sa first disinfected the reddened area with iodine, and after it dried, she opened the bottle of burn ointment. Initially, she planned to use a cotton swab to apply it, but the cotton swab wasn't soft enough. She squeezed some ointment onto her fingertip and began to apply it from top to bottom. When her fingertip touched his back, he shivered. Luo Sa asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" Jiang Muzheng didn't reply. In fact, her movements were already incredibly gentle. The burn covered quite a large area, and it took several minutes to finish applying it. Just as she was about to finish, her phone rang from her pocket. She didn't answer until she was done. Jiang Muzheng urged her, "Answer the phone first." Luo Sa took out her phone, and to her surprise, it was Fu Yanbo. She wiped her fingers with a wet tissue. Swipe to answer, "Hello, Director Fu, good evening." Before she could finish saying good, Fu Yanbo interrupted her, "Calling me Director Fu again? How many times have I told you?" He laughed as he scolded her. Luo Sa felt a bit embarrassed. "I'll change it next time." Fu Yanbo asked, "How was the progress of the course?" Luo Sa replied, "Not bad." She briefly explained today as arrangements, as if reporting to a leader. Jiang Muzheng's expression changed several times, but he stayed silent. Lying on the sofa, staring blankly at the bottle of iodine on the coffee table, not even knowing what he was looking at. Later, he heard Luo Sa say, "Do you have time to come over tomorrow?" Fu Yanbo replied, "Yeah, it's rare to have a day off tomorrow. I'll be busy again after that." Luo Sa said the weather will be nice tomorrow, perfect for skydiving. Fu Yanbo laughed, "Thanks for the trouble. It's getting late, so rest early." Luo Sa responded, "Okay. Good night." After hanging up, Jiang Muzheng turned to look at her. "Fu Yanbo is going skydiving too?" Luo Sa replied lightly, with an Jiang Muzheng's tongue brushed over his teeth. His expression tense. He kept staring at her while she was texting. He held back his anger. "Why do you tell him everything?" Luo Sa didn't lift her head. "Because chatting with him is enjoyable." Jiang Muzheng's palm involuntarily curled up. His back felt fiery, and his chest was tight. Luo Sa had already sent the specific address to Fu Yanbo, and she put away her phone, preparing to go back to her room to rest. Just as she stood up, Jiang Muzheng said to her, "Don't go yet." "Luo Sa, Jiang Muzheng pointed at the burn ointment. "Apply it for me again." "Luo Sa?" Jiang Muzheng explained lightly. "Applying it twice is more effective. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep at night due to the pain." Luo Sa didn't respond. Her clear eyes scanned him up and down. Because she had just mentioned Fu Yanbo was coming, was he acting like a child? Looking for trouble? She stared at him for a long time, and he didn't say anything more. With a silent sigh, she turned and went to the bathroom to wash her hands and disinfect. Chapter 23, The burn ointment is especially greasy. I just applied a thick layer, and my skin still hasn't absorbed much of it. When I applied it again, I only squeezed out a tiny bit, just going through the motions. In fact, there was no need to apply it again. As for why I had to endure and apply it for him, I was also puzzled for a long time. Just now, I had quickly turned back to my own room, which is in line with my character. But I didn't. The living room was very quiet, and the soundproofing of the rooms was good. With the doors and windows closed, it felt almost isolated from the outside world. In such a large space, there were only the shallow sounds of two people's breathing. Besides bickering, there was basically silence between us. Jiang Muzheng had calmed down. And he, "What do you want to eat tomorrow morning?" I replied coldly, "I don't know. I'm not the one who will eat tomorrow morning." Jiang Muzheng wasn't angry. He just smiled silently. He propped his elbow on the sofa, rested his chin on his hand, and turned to look at me. At this moment, I slightly lowered my eyes, focused, just like when I was on duty on the road. My long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under the light, falling on the bridge of my nose with a straight and upturned nose tip and full, moist lips. He was momentarily entranced. I seemed to sense his burning gaze and raised my eyes. Our gazes collided, and I squinted slightly, my expression cooling by 8 degrees, warning him that if he kept looking, I would make him see an ophthalmologist. Jiang Muzheng didn't avert his gaze either. He smiled lightly and said, "A few days ago, I went to the ophthalmologist. The doctor suggested I look at beautiful things." I replied. Jiang Muzheng laughed, then softly called me, "Luo Luo." I shot him a glance, but didn't respond. Jiang Muzheng said, "Thank you." Then he honestly turned his face away and silently laughed on the sofa. Suddenly, I remembered and started to retort him. "Didn't you say last night that you were going on a business trip today?" "Business trip? Did he say that?" Jiang Muzheng thought for a moment and indeed recalled that when he found out Fu Yanbo had walked me back, he had driven to deliver documents to me. I asked why he was in such a hurry. He said he had a business trip today and wouldn't have time for anything else. Jiang Muzheng replied, "Right? I'm going on a business trip to the parachuting base in Shijiazhuang." I felt like I wanted to punch him on the back, but held back. After applying the ointment, I didn't waste any more words with him and went straight back to my bedroom. Jiang Muzheng felt that his back didn't hurt anymore. He sat up, picked up the tube of burn ointment, looked at it again, and unconsciously smiled. Early the next morning, Jiang Muzheng was awakened by a phone call from Jiang Dongting. He glanced at the time. It was just after 8. He had been slightly uncomfortable in his back all night and couldn't sleep. It was only when dawn was approaching and he was extremely tired that he managed to doze off, but he was woken up less than 2 hours later. Jiang Dongting, "Are you insatiable?" Jiang Dongting was having breakfast in the dining room. "I think you're the one who's insatiable. What's so good about sleeping alone?" Jiang Muzheng hesitated for a moment, then realized, "Did Luo Luo go to eat?" Jiang Dongting replied, "At first, I thought you were going to get plastic surgery. But when Inu came over, she recognized you. Guess who it is?" Jiang Muzheng hung up the phone. Was there any need to guess? What was Fu Yanbo planning to do? It was only 8 o'clock, and he had already rushed here from Beijing. Jiang Muzheng threw off the blanket, got out of bed, washed up, changed into a burgundy shirt, and headed straight for the dining room. There weren't many people in the dining room, just a few scattered guests. He immediately spotted the gentle-looking Luo Luo, while Fu Yanbo was sitting with his back to him in casual wear. Luo Luo and Fu Yanbo were chatting casually about what he usually does on his days off. Fu Yanbo said this was his first day off in several months. He had just started a new position and needed to familiarize himself with the work. Luo Luo asked, "Were you into criminal investigation before?" She wasn't particularly good at chatting, but mentioning criminal investigation gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and she started to talk more. Fu Yanbo smiled gently. "It's almost nonstop all year round. Cases come one after another. Sometimes when one case ends, it feels like you can finally breathe, but then a midnight call comes in, and they have to form a special task force to rush to another province or city." Someone approached. Luo Luo raised her eyes, and it was like a scene from days ago. His gaze was like a whirlpool, very deep. He was still wearing a burgundy shirt and black trousers, looking mischievous and unruly. Fu Yanbo turned his head in the direction of her gaze. He knew Jiang Muzheng was over here. Luo Luo had mentioned before that she came to learn parachuting with him. Now that she saw him, she wasn't surprised. The two exchanged nods, a silent greeting, and skipped the polite, small talk. Jiang Muzheng shifted his gaze to Luo Luo's face and asked in a calm tone, "Why didn't you call me to eat together?" Luo Luo replied, "I wanted to knock on your door, but I was afraid you would be grumpy." Jiang Muzheng didn't expose her. He glanced at her plate, which only had milk, a fried egg, and a small piece of sandwich. "What else do you want to eat?" "I can get you something." Luo Luo said, "No need. This is enough." Jiang Muzheng walked towards the food area. Breakfast was buffet style. There were both Chinese and Western options, and he took a bit of everything, also grabbing a tea egg in a takeout bag. Meanwhile, Jiang Dongting and Inu, sitting at the spiral staircase on the second floor of the dining room, witnessed everything happening in the dining room below and were now placing bets. Inu looked downstairs and whispered, "I bet that Brother Five will find another table to sit at." She had known Jiang Muzheng and Fu Yanbo since childhood. They would never argue over the same person or matter. To outsiders, they seemed understanding and knew how to yield to each other. But she knew it was because they were too lazy to argue, too disdainful to compete. Their dislike for each other had reached a certain level. Jiang Dongting leisurely sipped his coffee. I bet Jiang Muzheng will sit over there. He himself was a man and understood men too well. A man like Jiang Muzheng, who usually acted serious, once he became mischievous, was like the ocean, boundless. Inu asked, "What's the bet?" Jiang Dongting said, $10. $10 is too much. He isn't worth that. True. Jiang Dongting sought further input. $5? Inu replied, $5 is still too much. Jiang Dongting said, then $1. Inu said, how about 50 cents? Jiang Dongting agreed. Okay, it's 50 cents. Jiang Muzheng walked towards Luo's table with his tray. Upstairs, Jiang Dongting received the 50-cent red envelope that Inu sent. Jiang Muzheng pulled out the chair next to Luo and sat down. Fu Yanbo had already finished eating, and Luo was still eating her sandwich. Fu Yanbo was discussing today's parachuting, and no one spoke to Jiang Muzheng. Jiang Muzheng noticed that the fried egg on Luo's plate was still untouched. She probably planned to eat it last, forcing herself to do so. Knowing she didn't like fried eggs from having breakfast with her the previous morning, he figured the tea egg could provide some protein. It looked like the food on her plate was brought to her by Fu Yanbo. Jiang Muzheng wrapped his tea egg in a takeout bag and started peeling it. Soon, the shell was off, and he placed the tea egg back on his plate, gently separating the egg white with his chopsticks, taking out the yolk, and placing the plate with just the egg white in front of Luo, swapping it with the small plate holding the fried egg. Luo was taken aback for a moment, and Fu Yanbo also paused, stopping his conversation. Jiang Muzheng gestured to her, hurry up and eat. It'll taste bad when it's cold. Luo was stunned for a few seconds before coming back to her senses and nodded. This kind of thing was something her father used to do for her when she was a child. She never liked eating egg yolks. As a child, someone would eat them for her, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with not eating the yolk. Later, when her parents divorced, her dad was busy, and her mom was also busy, so no one indulged her like that anymore. She felt it was too wasteful to throw away half an egg, and over time, she rarely ate eggs anymore. The dining table fell silent for a moment, and Fu Yanbo broke the silence. You only eat the egg white? Luo swallowed the egg white in her mouth before speaking. Yeah, it's a bad habit I developed when I was a kid. I always felt the yolk would choke me, and I couldn't swallow it. A new round of betting started upstairs. Inu said, this time let's raise the stakes a bit. Jiang Dongting laughed, sure, double it $1. He asked her, what are we betting on? Inu, whether Jiang Muzheng will eat the fried egg that Fu Yanbo made for Luo. Jiang Dongting leaned against the back of the sofa. Just send me the red envelope now. Inu rolled her eyes at him. You won by a stroke of luck just now. Jiang Dongting, you think he won't eat it, right? Inu replied, you know how much he and Fu Yanbo don't get along. How could he possibly eat the breakfast Fu Yanbo prepared for Luo? With his proud personality, ignoring it and leaving it aside is his usual style. Jiang Dongting looked at the three people downstairs. If someone else were sitting next to him, he definitely wouldn't eat that fried egg, but now sitting next to him is Luo, and she never wastes food. Inu smiled. Is Luo that charming? Jiang Dongting raised his chin slightly. We'll know the results soon. 10 minutes later, Inu transferred $1 to Jiang Dongting. Jiang Dongting didn't tease her anymore. Knowing that she once liked Jiang Muzheng and that she now had her own life, he only said, a profit of $1.50 early in the morning. Enough to buy lollipops for my Xian. Inu looked up. Didn't Zhou Xian dump you? Still not dumped? Jiang Dongting. Inu, looks like you have a self-adhesive for shamelessness. Jiang Dongting nearly choked. After breakfast, Luo first took Fu Yanbo to handle the skydiving procedures. After finishing, she went back to attend her classes. Jiang Muzheng thought Fu Yanbo would return to Beijing after skydiving, but he wasn't done yet. After skydiving, he went to Luo's training base. The morning training ended at 11:30. When Luo changed her clothes and came out, Jiang Muzheng was discussing something with the coach, while Fu Yanbo was sitting in the lounge area reading a magazine. Fu Yanbo, she called out. The morning training was too tiring, and she didn't want to walk over. So she called him to come eat together. He still had to go back to the bureau in the afternoon, saying he had a meeting at 5 o'clock. When she called out, Jiang Muzheng looked over. He actually called Fu Yanba's name. She and Fu Yanba had been chatting together whenever they had breaks since morning. Except for training. Fu Yanba got up and walked over. All done? Luoza, yeah. She asked him again. It won't delay your meeting in the afternoon, right? Fu Yanba, no problem. The feeling during the morning jump was pretty good. I originally wanted to jump again, but just an hour ago, I received a meeting notice. Luoza walked out side by side with him. Guess it will have to be next time. Fu Yanba smiled. Maybe it'll be next year. Taking a break isn't easy. Luoza took out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Muzheng. Fu Yanba and I are going to eat first. She didn't want to have lunch with Jiang Muzheng. It would be awkward, especially thinking about that kiss. Her heart felt even more restless. Jiang Muzheng didn't reply and didn't join them. He ordered room service for lunch. While he was eating, Luoza came in. Jiang Muzheng didn't know Fu Yanba had already returned, glanced at her. Why didn't you invite Fu Yanba up to sit? There was no sincerity in his words. Luoza could tell from his sarcastic tone and didn't bother to respond. She directly walked toward her bedroom. Jiang Muzheng turned to look at her back, struggled for a moment, and still asked directly, "With you two like this, does that count as having a crush?" Given his understanding of Fu Yanba, he wouldn't come all this way to skydive for no reason, nor would he have the leisure to watch a woman in training. Luoza turned around, met his gaze, and countered, "What do you think?" Jiang Muzheng stared at her for a long time, but finally said, "If you ask me, I would definitely say you haven't." Luoza. He continued, "If you fell for him after just 2 meetings, it would make you seem too superficial." Luoza opened her mouth. Words on the tip of her tongue, but not a single one came out. She shot him a glare and went back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Jiang Muzheng lowered his head and started eating. As he ate, he couldn't help but smile. As long as it wasn't a crush, it would be easier to handle. Chapter 24 at 6:30 in the morning. Luoza was woken up on time by Jiang Muzheng. He was more punctual than an alarm clock, but more annoying. The advantage of using a phone alarm is that even if it rings, she can hit snooze and continue to sleep for a few more minutes. But Jiang Muzheng kept knocking on the door. Luo, wake up. Luoza stuffed her fingers in her ears, but he kept calling her persistently. Unable to sleep, she shouted back, "I know," and struggled to sit up, since she was going skydiving today. Jiang Muzheng said she needed to have breakfast early and wait for the food to digest before jumping, or else her stomach would be uncomfortable. Hearing her response, Jiang Muzheng finally stopped and returned to the sofa to read the news. 20 minutes later, Luoza came out, and Jiang Muzheng put away his phone, looking her up and down before asking, "Didn't you sleep pretty early last night?" She had gone back to her room before 9 o'clock. Luoza replied, not saying much else, putting her phone in her pocket as she walked out. In fact, she had stayed up late last night, playing games, and her opponent had beaten her badly, so much so that she hadn't won a single round. Her team was frustrated, and she was even more upset. Jiang Muzheng followed her out, saying, "The coach will teach you how to jump in the morning, and in the afternoon, you'll try jumping on your own, but the coach will accompany you." Luoza turned back to look at him and asked, "Are you going on the plane too?" He had been by her side these past 2 days, and she didn't want to see him during the skydiving since it might distract her. Jiang Muzheng smiled. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Luoza didn't respond, but made a motion to lift her foot. Jiang Muzheng's reflexes were naturally quicker than hers. He knew what she was going to do, and he didn't dodge, extending his right foot towards her, saying, "Kick or stomp, it's up to you." Luoza replied, "You're asking for it." Without hesitation, she kicked, but not at his right leg. Jiang Muzheng bent down to pat his left pant leg and rubbed the spot where she had kicked him. Was this woman prone to domestic violence? Would he have to endure being beaten every day after marrying her? He paused for a moment at the thought of marrying her. Then a smile crept onto his lips. When they arrived at the dining room, there weren't many people eating at that time. Luoza took a tray and wandered around the food area. Considering she would be skydiving later, she didn't want to eat too much, so she picked some Western breakfast. As she passed by the chef making fried eggs, she noticed some tea eggs and hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately decided not to take any. Luoza grabbed her food and went to find Jiang Muzheng, who was already seated by the window. She walked over and sat down, only to realize that Jiang Muzheng had already peeled a tea egg for her. He had eaten the yolk and placed the white in a small dish at her spot. Luo Sa didn't fuss and simply said thank you. Jiang Muzheng responded with a casual. The two began to eat in silence, truly embodying the saying food is not to be talked about. Luo Sa was naturally quiet, and after being with Jiang Muzheng, she remained that way. Occasionally, she would act cute with him, but Jiang Muzheng was not satisfied with that. He would hold her, kiss her, and tease her until she acted cute towards him. Years later, when Luo Sa looked back, she recalled that the place where she acted the cutest was in bed, because if she didn't, Jiang Muzheng wouldn't let her off the hook. As more people filled the dining room, it gradually became lively, but their side remained cold and quiet, like the depths of winter. Jiang Muzheng glanced at her for a moment and said, "When you were little, did Aunt you accidentally lock you in the fridge when she closed it?" Her coldness seemed to emanate from her bones. Unlike some who pretended to be aloof, she could freeze those around her just by not smiling or speaking. I practiced in the fridge for 81 days. Jiang Muzheng. He was digging his own grave while drinking her milk. Luo Sa pondered Jiang Muzheng's earlier question. Ever since she was young, people had said she seemed hard to get along with. In fact, aside from not being very talkative, perhaps due to her parents' divorce when she was young, she felt her personality was quite normal. She could occasionally share a joke with friends and would act cute and be a bit willful in front of family. As for her seemingly cold exterior, it wasn't her fault. She set down her milk cup and wrapped her sandwich in a napkin to eat. Occasionally, she glanced at the bustling dining room and spotted the woman she had seen in the elevator the other day. The woman was also looking in her direction, and their eyes met briefly before they quickly averted. After finishing their meal, Luo Sa and Jiang Muzheng left the dining room and coincidentally bumped into Inu, who had also just finished breakfast. Jiang Muzheng took the initiative to greet her. "Good morning, still not heading back?" It was Monday, and usually after skydiving, they would return on Sunday afternoon. Inu replied, "I'm going to stay here for a while to get my pilot's license." Recently, she had developed a fascination with helicopters, thinking others looked so cool flying them. Coincidentally, her boyfriend was on a business trip, and feeling bored, she decided to learn at Jiang Dongting's club. Jiang Muzheng nodded. "That's pretty good." Only then did Luo Sa realize why the woman had looked at her with such special eyes. It turned out she knew Jiang Muzheng. Unable to interject, she was about to step away when Inu suddenly shifted the topic to her, lifting her chin slightly and smiling as she said to Jiang Muzheng, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" Jiang Muzheng replied, "This is Luo Sa." Then he briefly introduced Inu. Luo Sa exchanged a faint smile with Inu, which served as their greeting. Inu was in a hurry to get to class, so they didn't chat for long before she left in a rush. Luo Sa turned to Jiang Muzheng and asked, "Does she like you?" Jiang Muzheng, indifferent to such matters, replied, "Haven't studied it." After a pause, he added, "She has a boyfriend." The topic quickly faded as they walked toward the training area. The tree-lined path leading to the training ground was strewn with large, yellowing leaves, creating a melancholic atmosphere of early winter. The fallen leaves were damp. The dew from earlier had turned to frost in the chilly weather. Luo Sa had her hands in her pockets, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, she turned and asked, "Can you train for a pilot's license here at Jiang Dongting?" Jiang Muzheng replied, "Yes." He partnered with some friends to start a general aviation company. There is not only a skydiving club, but also a high-end flying club here. Luo Sa casually asked, "Is it easy to get a helicopter license?" Jiang Muzheng glanced at her from the corner of his eye. "Why? Do you want to get one?" Luo Sa replied, "Just asking. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the time." Jiang Muzheng said, "You don't need to get one." Luo Sa raised an eyebrow. Jiang Muzheng explained, "I can fly." Luo Sa scoffed sarcastically, "You can fly? What does that have to do with me?" Jiang Muzheng's attitude had improved significantly. He simply chose to listen to whatever she said and then forget it. He said, "Right now, it doesn't matter. But it will in the future," he added. Luo Sa shot him a sideways glance and quickened her pace towards the coach. Jiang Muzheng didn't follow, wanting to avoid adding pressure on her during the skydiving. The weather was nice today, with a clear blue sky and few clouds. However, the wind was a bit stronger than yesterday, but it shouldn't be an issue. He sat in the distant rest area for a while. After the coach briefed Luo Sa on the precautions, He had a brief exchange with the coach before feeling reassured enough to leave. With nothing else to do, he went to find Jiang Muzheng. Jiang Muzheng was over at the flying club, chatting casually with Inu. Her coach had gone for an early meeting, so she came to hang out in Jiang Muzheng's office. Inu mentioned to him that she had run into Luo Sa and Jiang Muzheng during breakfast. Jiang Muzheng had just sent an apology letter to Zhou Xian. He was at a loss for what to do and was resorting to the glitch of writing her an email every day, all of which expressed how much he missed her. After sending it, he closed his notebook and finally had time to talk to Inu, asking her, "What do you think of Luo Sa?" Inu replied, "She seems pretty cold." She considered herself a proud type of woman, lacking Luo Sa's inherent coldness. Jiang Muzheng, well, her first impression on others is like this, a bit cold, but actually not bad, just quite wild, and she doesn't hold back when hitting people. The key point Inu caught is, had you been hit by Luo Sa? Jiang Muzheng vaguely passed it off, saying he had seen her hit others before. He then changed the topic. Why did you think of finding a boyfriend from Tianjin? Isn't running back and forth tiring? There are so many in the circle. Just pick one at random. Inu, being physically tired is better than being mentally tired. I'm not looking for an old man to serve me, just because I'm full, just like those we hang out with. Who doesn't think they can reach the sky? Jiang Muzheng laughed. Look at Luo. Isn't she also finding an old man to serve her? Inu shrugged. She doesn't have as good a fate as her. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door, and the person knocking seemed impatient. Jiang Muzheng said, "The old man is here." Inu curiously asked, "How do you know it's Jiang Muzheng?" Jiang Muzheng. Who else would dare knock on my door like that? Inu immediately stood up. You guys chat, I have to get busy first. She got up to open the door for Jiang Muzheng, who was taken aback. She explained, the coach was in a meeting just now, and I went to class. Jiang Muzheng just nodded and didn't say anything else. He closed the door behind him. Jiang Muzheng poured him a glass of water and lazily sat down across from him, saying he heard male nannies are in demand now. How much can you earn in a month? He smiled and asked, Does Luo give you tips usually? Jiang Muzheng picked up the cup, glanced at him, and gave a warning look. Jiang Muzheng crossed his legs, pretending not to see. Although I haven't seen Luo for a few years, I think I still understand her. She should like Fu. He thought for a moment. She should like Fu Yanbo. Uncle Feng is in criminal investigation. I heard from Inu that Fu Yanbo used to be in the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Jiang Muzheng looked up. Are you asking for a beating? Jiang Muzheng, you haven't forgotten what you said before, right? You promised not to hit me again because that night you made the infirmary close temporarily for arrest. Jiang Muzheng put down the cup. I wouldn't hit you myself, but I didn't say I wouldn't find someone to hit you. Jiang Muzheng. He wisely changed the subject, asking about a recent overseas project and when he could get a share, as he also wanted to do it. Jiang Muzheng, it's too late. Jiang Muzheng, what do you mean? Jiang Muzheng, I've already promised to cooperate with Chu Yishan. Jiang Muzheng mentally did a quick scan, not knowing this person. Either he didn't mix in their circle, or he was too low-key. Those who have done big business are basically familiar. Even if not personally, they have heard of them. Jiang Muzheng said, Chu Yishan is Luo Sa's stepfather. Jiang Muzheng. Oh, so he's currently Aunt Yu's husband. What's their company called? Is the scale average? I've never heard of Chu Yishan. Jiang Muzheng. Well, it's a company that just went public last year, and its financial strength isn't too strong. But that's not what I'm considering. Mainly Aunt Yu's business philosophy is similar to mine. Jiang Muzheng laughed heartily. Jiang Muzheng. Do you feel guilty when you say that? If it weren't for Luo, even if Aunt Yu's philosophy matched yours, you probably wouldn't consider it, right? Jiang Muzheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and Jiang Muzheng restrained himself a bit but still couldn't help but smile, asking him, when does the project start? Jiang Muzheng. It will be next spring. The procedures are still under approval by the local government, and I estimate all processes will be completed around the Spring Festival. Jiang Muzheng. How many oil depots are you going to build over there this time? Jiang Muzheng. 8 first-level oil depots. Jiang Muzheng. TSK, that's quite a project. Then he joked, now not only domestically, but internationally, oil prices are also falling. I doubt you've already thrown out the oil from those depots for sale. By the way, when are you going to give me some oil for free? Luo Sa has been using the private jet these days. You know how much oil she's burning, right? Jiang Muzheng. I have no idea. Jiang Dongting pointed at the door. Hurry up and get lost. I'm not seeing you off. Before Jiang Muzheng left, he said to keep this account in mind and to find Cheng Yi to deal with him after returning to Beijing. Jiang Dongting thought to himself by that time, who knows who Cheng Yi will help eat up? After pondering for a while, he decided to let Cheng Yi enjoy the club's best helicopter. At noon, Luo Sa had lunch with 2 coaches, while Jiang Muzheng ordered a meal and ate in his room. After finishing, he tidied up the living room, took out burn ointment and disinfectant, waiting for Luo Sa to come back to apply the ointment for him. He sat on the sofa, casually browsing on his phone, waiting, and after more than half an hour, he still hadn't seen Luo Sa, almost thinking she had choked while eating. Waiting is the most torturous. Even a minute is hard to endure. Finally, more than 10 minutes later, the sound of a card swipe came at the door, and Luo Sa returned. Jiang Muzheng looked down at his phone, appearing indifferent. Hearing the door open, he turned his face. You're back. Then he saw a little girl in a white coat following her, and he frowned slightly. Luo Sa told him, this is the nurse from the infirmary. She's more professional at changing dressings. Jiang Muzheng. Chapter 25. Luo Sa returned to her room, leaving only the nurse and Jiang Muzheng staring at each other. The nurse smelled the gunpowder scent and pretended to look out the window, waiting for Jiang Muzheng to instruct her to apply the medicine. At first, she thought she was there to change Miss Luo's dressing, but on the way, Miss Luo briefly explained the situation to her, mentioning that there was a pretentious man in the room and asking her to think of a way to help. She even thanked her specially. Naturally, she had ways to deal with difficult patients, so she agreed. Jiang Muzheng glanced at Luo Sa's door and then at the nurse, clearing his throat. Aren't you taking a break at noon? The nurse turned back and replied seriously, I'm on duty at noon. Jiang Muzheng. He licked his teeth, looking helplessly at the quiet burn ointment on the coffee table. Jiang Dongting really was more of a hindrance than a help. He could mess up such a minor matter. No wonder he got dumped by Zhou Xian. He told the nurse, you can go back. The nurse thought about how she had already promised Miss Luo, if she didn't handle the matter well, it would be equivalent to breaking her word. She pretended to be quite embarrassed and said, Miss Luo just told me that if I don't change the medicine properly, she will file a complaint. The nurse emphasized, Miss Luo said she would complain to our boss. It's not easy to find a stable job now. Implicitly, she meant that if she lost her job, she'd have to fend for herself. Jiang Muzheng. He explained the stakes, saying he was good friends with Jiang Dongting, and she wouldn't lose her job. The nurse blinked. Who is Jiang Dongting? Jiang Muzheng. He felt like he was hitting a pillow. Although Jiang Dongting was a major shareholder, he never managed specific work and only came to the club occasionally. This time he was staying here because of Zhou Xian's matter. It's normal for ordinary employees not to know about the company's shareholders. Jiang Muzheng could only dismiss her, saying he needed to rest and didn't need the medicine changed anymore. The nurse expressed her understanding, but she added, I need to say goodbye to Miss Luo. She asked me to inform her when I leave. Jiang Muzheng gestured for her to go ahead, and he turned back to his bedroom. A few minutes later, he heard the sound of the door closing. It should be the nurse leaving. He texted Luo Sa, if you find it troublesome, you can tell me directly, but don't casually find someone else to come over. Luo Sa. She is not just anyone. She is a nurse. Don't worry in her eyes. You're just an ordinary patient, not a man. Jiang Muzheng. The last 4 words felt so piercing. He sent another message. What I mind is not the nurse, but I don't want anyone to see the gunshot wound on me. Confirming she had seen it. He retracted the message. Luo Sa paused and replied, sorry, I didn't consider that. Jiang Muzheng. I forgive you. Come over and change my medicine. Luo Sa. I'm busy. She put her phone on silent and started her afternoon nap. In the afternoon, Luo Sa began her solo freefall jump. After her nap, Jiang Muzheng accompanied her out, but she didn't want him to follow. Can you not follow me? Why not go play with Jiang Dongting instead? At this moment, Jiang Muzheng stopped joking. If I don't follow, I'll just take you there. No need. Be obedient. Luo Sa knew that once he made a decision, it was rarely changed. He was like super glue, impossible to shake off, so she ignored him. Walking along that desolate path, the wind blew, and her loose hair fluttered and fell again. Suddenly, Jiang Muzheng stepped forward and grabbed her. Luo Sa turned back. What is wrong? Jiang Muzheng. Let us play a little game. He took out a coin from his pocket and placed it in her hand, saying, "Don't look, each side has words." Luo Sa felt curious as she touched the coin, noticing it seemed to have small notes on both sides. Looking at him in confusion, Jiang Muzheng extended his hand. "You can either flip it or spin it. It's up to you." Luo Sa felt it was childish and casually spun it. The coin landed in his palm. Heads up, he opened the small note, which had very small handwriting. "I jumped solo for the first time. I didn't dare to jump after getting on the plane." Jiang Muzheng. She was curious and flipped to the other side, opening the note. "I had to retake the exam twice to get an A." Jiang Muzheng. Jiang Muzheng put away the notes, saying it was against the rules to look at both sides. Luo Sa felt inexplicably relieved. She had been worried that if she embarrassed herself today, he would mock or criticize her. She didn't expect him to relieve her stress in this way. He was focusing on carefully folding the notes. Only then did Luo Sa notice his attire. He was indeed dressed very formally in a white shirt, black trousers, and a long dark blue coat, as if he were going to an important business meeting. She asked, "Do you have an event later?" "Jiang Muzheng. No. Just watching you skydive." He tilted his chin, signaling her. "Let us go." Luo Sa stepped forward, and Jiang Muzheng placed the two small notes in the pocket of his coat. In fact, it was Jiang Dongting who didn't dare to jump the first time he got on a plane. He was also the one who had to retake the exam twice to get an A. Jiang Muzheng accompanied Luo Sa to the plane, and just before boarding, he gently hugged her and whispered in her ear, "It's okay. Just jump worry-free. I'll be on the ground waiting for you. I want tea, let anything happen to you." Just that sentence made Luo Sa's heart skip a beat. Jiang Muzheng immediately released her and said, "I'll wait for you at the landing point." Luo Sa opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. So in the end, she said nothing. Once on the plane, Luo Sa couldn't help but feel nervous. The instructor was very considerate, initiating conversation to distract her. After more than 20 minutes, they reached the designated area. The wind was strong today, but the instructor said that such weather was needed to train her control. The moment the cabin door opened, Luo Sa's heart unconsciously raced. After taking several deep breaths, remembering Jiang Muzheng's words before boarding, she felt a bit calmer. The instructor asked if she was ready, and she smiled and nodded. When she jumped, her mind went blank. Her body was in free fall, and only slowly did she regain her awareness. As for what the two instructors who jumped with her said, she didn't hear anything, feeling as if she had gone deaf. After the tension, the free fall time ended, and it was time to deploy the parachute. Luo Sa saw that the instructor's resistance parachute had opened and knew what to do next. Although it was her first time operating it and her hands trembled, everything went surprisingly smoothly. During the free fall just now, she had thought about Jiang Muzheng, imagining he was right behind her. For her first solo jump, she spent the entire process feeling tense and didn't get to enjoy the parachute descent. She comforted herself, thinking there would be many more jumps in the future. Luo Sa didn't expect that at the landing point, Jiang Muzheng was indeed waiting for her. As she slowly approached the ground, Jiang Muzheng reached out and smiled. "Our little hero has returned victorious." Just before landing, he hugged her. Since elementary school, no one had ever celebrated any of her achievements with her. By the time her parents remembered after finishing their work, the excitement had long passed. Now, for this small skydive, someone was there with her, witnessing her first independent jump. That feeling was unprecedented. The companionship she had longed for since childhood unexpectedly came to her only after growing up, and it was from a man she had not known for long. Luo Sa was immersed in excitement and tension, not minding being lifted off the ground by him. Jiang Muzheng spun her around in his arms and reluctantly set her down. Taking advantage of her dazed state, he leaned in and kissed her cheek. Luo Sa reflexively punched him, and Jiang Muzheng covered his heart, feeling both pain and happiness. She wanted to continue hitting him, and Jiang Muzheng stepped back a few paces. "What are you thinking? That's a polite, congratulatory kiss. Haven't you seen foreigners kiss on the cheek?" Luo Sa glared at him, and two coaches came over, giving her a warm hug and saying her performance exceeded their expectations. She jumped 3 times that afternoon, feeling better with each jump. As she jumped more, she became less nervous and started to enjoy the feeling of looking down at everything from high up. After jumping, every cell in her body was exhilarated. And that high mood lasted until she had dinner and returned to her room. Luo Sa lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze for a long time before she involuntarily smiled. She squinted her eyes and reminisced about the parachuting experience that afternoon. Her joyful mood was interrupted by her phone vibrating. She opened it to find a message from Jiang Muzheng. I haven't changed the dressing all day. Just that one sentence, and then it was silent. Luo Sa pressed the screen off, ignoring it. Jiang Muzheng stared at his phone, and after more than 10 minutes, it remained silent. After another 5 minutes of stalemate, the phone finally vibrated again with a message from the tracking expert. Get out. He smiled, put away his phone, and hurried to the living room. Although Luo Sa had kept a straight face and hadn't said a word during the dressing process, Jiang Muzheng didn't mind at all and felt remarkably good. In the following week, Luo Sa successfully completed 22 jumps, with just 3 more. She could pass the assessment and obtain her license. During these days, she parachuted during the day and went straight to her bedroom at night, spending little time with Jiang Muzheng. However, every morning, he would insistently call her for breakfast, and during other times, he was quite self-aware and no longer deliberately sought trouble. They lived peacefully under one roof. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 days left in the holiday. While taking a shower at night, Luo Sa discovered that her period had arrived early. She frowned, wondering why it came a week early. Could it be the stress from parachuting recently? Her period had always been on time, so she hadn't prepared any sanitary pads. She used a panty liner first, then put on her clothes and planned to go to the convenience store downstairs to buy sanitary pads. Just as she put on her clothes, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was Zhou Yan. They hadn't seen each other for several days, and she missed her, so Luo Sa quickly answered. Hello? Are you busy tonight? Zhou Yan was on duty that night. Zhou Yan leaned back in her chair, saying she was fine, just returned from outside. She asked Luo Sa how she had been these past few days, and Luo Sa reported her impressive achievements, also mentioning that she would be going home the day after tomorrow. Zhou Yan replied, You better treat us when you come back, for a whole month. Luo Sa teased. Aren't you afraid our patrol car's tires will be flattened by all the food you eat for a month? Zhou Yan was hit hard. Just wait until you come back, and see how I deal with you. After their playful banter, Zhou Yan brought up the shooting matter. Oh, by the way, did Fu Yanbo take a liking to you? Is he secretly giving you special treatment? Luo Sa was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhou Yan continued. The notice for centralized shooting practice came out for Wednesday, including dormitory arrangements. We're the only 2 girls in our squad, and we always stay together. But this year I'm not staying with you, and your accommodation isn't mentioned in the notice. She specifically asked the captain if Luo Sa was not going, and inquired about a girl named Shang Yuan. The captain told her not to worry and said they would talk about it when Luo Sa returned. Luo Sa was also confused. Did they miss my name? But such a basic mistake shouldn't happen. The key was that she had never mentioned to Fu Yanbo that she wasn't good at shooting. This training was not an assessment, and he had no reason to arrange for her to be absent. Moreover, the Bureau had regulations that no one could take leave for shooting training. Fu Yanbo had just taken office. There was no need for him to make a fuss, and she didn't need special treatment. Zhou Yan said, I'm curious too. I heard from a senior at the city bureau that Fu Yanbo went for training and won't be in the bureau for a while. Luo Sa asked her, Who are you staying with? Zhou Yan replied, I haven't heard of her. She should be new, named Shang Yuan. Luo Sa also hadn't heard that name, and a fleeting sense of unease passed through her mind. She said, Let's not worry about it. I'm going back the day after tomorrow anyway. She still needed to buy sanitary pads, so she chatted briefly with Zhou Yan before ending the call. As Luo Sa went out, she happened to run into Jiang Muzheng returning from outside. He glanced her up and down. He was wearing a tight, long-sleeved t-shirt, still black, which made his skin look as white as snow, glaringly bright. Having just taken a shower, her eyelashes were wet, and her hair was still damp, cascading over her shoulders. Every time he had seen her before, she always tied her hair up, but he didn't expect her hair to be so long, reaching her waist. Going out? Yeah. Luo Sa stepped aside to give him space, wanting to avoid him. But he stood still, staring at her for 2 seconds. Where are you going? Luo Sa had already walked past him to the supermarket. Jiang Muzheng said, I'm going there too. Let's go together. Luo Sa hesitated. Didn't you just come back? Jiang Muzheng replied, Yeah, I only bought cigarettes. I forgot to buy a lighter. Luo Sa reminded him. There's a hotel-provided Zippo in the living room. Jiang Muzheng paused slightly and laughed, saying, That thing is too fancy. It's not comfortable to use. I'm still used to the $1 lighters. Luo Sa. Chapter 26. Luo Sa looked at him speechlessly. She didn't want to go grocery shopping with him. Without hesitation, she turned around and went back to her bedroom, planning to wait a while before going to buy things. Jiang Muzheng asked from behind her, Aren't you going to the convenience store? I don't need anything. I'm not going, she said, slamming the door. Jiang Muzheng poured himself a cup of coffee, took his notebook out of the room, and started handling work matters. For the past few days, he had to spend his days with Luo Sa, leaving only the evenings to deal with various company affairs. He turned off a few lights in the living room, leaving only the wall lamp on. While he was focused on reading emails, he heard the sound of the door opening. He glanced sideways and made eye contact with Luo Sa, who was dressed neatly. Was she preparing to go out? Luo Sa felt as if she had been caught cheating on an exam. She felt nauseous. She didn't expect Jiang Muzheng to be working in the living room. In fact, she didn't know that for the past few nights, Jiang Muzheng had been working in the living room, feeling that being in the living room allowed him to take care of her and be closer to her. Jiang Muzheng put down his notebook and enthusiastically invited, Do you want to go out together? I want to smoke, and I need to buy a cheap lighter. Luo Sa. Ignoring him, she took her room card and left. Jiang Muzheng followed Luo Sa downstairs, feeling elated, but Luo Sa was frustrated because she needed to buy sanitary pads. When they reached the ground floor, Luo Sa said she wanted to wander around casually and told him to go to the supermarket by himself. Jiang Muzheng replied, What's there to wander around at night? Besides bars and entertainment venues, there's only a convenience store here. Luo Sa couldn't find a suitable reason at the moment, so she said, I just want to walk around. The night view in the club's courtyard is nice. Jiang Muzheng immediately refused without thinking. It's not safe at night. I'll follow you. I promise not to disturb you. Is that okay? The area was complex, and it was too dangerous for a girl to wander around the club's courtyard at night. Luo Sa looked at the endless darkness. She didn't dare to stroll around in an unfamiliar environment alone, but the sanitary pad situation was urgent, and she needed to buy them. She told him, Then you wait for me outside the supermarket. I'll buy you a lighter. Jiang Muzheng paused for a few seconds, realizing what she was likely to buy, and nodded in agreement. Okay. Once they exited the hotel lobby, a cold breeze hit them. The air in the suburbs was particularly chilly at night, and Luo Sa instinctively pulled her coat collar closer. Winter had arrived, and there were no more insects chirping in the grass. The surroundings were so quiet that they could hear their own footsteps. The two walked in silence. When they arrived at the supermarket, Jiang Muzheng stood on the steps waiting for her. He turned his head, wanting to see her through the glass window, but was blocked by the shelves. So he withdrew his gaze. He felt that Luo Sa seemed to have changed a little these past few days, or maybe it was just his illusion. He always felt that her temper wasn't as fierce as before. The prickliness she had seemed to have softened a bit, and when he was close to her, it didn't sting as much. She was also easier to talk to now, unlike before, when she would start a fight or pick on him at the slightest disagreement. Now, if there was something to discuss, she would listen. A customer came out of the convenience store and passed by him, lighting a cigarette. He stood in the downwind, and the smoke wafted over, triggering his craving. He hadn't smoked all afternoon. He took out a cigarette and a lighter. He had a Zippo in his pocket, one he had taken from Jiang Dongting before. Jiang Muzheng opened the cigarette box, tapped it a few times, took out a cigarette, held it in his mouth, looked around for a trash can, threw away the garbage, and lit the cigarette. After taking a couple of puffs, Luo Sa walked out of the convenience store. He discreetly tucked the lighter back into his pocket and walked toward her. Besides buying sanitary pads, Luo Sa also bought some wet wipes and tissues, placing them on top of her shopping bag. She handed him the lighter, saying, It's windproof, $2. Jiang Muzheng smiled. I'll send you a red envelope right away. He took out his phone, thought for a moment, entered an amount, typed in the password, and sent it. Luo Sa's phone soon received a notification, and she knew without thinking that it was Jiang Muzheng sending her a red envelope. After hesitating for a few seconds, she opened it. The amount was $220. Thankfully, She thought he would send some tacky number like 520 as a prank. Jiang Muzheng smiled and said, I paid for your shopping bag. Liu sa. She felt a lump in her throat. Jiang Muzheng took a puff of his cigarette, letting the smoke escape from his nostrils, and said, if you want 520 or 1,314 type numbers, I can send them to you next time. After a pause, he added, as long as you're happy, I can send them to you every day. Luo sa, you can shut up now. Jiang Muzheng. He didn't understand. Later, he realized it meant for him to be quiet. Shut up. Luo sa looked at the cigarette in his hand. Didn't you say you didn't have a lighter? Jiang Muzheng replied, I borrowed someone else's just now. As for whether he really borrowed someone else's lighter, Luo sa didn't care. They walked back, one in front and the other behind. Jiang Muzheng smoked, keeping a few meters away from her. He said, it's going to rain tomorrow night. You're lucky you can finish all your jumps during the day. Luo sa turned her head. Are we going back to Beijing tomorrow night? Jiang Muzheng replied, yeah, we're going back a day early. You can rest well at home the day after tomorrow, and you'll start work the day after that. Luo sa nodded, just about to take a step when he called her again, Luo. Every time he called her that, it meant something wasn't good. What is it? She looked at him with an impatient expression. Jiang Muzheng extinguished his cigarette and walked over, stopping half a meter away from her, hands in pockets, staring intently at her. He didn't say he was leaving. She was still anxious to go back and change her sanitary pad. Jiang Muzheng said, after you finish the remaining 3 jumps tomorrow, I'll start pursuing you. Liu sa. He continued, I've thought it through these past few days. It's not a spur-of-the-moment decision. You don't have to respond to me. Just like when you take skydiving lessons, completing 1 jump doesn't mean anything. You need to complete 7 jumps to pass the AFF assessment. And you want to receive a license until you complete all 24 jumps successfully. So my previous confession was merely paying the registration fee. Now I'm qualified to step into this threshold. Luo sa had never heard such a fresh perspective before. Since middle school, people had confessed to her, but those confessions were always subtle. They were too shy to even write the word love in a love letter, and even a word like would make them blush. She received many love letters, all of which were confiscated by her mother. Later in high school, the ways of confessing became more varied, and giving gifts became popular. Every Valentine's Day, the gifts in her drawer piled up, unable to fit. They were from not only classmates, but also seniors. In college, face-to-face confessions became more common, and she had heard all sorts of melodramatic love lines. But someone like him, who compared pursuing someone to taking an exam, was the first. Jiang Muzheng was fiddling with the $2 windproof lighter, recalling what Aunt Yu said about her not having dated before. Luo sa, why does my mom tell you everything? Jiang Muzheng wanted to laugh at her reaction, but held it back. No wonder she reacted so strongly when he kissed her that night. That kick almost killed him. He said, I asked Xiaomi, and she said girls generally start to have feelings at around 16, and as they grow older, their views on relationships change. Luo. He called her again. I will use a year to let you experience all the feelings you haven't gone through from 16 until now. A year later, we'll come back here, and if you feel somewhat satisfied with me, you can agree to me then. Although he had no experience in making girls happy, he thought that if he put in serious effort, it shouldn't be too difficult, no matter how hard it was. It couldn't be harder than diving to the bottom of the sea. Luo sa lightly rolled her throat, but didn't make a sound. Jiang Muzheng continued, I know you are the rational type and have many concerns. 1 year, I give you a year to think about it. In this year, I believe you will be able to see clearly what kind of person I am. Luo sa subconsciously tightened her grip on the shopping bag, which made a sharp rustling sound. Faced with such a confession, no matter how rational she was, it was impossible for her to remain indifferent. She adjusted her breathing and said, Jiang Muzheng. Before she could finish, he interrupted her, saying, I didn't drink, and I had dinner with you. Don't you know? He continued, I know you're really happy right now. I understand. Liu sa. You really can twist the facts. You're just a self-directed drama king. She shot him a glare and walked ahead. Jiang Muzheng laughed, looking indifferent, casually following behind her. Probably due to her period. Luo sa felt a mix of irritations in her heart, while he whistled as if nothing was wrong. She glanced back at him, really wanting to kick him. What's wrong? Jiang Muzheng caught up with a few steps. Luo sa replied lightly, It's nothing. just find you annoying. Jiang Muzheng said, then I'll walk behind you. He intentionally slowed down, keeping a distance of 1 or 2 meters, continuing to whistle. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, since you find me annoying, why did you turn back just now to seek punishment? Luo Sa retorted, hearing your voice is also annoying. Jiang Muzheng laughed. Isn't it good for me to whistle a song for you? The tune he whistled was all pop songs. Others might want to hear him whistle. But he might not even do it. Luo Sa narrowed her eyes. You've been playing the same song back and forth these days. It's getting boring. He was definitely doing it on purpose, persistently whistling that song, Tomorrow You're Going to Marry Me. Jiang Muzheng was easygoing. Then let us change to another song. He thought for a moment, brooded over, and started to whistle. Luo Sa, this guy really has no self-awareness. This song was too familiar. Her uncle sang it every day when she was in elementary school. Jiang Muzheng continued to whistle, particularly cheerfully, and she unconsciously started to follow his rhythm in her heart, beginning to add the lyrics. Somehow I just like you, deeply in love with you, for no reason, no excuse. Somehow I just like you since the day I first saw you. The club was located in the suburbs, and the night was as quiet as the surroundings were serene. The weather tonight wasn't great. The moon appeared intermittently, occasionally showing up but often obscured by thick clouds. There were hardly any stars visible in the entire sky. But when Jiang Muzheng casually looked up, he felt as if there were a galaxy above him, filled with stars. Walking on the narrow path, they occasionally encountered guests from the club. At other times, this little road was just the two of them, one in front, the other behind. He was still whistling that song, Do You Know I'm Waiting For You? Chapter 27. Around 3 in the afternoon, Luo Sa completed the last jump of her license. As she descended slowly from the air, the ground scenery drew closer, from a small black dot to the size of an ant, and then to a blurry outline. She spotted Jiang Muzheng at the landing point. For her first independent jump, he was waiting for her here. For her last jump, he was still here. Today he was wearing a black shirt, and she had always thought that the word sexy could only describe women, but today it fit him perfectly. As she landed, he reached out and embraced her again. Put me down. Jiang Muzheng didn't move, just smiled and said, let us celebrate. The staff came over to untie her equipment. Jiang Muzheng spun her around twice in his arms, and Luo Sa's ears turned red. He set her down and gently rubbed her cheeks, asking, does it hurt? The wind is strong today. Luo Sa swatted his hand away and kicked him. This guy really was getting more and more forward. Jiang Muzheng gently pushed her back. Let us go. We can handle the paperwork and leave. Luo Sa rubbed her face, feeling sore from the wind. The holiday was over, and she had gotten her license. Everything felt like a long dream. The scene she had longed for as a child, sharing joy with her family, appeared in this dream. Only, he wasn't her family. All the paperwork was completed, and the license would be applied for abroad by the club. Back at the hotel, Luo Sa started packing her bags, preparing to head home. She casually glanced out the window. The clouds were thickening, and it looked like it was going to rain. 2 hours ago, when she took her last jump, the weather had been decent with clear visibility, though the wind was a bit stronger. Now the wind had calmed, but dark clouds were gathering. After packing her bags, she waited for Jiang Muzheng to come call for her. He had just stepped out. Sitting there bored, she posted a moment on social media, selecting a photo from her album of her skydiving, her hair blown up, but thankfully her face was intact. She captioned it, "The pleasant holiday is over." After posting, Luo Sa flipped through the album again. Over the past few days, Jiang Muzheng had hired a professional photographer to take videos and photos of her parachuting. At first, she thought it was unnecessary to have someone follow her every day, but Jiang Muzheng insisted that life only happens once, and it's worth keeping a memory. She couldn't argue with him, so she let him do as he pleased. Soon, many people liked and commented on her post. Zhou treat us, treat us, treat us. 100 times omitted here. Xia Yumming. 1, then her colleagues chimed in. She replied, okay, the day after tomorrow at noon, see you at the cafeteria. Another comment came from Fu Yanbo. Congratulations. Are you tired? Luo Sa. Thank you, I'm fine, not tired. Fu Yanbo. Come back and rest a bit. After work, we need to go for shooting training. Luo Sa was slightly taken aback. It turned out he didn't know her name wasn't on the training list. And it seemed the situation was more complicated than she had thought. There was a knocking sound at the door. Luo Luo? Luo Luo. Luo Sa squinted her eyes. He always called her several times in a row. She got up to open the door and was startled, stepping back. A large bouquet of flowers was in front of her. It wasn't roses. It was gypsophila, rose-colored gypsophila. She blinked, recalling what he had said last night about pursuing her once she finished her license. Jiang Muzheng handed her the flowers. It's not to pursue you. Liu Sa. Take it. This is to congratulate you on passing the exam. Jiang Muzheng looked at the vibrant bouquet in his hand, full of tiny stars. Do you know the language of gypsophila? Luo Sa had never studied this, so she didn't know. She only knew the meanings of roses and carnations. Jiang Muzheng pretended to be knowledgeable and said, the language of gypsophila is may your wishes come true. There are no flower shops nearby, so I drove to the nearby town to buy them. There is no special meaning. I just think you're better than I was at that time. He handed them to her. Luo Sa no longer refused. Thank you. Jiang Muzheng glanced into her room. Are you packed? Then let us go. It might rain soon. Luo Sa nodded, went back to grab her luggage, while Jiang Muzheng returned to his room. After closing the door, Luo Sa lowered her head and smelled the flowers. They smelled so good, like roses. She had never encountered gypsophila before and didn't know what its fragrance was like. She thought it was the scent of gypsophila itself. This wasn't her first time receiving flowers, but it was her first time accepting them personally. Luo, let us go. Jiang Muzheng called her from the door. Coming. She held the bouquet in one hand and pulled her suitcase with the other as she walked out. In the living room, Jiang Muzheng naturally took her suitcase and handed her the bag he was carrying. What is this? Snacks. We might arrive in Beijing around 7 or 8, so you can eat something if you're hungry. He pushed both suitcases ahead while she unconsciously looked at his back, realizing he always thought ahead more than she did. At the parking lot, Jiang Muzheng placed all the suitcases in the trunk. Luo Sa also casually put the gypsophila in there. Jiang Muzheng glanced at her, but she didn't notice and went straight to the passenger side, opening the door to get in. Luo Sa fastened her seatbelt, and Jiang Muzheng opened the driver's door. She caught a whiff of the fragrance and turned around. He had taken out the bouquet. Why'd you take it out? She asked. Jiang Muzheng. If it stays in the trunk too long, the petals can fall off and the color might change. To persuade her, flowers are alive. Don't be so cruel to them. Luo Sa. She met his gaze for 2 seconds before taking the flowers from him. The car started and slowly drove away from the club. Luo Sa held the large bouquet, feeling like a flower enthusiast. She turned to look at Jiang Muzheng. He was focused on driving, but the corners of his mouth were turned up. Although their relationship had eased quite a bit since a week ago, they still had nothing to talk about. Luo Sa looked down at the gypsophila. The tiny petals were delicate and cute, with varying shades of color. Some deep pink, some light pink, and some rose red. They intertwined beautifully, captivating her. She gently rubbed her fingers against the small petals, like teasing a small pet. Suddenly, she remembered its flower language. Such cute little petals. How did may your wishes come true come about? Bored, she took out her phone to search for its origin. The result was that the language of gypsophila was not may your wishes come true, but willing to be a supporting role, only wishing to be by your side. She was stunned for 2 seconds, then turned to look at Jiang Muzheng. Who told you that the language of gypsophila is may your wishes come true? TSK caught so quickly. Jiang Muzheng, holding the steering wheel, glanced at the traffic conditions before speaking to her. Oh, it was the florist who told me. What's wrong? Luo Sa. Keep lying with your eyes wide open. Jiang Muzheng remained unfazed. Isn't it may your wishes come true? She looked at him indifferently, saying nothing. Her eyes spoke volumes. Jiang Muzheng sighed. These businesses nowadays only care about making money and don't care about the customer's feelings. When I went in, I told the clerk I wanted to buy a bouquet with the meaning may your wishes come true, and they recommended gypsophila to me. After saying this, he silently apologized to the clerk in his heart. Liu Sa. She found herself speechless against this excuse. Jiang Muzheng glanced at her, pretending not to know. Then what is the language of gypsophila? Liu Sa? Huskad. Jiang Muzheng laughed. This little episode passed just like that. Half an hour later, the car was filled with the scent of roses. Luo Sa felt something was off. How could gypsophila smell like roses? She was puzzled all the way, unable to find the answer. Upon arriving in Beijing, it started to drizzle lightly. Jiang Muzheng had a meeting to attend after returning, so they didn't go to a restaurant for dinner. He dropped her off at the villa entrance. The large villa was shrouded in darkness. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. A person living in such a big house, aren't you afraid? Why don't you live in a smaller apartment? Luo Sa held a bouquet of flowers in one hand and was holding an umbrella with the other, her fingers resting on the button of the umbrella. She paused for a moment, then pressed it, and the umbrella snapped open with a bang. She said, "I've kept everything from before my parents divorced. A small house can't hold it all." But that wasn't the truth. Those old pieces of furniture didn't take up much space. One room would be enough to store them. She had always lived in such a big villa because she prepared a bedroom for each of her parents in a villa. She was afraid they might have work to deal with, so she had also prepared a study for each of them, hoping they could occasionally come over and keep her company. Since she was 7, she could no longer have the simple life of a family of 3 having dinner together, going out to play, and having her parents tell her bedtime stories at night. Her biggest wish as a child was to have her parents stay with her for one night. Although there was a nanny, she was still afraid living alone. But wishes were always just wishes. They had never come true. She didn't understand it when she was young, but as she grew up, she understood a bit. Divorced couples probably couldn't live under the same roof again. Occasionally, when her father wasn't busy, he would come stay for a while. But all these years, her mother had never come to stay. However, she still kept her mother's room and study. Jiang Muzheng looked at her, his throat rolling slightly, but he didn't speak. Luo Sa thought he didn't understand. So she patiently said a few more words. Children from happy families can't understand the longing for family affection that children from single-parent families feel, especially like me, whose mother has a new family and whose father is often busy with work. I'm no different from an orphan. But she didn't say the word orphan out loud. Luo Sa hugged the flowers, freeing one hand to hold the umbrella, while using the other hand to push her suitcase. Jiang Muzheng offered to help, but she declined, saying, "I can manage. You should go back. It's raining, be careful." She turned and walked toward the villa. The rain wasn't heavy, and Jiang Muzheng didn't open his umbrella either. Leaning against the car door, he looked at the villa and smoked 2 cigarettes before leaving. After Luo Sa entered the house, she turned on the lights and drew the curtains. She hadn't been home these days, but the nanny had come to clean for her. The nanny had even asked when she would be back and prepared a late-night snack for her. This nanny had worked in her family for nearly 20 years and was now a grandmother. After sending her own child to school every day, she would take the time to come over. Luo Sa put her suitcase aside, placed the flowers on the bar counter, and went to the terrace to find a vase, filling it with water to prepare to put the baby's breath in it. When she unwrapped the paper, she froze. The top layer was baby's breath, and underneath was a bouquet of roses, rich and vibrant, the most fragrant variety. She took out her phone and called Jiang Muzheng. "Jiang Muzheng, you're already the 3rd degree of a rogue." Jiang Muzheng laughed, knowing she had discovered it, and asked knowingly, "What's wrong? We just parted ways for a bit, and you're already looking for an excuse to call me. Missing me?" Luo Sa. She sighed. "Do you believe I'll throw the roses away?" After all, the meaning of roses was different. Accepting them felt like admitting to something. Jiang Muzheng. Roses? Where did the roses come from? Luo Sa was so frustrated that her insides hurt. "Stop pretending. The roses are under the baby's breath." Jiang Muzheng laughed and said, "This shop is really good. I told the staff that the baby's breath doesn't smell good, and they guaranteed it would satisfy me. After it was wrapped, I smelled it, and it really is fragrant. Turns out they added roses in there. I'll give this shop a 5-star review online later. A conscientious flower shop." Luo Sa. So angry that she hung up the phone directly. Chapter 28. The last day of vacation, Luo Sa didn't go anywhere, sleeping in a home and only getting up after 11. She had a simple breakfast and then settled on the sofa to play games. During this time, Yu called, saying she had a 2-hour break at noon and invited her to the office for lunch. Luo Sa was tired of takeout after more than 10 days, so she made an excuse and didn't go. Yu didn't push further, saying, "Next time when you have a break, I'll come visit you." Luo Sa replied, "Okay, Mom. I have to go now. I'm playing a game." Yu said, This child, what kind of game are you playing at home?" Luo Sa replied, "Everyone else is at work, and I have nowhere to go." Yu suggested, "Why don't you find your 5th brother to play with? He doesn't have to clock in and has free time. Liu says that. Liu. I'm listening. Your fifth brother has helped you a lot this time. Treat him to a meal when you have time. Sure, but how is that possible? After ending the call, Luo Sa re-entered the game. The last round had ended. And unsurprisingly, their team lost again. She lost interest in playing, exited the game, threw her phone aside, and flopped back on the sofa. Being home alone was very quiet, like being exiled to a deserted desert. During this time, she had been hearing Jiang Muzheng's nagging, and now that it was quiet, she felt a bit unaccustomed. If it weren't for the intentional invitations to meet, they probably wouldn't have had any further interactions. Like two intersecting lines, after meeting, they would only drift further apart. Luo Sa squinted her eyes, deciding not to think about anything anymore. The next day, Luo Sa returned to work after her vacation. Normally, the company would only approve a week of annual leave, and since it was busy, the captain would go crazy if anyone took a break, needing to rearrange the duty schedule. Luo Sa had more than 10 days off because she would cover for other colleagues during holidays, especially during the Mid-Autumn Festival and New Year's Eve, times when no one wanted to work, but Luo Sa would take the initiative to volunteer. Over the past 5 years, it had become an unspoken agreement that whenever she took a break, others would cover a few extra shifts for her, allowing her vacation to be a bit longer. If it hadn't coincided with the shooting training camp this time, she could have taken a few more days off. When she arrived at the office, Zhou Yin had already come early and brought her breakfast. While eating, Luo Sa chatted with Zhou Yin and casually noticed the chain on her wrist. When did you get that? It's pretty. Zhou Yin rolled up her sleeves to show it off, saying my sister gave it to me as a birthday gift this year. She gave it to me last weekend when she came over. Her birthday was in early December. Luo Sa replied, I was actually eyeing a bracelet to give you. But since you have one now, what do you want instead? Their gift-giving was always about asking what the other lacked or wanted. Zhou Yin suggested, how about an anklet? I can't wear it at work, but I can show it off when I go shopping on weekends. Luo Sa glanced at Zhou Yin's thick ankles and shook her head. That's a stretch. Even if I buy the largest size, it might not fit. Zhou Yin pouted, covering her heart, and playfully kicked Luo Sa's leg. Can't you say something nice? Luo Sa joked, I could, but it might cause a heart attack. Zhou Yin kicked her again, and Luo Sa laughed. The two were joking around when their colleagues started coming in, and Luo Sa greeted each of them. The office began to buzz with chatter. After about 10 minutes, the captain called them to the conference room for a meeting. Just as they left the office, the security guard from the mailroom came over with newspapers and called out to Luo Sa, Hey, Xiao Luo, you have a letter. A letter? Luo Sa stopped and took the envelope. Thank you. Zhou Yin leaned over to glance at the writing on the envelope. Wow, who sent you this? The handwriting is so nice. It wouldn't be from some secret admirer, would it? Luo Sa often received confessions while on duty, and a few times someone had even handed her roses at a crosswalk, catching her off guard. Luo Sa shook her head, I don't know. Zhou Yin patted her shoulder. Open it and see. I'll go to the conference room and save you a spot. She wasn't sure whose letter it was, respecting Luo Sa's privacy and stepping back. Luo Sa walked slowly, carefully tearing open the envelope. She tilted her head to peek inside and found a piece of pink stationery. She pulled it out and unfolded it. Luo, I miss you. Jiang Muzheng. It was a large sheet of paper with just 9 words and a few punctuation marks. After reading it, Luo Sa thought, this person is really boring. Colleagues occasionally pass by, so she quickly folded the letter back and stuffed it into her pocket. Her ears felt a bit itchy. She reached up to touch them and found them warm. When she entered the conference room and sat down, Zhou Yin eagerly asked, which handsome guy sent you a love letter? There aren't many men who write paper love letters these days, and the handwriting is so beautiful. Luo Sa cleared her throat and replied, it's from a real estate agent asking if I'm interested in investing in property. Zhou Yin scoffed, I knew it. Good men are extinct these days. Losing interest in gossip, Zhou Yin sat properly as the captain entered, flipping open her notepad. Luo Sa opened her notebook too, absent-mindedly looking at the previous meeting's notes. That was the first time she hadn't told Zhou Yin the truth. Why didn't she say it? Maybe she was afraid Zhou Yin would start talking endlessly about that jerk? She couldn't quite understand her own thoughts. Annoying. Once everyone arrived, the meeting began. The captain mainly talked about the scheduled shooting for the next day. Luo Sa kept her eyes on the captain. wondering if he would mention why she wasn't on the training list. However, he never brought it up throughout the meeting. After it ended, as Luo Sa was about to get up, the captain called out to her, "Luo Sa, can you stay for a moment?" Luo Sa nodded, and Zhou Yin looked at her, raising her eyebrows, before leaving with her notebook. Once it was just the two of them in the office. The captain walked over to close the door. Luo Sa had an uneasy feeling, quietly waiting for him to announce something, instead of returning to his own seat. The captain pulled a chair closer to Luo Sa and sat down, holding an envelope. "Captain, is this about the shooting?" Luo Sa asked proactively. "You know?" The captain guessed that Zhou Yin must have revealed something to her. Luo Sa nodded. "I know a bit, but I don't know the reason." The captain pushed the envelope toward her. "This is your transfer order." Luo Sa's brow furrowed slightly, and she didn't open it, asking, "What transfer?" The captain paused for 2 seconds, his throat bobbing a few times, and he said softly, "Transfer to Pinggu District." Luo Sa's fingers curled slightly, and she scoffed coldly. Nothing else was said. Transferred from the center to such a distant district? This wasn't just a matter of distance. It was comparable to transferring a police officer from Wuxi to Suzhou. Ridiculous. Generally, cross-district transfers only occurred if the individual requested it or through connections. Otherwise, it was unlikely. And she had just taken a vacation, and everything had changed. The atmosphere in the office froze momentarily. The captain didn't speak, just sighed. There were some things he was powerless to change. This transfer order came directly from the municipal bureau, and when he received it, he was also stunned. The order had been received 3 days ago, but considering Luo Sa was preparing for some certification, he hadn't told her right away. At this point, any comforting words felt unnecessary. He simply said, "As your captain, I'm very sorry." Sorry for what? He couldn't specify. Luo Sa shook her head. "It's not like you wanted to transfer me." The captain looked at her with a helpless expression. Although job transfers were common, with rotations every 3 years, they were usually within the same district. This kind of long-distance transfer was rare. The leadership's cross-regional transfer is normal, but she is just a grassroots traffic police officer. In the end, the captain asked again, "Do you want to try to find someone and make an effort to stay in the city?" He also knew that this matter had little chance of changing the outcome, as the new person was coming to report tomorrow. Moreover, as far as he knew, Luo Sa was the one with the least background in their team. It's a harsh reality that everyone understands, but it's just unspoken among them. Luo Sa pinched the corner of the file bag without opening it. After calming down, she said, "Why not look for it? I'll go find the director first thing tomorrow morning and ask him if he's sending me to the suburbs for some experience, so I can come back and be promoted to deputy director." The captain's eyelids twitched several times, and he kindly advised, "Luo Sa, don't act impulsively. The leadership has already made a decision. If you keep charging him like this and put him in a difficult position, are you planning to stay in the traffic police system?" Luo Sa replied, "I know my limits." She tightened the sealing line of the file bag even more. The captain was anxious. "Luo Sa, listen to my advice. Don't go head-to-head with them. You've been working for 5 years. Haven't you seen through some things yet?" He spoke vaguely, but he knew Luo Sa understood. He continued earnestly. "This transfer order came directly from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Our personnel director, Fu Yanba, went to study, and it was signed by our top leader. For the Municipal Bureau to issue a direct transfer order, and for our top leader to sign it urgently, it's not just our Traffic Management Bureau wanting to transfer you. Think about the other party's background." Luo Sa lowered her head, fiddling with the sealing line, which had reached the end. She put the file bag back on the corner of the desk, looking up at the captain. She knew he was well-meaning and wanted her to be more secure, so she wouldn't end up in a situation where she couldn't complain if she was treated unfairly. She said, "Since they transferred me without a word and sent me so far away, they should at least give me a reason." The captain rubbed his forehead. "Luo Sa, are you out of your mind? You're asking the leadership for a reason?" Luo Sa replied calmly, "Since they treat me like a fool and want to transfer me, I'll play the fool and let them know that even a fool knows the difference between the 2nd Ring Road and the 18th Ring Road." The captain, Luo Sa, stood up, took the file bag. "I shouldn't belong to the 2nd team anymore, right?" The captain nodded. "The transfer order states that you report there next Monday, and you'll be part of the same batch going for shooting training." Luo Sa, "Then I'm going home. I won't come in tomorrow." After walking a few steps, she turned back. Please don't tell the colleagues about my transfer for now. It would be awkward if we have a farewell dinner and the group hasn't even disbanded yet. The captain. This girl usually seems quite clever, but why is she so stubborn? Personnel transfers won't yield results just because she makes a fuss. Since the personnel department of the municipal bureau can transfer her at will, they must have checked that she has no background and are prepared with their excuses. We're going to find the leadership won't change the outcome. How could they let the leadership slap their own face? But he had already said everything he needed to say sincerely, and with her stubborn temperament, he couldn't control much anymore. Luo Sa returned to the office, and Zhou Yin and the others had already gone to the intersection for duty. The office was empty, with only her. Luo Sa sat in front of the desk, staring blankly at the computer screen for a long time. After coming back to her senses, she picked up her teacup and took a few sips of water, grabbed the file bag, and took the car keys to go downstairs. After driving out of the traffic police team compound, she headed straight for the Traffic Management Bureau. Chapter 29. Jiang Muzheng learned about this matter at the first opportunity. To be precise, he knew a few minutes earlier than Luo Sa. Early in the morning, he delivered the letter he had spent several hours writing to the mailroom of the 2nd Brigade. That letter contained only a few dozen characters, including letters and punctuation. He had written it until midnight last night, and after sealing it, he couldn't sleep. He only fell asleep around 2 in the morning and woke up early, excited, even before the alarm clock went off. After finishing his work at the company yesterday, he went out to buy stationery, but after visiting several supermarkets, he couldn't find suitable letter paper. Then he thought that such things should be sold near the middle school. However, he still couldn't find any. There was a store that had some, but it was covered in a layer of dust, and the color wasn't very bright. The shopkeeper told him that students nowadays don't buy letter paper to write letters anymore. A wholesale pack of letter paper could sit unsold for a year or two. In the end, he bought some romantic stationery at a small supermarket near the elementary school. He felt quite frustrated after having a cigarette before getting in the car to leave. Is writing love letters now something only elementary school students do? Upon reflection, it seemed that only elementary school students would need it. Middle school students express their feelings through their phones. After getting home, he picked a cuter piece of paper. She was too cold and needed warming up with pink tones. After writing Luo, he didn't know what else to write. He took out a notebook to draft, writing and crossing out back and forth, never satisfied, feeling a bit pretentious. He wanted to give her the feeling of love at 16, but he forgot that time waits for no one. He was already in his 30s and couldn't return to the feelings of that age. He felt frustrated for a while. From 16 to over 30, he had experienced more than many people do in a lifetime, perhaps things that many wouldn't even experience in a lifetime. His mindset could no longer return to the purity of being 16. Life and death didn't matter to him, let alone love and affection. Before meeting Luo Sa, he had never thought about marriage and children. He felt fine being alone, with his parents ahead of him, allowing him to be carefree. Who would have thought he would meet her? The most fatal thing was that he had been so heartless to other women in the past. And now Luo Sa was just as merciless to him, all coming back to him as retribution. He stared at that piece of paper for a long time, feeling utterly lost. In the end, he only wrote those 4 characters. After spending over 10 days together, it felt quite hard to adapt to being apart. It was also the first time he experienced what longing felt like. It was saltier than drinking seawater. Suddenly, the phone on the console vibrated. Jiang Muzheng came back to his senses. It was Cheng Yi calling. He had previously called Cheng Yi to ask when Luo Sa and the others would go for shooting. But Cheng Yi didn't answer, probably busy. He answered the car phone. Started training early? Cheng Yi, already trained 1 round. Hurry up. I only have 30 seconds for you. Jiang Muzheng didn't waste time chatting and directly asked, when are Luo Sa and the others going over? Cheng Yi, the 2nd Brigade tomorrow. But I didn't see Luo Sa's name. Jiang Muzheng paused. Could it be that you didn't look carefully? Cheng Yi, my eyes aren't blind. Jiang Muzheng. Cheng Yi continued. There are 6 female colleagues in the 2nd Brigade, but there are only 2 female colleagues in Luo Sa's mobile team. The current list has Zhou Yin and Shang Yuan, but not Luo Sa. Luo Sa is in another team and won't come over until the end of November. Jiang Muzheng. Another team? What do you mean? Cheng Yi. From what I see, she has probably been reassigned from the 2nd Brigade to Pinggu. Jiang Muzheng was puzzled. Why would she be transferred to Pinggu? Her family is here. There's no reason to go so far. Qinghe, unless she married someone over there and wants to make it convenient to return home. Another possibility is work requirements, but as a grassroots traffic police officer, she doesn't have any special work needs, so there's only one possibility. She was pushed over. Jiang Muzheng's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. Fine, you're busy. I understand. He hung up the phone directly. Checking the traffic conditions, he turned on his signal and made a U-turn. As he approached the traffic police yard, a white A7 came out from the gate. Jiang Muzheng honked, but the other party didn't hear him and sped past him. He initially thought about giving her a call, but then realized she wouldn't tell him the truth anyway. She would recognize the car he was driving, so he turned the car around again and followed her. Luo Sa arrived at the bureau's entrance, parked her car, and took the file bag as she got out. Wearing her uniform and holding her police ID along with their internal file bag, she told the security personnel that she was there to handle personnel transfer procedures, and they immediately let her through. Luo Sa had been to the bureau a few times before and knew which floor the director's office was on, so she took the elevator straight up. Director Yang was on the phone when he heard a knock on the door. Come in, he said, thinking it was his secretary. He was stunned for 2 seconds when he saw Luo Sa. Then he nodded with a faint smile, gesturing to his phone and indicating for her to sit down. Luo Sa didn't go to the reception area. She sat directly in the chair across from him and gave Yang a faint glance. Although Director Yang was discussing work-related matters on the phone, he couldn't miss the sharpness in her gaze. This girl seemed to be exuding a heavy sense of hostility today. There were many divisions under the bureau, and each division had many brigades with thousands of people. Yet he remembered Luo Sa. Every time the city bureau held a spring festival gala, Luo Sa represented their traffic management bureau in performances. He had heard from subordinates that she was referred to as the cold police flower in the system. Moreover, just a few days ago, he had just handled her transfer procedures, which left a deeper impression on him. Yang finished his call quickly, put down the phone, and stood up. Xiao Luo, would you like something to drink? Luo Sa. Director Yang, no need to trouble yourself. I'm not thirsty. It would be a waste if you poured water. Yang. No one in the entire Traffic Management Bureau could match her confrontational tone. However, considering she was likely in a bad mood about the transfer, he understood her feelings. He smiled and didn't press further, asking, have you completed the handover procedures for work? How are you getting along with your new colleagues? He thought she had already reported to Pinggu and had come here to handle the relevant personnel procedures, so he expressed his concern. Luo Sa, I don't know. She waved the file bag in her hand. I haven't seen it yet, don't know when I'll start working or where, so if you continue to care about my work, I'll definitely still be clueless. Yang was taken aback. After years in the officialdom, he had long since learned to remain calm. But there was a hint of complexity in his eyes that quickly faded. Adopting a kindly elder-esque tone, he asked, what is going on? Is someone bullying you at work? Come on, tell me. Transferring her was not his intention, but those connections made it unavoidable. So he had to squint and sign the papers. He had previously thought that once a spot opened up, he would bring her back internally. But the timing was too urgent, and there was no way to do so. Many matters couldn't be openly discussed with her. Luo Sa's expression remained cold. Even though the person sitting across from her was her highest leader, she had lost her temper because someone else had provoked her. She said, Director Yang, I'm not someone who just accepts things passively. What is the reason for my transfer? At the very least, you should let me understand it. Yang smiled lightly. This is all for work needs. Position transfers aren't uncommon, are they? Luo Sa laughed, but it was a cold laugh. She mocked. Is this to prepare me for a golden opportunity in Pinggu, so I can come back and be a division chief or a deputy director? After a pause, she emphasized, otherwise, I really can't think of any work needs that would require my transfer. I don't think I have any special skills that would make the Pinggu division so desperate to have me go over there. Yang Ju. He chuckled twice, feeling speechless for the first time in his life, caught off guard by a little girl. He said, Xiao Luo, it's the same wherever you work. You're serving the citizens' transportation needs and maintaining traffic order every day. Working in Pinggu is relatively easier, which is great. Luo Sa responded, since it's so good, I'll make a sacrifice and let this great opportunity go to our new colleague in the team. I may not be able to do good deeds every day, but I can occasionally promote the spirit of lay phone. I hope Director Yang can give me this chance to do a good deed. Yang Ju felt a tightness in his chest and quickly took a few sips of tea. He didn't expect this girl to be so aggressive. Luo Sa glanced at the file bag and locked eyes with Yang Ju. If it's purely for work reasons that I need to be reassigned, I will gladly accept this arrangement. However, if you're transferring me just to make room for someone else, I cannot accept that. Each team has a fixed quota, and if she isn't moved, others can't be inserted. Yang Ju hurriedly explained, Xiao Luo, is there some misunderstanding? It's not about transferring you to make space for someone else. It's all within the normal range of personnel adjustments. Luo Sa was too lazy to argue further and didn't want to beat around the bush. She spoke directly. Director Yang, you are my elder and my leader, and I have no intention of offending you. What I'm about to say concerns the matter, not the person. Yang Ju lightly tapped the edge of his cup with his finger, remaining silent, pondering Luo Sa's words. She continued, since someone is being so arrogant, I can be a bit bolder. It's easy to let me go now, but once I decide to leave, it won't be so easy to get me back. Yang Ju's expression darkened considerably, but still maintaining the demeanor of an elder and leader. He smiled and tried to ease the situation. You kids are all so young and passionate, just like my own child. When you get stubborn, you don't recognize anyone. He tried to comfort her, giving them both an opportunity to step back. I'll talk to the captain over in Pinggu and let you take a few days off to adjust. There's no rush. You can report to work next week. Luo Sa maintained her calm demeanor. The step was laid down, but she didn't want to take it. She decided to do what made her comfortable. Director Yang, I only act willfully in front of my dad. I haven't been willful at work for 5 years. She handed the file bag in front of Yang Ju. I haven't even opened this. I'll pretend I didn't see it. The reason I'm not making a fuss is not because I'm magnanimous, but because I don't want to bully others. But I'm not a pushover. Anyone who thinks they can just squeeze me from when I entered the police academy to now has to consider if they have my permission. Yang Ju's expression changed multiple times, sensing something was off. Her current attitude was not just arrogant. It was brazen, as if she didn't regard him at all. And to put it bluntly, she didn't regard those people at the bureau either. Luo Sa stood up. I know you can't give me an answer right now. I'll wait for you one day. If after one day you decide to withdraw this transfer order, I'll continue my work, treating this as a minor episode. If after one day you still decide to send me to Pinggu, then I'll come back to take this file bag. But, she paused for a few seconds before saying, once I leave the 2nd Brigade, I'll be able to come back. After saying that, she slightly bowed to Director Yang. Director Yang, I won't interrupt your work any longer. I'll head back now. Once outside the building, Luo Sa took a deep breath. Suddenly, she smiled self-deprecatingly and helplessly. The phrase emerging untainted from the mud felt increasingly distant from her. This society ultimately wouldn't turn as she wished when she was young. The city, a place illuminated by the sun, is beautiful, but it always has that dark side where sunlight doesn't reach. As she exited the bureau, before reaching her car, a sudden flurry of honking caught her attention. She looked in the direction of the sound, and a black sedan's door opened. A familiar figure came into view. Seeing him, she unconsciously recalled the letter from that morning. What are you doing here? She asked, her tone not friendly, as her mood was already sour. Jiang Muzheng approached with a faint smile. I'm following you. Liu Sa. Jiang Muzheng. I saw your car on the road and unconsciously followed it. He changed the subject. Are you here to cancel your leave? Since she was in a high mood, he pretended to know nothing. Liu Sa blinked, realizing he actually didn't know anything, and she preferred it that way. Well, if you take leave for more than 10 days, you have to come to the bureau to cancel it. Jiang Muzheng nodded slightly. I heard from Aunt Yu that you're treating me to lunch today. In fact, yesterday you said, when Luo is free, let her treat you to lunch. You helped a lot with the parachuting this time. He wasn't lying, just moving the lunch date to today. Whether to eat or not didn't matter. He wanted to keep her company since she was in a bad mood. But couldn't find a suitable reason, so he had to use Aunt Yu as an excuse. Luo Sa frowned. When did I tell my mom I'd treat you to lunch today? You made that up. Her mom usually wouldn't do something so uncertain, as she wouldn't have enough time to go out for lunch during her regular working hours. The only possibility was that Jiang Muzheng was lying. Jiang Muzheng remained calm, saying, "If you don't believe me, just call Aunt Yu right now." He took the gamble. Even if she called, Aunt Yu would surely give him face. Taking the responsibility and admitting, she said that Luo Sa would treat him to lunch. Luo Sa looked at him suspiciously. She definitely couldn't make that call. As her mom would surely say, "Then you can go eat with your fifth brother." Suddenly, she realized that her mom seemed quite fond of Jiang Muzheng. Jiang Muzheng felt secretly pleased, maintaining a calm expression as he said, "Next time you want to treat me to lunch, you don't need to go through Aunt Yu. Just call me directly, and I won't refuse." Luo Sa. She really wanted to curse. Chapter 30. After Luo Sa left, Director Yang stared blankly at the file bag for a few seconds, then picked up the phone and dialed the number for the Human Resources Department at the City Bureau. When the call connected, he directly asked, "Who ordered Luo Sa's transfer?" The other end replied, "Old Yang. With our relationship, there's no need to beat around the bush. I really don't know. It came down from above, and we just follow orders." Director Yang said, "Do you realize we might be in big trouble?" There was a brief pause on the other end, and the atmosphere on the call turned tense as the person asked, "What do you mean?" Director Yang retorted, "What do you think?" The HR department responded, "That shouldn't be the case. I checked all the files from the second team, including various personnel relationships. Luo Sa's situation is the simplest. Her parents are divorced. She has always lived with her mother. Her mother remarried and runs a business. All right. Luo Sa also has an uncle who is a retired grassroots police officer from our department. Compared to others in the team, she has the least background, so we had no choice but to transfer her." Director Yang asked, "What about Luo Sa's father?" The HR department paused. "The father's section in the file is blank. We also checked her mother's previous marriage status, but there was no information about her father. He should be deceased. Due to permission issues, we can't access many records from over 20 years ago." Director Yang sighed. "Is this how you usually operate? Just because there's a blank, you conclude the person is gone?" The HR department replied, "Her file passed the political review at the police academy. I asked the school, and they said a blank means the person does not exist. Besides, if her father really had power and influence, she wouldn't be struggling in the mobile unit, enduring the sun and rain every day. He would have promoted her uncle long ago instead of leaving him as an old officer close to retirement." Director Yang pondered for a moment, continued to check her previous files, especially from her elementary school years, to find out what her father did. The HR department sensed something might be off. Old Yang was not someone who jumped to conclusions. "Okay, I'll take care of it." After hanging up, Director Yang rubbed his temples. The matters imposed from above. If done well, people wouldn't appreciate it, feeling it was expected. If done poorly, all the responsibility would fall on them. By his nature, he wouldn't make such a transfer lightly. Although there is no pure fairness in this world, this situation is undeniably unfair to Luo Sa. In other words, it feels like bullying. 20 minutes later, the HR department called again. "Old Yang, something big is happening." Director Yang's brow twitched. "What now?" The HR department said, "All of Luo Sa's university files are completely blank. We can't find anything." Director Yang. They both knew that if even their police system couldn't find anything, it meant the background was too deep, that the person was unwilling to disclose their identity. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Director Yang said into the phone, "This is quite troublesome. Think about how to handle it. I have something going on." He hung up and turned toward the door. "Come in." When Fu Yanba entered, Director Yang was taken aback. "You're back early?" He vaguely remembered the meeting was supposed to end tomorrow. Fu Yanba replied, "It ended early." He sat down and asked about the recent work in the bureau. Director Yang felt a bit tired, mentally exhausted. He crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair. "You just went for a training session, and I signed for you. And now we have a big mess on our hands." Fu Yanba raised his eyes. "What kind of mess? Is it serious?" Director Yang replied, "Yes. It's about the personnel transfer in the second team." Since he felt Fu Yanba was unfamiliar with the personnel in the second team, he didn't specify names. Fu Yanba asked, "The second team? Who?" Luo Sa was in the second team, and he had a comrade there, so he felt a strange familiarity with it. Director Yang said, "You probably don't have any impression. Luo Sa, a pretty decent young lady. They've arranged for her to be transferred to Pinggu." Fu Yanbo exclaimed, "Luo Sa? Transferred to Pinggu? My master wants to transfer her to Pinggu?" Hearing it was an arrangement from above, he naturally thought it was his master wanting Luo Sa to get some more training over there. This time, it was Director Yang who was surprised, and he couldn't recover for a while. When he regained his senses, he felt a chill, as if he realized something but was unwilling to believe it. He asked with a hint of hope, "Is there any conflict between Minister Feng and Luo Sa's family? After all, a leader of that stature, and one with a good reputation, wouldn't make things difficult for a young girl without a reason related to family matters." Fu Yanbo frowned slightly. "You don't know my master is Luo Sa's father?" Director Yang's heart sank, and he squinted his eyes, realizing they had dug a big hole. Now he finally understood why the Father S section was blank and why all previous records were empty, with no trace to be found. Because not only did Minister Feng engage in criminal investigations, but he had also fought on the front lines against drug trafficking in the southwestern border 20 years ago. Drug lords feared his name, and to this day, he oversees national criminal investigations and drug enforcement. For the safety of his family, it was reasonable to change a child's name. Fu Yanbo was still confused and asked what was going on. Director Yang didn't hide it anymore and explained the whole situation, including what Luo Sa had said in his office an hour ago. Fu Yanbo paused in silence. "She left her file bag here?" Director Yang pointed to the corner of the desk. "It's still here." Fu Yanbo said, "Luo Sa is giving us a way out. If she quietly went to Pinggu, once my master finds out, the outcome is easy to imagine. My master doesn't protect his own, but if someone tries to bully his daughter, he won't be so easy to deal with." Director Yang pressed his temples, feeling dizzy. Fu Yanbo paused and continued. "Besides, Luo Sa is just a grassroots traffic police officer. Everyone can see how she performs. Such an outstanding and hardworking grassroots worker is not valued by the Bureau. Just because someone said to let her go, she should leave like that? This approach will make those of us in the system who work diligently but lack family background feel disheartened, because they won't know when they might be the next one inexplicably pushed out." Director Yang sighed, agreeing with Luo Sa. If the transfer was necessary for the position, she would accept it willingly, but if she was being pushed out to make room for someone else, no one would be willing to accept that. Fu Yanbo reached out to take the file bag, not asking Director Yang's opinion, and without looking inside, he tore it open. He ripped it several times until the file bag was in tatters. Director Yang was shocked, but then he realized this was the best way to resolve the issue. If the transfer order was torn up, it would only embarrass certain people in the city bureau. As he tore, Fu Yanbo said, "Luo Sa has already given us enough face. If she made it widely known that she was being transferred by the city bureau, and in the end, those people couldn't team move her, how many would secretly enjoy the joke between the city bureau and our traffic management? What she's doing now is a cold treatment. Luo Sa probably doesn't want anyone to know who her father is." After leaving Director Yang's office, Fu Yanbo felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Back in his own office, he opened the window and lit a cigarette. He thought, if Luo Sa had no background, would she have to silently accept such an unfair outcome? He particularly missed the days in criminal investigations, every time they solved a major case. It comforted the souls of the wronged, bringing a sense of relief and a sacred sense of mission, something those who haven't experienced it could never understand. His master had once said that with their personal strength, they couldn't change the state of society, but they should try to give those living in the shadows an opportunity to see the light. Fu Yanbo took out his phone and sent Luo Sa a message. "Thank you." He hoped she would understand. A few minutes later, Luo Sa replied, "You don't need to thank me, I just don't want to trouble my dad. It definitely wouldn't be so easy to talk to once he knows. It might also be that she has grown older and seen many things more clearly. If it were back when she had just graduated, if someone bullied her like that, she would definitely make it known to everyone, feeling satisfied after a good fuss. But now, she feels it's unnecessary. She just wants to do her own job steadily and safely." When Luo Sa returned to the office, she realized she had forgotten her bag in her haste to leave, and happened to run into her team leader. The team leader had a visibly relieved expression and a hint of a smile on his face. "Xiao Luo, gather at the team at 7 tomorrow morning for a trip to the shooting range." He added, "You don't need to come in the afternoon, just rest while at home." Just now, the Bureau called to inform him that Luo Sa's original position would remain unchanged, and the new recruit, Shang Yuanyuan, was a temporary worker an auxiliary police officer. It was a mix-up from the HR department, and they had not intended to transfer Luo Sa. He just smiled at such formalities. Luo Sa nodded. Okay, thank you. Team leader. She then sent a message to Zhou Yin, not mentioning the transfer, just saying that her name was left out by the bureau. And although she didn't want to go, she felt bored at home, so she would go along. She also mentioned that her period had come early, she wasn't feeling well, and requested a leave to go home, saying she would see her tomorrow morning. The next day during the gathering, Luo Sa did not see the new member Shang Yuanyuan. Later, the team leader said that Shang Yuanyuan's personnel file had not been processed yet, so she would not participate in this training, and would report to the team next Monday. Luo Sa wondered what kind of person Shang Yuanyuan was anyway, regardless of whether she was temporary or permanent. They had already quietly established a rivalry. Once on the bus, Luo Sa's phone vibrated. She opened it to see a message from Jiang Muzheng. There has been a cold front these days. Take care of yourself when you get to the suburbs. Luo Sa exited WeChat without replying to him. She didn't know when he had started to consider himself a part of her life. Looking out the window, she felt restless. Jiang Muzheng knew she wouldn't reply. She had directly refused his invitation to dinner yesterday, let alone respond to his messages. But it didn't matter. He put down his phone and began to focus on the meeting. Half an hour later, the meeting ended, and he hurried back to the office, signed today's documents, assigned work to his secretary, took his notebook, and left the office. The car drove straight to the shooting range in the suburbs. It turned out that dating and pursuing a girl was so exhausting. Before he even left the city, he received a call from Cheng Yi. Are you coming over today? Jiang Muzheng replied, yeah. Cheng Yi thought for a moment. You should change into your old Marine Corps uniform before coming. You stand out too much in a shirt and suit among a group in uniform. Jiang Muzheng thought about it and decided not to make it difficult for Cheng Yi. All right, I'll go change. He turned the car around and went home. He still had his old uniform, though the shoulder insignia had been removed. Luo Sa didn't expect to see Jiang Muzheng in such a strict place as the shooting range. After the morning training ended, while walking to the cafeteria, Zhou Yin suddenly elbowed her. Luo, look over there. Luo Sa followed Zhou Yan's gaze and was surprised to see Jiang Muzheng chatting with their shooting instructor, Cheng Yi, by the roadside. Looking at his outfit, Luo Sa frowned slightly. This man was like a chameleon. He appeared flamboyant in a burgundy shirt, calm and restrained in a white shirt, sexy and charming in a black shirt, and today he wore the military uniform, looking imposing and dignified. P.S. A few notes about Jiang Muzheng's daily life. 1. Jiang Muzheng's inner monologue. Today, when Luo saw me in military uniform, her eyes clearly showed surprise. I like her in uniform, looking heroic, and I think she also likes me in military attire. We're the same kind of people. We both have passionate dreams in our hearts, but in reality, we're just a speck of dust. Originally, I was busy today and didn't plan to go to the shooting range, but I was worried that new colleagues would bully her. 2. One day, Jiang Muzheng saw a couple of multiple-choice questions. First question, how many points do you think you have in your wife's heart? A. Failing. B. 80 points. C. 90 points. D. 100 points. Jiang Muzheng shamelessly chose D. Second question, how many points does your wife have in your heart? A. Failing. B. 80 points. C. 90 points. D. 100 points. Jiang Muzheng unhesitatingly wrote down an answer. E. 101 points. Chapter 31. Jiang Muzheng also saw Luo Sa. When their eyes met, there was an instant spark. One gaze as cold as the glaciers of Antarctica, the other as hot as the sun at the equator. Jiang Muzheng looked at her with a half-smile, while Luo Sa lightly averted her gaze. Standing beside her, Zhou Yin made a disdainful gesture towards him. He suddenly chuckled, feeling somewhat helpless. Zhou Yin linked her arm with Luo Sa's and leaned close to her ear. Is that jerk bothering you? I suddenly feel like even the women's restroom isn't safe anymore. Luo Sa. It's almost time for dinner. Don't mention some indigestible person. The two of them gradually walked away. Jiang Muzheng tilted his chin slightly towards that direction, signaling Cheng, let's go, it's time to eat. He was pondering how he could manage to have dinner with Luo Sa. Cheng Yi didn't move, pulling out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to him. Here's a keepsake for you. Jiang Muzheng looked at him with confusion and hesitated before taking it. When he opened it, he He found it was a target sheet, clean on the surface, with no signs of bullet holes. He flicked the target sheet with his finger, squinting at Cheng. What's the story behind this target sheet? Cheng Yi. It's the target sheet that Luo Sa shot at. He had just heard from Jiang Dongting that Jiang Muzheng had special feelings for Luo Sa. He had pursued her from the club to the shooting range, and for what he knew of Jiang Muzheng, it wasn't just a fleeting impulse. However, talking about Luo Sa was truly complicated. She seemed to be listening attentively, yet after a few shots, not only did she miss the target, but the edges of the target sheet were also pristine. He felt utterly hopeless about such a student. Jiang Muzheng glanced at the target sheet and silently folded it up. He said, Luo is just soft-hearted. She can't bear to harm even the target sheet. Cheng Yi frowned. Jiang Muzheng, can you at least have some limits when you lie? In the entire traffic management system, her scores are simply unbearable, and her target sheets are always spotless. Jiang Muzheng had already put the target sheet away and looked up at Cheng Yi, instructing him, no matter how poorly she shoots, you are not allowed to scold her. You must encourage her. Cheng Yi. He put his hands on his hips. How do I encourage her? She can't even touch the edges of the target sheet. Am I supposed to be like you and say, Luo Sa, you're doing great, you're almost at the bullseye? Jiang Muzheng laughed. It could be said that the distance of her bullets from the bullseye was at most 60 to 70 centimeters. And we could say she was almost at the bullseye if it was under a meter. Cheng Yi. The target sheet size is 60 centimeters x 60 centimeters. If her bullets are more than 60 centimeters away from the bullseye, it means the bullets didn't even appear on the target sheet. No matter how poor someone is, they can at least hit the 2 or 3 rings. At the very least, they can hit the 1 ring, but she never managed to hit the target sheet. Once, she hit the target sheet, but it was her colleague's target sheet next door. Cheng Yi and Jiang Muzheng walked towards the cafeteria, chatting as they went. He sighed. With such scores, when the leaders come to check tomorrow morning, do you think I'll have any face? Jiang Muzheng glanced at him. Who's coming to check? Cheng Yi, unaware of the past between him and Fu Yanbo, replied directly, Fu Yanbo. To ensure, Jiang Muzheng knew that Fu Yanbo had been transferred to traffic management. He elaborated. Fu Yanbo is now the deputy director of traffic management and is coming to the shooting range for a routine inspection tomorrow. Today just happens to be the training of the second squad. Although Luo Sa's clumsiness is innate, he, as her instructor, would also feel embarrassed about her abysmal performance. Jiang Muzheng thought about Fu Yanbo coming to the shooting range for inspection this afternoon and couldn't help but wonder if Fu Yanbo was deliberately coming over because Luo Sa was there. Cheng Yi paused, then realized and couldn't help but scoff at him. Do you really think everyone is like you, with nothing better to do? As far as he knew, these tasks were arranged by the Bureau, and Fu Yanbo was merely following his schedule. It was just a coincidence that it coincided with the training of the worst performer. Luo Sa. What kind of misdeed had he done in his life to end up with a student like Luo Sa? His reputation as a sharpshooter instructor was basically ruined by her. Jiang Muzheng didn't want to dwell on Fu Yanbo, just briefly mention the previous topic. And as they approached the cafeteria, he said to Cheng, Brother, help me out. Cheng Yi looked him up and down. What scheme are you up to now? Jiang Muzheng. It's nothing much. I just want to have dinner with Luo. Besides this opportunity to dine together here. He basically had no chance at other times because she simply didn't like to interact with him. At this moment in the Traffic Management Bureau, it was lunchtime. After Fu Yanbo finished with his tasks, he was about to go to eat when there was a knock on the door. Come in. He looked up. Upon seeing the visitor, he was stunned for 2 seconds. After realizing it, he quickly stood up and went to greet them. Master, what brings you here? Feng Xiaoyong closed the door and smiled. My girl is now under your supervision. I had to come by to visit her leader. Fu Yanbo hurriedly made tea, not forgetting to turn back and talk to Feng Xiaoyong. Master, you're making me blush with your words. Feng Xiaoyong looked around his office and asked after sitting down, How's it going in the new position? Fu Yanbo, not much. I've had dreams of solving cases several times. The scenes in the dreams are so vivid, but when I wake up, it's dawn, and everything resets to zero. Feng Xiaoyong said, If you really want to go back, I can think of a way for you. Fu Yanbo, let's wait until my mom's health stabilizes. Feng Xiaoyong nodded. That works. Fu Yanbo wasn't very good at making tea. He simply put the tea leaves in a cup, rinsed them with warm water, and then poured in boiling water. They used to do it this way in criminal investigation, nothing too fancy. He placed the teacup in front of Feng Xiaoyong and sat down himself, saying, "Our director went to the municipal bureau for a meeting and won't be back until the afternoon," implying that he couldn't entertain him. "Feng Xiaoyong, I'm not here for inspection. I happened to be passing by a municipal bureau and thought I'd drop in to see you." He wasn't there for business today. It was a rare moment of leisure. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Recently, I had dinner with my girl and wanted to know what you think of her. Is she working hard?" Fu Yanbo was taken aback. He didn't expect Feng Xiaoyong to ask so directly. He and Feng Xiaoyong had a mentor-student relationship for over 10 years, and he spent more time with him than with his own father. The bond between him and Feng Xiaoyong was even stronger than that between Luo Sa and Feng Xiaoyong, especially since many of their views on case investigations were surprisingly aligned. This mentor-student relationship felt more like a father-son bond. However, Feng Xiaoyong had never inquired about his private matters before, and today was the first time. Fu Yanbo smiled. "Of course, she's great." This wasn't just flattery. He genuinely thought Luo Sa was good. Before having dinner with Luo Sa, he was adamant about not dating someone within the system. But after the meal, he felt somewhat disoriented about what he had previously said, that dating someone within the system would be difficult to manage. He was no longer sure if he could effectively carry out that statement. The work in criminal investigation had made him even calmer than before, sometimes to the point of being somewhat frighteningly rational, almost inhumane. But unknowingly, some things were quietly changing. And then, he even crazily went skydiving. Feng Xiaoyong was genuinely happy, and this joy was unmistakably written all over his face. He said, "Then I can entrust my girl to you. If she suffers any grievances at work, I'll hold you accountable. À double entendre." He only wanted to express the previous sentence. The latter part was completely superfluous. Fu Yanbo pretended not to understand and began to be cryptic. He laughed and said, "I can't let myself suffer at work, nor can I let her suffer." He automatically crossed out the words "at work" in his mind. Unexpectedly, one day, he and his master both knew what was going on, but pretended to be foolish. Feng Xiaoyong continued, "I have to go to the southwest next week. It will probably take a while. This weekend, I'll bring Luo to have a meal with you. I haven't seen her in months." As soon as Fu Yanbo heard southwest, he thought of the major case before his transfer and asked, "Is there any progress over there?" Feng Xiaoyong replied, "The target hasn't been finally locked down." He sighed, "It's troublesome. That drug lord's counter-surveillance abilities are too strong. Over a year has passed, and we still haven't found his base. Several villages and towns in the southwest have been severely harmed by him." With ears on the wall, they didn't discuss it further. They then talked about the meal, and Feng Xiaoyong asked, "Are you free this weekend?" Fu Yanbo replied, "Free." Feng Xiaoyong said he would call Luo in the evening and would message him once the specific time was set. In the cafeteria, Luo Sa had already prepared her meal and was about to find Zhou Yin when she looked up and saw Cheng Yi and Jiang Muzheng walking towards her. She smiled faintly at Cheng Yi, Instructor Cheng. She didn't even glance at Jiang Muzheng. Cheng Yi nodded slightly, and just as they were about to pass each other, he suddenly stopped, as if recalling something. "Oh, right, Xiao Luo. The leaders are coming to inspect tomorrow morning. I'll find you later to talk about the key points for shooting practice. We have to show our second team some glory, right?" Liu Sa. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Muzheng, only to find he had already walked towards the food window. She nodded, "Okay." Cheng Yi pointed to a spot nearby. "You can sit here. I'll come find you later." After saying that, he went to get his food. Luo Sa held her tray and looked at the backs of Jiang Muzheng and Cheng Yi. For some reason, she always felt they were in cahoots. However, thinking about her abysmal performance was a fact, and she felt powerless to argue against Cheng Yi's seemingly reasonable request. She placed the tray down, walked to a nearby table, and briefly told Zhou Yin not to wait for her and to head back to the dormitory for a nap after finishing her meal. Surrounded by colleagues, she couldn't say much, so Zhou Yin patted Luo Sa's shoulder with sympathy, though her eyes were filled with laughter. Remembering how Luo Sa hit her target paper with bullets in the morning, she couldn't help but smile. Shooting was probably the only shortcoming in Luo Sa's life. When Luo Sa returned to her seat, Jiang Muzheng and Cheng Yi had already taken their seats. Chang Yi sat across from her, while Jiang Muzheng sat beside him, diagonally across from her. Colleagues occasionally glanced over at their table. Female colleagues were looking at Jiang Muzheng, while most of the male colleagues were looking at Luo Sa. Chang Yi's earlier words were spoken loudly enough for everyone to hear, and nobody thought anything special about the instructor sitting at the same table as Luo Sa. It was purely about shooting practice. After all, everyone had witnessed the miraculous moment when Luo Sa hit someone else's target paper in the morning, making her shooting skills the topic of their lunch conversation. As they ate and talked about shooting, it was mostly Chang Yi speaking, while Luo Sa nodded, indicating she understood. Chang Yi thought to himself, remembering is pointless. She'll forget it all in no time. Chang Yi glanced at Jiang Muzheng, who was quietly eating. He said to Luo Sa, "Xiao Luo, after we finish eating, I'll give you a little extra training. We can head straight to the shooting range. Sometimes cramming at the last minute is useful." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Muzheng instinctively looked at Chang Yi, and Chang Yi also glanced at him without saying a word. Their eyes met and then quickly separated. Luo Sa chewed her vegetables like wax. Despite 1,000 unwilling thoughts, she could only choose to remain silent. During training, obeying the instructor was her duty. This foolish idea was most likely suggested by Jiang Muzheng, and she kicked the person diagonally across from her under the table. Jiang Muzheng. He was caught off guard by the kick and nearly choked on his food. He shot her a glance, but she continued eating as if nothing had happened. Surrounded by her colleagues, he could only silently endure it. For the rest of the meal, they focused on eating. Occasionally, Jiang Muzheng and Chang Yi would exchange a few words about shooting training. Luo Sa listened while quietly picking out the green peppers from her dish, placing them in one corner of her tray. She had never liked green peppers since she was a child. Jiang Muzheng inadvertently noticed the green peppers and naturally picked them up with his chopsticks, putting them in his mouth. Luo Sa was taken aback, with people around. She didn't say a word. Chang Yi saw Jiang Muzheng's little action and deliberately teased, "Jiang Muzheng, your chopsticks seem a bit long. That's Luo's plate." Jiang Muzheng. He smiled faintly and reacted quickly. "I'm far-sighted. With the plate so close, I mistook it for mine." Chang Yi. Luo Sa. This was probably the worst case of being far-sighted ever. P.S. Jiang Muzheng's diary. Day 3 of chasing my wife. 1. Successfully sat at the same table as Luo. 2. Blindly picked her food. The result of the third day's efforts. Got kicked by my wife. She seems to be starting to act spoiled with me. Evaluation of results. 1. 2. The only distressing thing is that thick-skinned Fu Yanba is coming, and my father-in-law seems to like him a lot. Overall, today's mood index is 3 stars. Chapter 32. Luo Sa finished eating first. Jiang Muzheng and Chang Yi were still eating, waiting for Chang Yi to go to the shooting range together. After she put her tray away, she sat at her seat, feeling bored and looking around aimlessly. Occasionally, she made eye contact with a colleague and smiled faintly before quickly looking away, focusing her gaze on her hands. Phones weren't allowed during training, so they were all left in the dormitory, and now she felt incredibly bored, especially with Jiang Muzheng sitting across from her, which made her feel suppressed. The air was too silent, and Chang Yi broke the silence first, asking Jiang Muzheng, "Are you busy these days?" Jiang Muzheng replied, "Busy. I have a business trip tomorrow afternoon." Chang Yi asked, "Where to?" "Malaysia. I won't be back until the weekend at the earliest." Chang Yi smiled faintly. "I didn't ask when you'd be back." Jiang Muzheng. Luo Sa listened quietly, her hands twisting together out of boredom. Their conversation continued, with Chang Yi asking, "Were you going there for?" Jiang Muzheng replied, "For a cooperation in oil." The other party reached out through one of his previous partners, and although they had initially planned to meet domestically, for some reason, it was changed to Malaysia. If things went smoothly, he could return by the weekend. After saying this, he unconsciously glanced at Luo Sa, realizing he wouldn't see her for 3 or 4 days. After lunch, the three of them headed to the shooting range. Not long after leaving the cafeteria, someone called out from behind, "Instructor Chang." Chang Yi turned around to see 2 female traffic police officers from the second team jogging over. One of them said with a smile, "Instructor Chang, are you guys going to the shooting range?" Chang Yi nodded. One of the female officers continued, "Great. We didn't feel well after morning training and also wanted to take advantage of the lunch break to practice more. As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Muzheng. Jiang Muzheng was focused on checking his emails and didn't pay any attention to what they said, while Luo Sa was even more distracted and continued walking ahead, already several meters away from them. Cheng Yi didn't rush to respond, but instead studied them with a meaningful look for a few seconds. They weren't going to shoot. They were probably interested in Jiang Muzheng. It turns out that infatuation knows no profession. On the surface, they appeared so diligent and eager to learn, and as an instructor, he couldn't dampen their spirits, so he could only say, "All right, follow me." The two women exchanged joyful glances and followed behind Cheng Yi and the others. Upon entering the training hall, Luo Sa stood at the same target position as during the morning training. Cheng Yi began one-on-one instruction, patiently going over the basic steps and precautions again. Luo Sa nodded, but after loading the bullet, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Not far away stood Jiang Muzheng, along with two other colleagues from their squad. At the moment she pulled the trigger, she held her breath. The target was 25 meters away, and she couldn't see if there were any bullet holes on the target paper. An enthusiastic female colleague quickly ran over to check her results, said nothing, and just shrugged. It seemed she had missed the target again. Despair washed over her as she silently looked at Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi smiled helplessly, saying, "It's okay. Take your time. There are still more than 10 hours until tomorrow morning. I don't believe you can even hit the target paper." Luo Sa bit her lip, while the two female colleagues stifled their laughter. Later, they went to shoot on their own, and within a few minutes, they called out, "Instructor Jiang, can you come over and guide us?" Jiang Muzheng was momentarily taken aback. Instructor Jiang? This title sounded quite new to him. However, he lazily leaned against the control panel and didn't move, saying, "I haven't even picked up a gun." He pointed to the clothes he was wearing. "These clothes are borrowed from your instructor Cheng." The two women clearly showed disappointment, but politely thanked him and turned back to practice. Jiang Muzheng stood with his hands in his pockets, watching Luo Sa for a while. Cheng Yi had taught her for half a day, and she hadn't made any progress. He walked over and kicked Cheng Yi's leg, signaling him to demonstrate and guide her. Cheng Yi shot him a glare, but complied and walked over. Luo Sa turned to Jiang Muzheng and said, "Stay away from me. The bullets don't have eyes." Jiang Muzheng chuckled and replied, "Are you willing to?" Luo Sa. Shameless. Jiang Muzheng didn't teach her how to shoot. Some people just aren't cut out for it. He only said, "Since it's already this bad, just keep a calm mindset. No one can excel at everything. Some people are good at shooting, but that doesn't mean they dare to skydive. You managed to get an A license in less than 10 days. There's no point in comparing your weaknesses to other strengths." Although Luo Sa was still staring straight at the target paper, she listened attentively to every word he said. After he finished speaking, she let out a soft breath and blinked. Although he usually liked to bicker with her, he never mocked her when she was nervous or embarrassed. Instead, he always found a way to relieve her stress. Previously, when she was skydiving alone, he showed her 2 little notes on a coin. Now, he had sincerely said such a long passage to her. Luo Sa maintained her stance, right hand holding the gun, left hand supporting her right hand, her palms damp from perspiration. In front of him, this was her first time making a fool of herself. And it was hard to fathom how bad she had to be to not even touch the edge of the target paper, missing every time. It was bad enough that her performance was poor, but he was an expert marksman. Although he had just told her 2 colleagues that he hadn't picked up a gun, she didn't believe it, because during the time they lived together at the club, she had seen the thick calluses on his left hand. A person who holds a gun with their left hand should have decent shooting skills. He had never mentioned his past, but she had vaguely guessed something. She found it hard to imagine how a rational and cold-blooded man like him could switch so naturally between being shameless and being affectionate. On the other side, Cheng Yi was patiently teaching the 2 female colleagues, demonstrating himself and hitting the target center without even looking at the target paper, earning applause from the 2 women. Luo Sa quietly asked Jiang Muzheng, "Are you better at shooting than Instructor Cheng?" Jiang Muzheng was a bit stunned, pleasantly surprised that she would speak to him so calmly and gently. He smiled and said, "Just average." This might have been a bit humble because he looked down on Cheng Yi's shooting skills, who boasted of being a shooting god. Jiang Muzheng tilted his chin toward the target paper and said, "Keep shooting. I'll help you check the results." Liu Sanoded, Agran. None of them expected that their first peaceful interaction would happen at the shooting range, especially during her most embarrassing moment. Luo Sa took a deep breath, loaded the bullet, adjusted her stance, aimed, pulled the trigger, and then she squinted, not daring to look at the target paper. Jiang Muzheng strode over, intentionally punctured the bottom of the target paper with a cross key while tearing it off, quickly stowing the key away, and walked toward Luo Sa with the target paper. She anxiously asked, "How did it go?" Jiang Muzheng shook the target paper. "You finally hit the target paper? Although it's not in the first ring yet, it's progress." Luo Sa wasn't knowledgeable about the target paper, but seeing the holes, she felt an indescribable excitement inside, although she pretended not to care about her shooting results. Who could truly be indifferent to being last? She smiled at him, a shallow smile that revealed a subtle dimple. Jiang Muzheng averted his gaze. That smile had more impact than any weapon, and he almost couldn't handle it, followed by a strong heartbeat in his chest. Luo Sa extended her hand. "Give me the target paper." Jiang Muzheng turned back. "What do you want a target paper for?" "As a memento." After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Muzheng handed her the target paper. Luo Sa carefully folded the target paper and tucked it into her pocket. Then she continued practicing. Later, Cheng Yi came over, and the other two female colleagues followed. Jiang Muzheng stepped back to the control panel. In the time that followed, Luo Sa continued to miss the target, but she didn't get discouraged and persevered in her practice. The target paper she had tucked away earlier was like a glimmer of hope. It represented the best result she had ever achieved in her shooting career, like a milestone in her life. When the formal training session in the afternoon ended, Jiang Muzheng left the shooting range and went to Cheng Yi's dormitory. Back at the dorm, he didn't rest either. He started handling work emails and reviewing plans, staying busy until after 5 o'clock. Just when he thought he could take a break, his secretary called to say there would be a video meeting in 10 minutes. Jiang Muzheng poured a cup of water, took it to the balcony, opened the window, and began to smoke. In early winter, around 5 o'clock, it was already dark, and the street lights were lit. The dim yellow light at the shooting range was particularly warm in the night. After smoking a few puffs, the dorm area became lively as people returned from training, and it turned out to be Luo Sa and the others finishing their training. There was only this one dormitory building at the shooting range, with female colleagues living upstairs and male colleagues downstairs. Jiang Muzheng leaned at the window watching outside, unsure whether Luo Sa returned to the dorm first or went to the cafeteria. Luo Sa and Zhou Yin went to the cafeteria to eat first. She felt quite overwhelmed throughout the afternoon. While others were improving from the first ring to the second, some even from the fifth to the sixth. She had no idea if she had made any progress, since she always missed the target. It was hard to determine whether she was closer to the target paper the first time or the second time. Eventually, Cheng Yi became completely desperate and told her, "Just treat the target paper as Jiang Muzheng, vent however you want." There were no entertainment activities at the shooting range, and after dinner, they could only return to the dorm. The bathing facilities were poor, and after a quick wash, they all crawled into bed. Having not checked her phone all day, the first thing Luo Sa did when lying on the bed was to turn on her phone, fearing she would miss out on millions in red envelopes. Luo Sa's phone screen was clean, with no messages or missed calls, while Zhou Yin was busy with over a dozen missed calls. To avoid disturbing her or considering her feelings, Zhou Yin went to the bathroom to return the calls. However, the bathroom had poor sound insulation. It was just an extra door, making it feel no different from talking beside the bed, and Luo Sa heard every word Zhou Yin said. Zhou Yin first returned her parents' call, detailing the day's training results for over 10 minutes. Even though she had a child now, she still acted coy with her mother. Then she started chatting with her husband. Luo Sa buried her face in the pillow, wondering if her mother was eating at home or on a business trip, and what her father was up to, perhaps busy with a case. She had told them about her shooting training, but they probably forgot. It was always like this. By the time they remembered, it would be a long time later. In the bathroom, Zhou Yin finished chatting with her husband and was now video calling her son, occasionally bursting into laughter. The little guy's soft, sweet voice calling Mama made Luo Sa's heart ache. Just then, her phone vibrated, and she hurriedly looked up to see a message from Jiang Muzheng. "Go to the balcony." Luo Sa was confused. "Why?" "Jiang Muzheng, I haven't seen you all afternoon. I want to see you. I'm right below your dorm. Liu Sa. No reply. Another message from Jiang Muzheng came in. You have 2 minutes to get dressed. If you don't come out in 2 minutes, I'll throw a rock at your dorm window. Luo Sa. He was still a charming, low-key mature man during the shooting session at noon, but by evening he turned into a rogue. Was he really going to smash the glass? But she had to admit that his message instantly chased away her earlier gloomy mood. Luo Sa stared at her phone screen, hesitating whether to go to the balcony. If she went, it would be indulging him. If she didn't, given his personality, he might not smash the glass. But he could very well shout for her downstairs. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Zhouyan was having a great time playing with her son, who kept calling Mama in the video without getting tired. Luo Sa couldn't calm her mind. Jiang Muzheng's message came again. 1 more minute. Luo Sa. Do you know how annoying you are? Jiang Muzheng. If I weren't annoying, you'd forget about me the moment you turned your head. Just go to the balcony window. I just want to see you. I miss you. Luo Sa pressed the phone screen off. His sweet talk was so natural, yet not at all awkward. After hesitating for a moment, she got up and put on her police uniform over her pajamas. The wind was strong in the suburbs, and as soon as she opened the window, the cold air rushed in. Luo Sa grabbed her collar and leaned out to look down. The streetlights were off, but she saw Jiang Muzheng leaning against a tree trunk, the branches almost bare, with only a few scattered yellow leaves swaying precariously in the wind. Jiang Muzheng held a cigarette in one hand and waved his phone in the other, signaling her to pick up the call. Luo Sa's phone in her pocket vibrated. She initially wanted to retreat inside, but inexplicably took out her phone and pressed the answer button. In a light tone, he asked, "What else do you want?" Jiang Muzheng looked up at her and countered, "Don't you miss me?" Liu Sa. He couldn't see through the night, but she still shot him a glare, warning him, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hang up." Jiang Muzheng smiled, his gaze never leaving her. He took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke, and for a while, neither of them spoke. The call was quiet, only the sound of the wind whooshing by, occasionally interrupted by the laughter and teasing from colleagues in the neighboring dorm. Downstairs, male colleagues occasionally shouted a few notes. Their singing quite pleasant. The shooting range under the night sky was wrapped in tranquility with a hint of warmth. Holding the phone, Luo Sa looked at the person below and suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion, something she had never felt before, yet couldn't quite articulate. Jiang Muzheng extinguished his cigarette and tossed it on the ground beside him, speaking into the microphone. "I just threw my cigarette, but on the ground. Aren't you going to scold me?" Liu Sa. She hung up the phone directly, pulled the window shut, and turned back into the room. Jiang Muzheng wore a smile, his mood elevated to the extreme. He sent her another message. "It's several degrees colder here than in the city. Make sure to cover up well at night. I'm staying in the room right below yours. Good night." After sending it, he bent down to pick up the cigarette, and whistled as he walked back into the dormitory building. On his way back, Cheng-Yi had just come out of a cold shower. He only skipped cold showers in the dead of winter. He was used to them in other seasons. In his own words, pouring cold water over himself made him calm down and think rationally. Cheng-Yi wiped his hair with a towel and saw Jiang Muzheng's smug expression, already guessing what he had been up to. "Did you see her?" Jiang Muzheng. "It's not that I wanted to see her. She wanted to see me, so I let her have a look." Cheng-Yi. "Have some self-respect, will you?" Jiang Muzheng laughed heartily, in such a good mood that he didn't care what Cheng-Yi said. Cheng-Yi leaned against the bed, resuming a serious expression, and asked him, "Are you planning to just date Luo Sa, or are you serious about wanting to build a life together?" Jiang Muzheng began to take off his training uniform, preparing to shower. He glanced at Cheng-Yi and asked, "What do you think?" Cheng-Yi sighed. "That's hard to say. You once said that marriage and kids were quite nonsense, and as for women, you just date if you find someone you like. Love is whatever." Jiang Muzheng picked up his pajamas. "That's only because I hadn't met Luo before." While saying this, he walked towards the bathroom. Cheng-Yi shook his head, stretched out his long arm to grab today's newspaper from the bedside, and flipped through it. By the time he was almost done with the newspaper, Jiang Muzheng also came out of the shower. The dormitory conditions were simple, but much better than when they were in the army. They didn't check their phones, and after turning off the lights, had a rare opportunity to chat in bed like before. Jiang Muzheng asked what they would be doing when Fu Yanbo came over tomorrow. Cheng-Yi rested his hands behind his head. "He is here for a routine inspection. There's target practice every year, but this is his first collective training since he transferred, so he came to take a look. Jiang Muzheng asked again, will he require Luo Sa and the others to shoot on site? Cheng He, of course he will. That's why I'm worried. Luo Sa. Oh, Luo Sa, you're killing me. Jiang Muzheng nodded thoughtfully, his chatting with Cheng Yi seeming distracted as he thought about other things. After chatting for a while, Cheng Yi fell silent. No matter what Jiang Muzheng said, he didn't respond, and soon the sound of snoring filled the room. The snoring was too loud for Jiang Muzheng to sleep, so he kicked Cheng Yi's leg. Cheng Yi mumbled and turned over, continuing to sleep. With him sleeping on his side, the snoring quieted down a lot. Jiang Muzheng took out a lighter from his training uniform. It was the one Luo Sa had bought for him. With nothing to do, he flicked the lighter, and the dark room was suddenly illuminated by a small flame. The orange-yellow light tinged with a faint blue. It was incredibly beautiful. The next morning, Luo Sa encountered Jiang Muzheng again in the cafeteria. He walked in as she was eating and preparing to go to the shooting range. They didn't greet each other, but as they brushed past each other, she suddenly felt someone scratch her palm, which was ticklish. She turned her head quickly, but Jiang Muzheng had already walked past. He made a victory sign at her from behind. Luo Sa. She really wanted to take a couple of steps forward and kick him to death. Zhou Yin turned around. What is wrong? Luo Sa. Nothing, just find him annoying. Zhou Yin whispered a mischievous suggestion. If you really find him annoying, invite him out tonight, put a sack over his head, and give him a good beating. I guarantee he won't dare to fight back. Luo Sa. During the morning training, a sudden commotion erupted in the shooting range. Luo Sa and the others looked over, and it turned out the leaders had come for inspection. Cheng Yi had already gone to greet them. As she scanned the crowd, Luo Sa spotted Fu Yanbo standing in the center. Unlike their previous two meetings, he was also in uniform today, and his imposing aura radiated throughout the entire range from the entrance. The surrounding female colleagues were whispering to each other. Luo Sa hadn't had time to look away when her gaze collided with Fu Yanbo's. She quickly diverted her eyes, adjusted her breathing, and stared despairingly at the target paper in the distance. It was one thing to embarrass herself in front of Jiang Muzheng, but what if Fu Yanbo decided to assess their shooting skills later? Wouldn't that completely ruin her father's reputation? Year after year of shooting practice, year after year of being at the bottom, she might be the only one in the national public security system like this. Missing every shot was as legendary as hitting the bullseye every time. Luo Sa couldn't help but think that her father was strict with his subordinates, and even more so with his apprentices. Fu Yanbo must have suffered under her father's training back then, and now it was time for a 10-year cycle to repeat itself. The leader over there had finished a brief introduction, and as expected, Fu Yanbo was about to assess the training results from the previous day. Instructor Cheng Yi spoke up, announcing that 5 people would shoot at the same time, and Luo Sa, standing at the far end, was in the last group. She took a deep breath, feeling increasingly anxious. When it was finally Luo Sa's group's turn, it was more than 10 minutes later. Fu Yanbo and his accompanying personnel had already moved over, and no matter where they were, beautiful people always attracted attention. At this moment, Luo Sa attracted even more. Cheng Yi had little hope for her, but fortunately, she looked decent, and everyone just laughed lightly before moving on. Under the gaze of so many people, Luo Sa felt her scalp tingle. At Cheng Yi's command, they loaded their bullets, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The actions were seamless. From a superficial perspective, Luo Sa's movements were the most beautiful, but after the bullets were fired, those who saw the target paper stifled their laughter. When Fu Yanbo saw Luo Sa's results, the corner of his mouth twitched. He hadn't seen anyone miss their target in years, and wondered how her master would feel seeing his precious daughter shoot like this. Later, he concluded that Luo Sa must have been nervous since they knew each other privately. Before anyone else could speak, Cheng Yi half-jokingly scolded Luo Sa, but his protective tone was too obvious, and others didn't dare say much. Someone in the crowd started cheering, saying it was a rare opportunity to witness Fu Bureau's miraculous shooting skills. The Public Security Department held practical skill competitions every year, and Fu Yanbo had won the championship several times. Luo Sa couldn't help but glance at Fu Yanbo. She was last in shooting, and he was the champion? The blow was hard to describe. Fu Yanbo didn't refuse, smiling faintly, saying he hadn't shot in a long time and felt a bit rusty. He reached out to Luo Sa and said, "Let me use your gun." Luo Sa handed him the gun, and they exchanged a knowing look without any extra emotions. Fu Yanbo asked the staff to bring over a moving target. The fixed target at 25 meters was too easy for him, lacking challenge. He had already loaded the bullets and took a moment to tell Luo Sa, "Shooting has its techniques, but the biggest technique is to be focused and clear your mind." Luo Sa listened earnestly, nodding continuously. The entire second team gathered around to witness Fu Yanbo's shooting skills. Before Luo Sa could react, bang, 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 a few shots had already gone off. After the gunfire, the crowd cheered and applauded, all hitting the bullseye. Fu Yanbo had Cheng-yi reload the magazine and handed the gun back to Luo Sa. "Try again, 5 shots, rapid fire all at once." Luo Sa was stunned for a moment, mechanically taking the gun. It took her a while to realize that Fu Yanbo was giving her a chance to show off. Earlier, she had missed the target, and so many people were watching her make a fool of herself. They probably thought no one could be more foolish than her. Now Fu Yanbo had given her 5 bullets, wanted her to win in style, but what Fu Yanbo didn't know was that she wasn't just nervous, she was genuinely clumsy. Luo Sa unconsciously bit her lip. Cheng-yi noticed her tension. Earlier, it was just the accompanying personnel watching, but now the whole second team was around. If she did well, she would turn things around. If she missed, she would become the laughingstock of everyone. But Fu Yanbo had already spoken, and there was no turning back now. She could only fight with all her might. Cheng-yi saw Luo Sa's anxiety and felt anxious himself, cursing Jiang Muzheng in his heart. He was usually so clingy, but when it mattered, he seemed to have vanished. Such a great opportunity for her performance. And he let it slip away. The staff took down the moving target and put up a new target paper. Everything was ready. Everyone was just waiting for Luo Sa to shoot. Luo Sa adjusted her breathing. At this point, she could only go all out. As for the result, she couldn't care less. Just like Jiang Muzheng had said, one person couldn't be good at everything. She didn't need to worry about others' opinions. Standing next to her, Zhou Yin was even more nervous than Luo Sa, covering her eyes with her hands and not daring to look, praying that Luo Sa could at least hit the target, even if it was just a 1-point hit. Luo Sa held her breath, aimed, and fired. The gun went off. Fu Yanbo frowned slightly upon hearing the sound. After all 5 bullets were fired, the crowd was stunned, looking incredulously at the target paper that the staff revealed. Every shot hit the bullseye, all 10 rings. Even Cheng-yi was stunned. He blinked, feeling something was off. But he couldn't pinpoint what was strange because the target paper had indeed been clean when it was put up, and it was damaged after she shot. Everyone present witnessed this scene. There was no way to fake it. It wasn't until Zhou Yin led the applause and cheers that everyone snapped out of their shock, changing their tone to say that Luo Sa was actually hiding her talents, and her previous misses were all intentional. Everyone chimed in, praising her as a sharpshooter. Luo Sa, it felt like a dream. She knew that hitting the target occasionally might be due to good luck, but hitting every shot was impossible. Fu Yanbo scanned the shooting range thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on the control room in the back for 2 seconds before retracting it without a word. He was too sensitive to gunfire. Just now, when Luo Sa fired, the sound seemed synchronized but actually had a time difference. The bullets that hit the bullseye weren't fired by Luo Sa's gun. Someone else had shot them, and that person's shooting skills were superior to his. They used a small-caliber sniper rifle to shoot in sync with Luo Sa from a distance. The people around were still enthusiastically discussing Luo Sa's shooting skills. Fu Yanbo, being the closest to her, asked in a voice only they could hear, "Is Jiang at the shooting range?" Luo Sa was momentarily taken aback. Fu Yanbo's sudden question must have a reason behind it, and she didn't hide anything, nodding. Fu Yanbo slightly nodded in response. That was right. The shots were fired by Jiang Muzheng, who was in the control room behind them. He told Luo Sa it was Jiang who shot. Luo Sa was too shocked to speak. P.S. Jiang Muzheng's diary day 4 of pursuing my wife. 1. I stubbornly went to see my Luo and managed to meet her quite smoothly. I think she must have wanted to see me too. Oh, Wuchang even told me not to be shameless. Why should I care? I'm happy to let my wife step on my face. Who can stop me? 2. knowing my wife's shooting skills are poor and that she can't even hit the target paper. I fulfilled her small wish and let her show off a bit in front of her colleagues. I wonder what Luo will say to me after the shooting. If by any chance she confesses to me, should I agree or hold back a bit? So conflicted. Chapter 34. Fu Yanbo and his group left around noon. As soon as they left, the entire second squad let out a sigh of relief, especially Luo Sa. Cheng Yi went out to see them off. And with no one supervising at the shooting range, everyone started chatting in groups of 3 or 5. The women were gushing over Fu Yanbo, while the men were still marveling at Luo Sa's shooting skills. Leaning against the wall, Luo Sa rested, her interest waning as she gazed out the window. Her mind was in disarray, constantly thinking about Jiang Muzheng helping her with shooting. Zhou Yan's excitement hadn't waned yet. She was already accustomed to Luo Sa's calm demeanor in the face of both praise and criticism. Recently, they hadn't been able to talk much, so she wandered off to gossip about Fu Yanbo, mainly to see what others thought of him. Everyone said that good opinions are the true mark of goodness. Luo Sa's heart, which had been calm for over 20 years, was stirred up like a storm the moment Fu Yanbo mentioned that it was Jiang Muzheng who helped her shoot. It hadn't settled down even now. Soon it was lunchtime, and Cheng Yi returned, briefly saying a few words before dispersing. Colleagues gradually walked out, and a few women, still not finished gossiping, called out to her, Luo, let's go eat. I'll go get your lunch first. They didn't care whether Luo Sa followed. They were focused on gossiping. Hearing the high praise for Fu Yanbo from everyone eased Luo Sa's mind considerably. The more she looked at Fu Yanbo, the more suitable he seemed for Luo Sa. Luo Sa strolled leisurely toward the cafeteria, the same place where she first saw Jiang Muzheng. She saw Cheng Yi again, but the person talking to him wasn't Jiang Muzheng. She thought he might have returned to the city. As she approached the cafeteria, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and went back to the dormitory. Most people had already gone to eat, leaving the dorm area quiet and empty. The first thing she did upon returning to her room was to take out her phone, find Jiang Muzheng's number, and hesitated for a while before dialing it. The call connected quickly, and Jiang Muzheng's lazy, smiling voice came through. This is the first time you've called me. Luo Sa bit her lip, ignoring his comment, and simply said, thank you. Jiang Muzheng was surprised that she found out so quickly and asked, who told you? Luo Sa replied, Fu Yanbo. Jiang Muzheng merely responded with a faint ha, clearly reluctant to mention him again. Luo Sa felt it was impolite to hang up right after saying thank you. So she asked, are you back? Yes. The flight is this afternoon, he said. Luo. How do you plan to thank me? Luo Sa was taken aback by his lack of modesty. She replied, I'll treat you to a meal. Jiang Muzheng was quite surprised, thinking she would just hang up like usual. He said, it's up to you. Just give me 2 hours. And it could be a meal or a walk, whatever you prefer. He emphasized, I'll be back this weekend. Luo Sa merely responded with an without saying much more. Jiang Muzheng then had a new request. Luo, can we make a deal? If you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything. You can forget it after hearing. Luo Sa replied, go ahead. Jiang Muzheng said, could you please reply to my messages in the future? There was a moment of silence on the phone, and Luo Sa didn't respond. Jiang Muzheng continued, if you really have nothing to say, just reply with 2 words. Luo Sa squeezed her phone tightly, struggling internally, and finally replied, Just a simple brought Jiang Muzheng a satisfaction he had never felt before. He held the steering wheel with both hands, grinning at the windshield. A few seconds later, he came back to his senses and asked Luo Sa, have you eaten? No. Hurry up, it's cold, and the food will get cold quickly. After hanging up, Luo Sa stared at the dimming screen for a while. Feeling like she had lost her mind, she slapped her forehead to wake herself up. Her phone vibrated with a new message from Jiang Muzheng. I'm almost in the city. Luo Sa narrowed her eyes and patiently replied, got it. Jiang Muzheng smiled when he saw her reply. While waiting for a red light, he sent another message. I miss you. Half a minute passed with no response, and he asked, did you not receive it? He was definitely doing it on purpose. Luo Sa's fingers trembled with anger, feeling like she might explode, and replied, received. I'm going to eat now. Don't send any more. She regretted coming back to the dorm earlier. It was simply self-inflicted misery. She tossed her phone onto the bed and left the dorm for the cafeteria. The shooting training ended on Friday afternoon, and they gathered back at the team. The weather was gloomy, giving a feeling that it might rain. The captain held a brief meeting, noting that as the weather got colder, more people were drinking. Starting next Monday, there would be random checks for drunk driving during lunchtime and in the evenings. After the meeting, Luo Sa went home. She didn't have to be on duty for the next 2 days, originally scheduled for Saturday. The captain had someone rearrange it. It was likely a way for the higher-ups to compensate her for the previous rescheduling. She chuckled at herself. Upon returning home, it was still quiet. As soon as she entered the house, it began to drizzle outside, having not taken a proper shower in days. The first thing Luo Sa did was take a hot bath, lying in the tub, closing her eyes to relax and clear her mind. The rain outside grew heavier, pattering against the window. The past few days at the shooting range felt like a dream. Once she woke up, it would be back to work on Monday, continuing the repetitive cycle of life. The only difference next Monday would be a new colleague joining. After showering and returning to her bedroom, her quiet phone finally reacted with a message from her mother, Yu, asking if she had arrived home. She replied, "Just arrived. Yu, Mom is currently abroad and won't be back for more than 10 days. If you feel bored during your break, go visit your uncle." Luo Sa replied, "Not going, just got back from training, tired. Yu, I happen to be on a plane these days. When I have a layover, it will be nighttime there, so I didn't call you. How did you do this time? Any progress?" Luo Sa, "Same as usual. Yu, maintaining a record of missing the target every year requires skill too. It's fine. There's no need to feel unhappy about such assessments." Luo Sa was left wondering whether her mother was mocking or comforting her. Yu sent another message. "Have you contacted your dad during this time?" Luo Sa, "No." Yu, ask your dad if he has time to spend your birthday with you this year. If he doesn't, I'll arrange work for you to celebrate your birthday in advance. Luo Sa felt a moment of daze. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. It felt like it was only recently that she had her birthday cake, and now her birthday was approaching again. Her birthday was at the end of November. Last year, her dad had rarely had time to celebrate her birthday with her. She replied, "Okay, I'll ask him in a bit. Yu, don't forget to ask. If your dad doesn't have time, I'll start arranging work schedules right now." After finishing the chat with her mother, she sent a message to her dad. "Handsome phone, your little lover from your past is calling you. Please reply if you receive this." Within a minute, her phone rang. It was her dad calling. Luo Sa smiled and said, "Hello, Dad." Feng Xiaoyong's voice sounded a bit tired, but cheerful. "Not on duty tonight?" Luo Sa, "No, I'm off for the next 2 days." Feng Xiaoyong, "That's great." Luo Sa, "Besold, responded." Feng Xiaoyong, "Dad will be busy again next week. Let's have dinner together this weekend. I haven't seen you in months." He had intended to call her on Wednesday night, but after returning to the department, one thing after another came up, and he forgot about it. Hearing that her dad would start being busy next week, the question that had been on her lips got swallowed back down. There was no need to ask if he would have time to celebrate her birthday. He definitely wouldn't. Feeling a bit down, she quickly adjusted and said in a relaxed tone, "Are you thinking so much that you can't focus on work?" Feng Xiaoyong laughed, not thinking about tea or meals. Luo Sa also laughed. They chatted for a while, and in the end, Feng Xiaoyong mentioned that Fu Yanbo would be joining them for dinner on the weekend. Luo Sa was not too happy about this rare time being interrupted by someone else. She complained, "Can't you schedule another time to talk to him about work? I don't want to have dinner with someone else." Feng Xiaoyong replied, "Fu Yanbo is not an outsider. Besides, having more people makes it lively. Dad will have a few days off next month, and at that time, I want to do anything or meet anyone else to spend time with you, okay?" Luo Sa didn't believe him. "You're lying," Feng Xiaoyong said, his voice a bit hoarse. "What would I lie to you about? Dad will really come home to spend time with you." Luo Sa remained skeptical. "Really not trying to frame me?" Feng Xiaoyong reassured her no. Luo Sa still couldn't get excited, fearing that being too happy would lead to greater disappointment, as often her dad had no choice in his schedule. She reluctantly decided to trust him one more time. In the end, she agreed to have dinner with Fu Yanbo, but clearly told her dad that there was no possibility between her and Fu Yanbo, so he shouldn't meddle. Feng Xiaoyong naturally wouldn't admit to his little thoughts. Instead, he countered, "My daughter, are you overthinking? Fu Yanbo and I are just discussing work matters." After chatting with her dad, it was already late, and when she hung up, she realized they had been on the phone for over an hour. The rain outside hadn't stopped, and the wind had picked up. Luo Sa wasn't sleepy. She lay in bed, starting to overthink, and couldn't help but glance at her phone. Usually, at this time, Jiang Muzheng would send her a message. But there was none tonight. She stared at her phone for a moment, thinking she was going crazy. Finally, she just turned off her phone, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. The sound of raindrops hitting the railing outside was particularly clear, and she couldn't fall asleep. She got up to find earplugs to block her ears, but it was still no use. Tossing and turning, she finally fell asleep slowly in the early hours of the morning. On the weekend evening, Luo Sa had dinner with her dad and Fu Yanbo to facilitate discussing work. They didn't go out to eat, but chose Fu Yanbo's apartment instead. None of them could cook, so they picked up takeout. Luo Sa didn't expect Fu Yanbo and Jiang Muzheng lived quite close. Jiang Muzheng lived in the neighboring community. Speaking of Jiang Muzheng, she hadn't received any messages from him for 2 days. Once, she had a moment of impulsiveness and wanted to ask how he was, but she edited the message and then deleted it. Luo Sa. Hey. Luo Sa came back to her senses as Fu Yanbo called her from the kitchen. She walked over, asking if he needed help. Fu Yanbo said, "Can you help me find a soup bowl and sterilizer?" He had just put the takeout into the plates and had grease on his hands. Luo Sa opened the sterilizer, took out a soup bowl, and asked, "Do you also like bamboo shoot soup?" Fu Yanbo replied with a faint smile, "Yeah." In truth, he didn't like it. He had just asked his master beforehand what dishes she liked and what soup she preferred. During the meal, the conversation was mostly between Feng Xiaoyong and Fu Yanbo about work, and Luo Sa couldn't join in. She silently ate, finding the meal very boring. She thought that she would have enjoyed a bowl of instant noodles at home more. Fu Yanbo occasionally glanced at her, but didn't deliberately serve her food, afraid of startling her. After dinner, Luo Sa wanted to help clean up the dishes, but Fu Yanbo wouldn't let her. Feng Xiaoyong said, "Young Fu, let us keep chatting. Let Luo wash the dishes. She hasn't washed dishes before, so it's good exercise." Fu Yanbo smiled lightly. "Washing dishes is a rough task. I'll do it. You can read the newspaper for a while, and I'll come over after I'm done." Luo Sa sat in the living room feeling bored, unsure when her dad and Fu Yanbo would finish talking. She glanced at her watch and quietly told her dad, "Dad, I think I'll head back first." Feng Xiaoyong replied, "It's not even 8 yet. Why are you going back so early?" Luo Sa fibbed, "Oh, I'm not going home. I'm going to watch a movie. I've already booked the tickets." This time, they wouldn't make her stay, right? Feng Xiaoyong nodded, indicating he understood, and glanced towards the kitchen, saying to her, "Wait a moment for Fu Yanbo to finish washing the dishes." Luo Sa breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, Fu Yanbo came out of the kitchen, and Feng Xiaoyong directly asked, "Young Fu, do you have any other plans later?" Fu Yanbo replied, "No other plans." Feng Xiaoyong then said, "Could you give Luo a ride? She is going to watch a movie, and I'm tired and want to go home to rest early." Fu Yanbo said, "No problem." Luo Sa was surprised. Fu Yanbo then asked her, "What movie are you watching?" Luo Sa casually mentioned the name of a recently released film, and Fu Yanbo nodded. "I've been wanting to watch that. I've been busy lately, so it's perfect to go with you." Luo Sa's smile was stiff. She wouldn't naively think Fu Yanbo had any feelings for her. Instead, she just hadn't intended to watch that action movie, wanting to go home to play games. Now, she had to watch it whether she wanted to or not. When they arrived at the apartment building, Fu Yanbo went to get the car, and Luo Sa hugged Feng Xiaoyong's arm, beginning to act cute. "Dad, come with us to watch the movie. It's not a romance film. It's an action movie, a genre you like. I'll treat you, okay?" She didn't want to go to the movie alone with Fu Yanbo. And although it wasn't a romance film, she still felt a bit strange about single men and women watching a movie together. Feng Xiaoyong looked at her gently. "Dad has been busy these days. I'm getting old and can't take it anymore. Next time I'll accompany you to watch." He said this while gently ruffling her hair. Luo Sa looked at her dad and noticed his fatigue, so she didn't press further. "Then you should go home and rest early." Then she remembered, "By the way, Dad, did you bring your keys?" Dad often flew around and didn't come home for a long time, so he probably didn't have his keys with him. Feng Xiaoyong laughed. "I really didn't bring them." Luo Sa found her own keys and gave them to her dad. "I might come back quite late, so you have to wake up to let me in." Feng Xiaoyong replied, "Even if you don't come back, I can't sleep. I'm just tired and need to lie down." Fu Yanba's car came over, and Luo Sa waved goodbye to her dad. Feng Xiaoyong also got into his car, and the two cars slowly left the neighborhood. On the way, Fu Yanba took the initiative to chat with her, asking when she would go skydiving again. Luo Sa replied, I want to be going for the next few months. It's cold, and wearing too many clothes is inconvenient. I'll go again in the spring. Fu Yanba nodded. If you're going, let me know. No one around me goes skydiving, and it's no fun going alone. Luo Sa agreed. They then talked about work. And Fu Yanba asked her, when is your team going to promote pedestrian crossing awareness? Luo Sa replied, next Saturday and the weekend. Fu Yanba informed her in advance. I'll be participating then. Luo Sa was surprised. You're going to promote on the street with us? Fu Yanba confirmed. Yes, the Bureau originally had this arrangement. It was planned for Director Yang and your team to promote together, but he has a full schedule of meetings for the next few weeks. So I'll take over this work. This was a work arrangement, and it was common for leaders to participate in these promotional activities, going out to the streets to promote with them. So Luo Sa naturally didn't think much of it. As for why it happened to be her team, perhaps Director Yang wanted to express his apologies for the previous transfer order. However, these thoughts had already slipped her mind. Thinking about Fu Yanba joining them for the promotion on the weekend, Luo Sa smiled lightly, saying, if our female colleagues in the team find out you're coming over on the weekend, they definitely rush to volunteer to promote on the street. After getting familiar with him, she also started to joke with him. Besides Zhou Yin, he was the second person she could easily talk to. It might be because of her father that she unconsciously feels a familial closeness to him. Fu Yanba smiled. You actually tease your boss. Aren't you afraid I might deliberately make things difficult for you at work? His tone was gentle, with a hint of indulgence. Luo Sa replied, if you dare, I'll tell my dad. Fu Yanba laughed. It was rare to see her acting unreasonable like a child. He occasionally glanced at her, afraid she would notice, and then quickly looked back at the road ahead. Emotions are a strange thing. A heart flutter often happens in an instant. Just as they entered the cinema, Luo Sa's phone vibrated. Thinking it was her father reminding her of something, she was surprised to see it was Jiang Muzheng. Seeing his name brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She opened the message, and he asked, not at home? Luo Sa replied, Mem, watching a movie at the cinema. Jiang Muzheng, which cinema? I'll pick you up after it ends. Luo Sa knew him well enough. If she didn't tell him, he might just come to find her after tracking her location. So she replied honestly, no need. I'm watching with Fu Yanba. He'll take me home. After a long time with no response, Jiang Muzheng finally replied, got it, then I won't disturb you. Chapter 35. Outside the car window, a gust of wind swept by, carrying with it the withered yellow leaves that fell onto the hood of the car. The rain fell in no particular direction. Jiang Muzheng stared at the working windshield wipers, lost in thought, when suddenly a car horn honked. He came to his senses and noticed a car in front of him. He was blocking the way. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the car as belonging to Fengbu. He had worked with their police department on a major international case before. The door of the car opened, and Feng Xiaoyong stepped out from the back seat. Jiang Muzheng quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Feng Xiaoyong looked surprised. Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? Looking for me? This was the only reason he could think of for Jiang Muzheng's presence. Jiang Muzheng was dazed for a few seconds before he changed his response. Hello, Uncle Feng. Feng Xiaoyong looked at Jiang Muzheng with confusion. What has happened to you, kid? You used to call me Brother Feng. The sudden change in address left him puzzled. Jiang Muzheng replied, I was young and didn't understand things before. Now, even if it kills me, I can't call Luo Sa's dad Brother Feng anymore. Wouldn't that make Luo Sa call me uncle? He further explained, I'll just stick with calling you Uncle Feng. If I call you Brother Feng and then call you IE, it would be confusing. Feng Xiaoyong chuckled, saying it was just a title and didn't matter. He knew that his ex-wife and Jiang Muzheng's mother were friends. The topic returned to its previous point. Are you looking for me or for Luo? Since Yu was mentioned, it was more likely that he came to find Luo. Jiang Muzheng lied. My mom asked me to bring something to you, IE, but she isn't in the country. So she asked me to leave it with Luo Sa for now. I just texted Luo Sa, but no one replied. She might be on duty, so I'm just waiting here. The truth was the package was a gift he bought for Luo Sa. It was true that Ui was abroad, and besides, Uncle Feng and Ui were divorced, so he wouldn't go to verify, such trivial matters. Feng Xiaoyong said, Luo isn't on duty. She is having dinner at Fu Yanba's place. After dinner, the two kids went to watch a movie. They probably won't be back until after 10. He warmly invited him. The rain is getting heavier. Why don't you come inside and wait? It turned out they weren't just watching a movie. They had dinner at Fu Yanba's house as well. Jiang Muzheng felt a pang of bitterness in his heart and said, I won't go in. I have things to do at home. Next time when you're free, I'll come to visit you. Saying that, he turned and opened the trunk, taking out a bag and handing it to Feng Xiaoyong. Feng Xiaoyong was indeed tired today. He had slept well for 3 nights in a row. He was getting older and couldn't handle it much longer. All he wanted now was to go home and rest. So he didn't insist on keeping Jiang Muzheng. He told him, next month, I have a few days off. Please come and visit me with Fu Yanba then. I enjoy chatting with you young people. Among the young people, he didn't admire many. But Fu Yanba and Jiang Muzheng caught his attention. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they parted ways. Jiang Muzheng drove aimlessly down the street, not wanting to go home and unsure of where to go. In the cinema, Luo saw repeatedly read the simple few words. And Jiang Muzheng's dejected expression kept flashing in her mind. It was hard to imagine that someone as narcissistic, arrogant, and thick-skinned as him would say he wouldn't disturb her. She felt a tightness in her chest and a vague ache, as if she had done something wrong to him. What drink do you want? Fu Yanba asked her, turning his head. They had chosen their seats, and the staff was printing tickets. He then asked what snack combo he should get, but he didn't know what Luo Sa liked to drink. Luo Sa put away her phone and walked over, shaking her head. I don't eat anything when I watch movies. I drank so much soup at your place just now, so I'm not thirsty. She had never had the habit of eating snacks when watching movies, even when she came alone. Fu Yanba still insisted. Let us get a bucket of popcorn. Luo Sa waved her hand. I never eat popcorn. Fu Yanba gave up, but ultimately still ordered 2 bottles of tea drinks. With more than 10 minutes left before the movie started, they began checking tickets and walked in with a crowd. This movie was quite popular, and since they arrived late, they could only find seats in the last row. Fu Yanba apologized. Next time I have time, I'll take you to see another movie and get a better seat. Luo Sa didn't mind. She wasn't really interested in this film anyway. She smiled lightly and said, it doesn't matter where we sit. It's just a small theater. Once the movie started, Luo Sa and Fu Yanba stopped chatting. She wanted to focus on watching the film, but her mind kept drifting to Jiang Muzheng's message. She carefully read through his messages again and realized that when he texted her, he must have been at her doorstep, or he wouldn't have asked. Not home? As the fighting scenes in the movie grew more intense, Luo Sa appeared to be seriously watching, but her mind was playing another movie. From the first time she met Jiang Muzheng to when he helped her shoot, to her taking the initiative to call him to say thank you. Every scene was as clear as a high-definition shot in a movie. The 120-minute movie ended, and Luo Sa didn't even know what she had watched. The movie screen was playing the theme song, the lights in the hall turned on, and the audience exited while excitedly discussing the plot. Fortunately, Fu Yanba wasn't an overly emotional person. After watching the movie, he remained calm and simply asked her, what do you think? Luo Sa nodded. Not bad. The two left the cinema side by side. When they arrived, the cinema parking lot was already full. So they had parked in the underground parking lot of the mall across the street and had to cross the road. As they exited the cinema building, it was drizzling outside. Since it hadn't rained when they arrived, they hadn't brought an umbrella. Wait a moment, I'll go borrow an umbrella, Fu Yanba said as he walked back toward the building. Luo Sa pulled him back. No need, it's just a little rain. We can walk quickly. Fu Yanba hesitated for a moment, then took off his coat. You can hold this over your head. You'll catch a cold if your hair gets wet. Luo Sa refused without thinking. No need, put it back on. I'm not that delicate. I often encounter sudden heavy rain while on duty and don't wear a raincoat. Sometimes, if it wasn't during peak hours, she could change into a raincoat in the car, but if it happened to be during peak hours, she could only endure getting soaked. She had gotten used to it over the years. In Zhou Yan's words, after being exposed to the wind and sun all day, they had toughened up. Fu Yanba couldn't force her to wear his coat, so he put it back on. He was quite curious. Why do you always stay in the mobile team? Any other team would be better than the mobile team. At least you wouldn't freeze in the snow or get sunburned in 40-degree heat. Luo Sa smiled lightly and said honestly, because the mobile team is tiring and the relationships are simpler. I don't want to be in a place full of scheming. Even in a place as unpretentious as the mobile team, she still felt ostracized. She continued, even if I went to a more relaxed apartment with my personality, I wouldn't be able to handle colleague relationships. Right now, I have my dad backing me up. They might give me face, but my dad can't support me forever. He will retire eventually. The harsh reality. Fu Yanbo smiled helplessly and didn't continue the topic. He lifted his chin slightly. Let us go. I'll take you home. He then joked, we should hurry. The rain wasn't heavy, and many people weren't using umbrellas, but everyone was walking quickly. When they reached the crosswalk, there were less than 10 seconds left on the green light, and the intersection was long. Fu Yanbo instinctively reached out and grabbed Luo Sa's wrist, pulling her across the road. Luo Sa was taken aback for a moment, then realized she was being pulled along. After a moment, she said, I can go by myself. She tried to break free, but he was holding her too tightly. With only 5 or 6 seconds left, they reached the other side of the road, and Fu Yanbo immediately released her. His movements were very natural, and Luo Sa didn't feel any embarrassment, but for some reason, she thought of Jiang Muzheng. If it were him, what would he do? Probably not just hold her hand, but also take the opportunity to kiss her. She gently pinched her own nails to remind herself that she was thinking too much. At that moment, the traffic light on her side turned red, while the green light on the other side lit up, and suddenly, a series of honking sounds came from the middle of the road. Out of professional habit, she turned to look. She thought there might have been a collision causing a traffic jam, but then realized it seemed like the driver of one car didn't react to the green light while cars in other lanes had already started moving, and he was still stopped at the intersection. It wasn't until he was urged from behind that the car finally moved forward. Let us go, or you'll get wet, Fu Yanbo called to her. Okay. Luo Sa retracted her gaze. Meanwhile, in the car that had just reacted slowly, Jiang Muzheng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his mind blank for a moment. The woman he liked was crossing the street with another man right in front of his car, and they had just come for watching a movie. Fortunately, the steering wheel was sturdy. Otherwise, he would have crushed it by now. All the windows were rolled down, and cold wind blew the rain inside, hitting his face cold as ice. Jiang Muzheng still felt breathless. After a few minutes, he found a parking space by the roadside and pulled over. Raindrops created a dense web on the windshield, gradually blurring his vision, and he was still in a daze. Passers-by continuously walked past his car. Hastily, no one noticed that his window was open and there was someone inside. Jiang Muzheng pressed his forehead and took out a cigarette and lighter before getting out of the car. He walked to the nearest trash can. The wind was strong, and when he lit the cigarette, the flame flickered wildly, almost burning his fingers. After lighting the cigarette, he glanced at the lighter and directly tossed it above the trash can before turning to leave. After walking a few steps, he took a puff of the cigarette and went back to pick up the lighter. The rain intensified, and by the time he finished the cigarette, he was also damp. He tossed the cigarette butt and sat back in the car. Just now, he realized one thing. He had told Luo Sa he would pursue her for a year, but she had never said that she wouldn't be with other men during that year. Perhaps feelings really need to be mutual. His kindness toward her might have been too self-righteous, and she didn't need it at all. She might even find it particularly repulsive. Thinking of this, Jiang Muzheng was suddenly startled. He was clinging to Luo Sa. Wasn't he that, just like those women who had clung to him in the past? He found it utterly repulsive and felt no gratitude whatsoever. Luo Sa should feel the same way. During this time, he had been confused, from the beginning until now. She had always had feelings for Fu Yanbo. She had said it more than once. He had previously thought she was just trying to provoke him by saying that. Now he realized it wasn't the case. On her first blind date dinner with Fu Yanbo, she could talk so much with him. From life in the police academy to her current job, including mentioning her skydiving license. They even walked home together. What made him most envious was how sweetly she called Fu Yanbo Sr. while talking to her father. Later, she even took the initiative to invite Fu Yanbo to go skydiving and stayed with him the whole time. Now, they were even watching movies together and holding hands while crossing the street. And what about him and her? She had never shown him a good face. And when she was with him, she was almost always taciturn. She wouldn't even bother to reply to messages, and when she did, It was because he had shamelessly pressured her into it, as she felt indebted to him for helping her with shooting practice and wanted to repay him. All of this he had been unaware of before. To be precise, he had been deceiving himself, thinking that she liked him too. She already had her own relationship, and if he persisted, he would only disrupt her normal life. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't ignore the fact that she was already in a relationship while he remained obsessed. Jiang Muzheng took out his phone. In his contacts, Luo Sa's number was at the top. After hesitating for a moment, he removed the letter A from Stalker Expert, and her number returned to its natural order in the contacts. As for what position it would be in, he didn't care anymore. He probably wouldn't take the initiative to contact this number again. Jiang Muzheng tossed his phone onto the console, opened the car ashtray. He never smoked in the car, so the ashtray was brand new. He stuffed the lighter into it and closed the ashtray. It was already past 11, and he drove away. The entire city was shrouded in continuous rain. Fu Yanbo had been escorting Luo Sa to the door of the villa. His car couldn't get into the community due to the entrance restrictions, and Luo Sa's access card was also in her own car. She got out at the entrance, and Fu Yanbo handed her an umbrella, and they exchanged a few simple words before parting. Luo Sa held the umbrella and walked towards home. Her phone vibrated, and she quickly took it out, only to find it was a message from the family group chat. After reading it, she didn't reply and exited the chat. The screen showed the last message from Jiang Muzheng. Got it, I won't disturb you then. After hesitating for a long time, just as she was about to reach her front door, she sent a message to Jiang Muzheng. I'm off duty on Tuesday. Let us have dinner after work. Thank you for helping me with shooting practice. After sending the message, she didn't receive a reply for several minutes. Standing at the entrance of the villa, she looked at the brightly lit house, unsure if her father was resting. She wasn't certain whether Jiang Muzheng would come over after seeing the message, so she didn't call her father for now. Raindrops blown onto her phone screen, and Luo Sa wiped it with her sleeve. In the wind and rain, she was standing outside waiting for a man's message. Just thinking about it felt unbelievable. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, almost flipping Luo Sa's umbrella over. She quickly turned around and continued to hold the umbrella against the wind. The wind was strong, and the rain was heavy. The rain pounded heavily on the top of the umbrella, flowing down the edge, and her trench coat and pants were getting wet. After Jiang Muzheng parked in the community, he received a message on his phone. After reading it, he fell into silence. No one knew how much he wanted to see her. It had been 4 days since he had properly looked at her. But he was also afraid she would tell him she was with Fu Yanbo. If she took the initiative to invite him to dinner, it shouldn't just be to thank him. Usually, she avoided him as much as possible. Hearing her say she was with another man in person would be best avoided. He replied, no need to be polite. It's just a small favor for me. You really don't need to treat me to dinner. I appreciate the gesture. The cold air has come in these days. Wear more clothes while on duty, and don't forget to bring your raincoat. After finishing the message, he felt some of the words were unnecessary for him to remind her of. He deleted some and changed it to, no need to be polite. It's just a small favor for me. You really don't need to treat me to dinner. I appreciate the gesture. It's late, so rest early. Good night. After sending the message, Jiang Muzheng gripped his phone tightly, feeling quite regretful, but it seemed like there was no better way to say it. Chapter 36. When Luo Sa woke up in the morning, her father had already left. As she went to wash up, she noticed her dark circles. She hadn't fallen asleep until after 3 the previous night. Staring at her pale reflection in the mirror, she thought that Jiang Muzheng was no longer bothering her. Which should make her happy, right? The alarm on her phone rang again in the bedroom, snapping her back to reality. She turned on the faucet and started washing her face. After finishing her morning routine and heading downstairs, she was surprised to find that her father had made her breakfast before leaving. It was a simple Western-style meal with a smiley face drawn in ketchup on the plate. She smiled and felt much better. She took out her phone to take a picture, uploaded it to her Moments, and commented, I love you. Soon, she received likes and comments. Fu Yanbo, good morning, up so early? Luo Sa replied, yes, Monday morning meeting. I need to get to the duty intersection before the rush hour. Fu Yanbo, hurry up and eat. Luo Sa, okay. Meanwhile, Jiang Muzheng was still asleep. Woken by the vibration of his phone, he reached over to check it. It was a screenshot from Cheng Yi. Upon a closer look, he realized it was Luo Sa's Moments. He had been blocked by Luo Sa, so he couldn't see her updates. Jiang Muzheng became more awake and asked Cheng, how do you have Luo Sa's WeChat? Cheng, I added her when I was helping her with something. Jiang Muzheng responded with an O, but didn't pursue the topic further. For a moment, he really wanted Cheng Yi's WeChat ID, but then he thought better of it. If he was going to cut ties, he should do it cleanly and not leave any lingering thoughts. That's what he believed. Cheng Yi found it puzzling since Jiang Muzheng had previously complained that Luo Sa had blocked him, which was why he had specifically asked Luo Sa for her number to add her as a friend, intending to give that WeChat ID to Jiang Muzheng. Of course, it wasn't for free. He wanted to trade that WeChat ID with Jiang Muzheng's game ID. To elaborate, he had no other hobbies and spent his free time playing games. But he was hopelessly bad at it, and had been for years, still at the bottom of the leaderboard. But Jiang Muzheng was different. He had no real competitors and had good equipment. He was also the captain. So, Cheng Yi really wanted Jiang Muzheng's game ID to show off a bit in the game. Cheng Yi took the initiative to say to Jiang Muzheng, you can use this WeChat ID. I don't have many people to contact anyway. I usually just call. Our department doesn't really use WeChat for communication. It could be tracked. Jiang Muzheng rejected without thinking. No need. You keep it for contacting me. Cheng Yi, he was at a loss. Later, he directly stated his purpose. You've been busy with your romance lately. You probably don't have time to play games, right? Can I borrow your game ID for a few days? Jiang Muzheng, no need to borrow, just take it. He only played occasionally and wouldn't get addicted. Mainly, he couldn't find any opponents. Recently, he had finally discovered that the captain of a certain team had decent skills, but in the end, he still crushed him. Cheng Yi was thrilled and, to show his sincerity, even though Jiang Muzheng didn't want that WeChat ID, he still gave Jiang Muzheng his account and password as a form of reciprocity. Jiang Muzheng looked at the account and password, hesitated for a long time, and finally exited the chat window with Cheng Yi without logging into Cheng Yi's WeChat ID. Although it was still early, he felt no drowsiness. Since last night, he had been lacking energy, unlike before when he was always full of vigor. When Luo Sa arrived at the office, most of her colleagues were already there, and the parking spaces in the yard were almost full. She found an empty spot and parked her car. After getting out, she noticed a flashy red sports car on the far right. She hadn't researched the specific prices of cars, but it seemed that the brand of sports cars didn't have models under 3 million. This was the first time this sports car had appeared in the yard. Judging by where it was parked, it should belong to someone internal. She furrowed her brow, immediately thinking that this car belonged to a new colleague named Shang Yuan. As the meeting time approached, Luo Sa didn't delay any longer and walked toward the office building. Upon entering the office, the atmosphere felt oddly strange. Several people were gathered together, whispering. When Zhou Yin saw her, she quickly ran over, put her arm around Luo Sa's shoulder, and noticed her pale complexion. She frowned slightly. Did you go out last night? Luo Sa. Oh, I caught a bit of chill from the rain yesterday and didn't sleep well. Zhou Yin believed her and reminded her to take medicine if she caught a cold, and the topic passed. She quietly told Luo Sa, we have a new colleague in our team. The one who said she wanted to live with me during the shooting practice, but didn't end up coming, named Shang Yuan. Luo Sa nodded, but didn't respond. She felt indifferent towards this Shang Yuan to a certain extent. Zhou Yin knew Luo Sa wasn't interested in such matters, so she said, Shang Yuan went to the captain, and the captain said the morning meeting will start in 10 minutes. Luo Sa, okay, got it. I'll go to the restroom first. Zhou Yin, go ahead. I'll continue gossiping. She laughed after saying that. Luo Sa didn't expect her first encounter with a new colleague would be in the restroom. She entered to find Shang Yuan washing her hands. Luo Sa instinctively glanced at the people by the sink, thinking they were colleagues from another team, and was about to greet her when Shang Yuan turned her face around. Both were taken aback. Luo Sa felt that the face in front of her looked familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen it before. Shang Yuan looked her up and down with a smirk of disdain. So, you're Luo Sa? Shang Yuan. Luo Sa replied blandly, I don't know you. Shang Yuan scoffed and continued, by the way, about that position, I didn't even care about it. Some people just want to flatter my dad and operate privately. Besides, I didn't come here for that measly salary. It's not even enough for my car's fuel. She deliberately paused, then raised her voice. Since you want it so badly, I'll give it to you. Don't make it sound like I've bullied you and you suffered some great injustice. Luo Sa glanced at her expressionlessly and said nothing as she turned to open the restroom door. Shang Yuan, used to being treated with respect, had never experienced being looked down upon like this. Luo Sa's dismissive attitude made her furious. Hey, I'm talking to you, are you listening? Luo Sa turned her head, unfazed, and replied, My ears are a bit picky. I can't hear the nonsensical words from those irrelevant people. Shang Yuan. She was so angry she wanted to kick the door. Furiously, she stomped out in her high heels. She was really infuriated. Outside the door, Zhou Yan was just coming in, and Shang Yuan almost bumped into her. Shang Yuan shot her a disdainful look, frowning. Zhou Yan glared at her fiercely. Shang Yuan thought to herself, menopausal. Zhou Yan heard some of the conversation between Luo Sa and Shang Yuan, but was confused. She knocked on the door. Luo? Yeah, almost done. She quickly realized and added, ISNT at empty next door? Zhou Yan, I didn't coming to pee. I'm looking for you. Then she lowered her voice. What is going on with that Shang Yuan? Luo Sa, it's a long story. The matter of her position transfer had already passed, and she didn't plan to hide it from Zhou Yan. She opened the door, washed her hands, and walked out alongside Zhou Yan, briefly telling her about what had happened in a place in the corridor where no one was around. After hearing it, Zhou Yan was furious. Why didn't you say you were treated so unfairly earlier? Luo Sa, it's not really unfair. Can't you see the current social dynamics? She lifted her chin slightly. Let us go. It's time for the meeting. The morning meeting was very simple. The captain briefly introduced Shang Yuan, welcomed her, and then talked about the focus of the week's work. First, checking for drunk driving, and second, promoting civilized travel and yielding at pedestrian crossings. Captain, this Saturday and weekend, we need to go out on the street for promotion. The personnel on duty this weekend must not take leave and cannot be absent for any reason. Zhou Yan, Captain, Xiao Xia is on leave this week. Who will cover his shift? The captain unconsciously looked at Shang Yuan. Shang Yuan thought about having to hand out flyers on a big weekend and felt like she was going to die, quickly covering her face with her hand, pretending not to see the captain's gaze. The captain said, I'll cover Xiao Xia's shift. He didn't intend to force Shang Yuan to go. After all, the city bureau leaders would come to inspect this promotional event, and with Shang Yuan's negative attitude, it would surely be frustrating and would definitely result in a score deduction for the second team. He then told a few people on duty that weekend, Our director Fu will also be there on site to promote with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Yuan heard that Fu Yanba would be there and got so excited that she quickly raised her hand. Captain, I'm new here. I think I should train well. Count me in for the weekend's promotional activity. Captain, is it because Fu Yanba is going? In the end, he arranged for her to go as well. The captain glanced at Shang Yuan's flashy nails and reminded her, Go home and cut your nails. As a traffic police officer, you should have the appearance of one. Shang Yuan shrank her hand under the table and said softly, I saw traffic police on the road can wear white gloves, meaning she wouldn't cut her nails. Captain, more seriously, this is the most basic requirement. Your heavy makeup, nails, and high heels are all inappropriate. I don't want to see this kind of situation tomorrow at work. Shang Yuan pouted, unwillingly saying, Okay, got it. She couldn't help but glance at the table under, where Luo Sa was wearing flat shoes. Just now, when she stood in front of Luo Sa wearing high heels, they were about the same height. If she wore flat shoes tomorrow, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. After the morning meeting, they each put on their uniforms and went to their posts at the intersection. The captain knew that Luo Sa and Shang Yuan definitely wouldn't get along, so he deliberately separated them into different groups, including future duty assignments where they wouldn't be together. Suddenly, there was a temperamental ant in the team, and now there was another one. He would have a hard time ahead. He used to think that Luo Sa was just cold and not talkative, but now he realized his judgment was wrong. Her personality was quite stubborn and a bit wild. As for Shang Yuan, she was just a willful rich girl. Not much scheming, but when she acted up, it was hard for him to deal with. The team would definitely be lively in the future. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. When Luo Sa arrived at the duty intersection, it was not yet 8 o'clock, and it was the peak of the workday with heavy traffic. It had rained all night, But unexpectedly, the sky cleared up this morning. Facing the morning sun, another busy day began. Jiang Muzheng left home without breakfast, originally planning to find a breakfast shop to eat something. But he forgot to stop along the way and unconsciously ended up at this intersection. By the time he realized, the traffic was congested, and he couldn't turn back. He waited for 3 green lights before getting to the front. When he passed the intersection, there were still 2 seconds left on the green light. In the past, he would have definitely stopped at the front for a better view, so he could watch Luo Sa a little longer at the intersection, but today he accelerated through. Out of the corner of his eye, he still saw Luo Sa. She was about 10 meters away, signaling vehicles to pass, and didn't he notice his car. During this time, there were pedestrians unconsciously running a red light, and she jogged forward to stop them. A few seconds later, the car passed the intersection, and as the traffic flowed behind, he could no longer see her in the rearview mirror. Chapter 37. Jiang Muzheng arrived at the company and began to get busy, putting aside matters of the heart for the time being. There were 2 meetings in the morning, and the last high-level meeting ended around 11:30. Back in the office, the secretary came in to report on last week's work and then asked Jiang Muzheng, "Mr. Jiang, several partner groups have sent invitations for their year-end parties. Would you like to attend personally, or should I send the deputy general manager in your place?" Jiang Muzheng raised his eyes and asked, "Have they already sent out invitations for the annual meeting?" The secretary replied, "Yes, it's already late November, and many companies hold their annual meetings around Christmas." Jiang Muzheng nodded and, after a moment's thought, said, "I won't go. You can make arrangements." He was never enthusiastic about such events and actually felt quite averse to the business world. He wasn't particularly good at business. To be precise, he just didn't like it, and he wouldn't put effort into things he didn't enjoy. His decision to go into business was driven by other reasons. The current scale of the group was largely due to the efforts of his family. His eldest nephew and 4th uncle had invested much more time and energy than he had. He merely held the title of boss. In the past year, he had spent half his time playing, traveling around the world. It seemed like he was indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle, but he believed he was doing something meaningful. This Christmas, he originally wanted to spend it with Luo Sa, but he had promised his mother to visit her, and he had been troubled by this for days. Now, he no longer needed to worry. He would go to Switzerland. The secretary then reported his schedule for the upcoming week, mentioning that there was a dinner party tonight. Jiang Muzheng nodded slightly, and with nothing else to discuss, the secretary left. Jiang Muzheng reached for his planner, where he had marked the 28th with several small stars. That day was Luo Sa's birthday. When she asked him for his ID to get her skydiving license, he casually noted it in his planner. Now, that mark had become a thing of the past. Jiang Muzheng rubbed his temples, and his phone on the desk vibrated a few times. He opened it to find messages in the Playboy group. Jiang Dongting and the others were discussing the recent crackdown on drunk driving, warning everyone in the group to be careful and to remember to take a driver if they went out drinking. Someone asked, "When does it start? When does it end?" Jiang Dongting replied, "I don't know when it ends. I didn't ask. It seems like they're focusing on drunk driving checks lately, probably starting today. If anyone is being pushed by their family to go on a blind date, you can take advantage of the drunk driving checks and stay in for 10 days or half a month. If you're really tired of being bothered by women, consider driving drunk and staying for 6 months. I'll bring you food." The group was rapidly filled with banter. Jiang Muzheng was not interested in their exchanges, so he exited WeChat directly. The dinner party that night was with Chui Shan. He rarely attended such gatherings, but since it was Chui Shan, he made an exception. Regardless of his situation with Luo Sa, he would not change his mind about something he had previously agreed to. He had a bit of red wine. Perhaps because he wasn't in the mood, he didn't drink much, but he did feel a little tipsy. Chui Shan had originally planned other entertainment activities, but when Jiang Muzheng said he had a headache, he didn't insist and merely suggested inviting him over when Yu returned. Jiang Muzheng politely said they could wait for another opportunity. When they left the restaurant, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Jiang Muzheng sat in the back seat of the car, feeling stuffy, so he lowered the back window, letting the cold wind blow in, which helped him feel more awake. He leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. The car slowed down, and even with his eyes half closed, he sensed it. Another traffic jam? He asked the driver. The driver turned and replied, "There's a drunk driving check ahead. The cars are moving slowly." "Drunk driving check?" Jiang Muzheng suddenly opened his eyes. The traffic was crawling, and not far ahead, police cars were flashing their lights, with both traffic police and special police present. It seemed to be a joint enforcement operation for drunk driving. This was the jurisdiction of the 2nd Squadron. He slightly tilted his head and spotted Luo Sa in the crowd. She was holding a breathalyzer, surrounded by several of her colleagues. Jiang Muzheng withdrew his gaze and rolled up the window. After waiting for about 10 minutes, his car finally reached the drunk driving checkpoint. There were still 2 cars ahead of him, and the vehicle at the front was being checked. It seemed the driver had been drinking, but was refusing to cooperate with the breathalyzer test. A few minutes passed, but the person still refused to comply. He held the device to his mouth, but wouldn't blow into it. The traffic police pulled him aside, and his car was also detained. The driver of the car in front of Jiang Muzheng was also drunk. The police signaled for him to get out, but he refused, acting like a big shot, claiming he was calling their superior and demanding the police answer the call. Luo Sa's colleagues ignored him, their expressions serious. And one of them opened the door and ordered him to get out. "Xiao Luo, you're here." Luo Sa understood and handed over another breathalyzer. The driver, upon seeing Luo Sa, immediately shifted his attention and began making vulgar remarks. Luo Sa had grown accustomed to this, especially from men who were drunk and thought they were important because they had money. Sometimes their words were crude and unbearable, but as a public servant, she couldn't nitpick. She pretended not to hear. The man voluntarily got out of the car, but stepped closer to Luo Sa, saying, "Hey, officer, help me a bit. I'm dizzy." Saying this, he placed his hand on Luo Sa's shoulder, leaning most of his body against her. Luo Sa instinctively elbowed him to shake off his arm, while another colleague quickly yanked the man back, shouting, "What are you doing? Stand straight." The man pointed at Luo Sa. "What the hell are you? You dare to hit me? I'm going to complain about you and let everyone see what kind of quality your traffic police have." He started cursing loudly. Jiang Muzheng could no longer hold back. He took off his suit jacket, loosened a few buttons on his shirt, and pushed the door open to get out. Before anyone could react, Jiang Muzheng strode over, reached out with a long arm, and pulled the man away from the traffic police, wrapping an arm around him and gripping his shoulder. The man panicked and looked into Jiang Muzheng's eyes. "Who the hell are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he let out a scream. His face turned pale. Jiang Muzheng's grip remained firm on his shoulder, and sweat broke out on the man's forehead. He had almost fainted from the pain, and now he felt completely drained. All his strength was sapped as Jiang Muzheng's grip tightened abruptly. The man looked up again, and the ferocity in Jiang Muzheng's eyes sent a shiver down his spine. Now somewhat recovering, he trembled as he said, "I'm going to sue you. You colluded with the traffic police to assault me." Jiang Muzheng sneered coldly. "Sue me? Go ahead. Why don't you go get a medical examination and see where I hurt you? Weren't you just dizzy and couldn't stand? I was just being a good person, helping you out." The man opened his mouth, speechless. Jiang Muzheng finally released his shoulder. He had held back his anger, wanting to break the man's shoulder blade. But considering Luo Sa and her team's reputation, he changed his mind. In less than a minute, everyone was stunned. When they came back to their senses, they still didn't know what had happened. But they all witnessed that Jiang Muzheng indeed hadn't physically assaulted anyone. Yet the man's scream was something everyone heard. Luo Sa looked directly at Jiang Muzheng. Once again, when she was in a difficult situation, he had appeared. He was wearing a white shirt, all the buttons undone, sleeves rolled up, and she leaned closer to him, catching a whiff of the red wine on him. There was no longer a trace of the calm and reserved demeanor. His eyes and expression were fierce. This was more in line with his former identity. The previous image of him as a narcissistic and clingy rogue was probably only shown to family and those close to him, and she happened to be fortunate enough to witness it. Jiang Muzheng didn't look at her. He glanced at the man again and turned to walk towards his car. The man slowly regained his composure, and with a crowd gathering around him, he grew bolder, shouting, "You think you could just hit someone and run away, huh? You must be in cahoots with them. I'm going to report you." Jiang Muzheng turned his head, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Are you done yet? Hurry up and blow into the breathalyzer. I'll give you 2 minutes. If you block my car again after 2 minutes, I'll smash your car too." After saying that, he turned and walked away. When Jiang Muzheng opened the car door and sat down, the man looked at the car and then at the license plate, completely out of breath. The onlookers also dispersed, returning to their own cars. It turned out to be a nouveau riche encountering an even more arrogant wealthy person. The traffic police and special police arrived together, and the man lost his confidence, having no choice but to blow into the breathalyzer. The alcohol level exceeded the limit, driving under the influence. The car was detained by the traffic police and moved to the side. When Jiang Muzheng's car approached, the rear window was already up. The driver lowered the window, cooperating fully. Luo Sa signaled the driver that they could leave, and the car passed in front of her. The windows were completely tinted, so she couldn't see Jiang Muzheng inside. As the car drove away, she collected her complicated thoughts and returned to her busy work. After getting into the car, Jiang Muzheng kept squinting his eyes. He didn't dare to look at her again. He was afraid that if he looked, he wouldn't be able to help but think of every possible way to win her back. Yet he was also afraid that the life he could offer her might not be what she wanted. Perhaps his personality really wasn't likable and could even be annoying. When Jiang Muzheng got home, he first went for a run. After the alcohol wore off, he made a call to a client named Ma to confirm the contract signing date. Once everything was done and he had showered, it was almost midnight. Habitually, he browsed his phone before sleeping and was surprised to find a message from Luo Sa, sent 10 minutes ago. She must have just gotten home too. The message was simple: "Thank for tonight." He rubbed his thumb on the screen for a while, not wanting her to feel indebted to him, and replied, "No need to be polite. It was because that car was blocking mine. I had to rush back for something." 4 or 5 minutes passed without any reply. He knew she definitely wouldn't respond again, so he put away his phone and prepared to sleep. Who would have thought that just as he turned off the light, his phone vibrated twice again? It was still Luo Sa, and the message was quite aggressive. "Jiang Muzheng, you better pray you never fall into my hands in this life, or I'll kill you. Jiang Muzheng. Jiang Muzheng. I've been serious for 2 days, feeling uncomfortable all over, really missing that cheeky, dramatic girl." Chapter 38. Jiang Muzheng read that violent message over and over again, analyzing it word by word. First of all, he was a good citizen who obeyed traffic rules. He would not run a red light or drive under the influence. There was no drunk driving situation tonight, and he had even helped her out of a predicament. Therefore, there was no way he had violated traffic rules to fall into her hands. Even if one day he did get caught by her for a traffic violation, she wouldn't need to grit her teeth and say she wanted to kill him. That left only one possibility. She was dissatisfied with his polite and distant attitude. Why was she losing her temper? Because she cared about him. She sincerely said thank you, and he coldly ignored her, so she felt wronged? Thinking this way, Jiang Muzheng was startled by his own thoughts. The urgent matter was to find out if she was with Fu Yanbo. What if they weren't together? What if Fu Yanbo was simply one-sided? Then wouldn't he still have a chance? If they were together, he would only suffer another stab in his heart. His mind was in turmoil, battling with itself. Various voices shouted in his head. Too many narcissistic thoughts flooded his mind. He was almost going crazy these days, standing in one position one moment and considering from another angle the next, making a mess of himself. He wanted to get close to her, but found reasons to convince himself that she had her own life and shouldn't be disturbed. But many times he found himself uncontrollably wanting to get closer, only to desperately pull away when he did. Jiang Muzheng pressed the phone screen off, and the room instantly darkened, a pitch-black expanse with no light in sight. He squinted his eyes, letting himself slowly calm down. Once he had settled down completely, he opened his phone and sent her a message, directly asking, Luo, you're not with Fu Yanbo, are you?" A minute passed, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, and Luo Sa still hadn't replied. He stared at his phone, deep in thought, and sent another message. "I got it, you're not with him. I'll pick you up tomorrow. You need to get up early, so go to bed early. Good night." After waiting a few more minutes, still no reply. Jiang Muzheng wasn't sure if Luo Sa had seen the message, so he called her. It rang twice before she hung up directly. After waiting a while, the phone remained silent. Jiang Muzheng suddenly laughed. With her personality, if she were with Fu Yanbo, she would definitely clarify things with him, not allowing him to have any misunderstandings. The fact that she didn't rush to explain meant there was nothing going on with Fu Yanbo. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had never been so happy before. His mind was both excited and clear, completely free of sleepiness. Jiang Muzheng got up. Didn't he turn on the light and use the glow of his phone to go to the study and get a cigarette? The lighter was still in the car downstairs. Without a moment's hesitation, he changed his clothes and went downstairs. At 1 o'clock in the morning, only a few household lights in the community were still on. The orange-yellow light particularly warm in the deep winter night. Jiang Muzheng opened the car door, bent over to reach inside, and took out the 2-yuan lighter, rubbing it between his fingers for a long time. The cold wind blew, and it was a bit chilly. Didn't he go back upstairs, leaning against the car door, took out a cigarette and lit it. The smoke was exhaled, instantly swallowed by the darkness. People in love, regardless of gender, are no different from madmen. You think you're irrational, but others are actually laughing at you behind your back, calling you a fool. Sometimes, you can interpret a single word from the other party in 100 different ways, but often, the other party simply said something casually without any special meaning. He felt he was caught in this strange cycle now. In the past, his boss had specifically reminded him in Chang'e that anything could be touched, even drugs. But love should not be provoked. It would make people lose their reason, lose themselves, and sometimes leave you with nowhere to bury your body. Over the years, he and Chang'e had been obedient. The game was in the human world. But who knew that at over 30 years old, he was still indulging in love? Having stepped into the forbidden zone, he found it impossible to withdraw completely. Love is probably the most fair thing in the world for men and women. Once you love and have feelings, you often end up discarding your self-esteem. You may be a king in front of one woman, but in front of another, you could easily be a worthless person. The same goes for women. The man you don't like, whatever he does, you look down upon, and you find him annoying. For the man you like, you often love humbly. These words had been said to him by Xiaomi, and he had scoffed at them then. Now he had a deep understanding of them. Previously, at the shooting range, while talking with Chang'e had asked him if he could guarantee a stable life for Luo Sa after getting together with her. He fell into silence for a long time, later feeling that faith and love did not conflict. He would put Luo Sa first. He had everything she wanted, a home and companionship. After finishing a cigarette, Jiang Muzheng whistled as he went upstairs. Luo Sa slept soundly through the night, only struggling to get up after her alarm rang twice. She didn't have the habit of making breakfast. It was usually Zhou Yan who brought it to her in the morning. After washing up, it was barely 6:30, and when she stepped out, the sky was still lightening. The cold air had arrived, and the temperature had suddenly dropped by 7 or 8 degrees. It was already 0 degrees early in the morning. As soon as she stepped out of the villa, Luo Sa saw the black car parked at the entrance of the courtyard, with Jiang Muzheng standing by the car, making a phone call. His voice not loud enough for her to hear what he was saying. Looking at the familiar car and familiar figure, thinking of his narcissistic demeanor from last night's message, all her previous irritations vanished. Luo Sa locked the door and walked over. Jiang Muzheng turned his head at the sound, saying to the person on the phone in English that he would get back to them later, then put away his phone and smiled at her, speaking in a familiar tone. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? As she approached, Luo Sa ignored him completely, not listening to his words. She opened the gate, walked out, and locked it with the remote. Jiang Muzheng stepped forward, holding breakfast in hand, blocking her path. Luo Sa looked up at him with an impatient expression. She moved to the left, and he did too. She moved to the right, and he quickly shifted over. Luo Sa held her breath, refusing to talk to him, and directly stepped on his foot. Not satisfied, she kicked him again. Jiang Muzheng didn't mind the pain. He was just happy, cherishing her sulking and pouting at him as if it were a treasure. He said in a deep voice, Luo, I was wrong. From now on, I will clarify everything face to face. Don't be angry, okay? Luo Sa still didn't respond, pushing him away in frustration. Not wanting to see him at all, Jiang Muzheng was pushed aside, and as she turned to walk away, he quickly followed, handing her breakfast. I bought you breakfast. It's still warm. Luo Sa didn't take it. He opened the breakfast packaging, putting the milk in her right coat pocket and the steamed dumplings in her left pocket. He even added, if your clothes get dirty, I'll take them to the dry cleaners tonight. Ignoring whether Luo Sa wanted to eat or not, Jiang Muzheng stuffed the food into her pockets and hurried back to his car, quickly locking the door. When Luo Sa turned around, he had already started the car. She felt her pocket. It was warm. The breakfast must have just come out of the pot. His car slowly drove past her. going more than 10 meters before he rolled down the window, stopping to say, "I have time tonight. Let us have dinner together. I'll pick you up." Luo Sa finally spoke, coldly saying, "I'm not free." Jiang Muzheng smiled. "Then I'll wait until you're free to go." He withdrew his gaze and drove away. Luo Sa took out the breakfast from her left pocket. It was a steamer of dumplings with a peeled tea egg beside it, only the egg white. Her fingers curled slightly, and when she looked up again, his car had already disappeared around the corner. Getting in the car, Luo Sa didn't rush to head to work. She took out the breakfast and sent Zhou Yin a message, telling her not to bring any more breakfast, saying she had already eaten. Putting down her phone, she opened the breakfast Jiang Muzheng had bought for her, broke apart the disposable chopsticks, and began to eat the egg white slowly and savorily. "Today, I arrived early at the office, and there were only half the parking spaces occupied." Luo Sa had just gotten out of her car when a dull roar of an engine sounded behind her. She turned around to see a flashy sports car, which unexpectedly swung its steering wheel and parked directly next to her car on the right. Retracting her gaze, Luo Sa turned to walk towards the office building. Shang Yuanyuan quickly caught up from behind, and as they walked side by side, Shang Yuanyuan slowed down, still looking proud. She cast a disdainful glance at Luo Sa and greeted her indifferently. "Sister Luo, good morning." Luo Sa. Shang Yuanyuan's words clearly mocked her age. Calling her sister? A smirk appeared on Luo Sa's lips. "Oh, little Shang, good morning. Come on, help your sister out a bit. My waist and legs aren't great. Walking is a bit tough." As she spoke, she extended her hand towards her. Luo Sa was half a head taller than her, which gave her a commanding presence. Furthermore, when Luo Sa extended her hand casually, it resembled a royal concubine in an ancient palace summoning a maid. Shang Yuanyuan. Her expression changed several times. Her mouth stiffened. "Sister Luo really loves to joke. You're so young. Where could your waist and legs be bad?" At this moment, other colleagues walked by. So Luo Sa didn't continue the verbal sparring with Shang Yuanyuan. She merely glanced at her and said nothing further. Shang Yuanyuan was fuming inside. This Luo Sa was simply arrogant, driving a 5- or 6-year-old Audi A7 with an utterly ordinary license plate. And her outfit was outdated, especially the trench coat, which had no brand label and looked like some cheap online import. How could someone like her have such confidence? She had heard from her mother that this Luo Sa seemed to have connections and advised her to avoid provoking her. In fact, there were no connections. After inquiring, she learned from the personnel department of the city bureau that there was no background, but she performed well at work and had a decent relationship with the leaders in traffic management. Any talk of outstanding work was just flattering. It was really because Fu Yanba had taken a liking to her that her transfer order was rejected. Some people in the city bureau couldn't afford to offend Fu Yanba. Although he held a modest position, he had a powerful father. Luo Sa was merely benefiting from Fu Yanba's father's influence. Yet she acted like a princess, always looking displeased. The more Shang Yuanyuan thought about it, the angrier she became, but this anger had no outlet. Today, Luo Sa was supposed to finish work as usual. But a colleague in the team had a last-minute issue and swapped shifts with her, so she would be off tomorrow. The daytime traffic patrol was normal, and they would continue checking for drunk driving at night. Jiang Muzheng had been busy all day and only had some free time in the evening. He called Luo Sa at noon, but she hung up directly, probably really angry. He was troubled, not knowing how to appease her. She was checking for drunk driving, coming and going late, and by the time she got home, it was already midnight. He didn't want to cling to her too tightly. After thinking for a long time, he came up empty. He asked Jiang Dongting, "What should I do to comfort a woman who is angry and not talking to you?" After asking, he felt it was futile since Jiang Dongting couldn't even manage his own woman. Jiang Dongting quickly replied, "Cry, throw a tantrum, or hang yourself." Jiang Muzheng, "Get lost." Jiang Dongting laughed. "It's been so long, and you still haven't sorted out Luo. At this rate, I'm starting to doubt your capabilities." Jiang Muzheng, "Your mouth is just asking for a beating. You deserve to be dumped by Zhou Xian." Mentioning Zhou Xian made Jiang Dongting wilt. Another week had passed, and Zhou Xian was still ignoring him. The emails he sent her went unread. He started to trouble Jiang Muzheng. "Didn't you promise to talk to Zhou Xian when you got back? Are you even taking this seriously? If you keep this up, I'll spill all your embarrassing stories to Luo. Jiang Muzheng wasn't afraid of his threats, but he felt a bit guilty for forgetting about talking to Zhou Xian. After thinking it over, he decided to call Zhou Xian. She picked up quickly, speaking politely. Fifth brother, hello. What brings such a busy person like you here? Zhou Xian had always had a good impression of Jiang Muzheng. And even though she was currently in a cold war with Jiang Dongting and was unsupportive of his friends, Jiang Muzheng was an exception. Unlike others, Jiang Muzheng was considerate of others' feelings. He didn't beat around the bush. Are you free this weekend? Let's meet up. Zhou Xian knew the reason. Fifth brother, it's not that I don't want to give you face. If it were just a meal to chat and build rapport, I would even take leave to go. But if it's about Jiang Dongting, I might not be able to give you that face. Jiang Muzheng, I don't know the specifics of your issues with him. With my emotional intelligence, I probably can't solve it either. But you have to trust me. Just tell me what is going on. I won't blindly favor Jiang Dongting. If you really can't go on, I'll advise him to let go. If it's just a temporary conflict, then don't make it worse. You need to face it and resolve it. I can play the mediator. How about that? Zhou Xian was silent for a moment, struggling with her thoughts, and finally said, Thank you, fifth brother. I have Saturday off. They agreed to meet on Saturday evening. After the call ended, Jiang Muzheng texted Jiang Dongting. I've arranged a time to meet with Zhou Xian. You should lay low for the next few days and stop bothering her. Jiang Dongting didn't expect Jiang Muzheng to care so much. He probably really forgot before. He sincerely told Jiang Muzheng, with Luo's stubborn temper, you can only cling to her. Other tactics won't work. Isn't she checking for drunk driving every day recently? If it really comes to it, just shamelessly approach her. Let her give you the breathalyzer. She won't lose her temper with you while performing her duties. You can take the opportunity to charm her. Jiang Muzheng, what kind of stupid idea is that? If I don't drink, she won't talk to me, let alone let me blow the breathalyzer? If I drink, wouldn't I have to stay in there for a few days? Luo Sa despises drunk drivers. He can't sabotage himself. Jiang Dongting thought for a moment and racked his brain to come up with a scheme for Jiang Muzheng. Little Zheng, I have a brilliant plan. You don't need to drink, just cover yourself in liquor. Luo will think you've been drinking, and she won't ignore you. She'll definitely let you blow the breathalyzer, and you can chat her up then. Jiang Muzheng waited for a few minutes, but Jiang Dongting didn't reply. However, the Playboys group chat became lively. Jiang Muzheng opened it to see. Damn, Jiang Dongting had sent the message to the group. The group erupted with questions about who Luo was. While chatting with Jiang Muzheng, Jiang Dongting had also been chatting in the group and accidentally sent it to the wrong place. He hurriedly retracted it, but they still saw it. In his private chat with Jiang Muzheng was already cursing. His lips twitched. It wasn't intentional. Chapter 39, After Work. Jiang Muzheng went to pick up Luo Sa, knowing that she was not on duty today. Although the chances of her talking to him were zero, just seeing her was enough. He needed to show her through his actions that he cared about her, and that his previous indifference was a misunderstanding. When he arrived at the intersection where Luo Sa often worked, he encountered a malfunctioning traffic light, causing more congestion than usual. A few traffic police officers were maintaining order at the intersection, and he spotted Luo Sa. Her colleagues were directing traffic from the control booth, while she assisted at various directions. Without traffic lights, traffic was prone to chaos. Some people disregarded the police officer signals to stop and try to rush through. Motor vehicles were somewhat manageable, but non-motorized vehicles were harder to control. The whistle blew, and the police signaled for vehicles traveling north and south to stop. But there were still people jogging across the crosswalk, one after another, in groups. Luo Sa helplessly looked at the crowd and quickly walked to the entrance of the crosswalk, standing there to facilitate the smooth passage of vehicles from the east and west. At the entrance, a little boy was crying, arguing with his mother. Suddenly, the mother said to the boy, "Baby, let's ask the police lady if we can go. If the police lady says we can, then we can go, okay?" The little boy stopped crying, his gaze dazed as he looked at Luo Sa. Luo Sa was confused. The mother explained, "Officer, I'm sorry to trouble you, but my son has been making a fuss here for a few minutes, saying that the traffic light is yellow and that we have to wait. No matter what I say about the light being broken, he still insists on waiting." Liu understood. Many parents usually teach their children the traffic light song. Red means stop, green means go, and yellow means wait. However, parents seldom teach what to do when the traffic light is broken or when traffic is severely congested, to follow the traffic police's instructions on site. The boy was too young, probably in preschool or kindergarten, stubborn by nature, and didn't he know how to adapt. In his world, he would stick to what his parents had previously taught him. Often, children are the most disciplined, sometimes even better than adults. Luo Sa squatted down to be at eye level with the child and pointed to the traffic light. That light is still yellow, right? The little boy nodded. Yes. We have to wait. Luo Sa countered. Then why is it always yellow, with no green or red? The little boy blinked, looked at his mother, then at Luo Sa. Recalling what his mother had said earlier, that light is broken. Luo Sa said, exactly, it's broken, so it can't control this road. Annie is a police officer. She thought about how to phrase it. Words like traffic control and command would be lost on the child. She rephrased. The traffic lights tell you when to cross the road, but now that the light is broken, Annie has to help you know when to cross the road. Okay. She pointed to her police uniform. The little boy's eyes widened as he listened attentively, nodding and understanding. Luo Sa continued. All right, when you hear Annie's whistle, you can go with your mom, okay? The little boy replied, okay. Luo Sa patted his head and stood up. The mother picked up the little boy, who no longer struggled to get down. She thanked Luo Sa several times. Then she told her son, thank you, Police Annie. The little boy echoed, thank you, Annie. Suddenly remembering something, he took off a star-shaped sticker he had received in kindergarten from his forehead, handed it to Luo Sa timidly, and said, Auntie. The mother quickly stopped him. Annie, doesn't he want that? It's for you kids. She worried that the sticker had gotten dirty and that Luo Sa might dislike it. Luo Sa smiled. Thank you. She took the little boy's chubby hand and pressed the sticker on her forehead. Even though it was no longer very sticky, she pressed it down firmly. When she was little, she had received small red flowers in kindergarten and carefully kept them at home. Her father even made her a small box to store these rewards, and she felt those small red flowers were a great honor. For this child, the sticker was just as precious. The little boy didn't expect Luo Sa to stick the sticker to her forehead, and he grinned widely in satisfaction. At the control booth, the whistle blew again, signaling the vehicles in the north-south direction to pass. Luo Sa moved to the side, blew her whistle, and signaled for the pedestrians on their side to cross. In the crowd, the little boy excitedly waved to his mother while in her arms. This scene was all captured in Jiang Muzheng's eyes as he sat in his car on the outer lane, observing her every move. Although the distance was a bit far, and he couldn't hear the conversation between Luo Sa and the little boy, her smile was warm. As vehicles passed through the intersection one by one, he slowly moved forward. In the crowd, Luo Sa took the little star sticker from her forehead and put it into her pocket, continuing with her busy work. Jiang Muzheng's car passed by, but she didn't notice. After the peak hour ended, the traffic light was repaired just before dark. Luo Sa and her colleagues finished work and returned to the unit just before 7. They still needed to check for drunk driving that evening, so they had dinner in the cafeteria. After dinner, with over half an hour left before the drunk driving checks, they had nowhere else to go and rested in the office. Luo Sa and Zhou Yin were chatting, while Shan Yuan couldn't join them and played cards with a few male colleagues on their phones. During this time, Zhou Yin received a phone call and returned with a face full of worry. Luo Sa asked, "What is wrong? Is there something at home?" Zhou Yin sighed. "It's my sister again. She has poor taste in men and is with a scumbag. My uncle is almost driven to death by it. Just when she finally broke up with him, the whole family surrounded her, urging her to end it quickly. My uncle has arranged a blind date for her on Saturday night, and my sister is being worn down to the point where she says she will go." Luo Sa didn't know much about her sister, only that she was with a divorced man with children, and that man was also a flirt. She said, "Breaking up now and going on a blind date seems good. What are you worried about?" Zhou Yin replied, "My uncle said the man for this blind date is quite good, from a good family, and with good character. If she misses out on this, she might not meet someone like that again. He wants me to secretly follow my sister and see if she is genuinely serious about the blind date. Do you think I can do that? If I do, it will be betraying my sister. There is no secret that doesn't get out. If Zhou Xian finds out later, she will definitely resent me. I also can't just tell my uncle nonsense. What if Zhou Xian doesn't like the man on the blind date? If I say she's satisfied, then I'd be in trouble. This kind of situation was a no-win. Luo Sa said, Zhou Xian is an adult now. If she meets someone good, she will definitely pursue it. If she doesn't like him, even if you follow her, it won't help. Besides, matters of the heart can't be forced. Zhou Yan said, I think so too. Even though I'm not satisfied with that scumbag, my sister is stubbornly set on being with him. As for what they argued about this time, she won't say, but I can see that she still can't let go. If I secretly follow and report back, won't that just hurt her feelings? But if I tell her it's my uncle's idea, their father-daughter relationship will probably get worse. So she felt stuck. Luo Sa suggested, just say you're busy with the drunk driving checks that day and can't go. Zhou Yan replied, that's the only way. My uncle won't be happy, but I can't help it. Then I'll cover your shift on Saturday night, and you can rest at home. Luo Sa said, sure, I'll cover your shift next time. After chatting for a while longer, it was time to get ready. So they tidied up and prepared to go to the drunk driving check location, which was a different intersection from the previous night. After checking for drunk driving, it was very late. The team leader said the female colleagues didn't need to return to the team, and only the male colleagues on night duty should come back to report on their work. Zhou Yan and Luo Sa both drove their own cars and went straight home after finishing work. Because of the incident with the drunkard last night, the male colleagues in the team didn't let Luo Sa stay in the front today. They only let her maintain order at the warning line. Jiang Muzheng was stuck in a long line, barely moving. He had just driven to the intersection where they checked for drunk driving last night and didn't see anyone. Then he circled around the jurisdiction of the second team before realizing they were on this road tonight, afraid the smell of alcohol on him would dissipate. Every time he stopped, he would pour some erbo from the passenger seat onto his hands and pat it onto himself. His shirt front, neck, and arms were all covered again. By the time he arrived, nearly a bottle of erbo was almost empty. Jiang Dongting had bought him 2 bottles, suggesting he could spray some on his hair too. But he worried it would mess up his hairstyle, so he didn't listen to Jiang Dongting. He closed the windows tightly, and the cramped car was filled with the smell of alcohol. Through the car window, he saw Luo Sa standing among their colleagues, particularly eye-catching, like a lone orchid, standing apart from the world. After a few minutes, it was finally Jiang Muzheng's turn. As he rolled down the car window, the traffic police frowned slightly, wondering how much he had drunk. However, seeing the person in the car seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. The traffic police saluted and didn't need to say much, directly handing him the breathalyzer. Please cooperate. Jiang Muzheng took the breathalyzer but didn't put it in his mouth. He quietly said to the traffic police, Comrade, I haven't drunk alcohol. I just spilled some on myself. I'm sorry for the trouble. I'll blow now. After blowing, there was indeed no alcohol content. The traffic police looked at him in confusion. In this day and age, there really were people who had nothing better to do than to splash alcohol on themselves just to blow into a breathalyzer. Jiang Muzheng noticed his doubt and nodded towards Luo Sa, explaining, I had a small conflict with your colleague Luo Sa. She has been coming home late these days, and I haven't been able to see her, so I wanted to take this opportunity to say a few words to her. Comrade, we are all men. You understand the feelings involved, so I hope you can accommodate me. Saying this, Jiang Muzheng handed his ID to the traffic police. This is my identification. To prove he wasn't just messing around. After checking, the traffic police didn't say anything more. All the information was genuine. He frowned, finally remembering that this man was the one who had hit that drunkard last night. They had chatted back at the team, mentioning that the man had a unique way of dealing with things. But he still couldn't understand why he would get out of the car just to wait a few more minutes. Now it all made sense. It was for Luo Sa, seeing Jiang Muzheng's sincere attitude, and as long as it didn't interfere with their work, they were happy to help facilitate a reconciliation for the couple. He signaled Jiang Muzheng to pull the car aside and turned to Luo Sa, saying, Xiao Luo, bring over a breathalyzer and give this one another test. Jiang Muzheng expressed his gratitude. Thanks, brother. He drove the cart aside and got out to find Luo Sa. When Luo Sa saw Jiang Muzheng, she was a bit stunned. His car was parked on the side, and the deputy team leader wanted him to test again. Was he driving under the influence? There was no time to think more. Luo Sa quickly walked over, and even from several meters away, the smell of alcohol on him was pungent and unpleasant. Her heart sank. Did he really drink? Jiang Muzheng met her gaze, a half-smile on his face. Luo Sa felt there was a hint of drunkenness in his eyes. Was he deliberately challenging her limits? She took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and finally handed him the breathalyzer. Jiang Muzheng paused for a few seconds before taking it. Still looking at her. Luo, I haven't tea drunk. I just sprayed some alcohol on myself. Luo Sa. Her face was filled with surprise, followed by anger. As her anger subsided, her heart also relaxed, and various complex emotions mixed together, creating a mess of feelings. If it weren't for work, she really wanted to go up and kick him a few times. Jiang Muzheng noticed the anger flashing in her eyes and quickly explained, Luo, I'm not here to mess around. You've been busy these days, coming home late at night. I was afraid of disturbing your rest by calling, so I came here. I just want to say a few words, and then I'll leave. Luo Sa didn't interrupt him and listened patiently. Jiang Muzheng looked at her, his voice low and slow. I wasn't playing hard to get before, nor was I just being impulsive to tease you. I really thought you were with Fu Yanba and didn't want to disturb you, so I kept my distance on purpose. Luo, let's not make this difficult anymore, okay? I don't want you to be unhappy all the time. He continued, by the way, in the future, when you check for drunk driving, I'll be there to accompany you. I'll park further away, so it won't affect your work. Luo Sa felt a slight stir in her heart, especially at his last sentence. But now it was work time, and she couldn't take it lightly. She urged him, blow into the breathalyzer. Jiang Muzheng didn't make it difficult for her. After blowing, he handed it to her. Luo Sa glanced at it and confirmed there was indeed no alcohol, coldly telling him, hurry up and leave. Jiang Muzheng. His expression had just been gentle. So why did it change so quickly? Luo Sa turned around and continued to maintain order, no longer looking in his direction. Jiang Muzheng was afraid of being in the way and affecting her work, so he drove to a nearby empty parking space. Lowering the car window, he kept watching her busy figure from a distance that was too far. He never understood why she chose such a demanding job, checking for drunk driving at night. In cold winters, scorching summers, or smoggy days, she had to be on duty on the road, starting work earlier and finishing later than others. On Christmas, New Year's, Spring Festival, and Valentine's Day, when others were celebrating, she had to stick to her post. Luo Sa glanced at the roadside during her break and noticed there were no people or cars, thinking he had already left. It was until 10:30 that the work here finally ended. There were no cases of drunk driving, but they did catch 2 drunk drivers. Luo Sa waved goodbye to her colleagues as they returned to the team and walked toward her car. As she walked, she felt someone behind her and suddenly turned around to find Jiang Muzheng standing 2 to 3 meters away. Before she could speak, Jiang Muzheng said softly, I'll walk you to your car and then leave. It's late, and I'm worried about you walking alone at night. Luo Sa pressed her lips together and didn't speak. In fact, at this time, there were many pedestrians on the road, and her car was parked not far away. So there wasn't much danger. But being cared for by someone like this made her feel a mix of emotions, bittersweet yet warm. She turned her head and continued walking forward, tacitly allowing him to follow behind. Having witnessed the dissolution of her parents' marriage, she understood more deeply than most that whether in marriage or relationship, what women ultimately wanted was love and companionship. Thus, she had envied her female colleagues who were picked up after the night shift many times. Sometimes when they teamed up for drunk driving checks across districts, they were randomly assigned. When the weather was bad, like windy or rainy, they would finish work particularly late. Watching her female colleagues being picked up by their partners or family while she was left alone, she couldn't put into words what that felt like. Occasionally, she would hitch a ride with Zhou Yin, but most of the time, she came and went alone. No one cared when she had night shifts, when she got off work, or when she got home. Her mother would ask when she remembered, but after asking, she would forget. She had thought about meeting the right person and wanting to date, but she felt that with her cold and unapproachable personality, very few men would take her seriously. Most of those who pursued her were merely interested in a fling, and very few were sincere. Yet, Jiang Muzheng, from the first meal they had together, when she looked a little longer at the ice cream in another girl's hand, he said he would buy her a bigger ice cream than that girless in the future. That sentence didn't stay in her mind. She thought he was just saying it casually. Later that evening, when she went on a blind date with Fu Yanbo, although it was cold, he still remembered to buy her ice cream. It might have been from that moment on that everything changed. From her first encounter until now, she unconsciously began to recall every detail, remembering clearly even the things he had said. She suddenly remembered that she still owed him money for the repairs. That Bugatti should have been fixed a long time ago. Luo Sa stopped and turned around, not expecting Jiang Muzheng to be so close to her, resulting in physical contact. His palm pressed firmly against her chest. Jiang Muzheng was also taken aback. Time rewound to 5 seconds earlier. They were about to cross the crosswalk, but the light was red. However, Luo Sa was still walking briskly, completely oblivious to the traffic signal. He hurriedly caught up to her, wanting to grab her, but unexpectedly, she suddenly stopped and turned around sharply. He couldn't stop in time and almost bumped into her, reflexively extending his hands to block the space between them, which resulted in his hands landing on her chest. Moreover, he pressed down with quite a bit of force. On the busy street, surrounded by people waiting for the red light, his hands were on her chest. Luo Sa felt both angry and embarrassed, and in a fit of rage, instinctively grabbed his collar with one hand while swinging her fist with the other, intending to hit his chest. In her panic, she used too much force and ended up hitting his face instead. Jiang Muzheng. Chapter 40. Jiang Muzheng covered his nose with his hand as warm. Thick blood flowed out. Luo Sa was stunned for a few seconds, and after realizing what was happening, she wanted to find something to wipe his nosebleed. But she hadn't brought her bag and had no tissues on her. She patted her pockets and found only the white gloves she used for work, which were already a bit dirty. She flipped them inside out and stuffed them into his hand, saying use this to block it. The passers-by around them cast curious and gossiping glances, but she didn't care. The green light was on. Luo Sa tugged at his sleeve and pulled him across the street, glancing back at him from time to time. Jiang Muzheng told her, "It's fine. I'm feeling better now. Apart from the pain, everything else is okay. But this feeling of being led across the street is really nice." He used to protect others, but now he felt like a weakling, with her shielding him from the wind and rain. Luo Sa's car was parked across the street. She ran to the car, released Jiang Muzheng, opened the trunk, took out a bottle of mineral water, and rummaged through a storage box for a clean towel. She soaked the towel in water, wrung it out until it was damp, and handed it to him, saying use this to wipe it. The white gloves were already stained red. Jiang Muzheng replaced them with a wet towel and extended his other hand, asking Luo Sa to pour water into it. Then he kept splashing cold water on his forehead. After a while, the nosebleed had mostly stopped. Luo Sa squeezed the mineral water bottle so hard that it became deformed, regretting that she had squeezed too hard earlier. She said to him, "Let me take you to the hospital." Jiang Muzheng wiped his face and cleaned up the bloodstains on his hands, smiling faintly at her. "You really think I'm made of paper? This is nothing serious. You should head back." Compared to the suffering he endured before, this punch was truly insignificant. Luo Sa wanted to say something else, but he had already turned and walked away, waving his hand at her over his shoulder. After Jiang Muzheng reached the other side of the street, he looked back occasionally to confirm that she had gotten in her car and driven away before quickening his pace toward his own car. His phone vibrated continuously along the way. It was the Playboy group chatting excitedly, gossiping about the aftermath of his drink-driving incident tonight. He focused on driving, unable to care about it. Once home, Jiang Muzheng tossed his car keys aside and headed to the bathroom to see what kind of shape he was in. He had already taken a look in the car, but the rearview mirror didn't show it clearly. When he turned on the light in the bathroom and saw himself in the mirror, he frowned slightly. His mouth was bruised and slightly swollen. TSK. That punch was really hard. At that moment, she probably wanted to stomp him to death. The group chat was still buzzing, and Jiang Muzheng opened his phone to find them urging him. "Fifth brother, hurry up. The audience is waiting for you to appear on today's legal affairs." Grinning, Jiang Muzheng contemplated. He couldn't let them see him in this sorry state. He replied, "Kids, disperse. I'm having a late-night snack with your sister-in-law." He set his phone aside and checked his injuries again. There were no anti-swelling medications at home. He remembered that last time he got burned at the parachuting club, the nurse gave him some disinfecting iodine. He wondered if it could help with the swelling. Whatever, he decided to find it and apply it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face anyone tomorrow. The small group chat among the three of them became lively again. Jiang Dongting didn't roast Jiang Muzheng in the Playboy group to save face for him, but in their private group, he held nothing back. He teased, "Late night snack? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Dongting, stop laughing at our little Zheng. He is just a kid, ha." Jiang Muzheng found the iodine and cotton swabs, took a quick shower in the bathroom, and, after drying his face, he carefully applied the iodine in front of the mirror. His phone kept vibrating, and he was almost driven mad. He glanced at the group messages and mentally took note of Cheng Yi and Jiang Dongting. He closed his phone and continued applying the iodine. The memory of the first time Luo Sa applied burn ointment on him involuntarily surfaced in his mind. At that moment, he really wished he could live in a TV show, holding a remote control to freeze time forever at that instant. Back in his bedroom, Jiang Muzheng opened his phone again, finding the group chat annoying, and temporarily muted the messages. It was already past 11 o'clock, and he didn't know if Luo Sa had gone to bed. He sent her a message, "Good night." After quite a while, without a reply, he frustratedly tossed his phone onto the pillow. When Luo Sa returned home, she took a shower and directly lay on her bed, but her mind was in chaos. Even with her eyes closed, she couldn't sleep, feeling suffocated. She got up again, dressed neatly, grabbed her bag, and took her car keys to head out. At this time of night, most cars were returning home, and few were going out. There was a pharmacy and a convenience store at the entrance of her community. Luo Sa parked her car, first went to the pharmacy to buy a medical mask, and then bought some topical anti-inflammatory medicine. However, when she reached the convenience store, she hesitated for a long time, unsure of what to buy. After thinking it over, she bought a bottle of mint candies. The cashier gave her 3 yuan in change, which she didn't take. She said to the cashier, "Please give me a few lollipops too." She took 2 little foot-shaped lollipops. The distance from her community to Jiang Muzheng's was not far. During the day, it would take about 20 minutes due to traffic. But now with fewer cars on the road, she arrived in less than 10 minutes. She had access to the entrance of his community. Her mother and Uncle Chu had gifted her a set of apartments there for her 20th birthday, but she had never lived in it and later rented it out. Actually, she wanted to sell it because Chu Cece also had a set there, and she didn't want to be in the same community as her. Even if there were several buildings in between, she was unwilling. Later, her mother said that the property would appreciate significantly, so she should keep it. She didn't know what Chu Cece thought. Wherever she bought a house, Chu Cece would follow suit. She was older than Chu Cece, and every time they gifted properties on birthdays, she would go first, with Chu Cece only receiving hers 2 years later. So wherever she went and whatever she bought, Chu Cece would mimic her. It was extremely irritating. She also knew that Chu Cece probably looked at her with 100 grievances. Luo Sa drove directly to Jiang Muzheng's building. After parking, she called Jiang Muzheng, and he answered almost immediately. Luo, why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Although he had set his phone down by the pillow, he had been staring at the screen, afraid of missing her message. He never expected her to call him. This was the second time she had taken the initiative to contact him. Luo Sa got straight to the point, "Come downstairs," and hung up the phone directly. Jiang Muzheng, "Isn't this something a man says to a woman? This is how it goes in dramas." After calming down and confirming he wasn't hallucinating for being hit, he quickly got up and dressed. He took out the efficiency he had from his time in the army. And 2 minutes later, he was already in the elevator. The mirrors in the elevator were particularly clean and shiny tonight, clearly reflecting the bruise at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but smile at his reflection. She came to see him in the middle of the night. Just a few minutes ago, he wouldn't have dared to dream of it. Jiang Muzheng ran out of the apartment building, and she was at the stairs, wearing a long coat. It was windy, and she had put on her hood. "Why are you here so late? If you call me, I could have come over." Luo Sa maintained her usual calm demeanor, handing him a small plastic bag. "This is anti-inflammatory medicine. Apply some when you go up." The dim light from the street lamp illuminated the bruise at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Muzheng opened the bag and blinked in surprise. What does this mean? Does she really think he is 3 years old? Luo Sa cleared her throat and explained, "Wear the mask for work tomorrow. The mint candy will be refreshing in your mouth, so wearing the mask won't be uncomfortable." As for the 2 lollipops, she didn't elaborate. Jiang Muzheng pinched one of the little foot-shaped lollipops between his fingers, looked at it, and couldn't help but chuckle. He stuffed the lollipop into her pocket, saying, "I'll keep one for myself and give you one." Liu Sa. It feels like a 3-year-old playing house. In the middle of the night, the two of them are here sharing candy. She didn't say a word or refuse. She put her hands in her pockets, feeling the candy. For a moment, neither of them spoke, and the awkward atmosphere was mixed with sweetness. Luo Sa glanced at him. "I'm leaving." She turned around to go. Jiang Muzheng called her. "Luo." She looked back. "Is there something?" As for what it was, he started to think wildly, just not wanting her to leave, wanting to stay with her a little longer. After a few seconds, he found an answer. He said, "I just happened to be going to my fourth brother's house to discuss something. We're on the way. I'll ride with you. And on the way back, let my fourth brother give me a ride." Liu Sa. What is he doing at Jiang Muzheng's house in the middle of the night? What can't wait until tomorrow? But she didn't expose him. Jiang Muzheng put the medicine into his trench coat pocket and said to her, "Let us go. It'll disturb my fourth brother's rest if we stay late." Luo Sa had no choice but to get in the car with him. Once in the car, Jiang Muzheng opened a medical mask, put one on himself, and handed one to Luo Sa. "This is for you. The smog is heavy today. Wearing it will help you inhale less toxic air." Luo Sa. No need in the car. Jiang Muzheng insisted she take it. Use it after getting out of the car. Luo Sa silently took it and placed it on the console. Jiang Muzheng turned his head to look out the window, unconsciously whistling. They were wearing couple masks. And the more he thought about it, the happier he felt. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly took out his phone, opened the contacts, found Luo Sa's number, and added a Nabifor tracking expert. He sent a message to his fourth brother. "I'll be at your house in a bit." "Fourth brother, what time is it? Are you sleepwalking?" Jiang Muzheng. "Oh, I need to discuss something with you." "Fourth brother, discuss your marriage?" Jiang Muzheng. Almost choked to death. Losing patience. "Let us not talk about it. I'll be there in 10 minutes. "Fourth brother, I'm not home. I'm on a business trip in Shanghai. Your fourth sister-in-law is on night duty tonight. The housekeeper and driver are on leave. There's no one at the villa. You don't need to come over." Jiang Muzheng. When the car stopped, Jiang Muzheng was stunned for a moment. Is this it? Why does it feel like riding a rocket? Before he could even settle in, they had arrived. Jiang Muzheng didn't get out of the car, turned to look at her. Luo, you're not on duty tomorrow, right?" Luo Sa. Jiang Muzheng struggled for a moment, but still shamelessly said, "It's like this. I've been wanting to watch a movie, but I've been busy these days. If I don't watch it soon, it'll be off the screen. I happen to have free time tomorrow night. Will you accompany me to watch a movie?" He particularly added, "It's quite boring to watch a movie alone. I've never been to a cinema. I don't even know how to get in, how to buy tickets and check in. Please accompany me." Liu Sa. Never been to a cinema. Doesn't he know how to get in? This person really is the ancestor of nonsense. She didn't refuse, just tacitly agreed. Jiang Muzheng was overjoyed and reminded her to go home and sleep early. Since his fourth brother wasn't home, he planned to call a car back at the door. Just as he pushed the door open, Luo Sa came down too, walked around the front of the car, and threw the car keys to him. "In the middle of the night, don't trouble fourth brother or the driver to send you." Jiang Muzheng took a step back, caught the keys she threw over, and before he could say anything, she had already turned and walked straight toward her own front door. This was the heaviest key he had ever held, still warm from her hand. Chapter 41. The next morning, Luo Sa was awakened by Jiang Muzheng's phone call. He shouted for her to get up, saying he was already at her door. Luo Sa glanced at the time. It was only 10 minutes earlier than her usual wake-up time. Jiang Muzheng was still talking on the phone. Luo, hurry up a bit. I'm taking you out for breakfast. We should have enough time." Luo Sa rubbed her neck, her eyelids heavy. Coming right up." She tossed her phone aside and snoozed for a few more minutes before getting up. Stepping out of the villa, the winter wind stung her face a bit. The weather was gloomy and rain was forecasted. In her memory, it hadn't rained this much in early winter in Beijing for many years. It had just rained a couple of days ago, and now it was going to rain again. At the gate, Jiang Muzheng had driven Luo Sa's car over, and a thick layer of frost covered the windows. He had cleaned the front windshield, but left the back untouched. It hadn't melted yet. So he doodled on it with his finger. He drew a little girl and wrote, "Our daughter, Luo and I." After finishing, he smiled. Luo Sa came out. "Where's your car? Didn't you ask the driver to drive?" Jiang Muzheng quickly wiped away the words with the back of his hand and replied, "It's just on the way. One car is enough. Driving 2 cars wastes fuel and pollutes the air. Everyone is responsible for saving and protecting the environment." Luo Sa responded, "Your company is to the south, and I'm to the east. How's that on the way?" Jiang Muzheng said, "I have no sense of direction and can't tell east from west, but instinctively, it feels like it's on the way." Luo Sa felt too tired to argue and got into the passenger seat. Jiang Muzheng smiled and took his place behind the wheel. He asked her what she wanted to eat, and Luo Sa checked the time. There was still an hour before work. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I want soybean milk and fried dough sticks from that old shop on XX Road." It had been months since she had warm soybean milk, especially with fragrant fried dough sticks dipped in it. Jiang Muzheng replied, "I used to go there when I was a kid, but I haven't been in over 20 years. Is the same owner still there?" Luo Sa said, "Yes, the owner had a granddaughter earlier this year, and on her full moon day, he treated all the customers to breakfast for free. He also had a grandson 5 years ago, and on his full moon day, breakfast was half price. Now, with the granddaughter's full moon, it's free. Coincidentally, it was a weekend, and I went there with Zhou Yan. I heard the regular customers teasing him, saying he has bias towards his granddaughter." The owner laughed, his wrinkles smoothing out, saying he wanted a daughter when he was young, but due to family planning, he could only have one child. Now that he finally had a granddaughter, he was happy and treated everyone at breakfast. Jiang Muzheng glanced at her and added, "I also like girls, especially. I want a daughter in the future." He then asked, "What about you? Do you like girls?" Luo Sa thought, "This feels like a newlywed couple discussing future children." She couldn't continue the conversation and turned her face to look out the right window. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the breakfast shop. This shop had been around for decades. The breakfast wasn't very lavish, just soybean milk, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, sesame cakes, and tea eggs, but there was always a line of people waiting to eat. Jiang Muzheng and Luo Sa arrived early and only waited a few minutes before getting a table. "Just fried dough sticks and soybean milk? Do you want sesame cakes?" Jiang Muzheng asked her. Luo Sa shook her head. Jiang Muzheng ordered tofu, pudding, and sesame cakes, while he ordered fried dough sticks and soybean milk for Luo Sa, plus 2 tea eggs. The owner's wife asked what flavor they wanted for the pudding. "Salty for the pudding, plain for the soybean milk," Luo Sa replied. The owner's wife began preparing the tofu pudding quickly. In the shop, besides the owner and his wife, there was only one helper. When eating here, customers generally had to serve themselves, and there was no cashier. After eating, you calculated your total based on the price list on the wall and directly paid the owner's wife. Luo Sa sat at the table, staring at the door, where the owner was frying the dough sticks, while Jiang Muzheng stood in line, waiting for the freshly fried ones. Among the crowd, he stood out with his height attire, and that face, always attracting whispers from the girls nearby. Today, Jiang Muzheng wore a white shirt and a dark blue mid-length trench coat. Upon closer inspection of his arms, the cuffs with black cufflinks covered half of his watch, while the trench coat sleeves covered 2/3 of the shirt sleeves, creating a beautifully layered look. Luo Sa loved this outfit of his. He wore it the first time she did solo skydiving, waiting for her at the landing site. He even spun her around in place after catching her. Jiang Muzheng brought over the fried dough sticks, just about to turn and get the soybean milk and tofu pudding when the owner's wife had already brought them over. "Thank you," Jiang Muzheng said as he received them. He placed the soybean milk in front of Luo Sa, who handed him a spoon and chopsticks. They worked together quite well. By nearly 7 o'clock, more people filled the shop. For those without enough seats, many would share tables. Luo Sa signaled Jiang Muzheng to move inside a bit to make room for others. Without thinking, Jiang Muzheng stood up and sat right next to her, closely pressed against her. Luo Sa. A couple sat across from them, because they were sharing a table. They ate in silence to avoid accidentally spraying food into each other's plates. Jiang Muzheng would occasionally glance at her. She was enjoying her fried dough sticks dipped in soybean milk, nearly finished with 2 of them. He asked sideways, "Is that enough?" Luo Sa swallowed her food and replied, "Not enough, I want another one." Jiang Muzheng. Although the fried dough sticks weren't very big, hardly anyone would eat 3. He laughed. "Eating too many fried dough sticks will cause Alzheimer's. If you become silly in the future, I'll bully you every day." The couple across from them looked up at them, especially the girl, silently criticizing them for lacking public decency, starting to show off their affection so early in the morning. Luo saw. She kicked Jiang Muzheng under the table. Jiang Muzheng rubbed her head and still got up to get her another fried dough stick. Luo Sa lowered her head to drink her soybean milk. She had just dipped the fried dough stick into the bowl of soybean milk. And now a layer of light yellow oil floated on top of the thick, milky soybean milk. Taking a sip, it was particularly fragrant, much better than before. Jiang Muzheng brought her 2 more fried dough sticks. Luo Sa said, "I can't finish this." "If you can't finish it, I will," Jiang Muzheng replied. Then asked, "Want me to get you some more soybean milk?" There was too much soybean milk left in her bowl, not enough for dipping the fried dough sticks. Luo Sa nodded and handed her bowl to him. Jiang Muzheng added half a bowl of soybean milk, and when he brought it over, Luo Sa was peeling a tea egg. He sat down, gave her the soybean milk, and directly took the tea egg from her hand. "Let me do it. You eat it while it's hot." Luo Sa couldn't compete with him and had to give up, starting to eat the fried dough sticks. Jiang Muzheng slowly peeled the eggshell and suddenly turned to ask her, "Is it delicious to dip the fried dough stick in soybean milk?" He had actually eaten it before and was just asking on purpose. Luo Sa nodded. "I learned it from my uncle when I was young." Jiang Muzheng leaned closer. "Let me have a taste." She happened to have a piece of fried dough stick that had just been dipped in soybean milk on her chopsticks. While she was stunned, he directly held her hand and brought the fried dough stick to his mouth, taking a big bite. Luo Sa. How could he eat the fried dough stick she had bitten? Jiang Muzheng chewed slowly, nodding, "Pretty good." Seeing her staring at him, he casually urged her, "Hurry up and eat, or it'll get cold." Then he turned back to continue peeling the egg. Luo Sa pressed her lips together, dipped the fried dough stick in soybean milk, and paused for a few seconds before bringing it to her mouth. One fried dough stick, she took a bite. He took a bite, then she took another bite. What was the difference from sharing saliva? Jiang Muzheng stole a glance at her and saw she had eaten. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After peeling the eggs, as before, he ate the yolk and left the egg white for her. Both tea eggs were treated the same way. A young couple sitting across from each other. The man eats quickly and, after finishing, says to his girlfriend, "I'll wait for you outside." He gets up and leaves. The woman turns her head. "Hey, where are you going?" The man replies, "I'm going to smoke, just at the door." The woman feels like she is about to throw up, especially after seeing Jiang Muzheng so thoughtfully take the egg yolk for himself and leave the egg white for Luo Sa. The frustration she had been holding and finally erupts. She takes out her phone and texts her boyfriend, "I want to eat tea eggs." The boyfriend replies, "Aren't you allergic to egg yolks? You can't eat them." The woman responds, "You said it yourself, I'm allergic to egg yolks, not egg whites." "I don't care, I want to eat the egg whites." "Do you still love me?" The boyfriend replies, "Are you on your period?" The woman retorts, "Get lost." The boyfriend, meanwhile, Luo Sa is still leisurely eating fried dough sticks. She has drunk too much hot soy milk and feels a bit warm. So she takes out a wet tissue from her bag to wipe her forehead. Jiang Muzheng asks, "Are you hot?" She replies, "Yeah, a little." Jiang Muzheng takes her bag from her hand and gestures with his chin, "Take off your jacket, I'll hold it for you." He reaches out to pinch the cuff of her sleeve to help her. Luo Sa feels her back sweating, so she puts down her chopsticks. Jiang Muzheng, like a child, helps her pull off her jacket. Before she can fold it, Jiang Muzheng takes it directly from her. "I'll take it myself." Luo Sa wants to pull it back, but he is quicker. He has already placed the jacket in the crook of his left arm and is holding her bag with his left hand. "Hurry up and eat, or we'll be late." Hearing that they might be late and seeing the crowd in the store, Luo Sa stops trying to grab it back and quickly buries her head in her food. The girl sitting across from them sends another message to her boyfriend. "The soy milk is too hot. I'm sweating from eating. It's making me feel like I'm dying." Actually, she has only taken a few sips and it's not hot at all. She thinks she might be overstimulated from all the dog food and inexplicably wants to see how her boyfriend will react. Where her boyfriend sees the message, he puts out his cigarette, realizing that she is having a bad temper and sweating, thinking that her period must have come early. He goes back into the store. The spot he was sitting in is still empty, so he sits down and asks, "Still hot?" The girl responds, "Mm." While saying this, she fans her forehead with her hand. She wants to show that she is really hot, that it's unbearable, even needing to fan herself in winter. The boyfriend looks at his girlfriend, thinks for a couple of seconds, then gets up and leaves. The girl, after the man walks outside, he looks around and sees some advertising papers in the basket of an electric bike parked at the door. He walks over, takes a few sheets, folds them up, and quickly walks back into the store. Feeling someone beside her, the woman turns her head and sees her boyfriend fanning her with the advertising paper. This silly guy is really fanning her in winter. In fact, she isn't hot. She didn't tea wear much this morning and is a bit cold. But seeing how seriously he is fanning her, the area where the wind blows is cold, yet her heart feels warm. Her eyes suddenly feel hot, and she quickly turns her head down to eat the sesame cake. There are 1,000 ways to express love, and she has her own unique way. After finishing their meal, Jiang Muzheng goes to pay the bill, and Luo Sa follows him out. When they reach the door, Jiang Muzheng arranges the jacket and comes over to put it on. Luo Sa says, "I can do it myself." But Jiang Muzheng still adjusts the sleeves for her, and she simply reaches out to put it on. Still hot? Not so much. After coming out, it's not as hot as before. Jiang Muzheng happens to see the electric bike again, walks over, takes 2 more sheets of advertising paper, folds them, and quickly walks to Luo Sa's side. Luo Sa is buttoning her coat when she suddenly feels a cool breeze by her ear. She turns her head and sees Jiang Muzheng fanning her with the paper. This man is acting like a 3-year-old, insisting on copying others. But her heart feels as delightful as the soy milk she just drank. Luo Sa buttons her coat, and Jiang Muzheng walks beside her towards the car, still fanning her. Once in the car, Jiang Muzheng drives. When waiting at a red light, he holds the advertising paper and fans himself a couple of times, then deliberately fans her a couple of times. Luo Sa. She glares at him. Jiang Muzheng laughs. "I'm farsighted. I can't see anything you do." Luo Sa, speechless, simply turns her face away. Through the car window, she sees the girl from earlier holding hands with her boyfriend, walking quickly, occasionally stopping to play around, probably delaying their time, as the man pulls the girl's hand and runs wildly towards the subway station. Laughing and playing, even their wild running exudes sweet happiness. A kind of love she has always envied. Being young is wonderful. You could be so unrestrained. But she is almost 28, dulled by the tedious and monotonous days, having long lost that passion and has never really had it. However, after meeting Jiang Muzheng, her life has transformed from stagnant waters to ripples rising weeks ago, and now to waves crashing, sometimes even tumultuous. Arriving at Luo Sa's workplace, Jiang Muzheng parks the car and Luo Sa tells him, "Have a driver bring the car over later, just leave the keys at the security office." Jiang Muzheng replies, "No need to be so troublesome. I'll come pick you up for the movie tonight." Little theater. One day, Jiang Muzheng sees on entertainment news that a well-known director is making a blockbuster, and the male and female leads have not been finalized yet. They're still in the casting phase. He remembers seeing in the comment section that some fans said he was a drama king, that he graduated from a prestigious acting school, and that it would be a shame if he didn't T-act in movies. So he impulsively decides to give it a try. He feels that as long as he shows up, he won't even need an audition. The director will definitely cast him as the male lead on the spot. After all, he has looks, presence, and an impressive physique. He can be both reserved and charismatic. So he asks Jiang Dongting to help contact the director. 2 days later, he receives a call from the director asking him to meet. Sure enough, when the director sees him, he is very excited and says he has been looking for someone like him, but hasn't found anyone. Jiang Muzheng asks the director if he has the script for the male lead to look at, as he needs to check it before deciding whether to take the role, because he has a lot of requirements, especially since he cannot have intimate scenes with the female lead, not even holding hands. The director, slightly awkward, coughs and says, "Well, the actor for the male lead has already been chosen. The male lead is supposed to be a stable and aloof type, which doesn't quite fit your personality. But there is another role that really suits you. The character appears almost every time the male lead does, always by his side." When Jiang Muzheng hears this, he thinks playing the male lead's childhood friend is fine. Sometimes the second male lead stands out even more. He asks, "What does this character do? Is he also a CEO?" The director responds, "Oh, he is the male lead's bodyguard." Jiang Muzheng. Chapter 42. Jiang Muzheng arrived at the company more than half an hour earlier than usual. He happened to run into his secretary in the parking lot. The secretary glanced at the car with surprise. She had a deep impression of it because a few weeks ago, Jiang Muzheng's Bugatti had been hit, and she had handled all the related matters. When the repair costs came out, there was an extra compensation of more than 110,000, which she reported to Jiang Muzheng. He specifically instructed her not to contact the Audi owner again. Now, he was actually driving that car to work. And recently, he had been frequently answering phone calls during meetings, sometimes arriving and leaving without a trace. It seemed that a car accident had sparked a romance. The secretary took the private elevator upstairs with Jiang Muzheng, thinking about the international call she received at midnight yesterday. Mr. Jiang, a client from Malaysia, called, saying they will sign the contract on Tuesday morning next week. Should I book a flight for Monday morning? Jiang Muzheng raised his eyes. Is it moved up? Last night, he had been annoyed by the noise from the Playboy group chat and had turned off his phone for a while. Later, he received a missed call from someone in the UAE, a number he wasn't familiar with, so he didn't return it. It was likely the Malaysian client. He asked, "Who contacted you?" The secretary replied, "The client's secretary. He said the boss couldn't get through to you." Their secretary apologized because their boss has to rush to Dubai on Tuesday night, so the time can only be moved up by a day. Jiang Muzheng pondered. Tuesday was Luosa's birthday, and he would be in Kuala Lumpur on Monday. There was no way he could get back on Tuesday because Kuala Lumpur was not the final place for signing the contract. The last place he went to discuss cooperation had no signal at all. He wasn't sure what the group's behind-the-scenes boss did exactly. The person he talked to about cooperation that day was just a legal representative, not the real boss, he could tell. He had been mingling in places like the Middle East and Africa for years and naturally understood that anyone able to do business in oil or arms wasn't simple. He needed to make money, and all kinds of friends needed to be dealt with. Doing business over there was like the biological chain in the ocean. Just because you don't interact with them doesn't mean you're safe. They'll come and find you. The business world over there is a brutal game of big fish eating small fish and small fish eating shrimp. No matter the method, surviving is the real skill. Jiang Muzheng asked again, "What's the earliest flight on Tuesday?" The secretary replied, "It's around 2 a.m., arriving in Kuala Lumpur around 8 a.m. Jiang Muzheng said, "Book that flight." Okay. Jiang Muzheng was busy all day. Meetings in the morning, client meetings, lunch with the bank's leaders, and more meetings in the afternoon. He didn't have a moment to spare until around 6 p.m. It was raining today, and the traffic was even worse than on sunny days. Luosa was busier than usual, and he didn't disturb her during lunch. Now that he was done, he found himself missing her. He sent her a message. "What time do you finish work? I'll pick you up." After a few minutes, Luosa replied, "I'm already off work." Jiang Muzheng, "I'm coming over right away." As he walked out of the company building, the rain was still falling, not heavy, mixed with small snowflakes. This was the first light snow of the winter. Pedestrians hurried along the street, some with umbrellas, some in raincoats, and others running without any rain gear in the night drizzle. He couldn't help but think back to that weekend night when he was depressed, standing in the rain smoking, even trying to throw away the lighter Luosa had bought for him, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. That night it had poured, and he watched Luosa and Fu Yanba holding hands to go to the movies. Now, he was going to see a movie, and it was drizzling again. How fitting. Due to the rain, traffic was heavy, and it took Jiang Muzheng more than 20 minutes to arrive. Seeing Luosa waiting for him at the entrance, he should have secretly felt pleased, but instead, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Luosa was looking down at her phone and didn't notice him. He quickly parked the car, didn't have time to open the umbrella, and ran through the rain to her side. Luosa looked up. "Why did you get out of the car? Just call me." As she spoke, she instinctively tilted the umbrella toward him. Jiang Muzheng felt that after having breakfast. Her prickliness had diminished considerably. Although her tone was still cool, it wasn't as biting. He tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Because the wind was strong, the rain was blown in every direction and splashed on her face. He wiped it with the back of his hand, and she didn't shy away. "Why weren't you waiting for me in the office?" he asked as he pulled her toward the car. Luosa replied, "I thought you would be here soon." Once they got into the car, Luosa took off her windbreaker, and Jiang Muzheng naturally took it from her, spread it out, and laid it on the back seat to dry. He also found a towel for her from the storage compartment. It wasn't necessary to turn on the air conditioning this season, but he did anyway. Luosa said, "I'm not cold," as she wiped her face and hair. Jiang Muzheng replied, You need to dry your clothes quickly. Wearing wet clothes isn't comfortable, is it? He drove away slowly. While driving, Jiang Muzheng would occasionally glance at her. No matter how he looked, he couldn't get enough. Luosa turned to look at him, her expression serious. He met her gaze briefly before turning back to the road. What is it? Speak, I'm listening. After careful consideration, Luosa spoke very straightforwardly. We've known each other for less than a month and don't know much about each other. I'm a slow-to-warm-up and rational person. So I want to just jump into a relationship without understanding, especially since we had prejudices against each other before. She paused deliberately. However, since I've tacitly allowed you a year's time, it might not even take that long. Some things will fall into place naturally without needing to set a specific timeline. No matter how long it takes, since I've already tacitly agreed to you. I want to suddenly turn to another man. I can manage that. She looked at him. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Muzheng was so excited that he almost lost control of the car, quickly pulling over to the side. He turned to her and said, I understand. I really do. As he spoke, he couldn't help but smile. Her words tonight were unexpected. He had been thinking about what to do if, after a year, she still didn't feel anything for him. Or what if during that year, she ended up with another man? But her words just now were a reassurance. As long as she didn't reject him, he would find a way to make her like him. Perhaps she already had some feelings for him, but didn't know how to approach a relationship. She had set boundaries in her heart, not wanting to get hurt. But he understood her, especially since she had grown up in a single-parent family and must be cautious and sensitive about relationships. Now that she could take such a big step, he was overjoyed. Jiang Muzheng kept looking at her with a smile on his lips, saying nothing. Luosa felt awkward under his gaze and urged, if you don't leave, the movie will be over. Oh, okay. Jiang Muzheng withdrew his gaze and began to focus on driving. All the way, he whistled to the tune of Do You Know, I'm Waiting For You. Jiang Muzheng felt a bit petty, remembering how Fu Yanba parked across from the cinema in the shopping mall. So he turned and drove to that parking lot. Luosa reminded him, wrong direction. The cinema is in that big building on the right. Jiang Muzheng replied, there will be many people watching the movie. There won't be parking spots over there. Luosa said, it's Wednesday, and it's raining. There shouldn't be many people. Jiang Muzheng pretended not to hear. Luosa looked helplessly out the window, wondering what scheme he was dreaming up again. It was raining, yet he insisted on going so far. After parking, Jiang Muzheng handed over his windbreaker to Luosa. Wear mine. Your clothes are still damp. Luosa asked, what about you? He was only wearing a white shirt, and it was particularly cold on a rainy day. Jiang Muzheng, I have one in the trunk. He opened the trunk and found a coat. It was in the same color scheme as the trench coat that Luosa was holding. Luosa put on his coat, took the umbrella, and walked out of the parking lot with him. Suddenly she remembered, why didn't you bring another umbrella? Jiang Muzheng, there's no umbrella in the car. Luosa, there's one in the trunk. She clearly saw it earlier. Jiang Muzheng blinked. Really? I didn't see it because my eyesight is bad. I'm far-sighted, remember? Luosa. I'm speechless. She looked down and walked ahead, ignoring him. Jiang Muzheng smiled and followed her. After they exited the parking lot, he sheltered under her umbrella. At the intersection, the green light for the pedestrian crossing just turned on, and there were still more than 50 seconds left, so there was no need to rush across the road. Jiang Muzheng tilted his head to glance at Luosa, seemingly in thought, and suddenly moved to her other side. She wasn't holding the umbrella with her right hand, so he reached out and held her hand. Luosa glared at him. What are you doing? She tried to shake off his hand, but it was as if it was glued on, utterly impossible to remove. Let go. I can't. It's south slippery on the road in the rain. What if you fall? Jiang Muzheng happily held her hand soft in his grip, feeling particularly comfortable. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the mall that he finally let go of her. Luosa angrily kicked him with the back of her foot, but Jiang Muzheng was too happy to feel any pain. The elevator quickly arrived at the 8th floor of the cinema, and as the elevator doors opened, the sweet smell of popcorn rushed towards them. Luosa was momentarily dazed. When she came with Fu Yanba before, she didn't smell such a pleasant aroma. Jiang Muzheng had already gone to buy tickets, and the staff asked him to choose a seat. He didn't even look at the screen and directly said, last row. The staff glanced at him again and said okay. They started printing the tickets. Jiang Muzheng then asked the staff for a large bucket of popcorn and 2 bottles of drinks. Luo Sa put away the umbrella and walked over, while Jiang Muzheng went to another line to pick up the popcorn. "What are you doing?" Luo Sa asked him. Jiang Muzheng, "Getting popcorn." Luo Sa, "I don't eat popcorn." Jiang Muzheng smiled lightly. "I bought it for myself." Luo Sa. After getting the popcorn, Jiang Muzheng ate a few pieces first. The taste was nowhere near as good as the smell, but it was still decent. He stuffed 2 pieces in a Luo Sa's mouth, and she tried to dodge, but couldn't escape. The popcorn was already in her mouth. Luo Sa chewed slowly, the sweetness filling her mouth. When they entered the screening room, the opening credits had already started, and they sat down in the last row. There weren't many people watching the movie today, and half of the seats were empty. Luo Sa asked him, "With so many good seats in front, why did you choose the last row?" Jiang Muzheng paused for a moment and replied, "I'm farsighted. I can't see well if I sit too close." Luo Sa. I really want to kick him again. For the rest of the time, Jiang Muzheng was relatively quiet. Apart from eating popcorn, he made no other sounds and didn't watch the movie, instead turning sideways to look at her. Luo Sa felt uncomfortable under his gaze and shot him a glare. "Can't you just watch the movie properly?" Jiang Muzheng munched on popcorn and stuffed a few more pieces in her mouth, laughing as he said, "You help me watch, and then tell me what the movie is about afterwards." Luo Sa. Throughout the entire film, Jiang Muzheng didn't take a single glance at it. He was busy feeding Luo Sa popcorn and giving her water, nearly running out of time. He felt so pleased with himself. After the movie ended, Jiang Muzheng gently placed his hand on Luo Sa's shoulder and pulled her closer to him. Luo Sa elbowed him in the waist. "Stay away from me." Jiang Muzheng stubbornly refused and pulled her in tighter. "Didn't you see how many people there are? What if you get lost in the crowd?" Luo Sa showed an expression of helplessness. She could no longer communicate normally with him. He was now basically in crazy mode. She twisted his waist hard, and Jiang Muzheng hissed in pain, but still didn't let go of her shoulder. After exiting the cinema, Jiang Muzheng directly snatched the umbrella from her hand, took off his coat, and draped it over her head. Luo Sa pushed the coat away, looking at him discontentedly. "Jiang Muzheng, if you keep this up, I won't go out with you anymore." Jiang Muzheng said, "I promise you I would let you experience the love of your teenage years, if you want to cooperate. Do you expect me to play 2 roles by myself?" He pulled her towards the mall's exit. Teenagers in love wouldn't bother with an umbrella in this little rain. They would just run across the street, but you can't. It's cold now, and you're tired from work, so just use the coat to shield your head. After leaving the mall, it was still raining. A cold wind blew, and Luo Sa shivered. Jiang Muzheng covered her head with the coat again and grabbed her hand to run forward. "Jiang Muzheng, slow down. This is so annoying." Luo Sa's left hand was held by him, while her right hand pressed down on the coat on her head, afraid it would fall off. In the slanting rain, they ran across the road. There were only 4 seconds left on the green light. Time was running out, but Jiang Muzheng kept pulling her forward. Luo Sa felt like she had never run this fast during her physical tests at the police academy. It was as if a pack of rabid dogs was chasing them. After reaching the other side of the road, she was out of breath, nearly gasping for air. Luo Sa turned to look at Jiang Muzheng, who was drenched with rain, and pointed to the umbrella in his hand. "Open it." Jiang Muzheng opened the umbrella, but most of it tilted toward her side. After resting for a moment, they walked toward the parking lot. It was until they got into the car that Luo Sa finally calmed down. If it weren't for Jiang Muzheng, she probably would never have run so crazily in her life, especially not in the cold rain, and she didn't even open the umbrella she had. Jiang Muzheng dried his hair with a towel and drove away. The two of them were still like before, hardly speaking. Occasionally, Jiang Muzheng would initiate a conversation, but it was just him asking a question and her answering. The visibility was poor in the rain, so later on, Jiang Muzheng focused on driving. Luo Sa turned to look out the window. Everything outside was dim, and the streetlight's glow was blurred by the rain. She used to dislike rainy days the most. Traffic would be a nightmare, and even if she wore a raincoat while on duty, her clothes would still be wet when she got back to the station. It was even quieter at home afterward. Now that she thought about it, rainy days weren't so bad after all. The car gradually warmed up, and a thin mist formed on the windows. She absently drew patterns with her finger. When Jiang Muzheng turned to look back, He just happened to see her drawing a smiley face. It turned out she wasn't completely devoid of a little girl's heart. It was just that when she wanted to be spoiled, there was no one around to indulge her, and over time, she developed a cold demeanor. He reached out and ruffled her hair. Luo Sa slapped his hand away, and Jiang Muzheng laughed, retracting his hand and focusing on driving. When they arrived at her doorstep, Luo Sa changed in her own clothes and got out of the car. Jiang Muzheng followed her out, and suddenly, he softly called out, "Luo, Luo." Luo Sa looked up. Before she could react, Jiang Muzheng's kiss landed on her, leaving her momentarily dazed. By the time she processed what had happened, he had already kissed her. Jiang Muzheng quickly planted 3 kisses in rapid succession, on her forehead, her lips, and then on her neck. Luo Sa wanted to lift her foot to kick him, but then thought about the rain. Her shoes were wet and would dirty his pants, so she held back. Jiang Muzheng told her, "I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning." After saying that, he jogged back to the car and drove off. He didn't drive far, stopping at the roadside not far away, and he only left after confirming that Luo Sa had entered the courtyard. After Luo Sa got home and showered, she noticed a small dark red mark on her neck while applying lotion in front of the mirror. She leaned closer to the mirror and touched it. It didn't hurt. She frowned slightly. She hadn't bumped into anything, and besides, there were no mosquitoes in winter. After thinking it over, her ears suddenly turned red. She squinted her eyes. The last kiss that Jiang Muzheng left on her neck was a sucking one, and it had hurt a bit when he kissed her, which made her want to kick him. This small dark red mark was the kiss bruise he left. Luo Sa rubbed the obvious and glaring kiss mark and wondered how she would manage at work tomorrow. Wearing a uniform wouldn't allow her to wrap a silk scarf around her neck, so she would have to wear a turtleneck sweater to cover it up. She hadn't worn a turtleneck sweater in years, and the more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. The phone on the bedside table vibrated. It was Jiang Muzheng. "I'm home. Sleep early. Good night." Luo Sa didn't bother to reply, looking at his malicious behavior in the mirror. She didn't want to deal with him for a month. Chapter 43. After the light rain, the weather cleared up. The cold wind was biting, and breath turned to frost. Winter had arrived. For the next 2 days, Jiang Muzheng appeared at Luo Sa's doorstep at 6 o'clock every morning, calling her to get up and taking her for soy milk and fried dough sticks. Because of that kiss mark, Luo Sa mostly ignored him, but Jiang Muzheng was delighted. He enjoyed the feeling of her awkwardly acting cute, especially every time he turned and saw her high-neck sweater. It made his heart bloom. He was even planning in his mind to plant more small tomatoes and strawberries next time. On Friday morning, Luo Sa ordered salty tofu pudding just like Jiang Muzheng, with lots of seasonings inside. After eating, she was worried about having a lingering taste in her mouth, so once in the car, she said to Jiang Muzheng, "Give me a mint." There was a small box of mints above the steering wheel, probably the same box she had bought for him that night. Jiang Muzheng was fastening his seatbelt, and upon hearing her, his hand paused slightly. After securing it, he quickly took the small box in his hand. Luo Sa thought he was going to open it, but instead, he directly shoved it into his pocket. Luo Sa blinked and repeated, "Give me a mint." Jiang Muzheng unhesitatingly refused. "No." Luo Sa. Jiang Muzheng started the car and slowly drove onto the road, saying, "If you want some, I'll buy you another box later." But that box was off limits. No one could have any, including her. Luo Sa felt confused and couldn't help but retort, "But I bought it." Jiang Muzheng. That's exactly why. He wouldn't give it to anyone else. He wanted to savor it himself. A small box was hardly enough. It would only last him until the end of December. Luo Sa stared at him for a few seconds, and then she said nothing more, shifting her gaze to the traffic ahead. Jiang Muzheng turned on the radio, and they listened in silence. Later, she forgot about this incident. When they were almost at her workplace, Jiang Muzheng pulled over and said, "Wait for me in the car." After saying that, he opened the door and got out. Luo Sa followed him with her eyes as he jogged into a convenience store by the roadside. In less than 2 minutes, he returned with 2 boxes of mints in hand. Luo Sa bit her lips slightly, and Jiang Muzheng opened the car door, handing her the mints. 2 flavors, you can switch it up. Luo Sa opened both boxes and took one from each. She couldn't tell the difference between the 2 flavors, but both were a bit sweet. Then she remembered the repair fees and asked him, "The repair fees are out, right? How much extra for compensation?" "I'll transfer it to you." Regardless of whether he was pursuing her now or how things would be in the future, she still needed to pay him back. Jiang Muzheng replied, "Just keep it with you." He glanced at her. "Anyway, it won't be long before all my money goes to you." "Liu sa, Jiang Muzheng. I'm not joking with you. Can you speak properly?" Jiang Muzheng seemed to ponder. "How about this? We'll talk about it a year later. If we're together by then, you won't have to pay me back, since my money will be yours anyway." He paused, as if he couldn't continue. "Anyway, there won't be a second possibility." Luo Sa turned her face away, feeling that it was impossible to have a proper conversation. Saturday arrived, the day for the street promotion. Early in the morning, Luo Sa drove another car to the unit and sent Jiang Muzheng a message. "No need to pick me up, I've gone to the unit." Jiang Muzheng had just gotten up. "So early? Why didn't you tell me last night?" Luo Sa, there's a promotion today." She avoided discussing why she didn't inform him about going in early. They weren't officially a couple yet. She couldn't detail everything to him. Speaking of their current relationship, she felt quite confused. Did this count as being together? They commuted together every day, and although they didn't speak much, the feeling of being in a relationship was growing stronger. Arriving at the office, all the colleagues on duty that day had arrived. The team leader was also there before her. Just as she sat down, a rapid sound of footsteps came from the entrance. She looked up to see Shang Yuan, then returned her gaze to her work. Shang Yuan almost jogged upstairs, arriving at her seat out of breath. She took out a small mirror to fix her makeup. She had woken up at 5:30 today just to do her makeup. The team leader required no heavy makeup, so she opted for a light one, which ironically took the most time and effort, causing her to skip breakfast. After closing her mirror, Shang Yuan unconsciously glanced at Luo Sa. She had clearly noticed the change in Luo Sa's makeup over the past few days. During their first meeting at work, Luo Sa had a very ordinary look, probably confident in her bare face, without much special dressing up. But in the last couple of days, Luo Sa's eyelashes, eyeliner, and lip line showed effort. She seemed to have researched various makeup styles, and it was apparent. Was Luo Sa also dressing up for Fuyamba? Since ancient times, women have adorned themselves for the one they like. She couldn't think of another reason. As Shang Yuan played with her small mirror, she pondered what her chances would be if she and Luo Sa were to compete face to face. Just as she was lost in thought, the team leader entered and called them for a meeting. They arrived at the promotion gathering point before 8 o'clock. This Yield to Pedestrians promotion event was led by their Traffic Management Bureau, in collaboration with the Transportation Bureau, legal channel of the television station, and the Education Bureau. There were a total of 50 volunteers, including 25 small volunteers from the first and second grades of an experimental elementary school. The promotion event also featured a ceremony, taking place in the square in front of the Zhonglian Group building. When they arrived, the volunteers had already set up the banners and a makeshift stage. Luo Sa thought Fu Yanba would arrive around 10. As usually, many leaders showed up more than an hour before the promotion started, just in time to leave after work. To her surprise, Fu Yanba arrived only 10 minutes later than them, still in the same uniform she had seen him in at the shooting range. The person in charge of the publicity section of the bureau and 2 staff members were present, along with 2 internal cameramen. When the team leader saw Director Fu get out of the car, he quickly went to greet him. Shang Yuan also noticed Fu Yanba immediately, just like before, feeling a little excited every time she saw him. She unconsciously tucked her loose hair behind her ear and adjusted her hat. This was a work setting. She knew how to behave, so she didn't rush over but busied herself with her tasks, occasionally glancing over at him. Meanwhile, Fu Yanba seemed not to notice her, as he was engaged in conversation with the team leader. The team leader reported the situation on site to Fu Yanba, who nodded and gestured for him to go ahead with his work, not needing to stay by his side. There was an opening ceremony to arrange, and lots of things to take care of, so the team leader went off to get busy. Accompanied by his secretary, Fu Yanba went to greet each volunteer, which excited them greatly, as they all grabbed their phones to take pictures with him. Fu Yanba smiled and obliged. After the photos, the volunteers felt embarrassed to linger around him and returned to their own tasks. Luo Sa was just unloading the promotional materials from the car when Fu Yanba quickly walked over to help her. Luo Sa assumed he was a colleague and turned around, almost bumping into him. "Sorry, Director Fu." Fu Yanba smiled gently. "Did I scare you?" Luo Sa replied honestly, yes. You stand aside. I'll take it, he said, carrying 3 times her load. Are there several types of promotional flyers? He asked again. Luo Sa nodded. There are ones for pedestrians and others for drivers. The two of them chatted about today as promotional activities while transporting materials. Both Fu Yanba's secretary and Luo Sa's team leader were aware of her prior transfer situation. Now that Fu Yanba took the initiative to talk to Luo Sa, they assumed he was expressing some concern and apologies on behalf of the bureau. So they didn't interrupt. Even the cameramen were instructed to focus on the volunteers and not to follow the leaders around. The photographer understood and went to capture footage of the volunteers. Shang Yuan was just assigned another task by the captain. After finishing, she turned around and saw Fu Yanba and Luo Sa working together to move materials. The two of them coordinated so well, just like a couple. Shang Yuan quickly stopped her wild thoughts, feeling jealous to the point of almost going crazy. If it were any other time, she would have squeezed over and pushed Luo Sa aside. But now was not the time. This was serious work. If anything went wrong, Fu Yanba might report her directly to her parents, and considering her mother's concern for face, it was very likely that she wouldn't be allowed to stay in the traffic police team any longer. She could only endure, and endure some more. She turned away and rubbed her chest vigorously, nearly having a heart attack from stress. After calming down, she walked over to the captain. Captain, are we still going to split into groups to distribute flyers on the street later? The captain looked up. Were your ears still at home sleeping during the meeting? Shang Yuan pouted. My brain isn't very good. I usually can't remember things for more than an hour. The captain. So you don't even remember my name, do you? Shang Yuan. She rolled her eyes, feeling stumped. The captain sighed. Xiao Shang, it's not that I'm being harsh on you, but you didn't even listen to the most basic instructions. I already divided the groups during the meeting, and you're still asking me if we're going to split into groups. What do you think? He shook his head. Shang Yuan quickly assured him. Captain, I promise I'll bring my ears, brain, and heart to the meeting next time. She then asked, so who will I be grouped with? Is it with our bureau chief, Fu? I want to learn more from him. The captain, you'll be in my group. Shang Yuan. Even she, who was not the sharpest, understood the implication. She wouldn't be in the same group as Fu Yanba. What about Sister Luo? Is she in our group too? The captain, she's with Bureau Chief Fu. She's an experienced traffic officer and knows how to conduct the promotion. You just arrived, so follow me and learn well. Shang Yuan opened her mouth but felt too weak to argue. However, the jealousy in her heart had already flooded Beijing. At that moment, a school bus drove into the square. The little volunteers had arrived. The captain turned to Luo Sa, who was communicating with the person in charge of promotions, and called out, Xiao Luo, the students are here. Go over and explain the precautions for today as promotion. Luo Sa, okay, coming. She walked towards the school bus. The children were all dressed in uniforms and wearing red scarves. Luo Sa chatted briefly with the teacher in charge and then whistled, instructing the children to line up in 3 groups. The first 2 rows with 8 and the last row with 9. The tallest boy in the last row was too mischievous, playfully hitting his classmates from 2 people away. Luo Sa caught sight of this in her peripheral vision and whistled again. The boy ignored her, and the teacher went over, ruffling his hair and signaling him to stop causing trouble and to listen to the traffic police ante. Eventually, the boy quieted down. Luo Sa introduced the day's activities in detail and explained how to behave once they were on the road, emphasizing safety precautions. After finishing the introduction, she let them rest in place. The mischievous tall boy bounced over to Luo Sa. Police flower sister, can I take a picture with you? He looked handsome, and his smile was bright. However, his words sounded somewhat mature and slick. Luo Sa felt a bit dazed. His demeanor reminded her of a younger Jiang Muzheng, who had always been a bit of a rascal, loving to bully pretty girls. Police flower sister, is that okay? I want to take you as a role model and become a police officer in the future. Jiang Yihua was still smiling, a mix of cunning and innocence in his expression. Luo Sa looked at him helplessly. This little brat had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Jiang Yihua felt a glimmer of hope. His dad had said that when a woman hesitates, it usually means there's a chance. He didn't ask for Luo Sa's permission anymore and quickly handed his phone to a classmate. Help me take a picture with the police sister. Thank you. After saying that, he dashed over to stand next to Luo Sa, saluting the camera, though his posture was not standard. Still, his earnest appearance moved Luo Sa. After the picture was taken, Luo Sa reached out and patted his head. "You're not allowed to be naughty anymore. Listen to your teacher." Jiang Yihua looked up and grinned. "Report to the leader. I will definitely do it." Luo Sa. The wind was a bit strong today, and with an hour until the ceremony started, the teacher let the children wait on the bus for easier management. After the children boarded, Luo Sa went over to help the captain. Leaders from the Education Bureau, TV station, and Transportation Bureau began to arrive one after another, and Fu Yanba greeted them all. When Jiang Muzheng drove in, he was taken aback. What was going on? Several cars were blocking the way, making it impossible for him to enter. Looking at the banner on the stage, he realized it was the opening ceremony for the promotion event organized by Luo Sa and her team. The square in front of the Zhonglian building was one of the most spacious places nearby and was often lent to various enterprises and institutions for promotional events. This was coordinated by the company's public relations department, which he never inquired about. So he didn't expect it would be the Traffic Management Bureau holding a promotional event today. Jiang Muzheng rolled down the window and searched for Luo Sa among the crowd, but couldn't find her, as a car was blocking his view. Just as he was about to get out, the cars in front moved forward, with more cars from employees working overtime coming in behind him. He had no choice but to move forward with them. Finally spotting Luo Sa, he saw she was busy and didn't notice him. Jiang Muzheng parked his car in a spot that wouldn't obstruct them, but just as he opened the door, a volunteer approached him, saying that they were holding an event and couldn't park here, asking him to move the car to the garage. Jiang Muzheng, not even allowed to park on his own territory. When Fu Yanba turned his head unintentionally, he spotted Jiang Muzheng on the other side of the square, and their eyes met, making it impossible not to greet each other. Meanwhile, the volunteer was still urging Jiang Muzheng to move his car. Jiang Muzheng raised his chin slightly. "I'll just talk to Bureau Chief Fu for a moment and then move." The volunteer turned around, and Fu Yanba had already arrived. So the volunteer didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Jiang Muzheng was just a few meters away from Luo Sa, but she kept her head down, looking at the materials, and didn't notice him until the captain said, "Xiao Luo, why is your car here?" Luo Sa looked up, confused. "Huh? What car?" Following the captain's gaze, she turned around and was stunned for a moment. How did Jiang Muzheng end up here? Did he come to find her? Fu Yanba approached Jiang Muzheng, and they both extended their hands almost simultaneously for a brief handshake before letting go. They skipped the polite small talk. Fu Yanba had a rough idea, but wasn't entirely sure, and asked, "Working overtime this weekend?" Jiang Muzheng nodded with a faint smile. "Came to handle some matters at the company. I didn't expect you all to be doing an event right at my company's doorstep. After work, you must come up to my office for a cup of tea." Fu Yanba, "I'll definitely drop by when I have time." Luo Sa was close enough to hear their conversation and realized that Zhonglian was Jiang Muzheng's company and that he was here for overtime. Fu Yanba recognized that the car Jiang Muzheng drove was Luo Sa's. He remembered the license plate very well, since it was the same car Luo Sa drove on the morning of the accident. He couldn't quite figure out the relationship between Luo Sa and Jiang Muzheng. Were they friends? Or were they together? Jiang Muzheng glanced at his watch. He had a meeting at 9 o'clock. He told Fu Yanba, "I want to take up your time. After you finish, come up and have a seat." Fu Yanba politely agreed and added, "Thank you on behalf of the Traffic Management Bureau and the second team for providing such a spacious venue for our event." Jiang Muzheng subtly glanced at Luo Sa and then withdrew his gaze, smiling lightly. "You're being too polite. It's something I should do." In an instant, the air around them became tense, filled with an indescribable smell of gunpowder. Outsiders couldn't discern the underlying meanings in their words. Only the two of them understood each other silently. They were surprised and astonished themselves. For decades, they had dismissed everything and never bothered to compete over anything, yet unexpectedly found themselves quarreling over a woman. P.S. Jiang Muzheng. Diary updates are temporarily on hold because Fu Yanba has come out and is trying to take my Luo. Heart attack in progress. Chapter 44. After a simple ceremony, Luo Sa and the 50 volunteers were divided into 5 groups to distribute flyers on the street. Luo Sa didn't expect to be in the same group as Fu Yanba and that mischievous little boy. Upstairs, after the meeting ended, Jiang Muzheng's first action upon returning to the office was to go to the floor-to-ceiling window. The office was on one of the upper floors, and, looking down, he could only see tiny figures, all dressed in the same uniform, making it impossible for him to identify which one was Luo Sa. The phone on his desk vibrated, and after glancing down a few more times, Jiang Muzheng answered the call. It was Jiang Dongting. "What's up?" Jiang Dongting asked. "Did you go to the company today?" "Yeah. You saw the event happening at your company S Square, right? Get to the point. My son is volunteering there." Jiang Dongting's tone was filled with pride. He hadn't expected his son to voluntarily ask to participate, and he was so excited that he couldn't sleep last night. He had always thought the child was useless, but now he realized he had finally woken up. Jiang Muzheng replied, "Your son is volunteering. He's making progress. You should tell his mother about it. Why are you getting so worked up here with me? You've got the wrong person to be excited with." As he spoke, he took out a box of peppermint candies from his pocket, popped one in his mouth, and felt an instant coolness. Jiang Dongting stated his purpose. "I want you to help me take some pictures of him during the event. I was too busy being happy last night and forgot to arrange it. By the time I rush over, it'll be too late." Jiang Muzheng sighed. "Why don't you have Zhou Xin go take pictures? She's on a lower floor. She'll definitely get there before I do." Their Central United Group had 2 buildings. Building A was for their own use, while Building B had only a few floors occupied, the rest rented out for business. Zhou Xian worked at the investment bank owned by his nephew, and he had given his nephew the 12th to 16th floors of Building B for free. Zhou Xian's office was on the 12th floor, while his was on the 30th floor, so by height, Zhou Xian would definitely arrive first. Jiang Dongting was frustrated. "Xiao Zheng, can you stop making fun of me? Xian has put me on her blacklist." Jiang Muzheng replied, "So you know how it feels to be ridiculed? When you were laughing at me that night, while I was checking for drunk driving, did you think about this day?" Jiang Dongting. Jiang Muzheng. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Jiang Dongting quickly asked, "Are you going to take pictures of my son or not?" Jiang Muzheng replied, "I don't want to talk to brainless people." He hung up abruptly. Jiang Dongting. "He actually called me brainless? Then what about his own shameless behavior while pursuing Luo Sa? Isn't that being mentally challenged?" Jiang Muzheng called the front desk downstairs and asked them to find out which one was Jiang Yihua and to take more pictures of him. Luo Sa was working, and Fu Yanba was also there, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to go down, as it would seem like he was trying to make his presence felt. After arranging the photo taking, he received a call from a Malaysian client. After some small talk, the client got straight to the point, asking if he was interested in collaborating on oil depots in the Middle East. Jiang Muzheng scoffed inwardly. They hadn't even signed contract for the projects in Africa, and now they were thinking about the juicy opportunities on the other side. He chuckled and replied, "The arms business hasn't been too optimistic lately, and I have money lying around with nowhere to spend it. So for now, I'll develop the Middle East on my own." The client was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. A few exchanges followed, and they discussed some contract issues for a few days later before ending the call. Jiang Muzheng pressed his phone and tossed it on the desk. He didn't deal in arms. He was just making casual remarks to scare people. The other party probably couldn't find out his real background anyway, as many who appear to be in the arms trade often had much bigger bosses behind them. When he walked back to the window, he noticed cars leaving one after another below. It turned out the ceremony had already ended. Luo Sa and her colleagues in the same group boarded a patrol car to their designated promotional area. After Jiang Yihua got out of another car, he jogged over to Luo Sa. His eyes were crescent-shaped with joy. "Sister Police Flower, I'm in your group. I'll follow you and work with you later." Luo Sa smiled helplessly. This little kid knew what it meant to work together. Fu Yanba also walked over, teasing Jiang Yihua. "Why not team up with Uncle? Uncle will work with you." Jiang Yihua tilted his head, staring at Fu Yanba with his eyes darting around, and after a few seconds said, "I'll still work with Sister Police Flower. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the work effortless." Fu Yanba, Luo Sa. Each of them held a thick stack of flyers. However, Jiang Yihua couldn't have it his way, as the little volunteers had to work alongside slightly older volunteers, with the deputy team leader and another male traffic officer leading and directing them. After the event started, Fu Yanba deliberately kept his distance from Luo Sa. She was on the south side of the road while he went to the north side. fearing that standing together would lead to gossip. They approached the drivers parked at red lights to hand out flyers, and when the light turned green, they would retreat to the roadside. Now was a green light, and Luo Sa casually looked up to see Jiang Yihua on the other side. That side had a red light, and he jogged up to a car. The driver, seeing him in a volunteer uniform for yielding at crosswalks, rolled down the window. Jiang Yihua first greeted the driver, then politely handed over the flyer. The driver thanked him, and Jiang Yihua smiled knowingly, waved goodbye, and continued to run to the next car. Luo Sa watched the little figure happily weaving through the traffic. Hard to imagine that just over an hour ago, when they first arrived at the small square, this mischievous little boy had been so playful and cheeky, and now he was earnestly and sincerely doing this simple little task. The green light was about to change, and the leading traffic officer whistled, signaling them to retreat to the side. The children obediently heard the whistle and hurried back. On Luo Sa's side, the red light began again. She quickly walked up to a car, and many drivers proactively rolled down their windows, saving her a lot of time, allowing her to distribute several flyers in just 60 seconds. On the other side, Jiang Yihua was also restless, occasionally lifting his legs bored and spinning in place. When the whistle blew again, he instantly entered work mode. Jiang Yihua didn't expect to encounter an old acquaintance when the window rolled down. He widened his eyes, momentarily stunned, then lifted his chin and raised his eyebrows, his smug look making Jiang Muzheng feel an urge to slap him a few times. "Hi, Brother Wu. You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" Jiang Yihua had a come-at-me expression, but didn't forget to hand over the flyer, reminding him, when you're driving and see pedestrians at the crosswalk, especially the elderly, children, pregnant women, and those with limited mobility, please remember to slow down in advance. Brake, don't honk, and wait patiently. Everyone's safety relies on us. Jiang Muzheng chuckled, taking the flyer. "Who taught you all this?" "Sister Police Flower. That tall, pretty lady, right? Sorry, I'm currently on duty. Let us discuss personal matters after my shift. Goodbye." He quickly moved to the driver's seat of the next car. Jiang Muzheng glanced at the flyer. It was simple, just a car sticker. When the green light turned on, he started his car and left. At the intersection, he saw Luo Sa on the other side. Since he had nothing to do going home, he turned around at the front intersection, taking a long detour until he finally reached the side where she was distributing flyers. After Luo Sa finished handing out flyers to the car in front, she walked back and first noticed the license plate of the car behind. She froze for a moment, feeling it looked familiar, and then realized it was her own car. She mocked herself in her heart, thinking her brain must be malfunctioning. She walked up to the window, and Jiang Muzheng, with one hand on the steering wheel, stretched out his left hand and smiled. "Officer Luo, hello." Luo Sa glared at him and handed him a single page. When Jiang Muzheng took it, his fingers scratched her palm a few times before he quickly withdrew them. "Luo Sa, I really want to pull him down and give him a good beating." "Officer Luo, wait a minute." Luo Sa was about to walk away, but when he called out, she paused. "Is there something?" Jiang Muzheng didn't say anything, took a notebook from the passenger seat, flipped to a page that had only a few big words and an expression which was drawn quite nicely. He mouthed, Luo, thank you for your hard work. I love you three." Luo Sa felt both happy and angry. It was the first time she heard him say those 3 words, but in such a situation. On a busy street, while she was on duty, she pretended to be angry and shot him a glance, ignoring him and turning back to work. Jiang Muzheng laid the little notebook on the steering wheel. He had written this while waiting for the green light. Seeing Luo Sa's reaction earlier, she should be quite happy. He took out a pen and gave himself a score of 100 at the top corner. After looking at it again, he whistled and put the notebook away in his bag. The morning's promotion ended at 11:30, and everyone gathered in the Traffic Management Bureau's cafeteria for lunch. After a short rest, they had to continue in the afternoon. Jiang Yihua didn't eat with their little friends. He carried a small tray around looking for someone and finally found Luo Sa in the farthest dining area. Police Flower's sister. He sat down right next to Luo Sa. "Luo Sa, correcting him, call me Annie." Jiang Yihua insisted. "No, it's Police Flower's sister." Luo Sa asked him in frustration, "You're so young. What do you know about police flowers?" "I know. They often report about police flowers on Weibo, Aren't tea police flowers the prettiest among the police? Right? Zhou Yin laughed. The charm of a beautiful woman is different. Even this little kid won tea, let it go. Jiang Yiwa straightened his neck. Auntie, I'm not a kid. I'm a man. Zhou Yin frowned and teased him. Why do you call her sister but call me auntie? Jiang Yiwa was almost stumped by the question. His mind raced, and he finally found a suitable reason. Because you look friendly, like a mom. Zhou Yin. Damn it, does being fat mean friendly? Kids these days are getting smart. She patted Jiang Yihua's little head. The future is bright for you. Saying that, she gave Jiang Yihua several pieces of ribs from her tray. Here, Annie rewards you. She also signaled that she hadn't used the chopsticks. So there was no saliva from her. Jiang Yihua laughed. Even if he used them, I wouldn't mind. Zhou Yin was delighted, finding the kid too amusing. Just as she was about to praise him, Jiang Yihua handed the ribs to Luo Sa, and fearing it wasn't enough, he added 2 pieces of his own. Sister, eat more. We still have to distribute flyers in the afternoon. Luo Sa. Zhou Yin. Suffering 1,000 points of damage. What are you looking at? Looking at people. Fu Yanba attracted his gaze and started eating. Eating with Fu Yanba was Luo Sa's deputy captain, who had just gotten married recently. His wife was someone he had pulled over for drunk driving, leading to various misunderstandings, and later they ended up together. Fu Yanba also attended the wedding banquet. Everyone knew they were comrades, and Fu Yanba never put on airs. Every time he ate in the cafeteria, he would sit with the staff from the lower departments. The deputy captain and Fu Yanba were comrades, so they had no curiosity about each other while eating. The deputy captain spoke to Fu Yanba without reservation, quietly asking him very directly, "Are you interested in our little Luo?" Fu Yanba gestured for him to eat. "Mind your own food." The deputy captain shook his head. "Serves you right for being single." Fu Yanba raised his eyes. "Why are you so talkative today? I was always chatty back in the army. You know that." "Old Fu, I'm not saying anything bad about you. A big man like someone, so what is there to be shy about? Besides, liking our little Luo isn't shameful. Such a good girl. Many in our squad have a crush on her. Don't think just because you're a bureau chief that you're amazing. Matters of the heart don't distinguish between bureau chiefs and police officers, only between men and boys." The deputy captain went on and on. Fu Yanba frowned. "What do you mean?" The deputy captain, "Just what you think it means." Fu Yanba, "So you're saying I'm not a man?" The deputy captain started talking about Jiang Muzheng, the guy you shook hands with this morning. Oh, the one who drove little Luo's car. He is not worse than you in any aspect, right? Look at how he does things. He is so brazen. A few days ago, when he was checking for drunk driving, to be able to talk to little Luo and apologize, he sprayed himself with liquor. A man should have that kind of spirit. Fu Yanba paused with his chopsticks. Jiang Muzheng sprayed himself with liquor? Yeah, I was there at the scene. I even reminded Deputy Captain Jiang that I couldn't remember Jiang Muzheng's name at that moment. Fu Yanba prompted Jiang Muzheng. The deputy captain continued. I even created an opportunity for Jiang Muzheng. Not for anything else, but because of his spirit. Even if you were both pursuing little Luo at the same time, I would have helped him like that. A real man. Then, thinking about the car this morning, he said, "Do you think Jiang Muzheng is the type who lacks a car? He just shameless enough to borrow little Luo's car? This back and forth. If it goes on for a long time, it's strange if feelings don't develop." Anyway, he felt a connection. His wife had also noticed him this way, playing tricks to get him, and after seeing her every day, if she was on a business trip, he felt like food didn't taste good. After talking for so long, his throat was dry. He asked Fu Yanba, "Did you understand?" Fu Yanba nodded perfume.And. The deputy captain, "As a brother, I'm just giving you a reminder. Don't keep being shy and single-minded. Hurry up and take action, or you'll regret it later." Fu Yanba lowered his head to eat, silently contemplating the earlier conversation. After a busy day, the promotion ended at 5:30 in the evening. The sky had darkened. The lights were twinkling, and vehicles and pedestrians hurried home, marking the most beautiful time of the day in this city. Luo Sa returned to the office. Her calves sore and swollen from standing all day, so she pounded them hard. After relaxing her calves, she took out her phone from her bag. She had checked it all day. There was only one missed call from Jiang Muzheng. There was also a WeChat message from Jiang Muzheng sent at noon. "What time will you finish? I'll pick you up for lunch." Probably because she didn't reply, he called her again a few minutes later. Luo Sa stared at the screen for a long time, hesitating as if she had made a huge decision, and replied, "The promotion event has TV reporters and photographers. The captain requires no phones. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Muzheng still hadn't replied. Zhou Yin had to stay to check for drunk driving that evening. She was preparing to go to the cafeteria with other colleagues when she asked Luo Sa, Luo, why don't you come with me to the cafeteria for dinner? It's boring for you to go home alone anyway." Luo Sa glanced at the screen, still no response. Jiang Muzheng was probably busy and hadn't noticed. She decided to wait for his message. She told Zhou Yin, "I'm not going. I'll go home to improve my meals." Zhou Yin, "Okay, then have a good meal at home." She took her meal card and left with her colleagues. When Jiang Muzheng received the message, he had just arrived at the restaurant. Zhou Xian got there even earlier. After chatting with Zhou Xian for a bit, he found time to reply to Luo Sa. Luo, can we change the dinner time? I have plans tonight and am already at the restaurant." After replying, he felt guilty and uncomfortable inside. She had asked him out for dinner twice. The first time was during a rainy midnight when he had refused because he saw her with Fu Yanba. And this time, he couldn't keep the appointment either. "Soon," Luo Sa replied. "Okay, next time then. Sorry to bother you, you're busy." Jiang Muzheng, Luo, you can find me anytime. It's not a bother." "I'm sorry. This time it's my fault. I should have told you all my plans in advance, and it won't happen again in the future. I should be done around 9. And after that, I'll come find you. If you don't want to go eat by yourself, I'll accompany you for a late-night snack." Luo Sa, "No need. You do your thing. I've been eating alone since I was little. I'm used to it." Looking at this message, Jiang Muzheng felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Chapter 45. Jiang Muzheng was still looking down at his phone, while Zhou Xian had already drunk over half a glass of her drink. He showed no sign of wanting to stop texting. Zhou Xian couldn't help but tease him. "Fifth brother, have you fallen in love?" Jiang Muzheng replied softly. "Is that a problem?" He then put away his phone. Zhou Xian laughed. I guessed it right, didn't I? Do I know this girl? She must be very pretty and capable, right?" She began to gossip. "In my eyes, she must be the most beautiful, not very capable, but more than enough for me." "TSK, someone you praise like that must be great. How did she pursue you? It's me who hasn't pursued her yet. You have to introduce her to me. I need to learn from her how to deal with guys like you." Jiang Muzheng picked up his coffee cup, but then remembered something and asked the waiter for a glass of warm water, placing the coffee cup on the edge of the table. He was already too excited to sleep these past few days. If he drank another cup of strong coffee, he'd be up all night thinking about Luo Sa. Zhou Xian asked if he didn't drink lattes and if she should get him another cup. Jiang Muzheng waved his hand. "I've been busy with work recently and haven't been sleeping well." Zhou Xian worked in investment banking and often struggled with insomnia due to stress. She understood Jiang Muzheng very well, so she didn't press him further. Jiang Muzheng wasn't good at talking about emotions with women, so without much preamble, he directly asked her what was going on with Jiang Dongting. Zhou Xian sighed. "We've been together for a long time, and I guess he's lost his passion. Well, I want to get married, but he says he still wants to enjoy a couple of years together. It wasn't a big deal, but she wanted to break up. It was just too tiring. 4 years ago, when she first met Jiang Dongting, love was everything, and she wouldn't have thought about breaking up over the timing of marriage. But as she got older, especially now that she was about to turn 30, her mindset had changed. She wanted to get married, wanted a home with him, and wanted to have a child. It was that simple and cliché. She said, "In a month, I'll be 30. Do you know what that means for women? I feel anxious and insecure. In both career and love, women can never compete with men, especially in our investment bank, where the successful ones are mostly men. As for love, how can a 30-year-old woman compete with those 22 or 23-year-old girls? They have the traces of makeup on their faces, while those girls are full of vitality and collagen. Not to mention men. Even I like to look at the new young beauties in our department. Being with younger girls makes me feel a few years younger myself." She, as a woman, had such thoughts, let alone most men who think with their lower halves. How many don't prefer the new over the old? Jiang Muzheng understood. He asked, "Does Jiang Dongting not want to get married?" Zhou Xian replied, "It's not that he doesn't want to. He just doesn't want to in the next 2 years. But who knows about 2 years from now? Maybe he will want to get married, but the person he wants to marry won't be me." The day she attended a colleague's wedding, She told Jiang Muzheng, "How about we get married?" He was stunned for a long time before laughing and saying, "Marriage is a grave. Let's let love live for another 2 years." At that moment, she felt like she had fallen into a lake in winter. Her smile was stiff. She had initiated the conversation about marriage, but didn't expect such a response. In that instant, she began to doubt the nearly 4-year relationship they had. Perhaps he never intended to marry at all. Plus, with the stress from work, she had been suppressing her insomnia for a long time. Later, she came to terms with it. It was normal for him not to want to get married. He had been married before, which couldn't be called a failure. But neither he nor his ex-wife wanted to work on their relationship, each playing their own game, and he didn't have to take care of the child. He was only 35 now, a man's prime age, with money and looks. How could he easily trap himself in marriage again? Jiang Muzheng's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. He wasn't good at doing emotional work for others, nor did he like to meddle in other people's love lives. But this was Jiang Muzheng, just like Cheng, a brother he was very close to. He couldn't just stand by. Although Jiang Muzheng had been quite irresponsible in his past relationships, having a lot of romantic entanglements, he had indeed settled down after meeting Zhou Xian. He looked at Zhou Xian and said, "Trust me once. If Jiang Muzheng really doesn't plan to get married and wants to continue playing, I will support you. If he doesn't, then give him another chance. I will figure it out." Zhou Xian bit her lip, "But I'm so tired, and I've ignored him for so long. I'm afraid that if I give him a chance, it'll be me who gets trapped, not him." She was in a lot of internal conflict. Jiang Muzheng reassured her, "I will handle it well." He glanced at his watch and said, "Let's order. I'm starving." Zhou Xian laughed. "Now that you mention it, I'm hungry too." She called the waiter, and they both ordered a Western-style, simple meal. While waiting for their food, Jiang Muzheng took the initiative to ask her, "Is there anything else bothering you about Jiang Muzheng?" It was rare for them to have time to chat together tonight. If she didn't mind, she could tell him everything, and they could try to remove the tumors from their relationship all at once. Zhou Xian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Weren't you the one who hated it when others rambled on?" Jiang Muzheng replied, "It's different now. The issues between you and Jiang Muzheng might be something I encounter with my future partner, so understanding it in advance could save us from taking unnecessary detours." The simple meal arrived, and they chatted while eating. Zhou Xian felt that she might have been depressed for too long, having found a trustworthy emotional trash can. She talked endlessly. They not only discussed her issues with Jiang Muzheng, but also shared many work-related matters. In their conversation, they completely lost track of time. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and Luo Sa was still in the living room watching TV. She had picked a movie from the movie channel. After more than 2 hours, she had only watched less than half an hour in total, the rest of the time spent zoning out. Her phone was right next to her, and she had glanced at it no less than 800 times since 9 o'clock, instinctively waiting for his call. Eventually, she simply covered her phone with a pillow, believing that out of sight would mean out of mind. Luo Sa recalled something Zhou Yin had said. "When you find yourself staring at your phone just to wait for someone else's message, you've completely fallen." It was a dangerous signal. It could lead to happiness or to utter despair. The end credits of the movie began to roll. Luo Sa found it noisy and turned off the TV. The large living room instantly fell silent and dull, with only the occasional sound of car horns from the community outside. She sank into the sofa, staring at the crystal chandelier in a daze. For 28 years, she had experienced the taste of love for the first time. Sour, salty, sweet, but mostly bitter. This bitterness was comparable to gallbladder bile. This was just the beginning, and she was already feeling anxious and insecure. She realized that being rational wasn't a good thing because once she lost her rationality, her mind would wander even more. Luo Sa squinted her eyes and casually grabbed a pillow to cover her face. After feeling down for a while, she exhaled, adjusted herself, shoved her phone into her pocket, and got up to make something to eat. She hadn't eaten anything since getting off work. Luo Sa opened the fridge and looked around. There wasn't anything she wanted to eat, so she boiled some water and made instant noodles. A few minutes later, she opened the lid, and the aroma of the noodles wafted out, lifting her spirits somewhat. Just as she was about to take a few bites, her phone in her pocket vibrated several times. She quickly took it out and opened it, only to find multiple short videos sent by Zhou Yin. Then she received a voice message from her. Luo Sa opened the video and the man appearing on the screen was unexpectedly Jiang Muzheng, standing at the entrance of a restaurant with a woman next to him. She carefully identified the person. It seemed to be Zhou Xian. Then she clicked on the second video. Jiang Muzheng opened the driver's door for Zhou Xian, smiling as he talked to her. It was unclear what they were saying, but Zhou Xian was smiling too. The third video showed Zhou Xian already sitting in the car. The window rolled down, and she tilted her head to say a few words to Jiang Muzheng, who made a gesture indicating a phone call. Luo Sa was stunned for a long time before coming to her senses. Zhou Xian was on a blind date tonight, and it was actually with Jiang Muzheng. To clarify the situation, she listened to several voice messages sent by Zhou Yan. Lolo, are you still awake? I'm on my way home and just happened to pass by that restaurant. I saw my sister and that jerk. I didn't expect my sister to have just jumped out of one scumbag's pit only to fall into another jerk's pit. I parked across the street to take the video, afraid my sister would see me. You don't know how long they took to leave the restaurant and get in the car. They chatted for over 20 minutes while walking a distance of just a few dozen meters. Jiang Muzheng clearly is a master of romance. He pursues you so tightly that it feels like he can't live without you. Yet he turns around and goes on blind dates with other women. My sister's personality is similar to yours. She rarely chats with men, especially strangers. I can't believe she actually chatted so late with a blind date guy. Laughing like a flower. What I say back then? A man like Jiang Muzheng, once he gets romantic with a woman, few can resist. Lolo, fortunately, you are rational and didn't impulsively agree to Jiang Muzheng's pursuit out of greed for male charm. Otherwise, it would be too late to cry now. But we also have to thank my sister's blind date for letting us see Jiang Muzheng's true nature. Luo Sa didn't reply to Zhou Yan, put down her phone, and looked at the bowl of instant noodles in front of her. After a long time, she finally came back to her senses, picked up her fork, and continued eating. It had been too long, and the noodles had become mushy. She forced herself to eat a few bites, but had no appetite. After cleaning up the dining table a bit and rinsing her mouth, she went upstairs. Arriving in her bedroom, Luo Sa opened the smart controller on her phone, turned off all the lights in the villa, and lay down on the bed fully clothed. The room was pitch black, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Luo Sa thought a lot, her head pounding with pain. She sat up and opened her phone's contact list, directly dialing Jiang Muzheng's number. Jiang Muzheng quickly answered, sounding a bit surprised. Lolo, why are you still awake? Luo Sa replied, I want to tell you something. Jiang Muzheng was already used to her cold voice, so he didn't think much of it and smiled, saying, Go ahead, I'm listening. Luo Sa bit her lip, feeling a struggle inside, as if two sides were pulling against each other. She decided to be clear. From now on, don't come to pick me up. Drive the car to our team tomorrow and leave the keys at the security office. If you like this car, consider it yours. It's been around for 5 or 6 years and isn't worth much. Probably just about enough to cover the repair costs for your Bugatti. She held her breath and said all this in one go. Jiang Muzheng was a bit stunned. Hadn't everything been fine when he got off work? What's wrong? Lolo? Nothing much. I've thought about it for a long time. We're not suitable for each other, and I don't want to waste your time. Besides, this is affecting my work and life. After a pause, she continued, My mom and Aunt Tao have been classmates and friends for many years. Let us not make things awkward for the elders, okay? Let the past stay in the past, and let us not contact each other anymore. No matter what kind of person he was or what he had done, he was the first man she had ever had feelings for. And she didn't want to hold onto any grudges. She just wanted to turn the page and go back to how things used to be. Jiang Muzheng rested his elbow on the car window, holding the phone to his ear, silent, with his right hand gripping the steering wheel tightly. When she got angry and said he was annoying, kicked him, or hit him, he would be particularly happy, thinking she was being playful. The only thing that could hurt him was when she seriously and coldly said they weren't suitable for each other. He couldn't pretend to be indifferent. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't maintain his usual cheerful demeanor. The silence on the phone was like a deep mountain at night. Luo Sa felt she was about to reach a stalemate. I'll hang up first. Lolo. Jiang Muzheng called her name, his voice sounding urgent. Is there anything else? Is it because I didn't have dinner with you? How about I accompany you for a late-night snack now? Please don't be upset, okay? Jiang Muzheng's tone softened. You're overthinking it. I'm not that petty. It's just that our personalities and social circles don't match. We've spent quite a bit of time together, but we mostly had nothing to say to each other. Setting aside the fact that Jiang Muzheng was going on blind dates, let us talk about Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was a workplace elite, and her work and social circles were aligned with Jiang Muzheng's. But she was different. Apart from her basic duties as a traffic police officer, she didn't understand anything else. After watching the videos Zhou Yin sent her, she suddenly realized many real issues and gaps between her and Jiang Muzheng. Zhou Xian graduated from an Ivy League school, while she had to take the CET 6 twice to pass. There were several times Jiang Muzheng spoke on the phone in English, and she could hardly understand him. For the first time, she fell into deep self-doubt and insecurity. Lolo, it's not that we don't have common topics. It's that you're not used to talking freely with people you are not familiar with. It will get better. Luo Sa didn't want to get sidetracked. Having no common topics was one thing, but more importantly, she knew nothing about his work and social circle. Perhaps he was like that with many women. He would chase them on a whim without ever considering the future. Lolo, come downstairs. I'm right at your door. Luo Sa was taken aback. How was he at her door? When I came over, your villa was dark, and I thought you were asleep. He was about to go home when her call came in. Lolo, let us talk face to face about whatever it is. If your reason is something I can accept, I'll return the car to you and guarantee we won't see each other again. Luo Sa's heart jolted. I'll be right down. He was still wearing a white shirt, looking particularly conspicuous in the night. Luo Sa took a deep breath and quickly walked toward the door. Jiang Muzheng flicked away his cigarette, and stepped forward as she opened the door. She was neatly dressed, her hair tied up, but perhaps because she had been lying on the bed, her bun had loosened, with a few strands of hair falling down. Under the streetlight, he clearly saw her face, still adorned with makeup that hadn't been removed. They had seen each other during the day, but her makeup now was different from earlier. He couldn't quite describe it, but the daytime look was fresher, while the evening look exuded femininity. And it had only been a minute or two since she said she would come down, no matter how fast she was. It was impossible to change and redo her makeup in that short time. So she must have touched up her makeup after coming home. Jiang Muzheng vaguely realized something in his heart. Lolo, give me the car keys. She hadn't prepared to say anything else. Jiang Muzheng didn't move, staring at her intently. Lolo, can you tell me what's wrong? We were just fine when you got off work. Luo Sa turned her head, looking at the low bushes. Lolo, Zhou Xian is Zhou Yin's cousin. I know Zhou Xian is on a blind date tonight. She kept it brief, but that short sentence exhausted all her courage. She didn't like to directly point out others' shortcomings. If it worked, it was fine. If not, there was no need to make things awkward. Jiang Muzheng finally understood, chuckling in a bewildered way, and asked her, Did you see me having dinner with Zhou Xian? Luo Sa shook her head and replied honestly. Zhou Yin was checking for drunk driving tonight and happened to see Zhou Xian when she was coming home. You two were at the restaurant entrance. Jiang Muzheng looked at her. Since you know Zhou Xian, you should know that she is dating a divorced man with a child. And that man is Jiang Dongting. They are currently having a breakup, and Jiang Dongting, having no other options, came to me. I want to mediate. As for Zhou Xian's blind date, I don't know about that. Maybe she turned it down. Luo Sa suddenly turned her head, meeting his gaze. She had been processing this information for a long time. She said, I'm sorry. Jiang Muzheng's heart tightened. She didn't need to say sorry. He reached out, pulling her closer, his hands sliding down her arms to grasp her hands and guide them into his trench coat, wrapping around his waist. This was the first time Luo Sa had such intimate contact with a man, her eyes and hands at a loss. She held him tightly. Jiang Muzheng then instructed her. It was rare. Luo Sa cooperatively intertwined their fingers, lowering her head. Jiang Muzheng had one arm around her shoulders and the other tightly around her waist, squeezing her firmly in his embrace. He rested his chin on the top of her head, gently rubbing it a few times. Jiang Muzheng no longer teased her with a playful smile like before, nor did he take the opportunity to steal a kiss. All that remained was heartache. On a winter night, with strong winds, Jiang Muzheng turned around, shielding her from the cold wind with his body. After that, neither of them moved, nor did they speak. They just held each other tightly. Chapter 46. Holding the one you like, no matter how long it lasts, it always feels too short. More than half an hour passed. and Luo Sa's forehead was still resting on his neck, eyes closed, not thinking about anything, just smelling the faint mint scent on him. It smelled just as good as the mint candy she bought for him. Luo. Jiang Muzheng called her name. Luo Sa slightly lifted her head but didn't respond, quietly staring at his chin, which was clean-shaven, leaving only a shadow. Jiang Muzheng leaned down, rubbing his cheek against hers, soft and smooth. He rubbed again and softly said, "No wonder you like to eat egg whites." Luo Sa didn't understand, huh? Your cheeks are just like egg whites. She poked his waist hard with her finger to show her dissatisfaction. Jiang Muzheng chuckled, enjoying her awkward way of being spoiled. He pressed his forehead against hers, their noses touching, both having long eyelashes that brushed against each other when they blinked. Their warm breaths intertwined, their lips barely 2 centimeters apart. Jiang Muzheng leaned a bit closer, bringing his lips towards hers, wanting to kiss her, not forcing it, giving her enough time to prepare mentally, if she showed any unwillingness. He wouldn't kiss her tonight. Luo Sa didn't move, her breathing noticeably quickening. The wind was strong, but the urgent sounds coming from their chests were felt by both. Eventually, Luo Sa simply closed her eyes, and Jiang Muzheng took this as permission, gently pressing a kiss on the corner of her lips, causing Luo Sa to tremble. Just a kiss, and he could stir her feelings like this. Jiang Muzheng held her lower lip, started from the right corner and slowly moving to the left, sometimes sucking on her upper lip, sometimes gently biting it. Before it could hurt her, he quickly released his teeth and continued to suck. This was the first time Luo Sa experienced such a careful kiss. In less than 2 minutes, she was already lost in emotion, her breathing unsteady. Without realizing it, she tightened her embrace around his waist and raised her chin slightly, aligning with the angle of his kiss. Such a light and fleeting kiss, filled only with affection, devoid of desire. Clean, pure, beautiful. Perhaps this is what it feels like to have a first love in your teens? Luo Sa thought. After kissing her lower lip, Jiang Muzheng began kissing her upper lip, again starting from the right and moving to the left. When he reached the center of her lips, he suddenly released her lips and softly said, "Let me see how elastic your lips are." Luo Sa's eyes widened slightly, blinking, not understanding what he meant. Jiang Muzheng bit her lip with his upper and lower teeth, gently pulling back. Luo Sa felt pain and involuntarily accommodated him, pressing her entire body against him, later standing on her tiptoes to lean closer to his lips. Perhaps her brain was oxygen-deprived from the kisses. Although she felt pain, she didn't blame him or get angry. Instead, she withdrew her hands from his waist and actively wrapped them around his neck, pulling him closer, not allowing his head to move back. Jiang Muzheng's eyes sparkled with joy. Being hugged so tightly around the neck by her gave him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, fulfilling all his vanity. Not wanting to pull her lips anymore, he released her and said with a smile, "Did you eat a lot of QQ candy when you were a kid? It's very elastic." Luo Sa shot him a glare and turned her head away, her ears flushed red. She was practically hanging on him but didn't want to let go. Jiang Muzheng wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed her closer to him, supporting the back of her head with his left hand, turning her face towards him before kissing her again. After a kiss, he said, "I think I got the order wrong just now." Luo Sa? Jiang Muzheng. When we were kids, teachers taught us that whether reading or writing, the order should be from left to right and top to bottom. I just now went from right to left and bottom to top, completely messed up the order. He paused for a moment and said, "How about this? Let us kiss again, just to correct the mistake." Luo Sa? This was the first time she heard that kissing had to follow a sequence. Jiang Muzheng asked her, "When you made mistakes in elementary school, how many times did the teacher usually ask you to correct them?" Luo Sa. She guessed what he was going to do and pretended not to hear, remaining silent. Jiang Muzheng persisted, kissing her nose. "Tell me quickly if you don't say it. I'll keep you here tonight and kiss you until tomorrow morning, not letting you go back to rest." Luo Sa knew he was joking, but still replied, albeit somewhat perfunctorily, once. Jiang Muzheng nodded slightly. "Your teacher clearly wasn't responsible. Ours always asked us to correct it 5 times, and sometimes even 10 times. Especially someone like me, who could get 8 out of 10 mental math problems wrong. The teacher would make me write it 20 or 30 times, saying practice makes perfect." Luo Sa? He continued, to correct mistakes, you have to show sincerity. So following what our teacher said, let us do it 20 times. I'll kiss you 20 times, and next time you'll remember the order. Luo Sa was utterly speechless, looking up at him. I feel like I'm talking to a fool. Jiang Muzheng burst out laughing and asked, did you hesitate just now because you were going to call me mentally challenged? Luo Sa. She cleared her throat twice without responding. Jiang Muzheng fixed his gaze on her, saying in a deep voice, are you feeling better now? Luo Sa's fingertips curled slightly. It turned out what he said about following the order from left to right and top to bottom, and needing to correct mistakes was all to make her happy. She lowered her gaze, not looking into his deep eyes. Jiang Muzheng leaned closer to her cheek. I'm sorry for making you wait so long tonight. Luo Sa shook her head. She kept her head down, and Jiang Muzheng kissed her earlobe. Luo Sa felt a tickle and involuntarily shrank back. Jiang Muzheng paused, lifted her chin, and kissed her again. This kiss was no longer as gentle and lingering as before. His tongue pushed open her teeth, entering deeply, forcefully entangling with her tongue, stirring at her tongue root. Luo Sa winced from the pain of the kiss, involuntarily furrowing her brows. He noticed her expression, slowed down, and, without any technique, just curled his tongue around hers, licking back and forth. Luo Sa squinted, unable to return the kiss, so she could only let him take. The previous kiss felt like a gentle stream, a clear spring, making one reluctant to leave and savoring it endlessly. Now, the tongue kiss felt like a stormy sea, surging waves, making one want to conquer, challenge, and then become addicted, falling into it, unable to extricate oneself. Luo Sa couldn't breathe after a while, and her breathing became labored. Jiang Muzheng's breath also grew heavier. He left her lips to catch his breath. His chest slightly heaved, and Luo Sa felt it very clearly. After a moment of calm, Luo Sa looked into his eyes, her words carrying a quiver of meaning as she said, Jiang Muzheng, let us be together. He didn't need to chase her anymore. He liked her, and she liked him. Their current embrace and kiss felt so natural, so right. There was no need to pick a special time to announce they were together. This moment was just right, regardless of the past or future. She just wanted to be in a relationship with him. Jiang Muzheng was stunned for half a second and then shook his head. No. This time, it was Luo Sa who was stunned, her face almost freezing. He said, I've only been pursuing you for a little over 10 days. It's too short. There are still many things I haven't done for you yet. Let's wait a bit longer, at least 3 to 5 months. After 3 to 5 months. If you're happy, then agree to me. Fearing she might misunderstand, he explained, anyway, whether now or in the future, I'll always be yours. No one can take me away. Xiaomi told me that a woman is happiest when being pursued by the man she likes. I don't know if it's true, but I want you to feel that. Luo Sa also didn't know how to say something sentimental. No matter how moved she felt inside, it turned into, no need to. It doesn't have to be so complicated. I'm not in my teens or 20s. Jiang Muzheng smiled lightly. It's not a matter of trouble. I think, who said that a 28-year-old woman can't have a wild romance? Luo Sa quietly looked at him, all her joy reflected in her eyes. As Jiang Muzheng lowered his head, his kiss landed on her lips. Just as he pulled away, Luo Sa leaned in, her lips pressing against his. He was taken aback, and Luo Sa mimicked his earlier actions, gently nibbling on his lower lip. Jiang Muzheng's breath hitched. Late at night, it was already dark around them, and his mind felt even darker. Apart from her, he could see nothing. Jiang Muzheng stood still, and Luo Sa, feeling nervous, couldn't guess what he was thinking. So she quickly released him. Before she could react, Jiang Muzheng's lips came down again. They kissed fervently, sealing their lips together. In a moment of instinct, Jiang Muzheng's hand lifted her trench coat, slipping inside. His cold fingers touched her waist, causing Luo Sa to shiver and instinctively twist her body back, trying to escape. Jiang Muzheng quickly withdrew his hand. I'm sorry. Luo Sa didn't say anything, resting her forehead against his shoulder. Suddenly, Jiang Muzheng bent down, encircling her waist and thighs. Lifting her off the ground, Luo Sa was caught off guard, startled, and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Looking down at him, he was looking up at her. They locked eyes. He had carried her like this 3 times already, and she was starting to get used to it. Jiang Muzheng's gaze lingered deep into her eyes, and he said, "If I hold you, my hands won't wander. I'm sorry about earlier." Luo Sa said nothing, leaning down to kiss his lips. The feeling of being in love was wonderful. She never imagined she could be so unrestrained one day. Jiang Muzheng watched her with a smile the entire time. Luo Sa shot him a glare and averted her gaze. It was already past midnight. Jiang Muzheng still held her. After a while, his arms grew sore. So he turned and leaned her against the car for a brief rest. Luo Sa didn't ask him to put her down, enjoying the tranquility of their time together. In the dead of night, they stood foolishly in the cold wind, with little to say. For a moment, Luo Sa felt like a 249, while Jiang Muzheng had risen to 251. Averaging them out, they were both 250. She wondered if all couples in love felt this way. Jiang Muzheng kept looking up at her, and she didn't want to meet his gaze, so her eyes fell on his hair, searching for gray hairs in the dim light of the street lamp. When she used to be with her father, she liked to lean on his shoulder and pluck out his gray hairs. She played with his hair. "What are you looking for?" Jiang Muzheng asked her. "Just checking for gray hairs." Afraid he might misunderstand, she explained, "Young people today have a lot of pressure. Many get gray hairs before they're 30. After a few minutes, Jiang Muzheng asked her, "Did you find any?" "No." Jiang Muzheng laughed. "Looks like I'm still very young." Luo Sa carefully arranged his hair with her fingers, asking him, "You must be very tired from work, right?" Jiang Muzheng smiled lightly. "It's okay domestically, but business trips can be exhausting. Sometimes I have to travel to 3 countries in a week, and my biological clock gets all messed up." Luo Sa nodded. She knew nothing about finance and didn't know what to talk to him about. After a moment, she said, "I don't talk much. You'll find it boring being with me." Jiang Muzheng replied, "If you talk less, then I can entertain you." He added, "Men don't like women who nag." Luo Sa felt a lot more at ease. She also tried to learn more about him, but didn't know where to start. After thinking for a while, she asked, "Is Xiaomi your niece?" Jiang Muzheng replied, "Yes, she's from my second brother's family." "You're not far apart in age." "Yes, because my mom is about the same age as my eldest brother, so my eldest brother's son and my second brother's daughter are only a few years apart." "It's a long story. Do you want to hear it?" "I want to hear." "My dad is in a second marriage. People in their time got married and had children early. He had 3 kids with his first wife, my eldest brother, second brother, and third sister. My first wife passed away when my third sister was only 2 years old due to illness. For the next decade or so, my dad raised the 3 kids by himself. He was afraid that remarrying would be bad for the kids, so he stayed single. Later, when my siblings grew up, they urged my dad to find a wife because no child can accompany him all the time. Eventually, my dad met my mom at a friend's wedding. My mom really liked my dad and got together with him despite my maternal grandparents' objections. He spoke so much that Luo Sa hadn't processed it yet. After a moment, she asked, "So Aunt Tao and Uncle Jiang aren't that far apart in age?" Jiang Muzheng replied, "My mom is 21 years younger than my dad. My mom married my dad when she was 22 and then had my 4th brother. As for me, he couldn't help but laugh. I was an unexpected product. I owe my mom for not getting rid of me." Luo Sa. Her fingers absent-mindedly played with his hair. "Your family's relationship seems pretty good. With so many people, it must be lively during the new year." Jiang Muzheng looked at her and thought about what she had said before. She had always eaten alone since she was little, so he guessed that perhaps she had no one to accompany her during the new year. Aunt Yu had a new family, and her cold personality might not fit in, so she might not even go home for the new year. As for Uncle Feng, the new year was his busiest time. He either had cases to handle or had to visit and comfort the detectives on duty, so he wouldn't have time to spend at home. Also, Uncle Feng was an orphan and had no other family. He smiled lightly at her and said, "You should come to my house for New Year in the future. It'll be really fun." Luo Sa didn't say anything, just nodded. Jiang Muzheng's arms were too sore to carry her anymore, so he set her down. He wrapped her in his arms, and after a while he asked, "Uncle Feng hardly has time to accompany you. Do you resent him?" Luo Sa shook her head. "He's my only family. I can't be angry with him." Jiang Muzheng lifted her chin and kissed her lips fiercely. Luo Sa didn't know how to respond. The only thing she could do was tighten her arms around his neck. Their intermittent kisses lasted for over half an hour, but neither felt satisfied. He deepened the kiss little by little, and she silently endured the intensity of his kisses. Eventually, her lips felt numb, and she lost sensation. Only then did Jiang Muzheng relent and pull away. He gently stroked her cheek with his thumb, her face flushed, possibly from lack of oxygen. He pulled out a box of mint from his pocket and asked her, "Do you want one?" With her lips and mouth feeling fiery, Luo Sa said, "Give me one, just to cool down a bit." Jiang Muzheng poured one out and placed it in her mouth. The minty flavor flooded her mouth, bringing back some sensation. She asked him, "What time is it?" Jiang Muzheng raised his wrist. "My watch has stopped." He chuckled softly. After all, he didn't have to work tomorrow, so it was okay to sleep a little later. Luo Sa looked up. "Do you know I have tomorrow off, and I'm not on duty?" Jiang Muzheng replied, guessing. In fact, he had already gotten her duty schedule from Chung Yi at their second team. He knew exactly when she was off, when she was on night duty, and when she was on patrol. Luo Sa didn't think much of it and assumed he was just lucky. Tomorrow, the team would continue to promote on the streets. And since Xiao Xia was back, he would go instead while she rested. Jiang Muzheng asked her, "Are you done with the mints?" Luo Sa shook her head. "I've only eaten half." Jiang Muzheng said, "Then give me the other half." Luo Sa replied, "You can pour another one." Jiang Muzheng would never agree, arguing, "I plan my mint consumption. I only have one for today, and I can't eat tomorrow's." He slightly pinched her chin. "Give me the other half." Only then did Luo Sa realize that his earlier kindness in giving her the mint was actually premeditated. She frowned slightly, staring at him, refusing to give it to him. Jiang Muzheng smiled. "It's fine if you don't give it to me. My tongue is hot. I can send it to your mouth to cool down a bit. Anyway, your mouth should feel cool right now." Luo Sa pressed the mint candy under her tongue, made a swallowing motion, and then opened her mouth, showing him, "See? It's gone, I've swallowed it." Jiang Muzheng looked at her serious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He rubbed her face with both hands and pulled her into his embrace. He knew the mint candy was hidden under her tongue, but he didn't expose her. What pleased him was that he didn't expect her to play such childish games with him. The time they spent together felt like it was passing by in 15-minute increments. When Jiang Muzheng looked at the time again, it was already 1:30 a.m. He was a bit reluctant to go home and just wanted to stay with her, but he knew he couldn't keep her from sleeping. After thinking for a while, Jiang Muzheng realized the only way was to find a suitable excuse to stay over in one of the guest rooms at her house. He could talk to her some more tonight, and in the morning, he could run upstairs to see her right after waking up. He had to go to the airport tomorrow night, and he wouldn't be able to see her for several days. He rubbed his chin against her forehead. Oh, I forgot something." Luo Sa asked, "What is it? Is it important?" She pulled away from his embrace and looked at him. Jiang Muzheng's face tightened. "My fingerprint lock at home is broken. This morning after I left, I had to go back to get some documents. But the fingerprint recognition didn't work. I was thinking of finding someone to fix it, but I got busy during the day. And after chatting with Zhou Xian for so long at night, I forgot about it." Luo Sa blinked, trying to discern the truth of his words. Jiang Muzheng muttered to himself, "Looks like I'll have to settle for a hotel tonight. I don't think there are any good hotels around here." Luo Sa replied, "There is one. Go out the south gate, turn left, and after one intersection, there's a 5-star hotel." Jiang Muzheng. Chapter 47. Jiang Muzheng ended up staying in the villa, settling in the guest room on the first floor. Just now, Luo Sa mentioned that there was a hotel at the south gate. He stared at her for a few seconds before starting to kiss her. And although he kissed her for a long time, he never brought up going to the hotel. Luo Sa knew what he was thinking and finally told him it was too late and suggested they make do at her place for the night. Jiang Muzheng shamelessly asked, "Will it be inconvenient? Am I disturbing you?" Luo Sa kicked him twice, and he just smiled without saying anything, bending down to carry her into the villa. "There aren't any pajamas for you here. Should I find one of my dad's new pajamas for you? It might be a bit short," Luo Sa said. Jiang Muzheng replied, "No need, my suitcase is in the trunk. Are you going on a business trip tomorrow?" "Monday night." "Oh, Tuesday is her birthday." And she felt a bit disappointed that they couldn't have a birthday dinner together. Luo Sa felt a little lost in her thoughts, but didn't show it on her face, urging him to hurry and get his clothes from the car while she went upstairs alone. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Luo Sa gently pressed her lips, which felt numb and a bit swollen. She rubbed her face with both hands, feeling as if she had just had a spring dream, so fantastical and unrealistic. After zoning out for a while, She went to the bedroom to grab her pajamas and took a shower. Downstairs, Jiang Muzheng brought his large suitcase into the room and emptied all his clothes into the wardrobe, smiling inexplicably at the wardrobe for a long time. After taking a shower, which took about half an hour, he went to the kitchen to heat up a glass of milk and brought it upstairs. He knocked on the door while calling out to Luo Sa, Luo, come out and drink some milk. Luo Sa was momentarily stunned, thinking it was an auditory hallucination. But the knocking continued along with his voice, calling her name. I'm coming. She had already gotten into bed and quickly sat up, throwing the covers off and getting out of bed. After walking a few steps, she turned back to grab a jacket to wrap around herself. When she opened the door, before she could clearly see him, he pulled her into his arms with one arm. She looked up wanting to say something, but all that escaped her lips was a soft mm. His kiss was hot and lingering, and soon she became emotional, wrapping her arms around his neck, trying to respond to him, though a bit awkwardly. Jiang Muzheng held a cup of milk in one hand, while the other hand caressed her back from top to bottom, several times wanting to slip under her pajamas, but managing to hold back at the last moment. After they finished, both were breathing heavily, especially Jiang Muzheng, whose body felt different. He quickly let her go, maintaining a few centimeters of distance, and handed her the milk. Drink this to help you sleep. Okay. Luo Sa obediently held the milk cup and drank, her ears turning red as she recalled accidentally touching a certain part of his body earlier. Love is truly like opium. Once you get hooked, you can't stop. Kissing is the same. Even though they had kissed for several hours, they still wanted to hold each other, feeling like they could never get enough. Luo Sa absent-mindedly took a few sips of milk and suddenly looked up to find him watching her. She didn't have time to look away and locked eyes with him. What do you think our relationship is right now? She wasn't particularly conservative, but she wasn't the type to kiss just any man. Now that she had brought this man who kissed her back home, the meaning had changed. She didn't care how long he had pursued her. As long as they were happy together, that was enough. Jiang Muzheng seemed to ponder this. He had told her before that he wanted to continue pursuing her, and it appeared she didn't feel very secure and wasn't fond of this ambiguous state. He smiled and said, I'm very conservative. I only kiss my girlfriend. Luo Sa didn't respond, lowering her head to continue drinking the milk, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. After drinking only half the milk, Jiang Muzheng took it from her. Half a cup is enough. He tilted his head back slightly and drank the remaining milk. Once the milk was finished, it was time to say goodnight. Jiang Muzheng didn't dare linger, fearing he would end up wanting to stay in her room, so he urged her to go to sleep and turned to go downstairs. The next day, they both slept in quite late. Luo Sa didn't have to go to work, and Jiang Muzheng stayed home to handle work while keeping her company. As she had said before, she was quiet, and they rarely communicated when together. Jiang Muzheng looked at documents while she sat beside him with her notebook, browsing news and watching short videos. In love, Luo Sa had become gentler, even a little childlike, or so Jiang Muzheng thought. He noticed that today she was different from any other day. In the days at the skydiving club, she was like an iceberg, occasionally dropping bits of ice. Now her expressions and gaze were soft. She wasn't clingy at all. From breakfast until now, she had been focused on her computer, occasionally getting him a cup of coffee, and the rest of the time was quiet, with no physical contact between them. After finishing his work, Jiang Muzheng closed his notebook and moved closer to her, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his forehead on her shoulder. Are you learning English? Luo Sa wanted to close the page with the training information, but the mouse wouldn't respond, and she couldn't close the page no matter what. She nodded, Mem, then hurriedly explained, it's required by the team leader. Jiang Muzheng didn't think much of it. Since she had been on duty on the road for years, it was normal for her to master English. He asked, have you found a training class? Not yet. How about this? Don't sign up for any crash courses. After I come back from my business trip, I'll come over every night to teach you for 2 hours. It'll be more effective than a training class. Aren't you busy? She asked him. Busy? Busy with love. He said, kissing her cheek and smiling afterward. Luo Sa patted his hand. Let go, I can't breathe. I'll send you some oxygen. He pinched her chin, and her mouth slightly parted as his kiss descended. Sweet moments always pass quickly, and before they knew it, the sun had set and the day slipped away. After dinner, Jiang Muzheng sat in the living room watching TV, showing no signs of wanting to leave. Luo Sa asked him, "Aren't you catching a flight tonight?" He turned down the TV volume and asked, "What's up?" Luo Sa replied, "Is your luggage all packed? What time is your flight? I'll take you." Jiang Muzheng smiled lightly. "No need for you to send me. It's a midnight flight, and the driver will pick me up." He added, "But you really could help me with something." "What is it?" "Help me pack my luggage." Luo Sa couldn't understand why he had taken all his clothes out if he was just staying over for one night. She folded all his clothes neatly, sorting them one by one into the suitcase while he lay on the edge of the bed, watching her with satisfaction. At that moment, she realized he had intentionally taken his clothes out to hang in the wardrobe just to have her pack his luggage. What a child. His fingerprint lock at home was still broken, so he could rest a little longer before heading to the airport. In the morning, she reminded him to report the repair. But he said, "It's the weekend. Let the locksmith have a good rest. We shouldn't be so cruel as to disturb their rest time." She was speechless. Luo Sa glanced at the time. "It's still early. You should sleep for 2 hours." Jiang Muzheng nodded. "You should sleep early too. You have an early shift tomorrow." After Luo Sa went upstairs, he turned off the lights. But he didn't sleep. He was planning for her birthday. At 11 o'clock, he quietly walked to the yard outside and saw that her room light was already off. He called fourth brother. "Fourth brother, you can have someone deliver the piano now. Do whatever you want. I've never even touched a piano since I was little. What can you play? None of your business. Just hurry up and send it." As it approached midnight, Jiang Muzheng finished all the arrangements and returned to the villa to boil some water. Right at midnight, he called Luo Sa. Luo Sa quickly answered, "Are you leaving? I'll be right down." "Did you not sleep?" "I did." Jiang Muzheng said, "Happy birthday, Luo Xiaoya." Luo Sa was taken aback. "You know? Yeah, come downstairs to the yard." In less than a minute, he heard hurried footsteps coming from the villa, while her room remained dark. Luo Sa didn't bother to turn on the light. She used her phone to guide her and ran directly downstairs. When she reached the door and looked into the yard, she was stunned. Under the moonlight, the black grand piano reflected a faint shimmer, and he was sitting upright in front of the piano, raising an eyebrow at her, signaling her to listen carefully. He slightly lowered his head, started counting the keys from the left, found the first key he wanted to play, and then mentally reviewed the order of the other keys. He played the first 4 lines of Happy Birthday. After finishing, he was almost out of breath. He even hit a wrong note on the 3rd line. "Happy birthday to you." He comforted himself, saying that a flaw does not detract from the beauty. When Jiang Muzheng turned back, Luo Sa was already standing beside the piano, quietly watching him. "I'll play you a better song next time," he said. "This one is nice," Luo Sa replied. Jiang Muzheng stood up and gently hugged her. He knew nothing about musical instruments and didn't want to learn when he was younger, unlike his 4th brother, who was proficient in all instruments. "How long have you practiced this song?" "I started practicing a long time ago. It's been intermittent. Whenever I had time, I go to the piano shop for lessons. I remember it each time, but forget it by the next visit." Suddenly, Jiang Muzheng thought of something else, let go of her, and took out a bouquet of flowers from behind the piano. Fresh flowers for a beautiful lady. Luo Sa smiled and cradled them in her hands. It was still a bouquet of light pink baby-esque breath, with a strong scent of roses, just like the one he had given her at the parachuting base last time. "Wait, there's more." Jiang Muzheng took a paper cupcake out of his pocket, opened the outer packaging, and said, "Help me hold this." Luo Sa placed the flowers on the piano and took the small cupcake, which was small enough for her to eat in 2 or 3 bites. "You don't like sweets, and I don't either, so I just bought a cupcake. It's not too sweet." He then took out a candle from another pocket, stuck it on the cupcake, and lit it. Throughout, Luo Sa's gaze was fixed on him, unwilling to look away. The night had a breeze, and fearing the candle would be blown out, Jiang Muzheng quickly opened his coat to shield it from the wind. The candlelight flickered wildly, reflecting the two of them. Jiang Muzheng smiled and said, "Happy birthday to our little Luo. Make a wish." Luo Sa lowered her head, blinked hard to prevent tears from falling. This was the first time in over 10 years that she wanted to cry. After a few seconds, she adjusted her breathing and quietly said, "I don't have any special wishes. I just hope we can be good together for a lifetime." She gently blew out the candle. His kiss immediately landed on her forehead. They shared the cupcake, finishing it in just a few bites. "It's quite delicious," Luo Sa said, savoring it. "I'll buy you one every day." "No need." Jiang Muzheng kissed her lips and said, "Wait for me." After saying that, he ran back into the villa. The yard was very quiet, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Luo Sa sniffed the flowers, her fingers idly playing the piano keys. She didn't know where he had gotten this piano from, maybe from his fourth brother's house. Suddenly, a smell of instant noodles wafted in, and Luo Sa turned to see Jiang Muzheng coming out holding a bowl of noodles. He said, "The most delicious longevity noodles." In the past, she would also eat instant noodles for her birthday. As he approached, Jiang Muzheng began twirling the noodles with a fork. When Luo Sa looked closely, she realized he wasn't twirling instant noodles, but a long, thin handmade noodle. "Where did you buy this?" she asked in surprise. "I had the chef from my fourth brother's house make it for you, egg longevity noodles with egg yolk inside, but you want to taste it. Try it." He brought the long noodle to her mouth. The noodle was indeed very long. It took Luo Sa several minutes to finish eating it. It was the longest longevity noodle she had ever eaten in her life. On this cold night, the two of them happily shared a bowl of instant noodles, finishing even the broth. After eating, Jiang Muzheng quickly tidied up. A black sedan slowly stopped at the villa gate, and Luo Sa guessed it was the car coming to pick up Jiang Muzheng. She stepped closer and wrapped her arms around his waist. "You chose the night flight just to celebrate my birthday, didn't you?" "No, it was just a coincidence." He rubbed her cheek. "The piano will be left in the yard for now. Tomorrow my fourth brother will send someone to move it. I'll be in a place with poor signal, so I might not be able to call you often, but I will when I have a signal." Luo Sa nodded seriously, not saying anything else. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Jiang Muzheng hugged her tightly, and a few minutes later, he whispered, "I'm leaving now." "Okay." She stood in the yard until his car slowly drove away and disappeared from sight, still unable to come back to her senses. At the airport, when Jiang Muzheng casually put his hand in his coat pocket, he paused for a moment, pulled it out, and found 2 unopened boxes of mint candy. Chapter 48 Monday. Another busy week has begun. Luo Sa fell asleep around 4 o'clock last night and snoozed for 10 minutes in the morning. By the time she arrived at the office, her colleagues had already gathered and were chatting together. Zhou Yin was at her desk, but no one knew where she had gone. After greeting everyone, Luo Sa walked to her seat. There was an apple on her desk, and looking around at the other desks, she saw more apples, with some colleagues even holding them. "Xia," she called. Xia Yiming turned around. She whispered, "Why does everyone have an apple?" "Shang Yuanyuan brought them. One for each person," he replied. Luo Sa was puzzled. This aloof princess actually brought apples, and even gave her one? She glanced toward Shang Yuanyuan, who happened to look over as well. Their eyes met, still cold and disdainful. Luo Sa shot her a glare. Shang Yuanyuan rolled her eyes in frustration. Dressing so frumpy, yet still acting so proud. Zhou Yin entered, carrying a cake and a bouquet of blooming roses. "Zhou Jia, is it your birthday today?" Shang Yuanyuan asked at the door. Although Zhou Yin disliked Shang Yuanyuan, she responded calmly since she had asked. "It's not mine, it's Luo's." Shang Yuanyuan nodded and didn't say anything further. The other colleagues in the office, seeing that Zhou Yin had brought a cake, were curious and asked about it. In the past, apart from Luo Sa and Zhou Yin, the rest were mostly men who weren't used to celebrating each other's birthdays. Sometimes they would even forget their wives' birthdays, let alone their female colleagues. When Zhou Yin mentioned it was Luo Sa's birthday, colleagues offered their congratulations. "We still have to continue checking for drunk driving tonight, so we can't accompany Luo for dinner. Let us celebrate at the cafeteria at noon. Everyone can join for cake, and lunch will be on Luo today," Zhou Yin said with a smile. Luo Sa smiled back, saying she would treat everyone to dinner another day, but today they would have to make do at the cafeteria. Zhou Yin handed her the flowers. "I hope next year a good man will send me flowers." Luo Sa replied softly, "I like the flowers you gave me." After saying that, she smiled at Zhou Yin. She looked at the roses, then at the big cake, feeling as if she was holding a hot water bottle. Since joining this workplace and getting to know Zhou Yin, she had always remembered to celebrate her birthday with her, a bouquet of flowers, a cake, and then they would go for hot pot together. Many regrets in life were gradually compensated by this friendship. Shang Yuanyuan knew a bit about Luo Sa. After the incident with the transfer, someone had let her parents know that someone had pushed Luo Sa out to make space for her. In fact, their family didn't care much about the position, It wasn't about salary or benefits, but rather wanting her to gain some experience and toughen up. After learning about it, her mother specifically reminded her to apologize to Luo Sa when they met at work. So on her first day, she reluctantly apologized, considering that she and Luo Sa were rivals in love, and apologizing to a rival felt particularly awkward. She remembered her mother mentioning that she knew Luo Sa's mother in business, and not only that, her maternal grandparents lived in the same apartment building as Luo Sa's stepfather. But she was too young to remember any of that. Her mother said Luo Sa came from a single-parent family, and she wasn't sure what her father did. After the divorce, Luo Sa was given to her mother, but her mother later remarried. And her new family had a girl with a fierce temperament who couldn't tolerate Luo Sa. Later, something happened, and the little girl at home cried and fussed all day, driving the neighbors crazy. Eventually, Luo Sa was sent away to live alone. Neighbors commented that this mother was quite heartless to send her own daughter away to be looked after by a nanny, considering she was only 9 years old and needed her parents. Shang Yuanyuan looked at the apple on her desk, picked it up, and tossed it in her hand, then walked toward Luo Sa, who turned her head. With a nonchalant expression, Shang Yuanyuan said, "Here, this is for you too. Good things come in pairs. Happy birthday." Without waiting for Luo Sa's reaction, she turned and walked away arrogantly. Luo Sa stared at the apple, then at the haughty back of Shang Yuanyuan, wondering if she had short-circuited her brain. Zhou Yin leaned over from behind and whispered, "Don't mind her. She's not acting normally. Women in love are all crazy, no, brain dead." Luo Sa asked, "She just didn't come to work yesterday. What major event happened?" Zhou Yin pointed her chin towards Xia Yuming, who was sitting in front of them. "That proud little princess has taken a liking to Xia. She was infatuated all day yesterday. And today's apples are also in honor of Xia." Luo Sa was stunned. Fu Yanba got dumped just like that? She stared at the 2 apples on her desk, thinking that this was something only high schoolers would do, giving food to the person they had a crush on, while treating those around them to the leftovers. In the past, her deskmate liked the girl in front of them, and as a result, they had 5 or 6 people enjoying free fruits and chocolates for a whole year. But in the end, he still didn't win her over. Luo Sa's gaze wandered between Shang Yuanyuan and Xia Yuming. Although she didn't have a good impression of Shang Yuanyuan, she had to admit that these two looked quite compatible, height, looks, and age. Soon it was time for the meeting, and everyone tidied up to head to the conference room. When they returned from duty at noon, Luo Sa received a message from Jiang Muzheng. Luo, I've arrived. If there's signal tonight, I'll call you. Love you." The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she replied, I just got back. Going to eat soon. Luo, let us go. It's time to blow out candles and eat cake." Zhou Yin called from the door. "Okay, coming." Luo Sa tucked her phone into her pocket and walked briskly over. The other colleagues had gone to the cafeteria to secure seats, planning to push a few tables together for the cake. Luo Sa linked her arm with Zhou Yin and whispered, "I have something to tell you." Zhou Yin glanced at her from the corner of her eye. "What is it?" "So mysterious." Luo Sa cleared her throat lightly. "I'm with Jiang Muzheng now." "Huh?" Zhou Yin's eyes widened in surprise, stopping in her tracks. Luo Sa carefully recounted the events of that night, giving Zhou Yin time to digest the information, while she remained silent, fluttering her eyelashes as she stared at her. After a while, Zhou Yin finally reacted, rubbing Luo Sa's head vigorously. "Finally, we've married you off." She then extended her hand. "Give me the money for the roses. We agreed I would only give you flowers while you were single." Luo Sa playfully slapped her hand away. "Is that enough?" Zhou Yin playfully kicked her lightly with her foot, getting bold, "Huh?" After some playful banter, Luo Sa sobered up. "I thought you wouldn't approve of me being with him." Zhou Yin replied, "Whether he is a scumbag or a jerk, if you like him, then he is the best. Who cares what tomorrow looks like? Today's happiness is the most important. If he turns out to be a real scumbag one day, just wait and see how I tear him apart." She raised her eyebrows. "Remember how I splashed him with water that time?" Luo Sa laughed as they walked toward the cafeteria. This year's birthday was the most special. Although they were eating the cafeteria's work meal, the colleagues were joking around, toasting her with soup bowls instead of wine, creating a lively atmosphere. Later, the team leader and the deputy team leader came over to ask for cake. And the male colleagues teased that the team leader had to sing a song for the birthday girl before they would let him eat the cake. The team leader, known for his off-key singing, was pressured to sing, having already eaten the cake, and they wouldn't let him leave without a song. The team leader helplessly sighed, saying it was for Luo Sa's sake, and they had to sing a birthday song, to which everyone disagreed, claiming they had already sung it. Zhou Yin suggested, "Team leader, let us sing something nice and heartfelt. It's getting cloudy, and it looks like it might snow in the next few days. So let us sing the first snow of 2002. Team leader, I don't remember the lyrics. Zhou Yin, no problem, I have it on my phone. Team leader." As soon as he started singing, it was truly off-key, sounding like he was singing from Beijing to Urumqi. Everyone couldn't bear to listen. The cafeteria was crowded with people, and not just from their side. Others were also laughing. Luo Sa had a particularly good appetite at lunch today. Zhou Yin cut her a huge piece of cake. Although it was sweet, she finished it and ate all the food on her plate as well. After finishing, she was so full that she could hardly walk. As soon as she stepped out of the cafeteria, Luo Sa received a call from her mother, Yu. Her mother had previously said she would arrange her work in advance to celebrate her birthday with her, but then she hadn't called again. She answered, "Mom. Luo, are you at work?" "Yeah, I just finished eating." "Then come out for a moment. Your Uncle Chu and I are at the entrance of your office." Luo Sa was taken aback. Why were they coming now if they were supposed to have dinner in the evening? Luo? "Oh, I'll be right there." Hanging up the phone, Zhou Yin asked her what's wrong. Luo Sa replied, "My mom and Chu Yishan are at the police station entrance." Zhou Yin expressed her dissatisfaction. "We're about to start work. Why are they coming now? Are they bringing you gifts again? They want to be able to celebrate your birthday with you." Luo Sa shrugged. "Who knows? Anyway, I'm not a kid anymore. I'll be 30 in 2 years. It doesn't matter whether I celebrate my birthday or not." Zhou Yin gently patted her back. "No matter how old you are, as long as you're not married, you're still a child. But it's okay. You have me, your loving scumbag, and we'll treat you well. Wait, there's also Yu Yang and your uncles and aunts." The aunties she mentioned were Luo Sa's uncle and aunt. Luo Sa smiled. "Yeah, look how happy I am. I should go now." Zhou Yin patted her shoulder. When Luo Sa arrived at the entrance, her mother and Chu Yishan were standing in front of the car. She walked over slowly and politely said, "Hello, Uncle Chu." There was no emotion in her voice. Luo, happy birthday." "Thank you." Chu Yishan said, "I'll go smoke over there. You talk to your mom." Yu asked her how she had been recently. Luo Sa replied flatly, "Same as usual." Yu opened the trunk and took out a shopping bag. "This is a birthday gift your Uncle Chu bought for you while on a business trip. See if you like it." Another piece of clothing. Luo Sa had no interest at all. Over the years, it seemed like every time she met her mother, it was just to receive clothes. Looking at the logo, this coat probably cost over 100,000, but she felt no joy. "Thank you." She took it. Yu was taken aback, not expecting her daughter to be so polite. She hesitated for a moment, and then said apologetically, "I want to be able to have dinner with you tonight. Cece has a boyfriend now, and their relationship is stable. The boyfriend's parents just happened to be on a business trip in New York, so they went to the school to meet. Cece said it's a good opportunity for both families to meet, and unexpectedly, Cece booked the tickets for tonight, and they arranged a dinner time with the boyfriend's parents. This is my fault for not telling her in advance that I wanted to celebrate your birthday with you." Luo Sa said expressionlessly, "Are you done?" "It's fine. I'm going upstairs." Yu sighed inwardly. Every time Cece was mentioned, her daughter seemed to change into a different person, cold all over. She gently said to Luo Sa, "Mom will have dinner with you when I come back from New York to make up for your birthday dinner." "No need. My colleagues already celebrated my birthday with me at lunch." Luo Sa shook the shopping bag in her hand. "This is the last time I'll accept gifts. Don't buy me anything in the future. The clothes you bought before are still in my closet, enough to open a high-end discount store." After saying that, she turned and left. Luo. Yu hurriedly called out to her. Luo Sa didn't look back. Chapter 49. Luo Sa walked to the parking lot, directly threw the shopping bag into the trunk, and slammed the door shut. After taking several deep breaths in the courtyard downstairs, she went upstairs. When she reached the second floor, she heard someone upstairs eating something, a crisp sound. Luo Sa tilted her head and saw Zhou Yin standing by the safety door on the third floor, leaning against the wall, holding an apple that had already been half-eaten in her right hand, with another one in her left. Zhou Yin had just seen Luo Sa through the office window, putting things into the trunk, and guess what was going on? She quickly washed 2 apples. "Here. This apple tastes pretty good, sweet and juicy. Zhou Yin handed it to her. Luo Sa took a small bite. It was sweet, but after swallowing, her mouth felt bitter. She looked out the window and didn't say much to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin asked her, "How are you going to celebrate with your scumbag tonight?" Luo Sa smiled faintly. "The celebration has already happened. It was at midnight. He went on a business trip." "Damn." Zhou Yin raised her hand to make a stop gesture. No harming the love-starved, middle-aged women who have fallen into the mundane life of marriage. Luo Sa, like a child, said, "He played the piano for me and made me longevity noodles." Zhou Yin stuffed the apple in her mouth and covered her ears with her hands. "Luo Sa luged? Alright. I won't say any more." Zhou Yin glanced at her and continued to bite the apple. The two later chatted about recent entertainment gossip. Luo Sa hadn't watched entertainment news in the past few days, and Zhou Yin spoke with great interest, not stopping even when it was time to work. Luo Sa knew that Zhou Yin was intentionally trying to distract her. Over the years, every time she was in a bad mood, Zhou Yin would do this. Never asking her what was wrong, just chatting aimlessly. After chatting, her mood improved quite a bit. When she got busy, Luo Sa had no time to think about Jiang Muzheng, but when she got home after work, the empty room reminded her of him. During dinner, she thought about which seat Jiang Muzheng had sat in yesterday at noon. While watching TV in the living room, she wondered what channel he watched yesterday, what program. Later, when she lay in bed, she still thought about how no one would bring her milk to drink tonight. From confirming their relationship to now, it had only been a little over 20 hours. It felt like a lifetime. Luo Sa tossed and turned in bed, entering the password on her phone, deleting and re-entering it again and again, and eventually couldn't help but dial his number. It was still the mechanical female voice. She sighed and placed her phone by her pillow. Later, she dozed off in a daze. The next day, Luo Sa arrived at the office 10 minutes earlier than usual, only to find someone had arrived even earlier. She bumped into Shang Yuanyuan at the door, who was holding a rag and wearing waterproof gloves, just finishing cleaning the office. Shang Yuanyuan sidestepped past her without greeting, but after a few steps, she turned back. Luo Sa. Luo Sa remained silent, staring at her. The meaning was clear, urging her to continue. Shang Yuanyuan said, "Since you like Fu Yanbo, I'll let you have him. You can like him without any worries from now on." Her expression was proud, her tone condescending. Luo Sa scanned her from head to toe. "Did you eat too much for breakfast?" Shang Yuanyuan. Luo Sa knew she was in a crazy state and didn't bother to engage, stepping into the office. Shang Yuanyuan scoffed at Luo Sa's aloofness, rolled her eyes, and hummed a song as she went to the bathroom to wash the rag. Just now, she had tidied up all her colleagues' desks and wiped them down, of course. She had paid the most attention to Xia Yiming's desk. Before meeting Xia Yiming, she really thought she liked Fu Yanbo and believed she would only marry him in this lifetime. On that weekend's promotional event, when she first met Xia Yiming, her heart raced like she had heart disease. That was what love was. As for Fu Yanbo, it was probably because she thought he was good-looking since childhood, and his attitude towards her was always average, so she wanted to conquer him, to obtain him. That was all. Seeing Fu Yanbo made her happy, while seeing Xia Yiming made her feel excited and nervous, almost suffocating. She didn't miss Fu Yanbo much when she couldn't see him, but when she couldn't see Xia Yiming, she felt restless, constantly wondering what he was doing, whether he noticed her during the day, and if he liked her too. Yesterday, it seemed she discovered a little secret about Xia Yiming, a secret that made her sad, frustrated, and almost collapse. He seemed to like Luo Sa a bit. He didn't seem very close to Luo Sa, and they rarely spoke, but the way he occasionally looked at Luo Sa was different, filled with admiration and a hint of shyness. Damn it, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Luo Sa wasn't busy today. She was on duty in the morning and on standby in the afternoon, with hardly anything to do. She took a magazine and spread it out on her desk, appearing to read seriously, but nearly an hour passed without turning a page. She kept daydreaming, thinking about Jiang Muzheng. In the morning, there was a message on her phone. It was from Jiang Muzheng at 3 in the morning, saying he had just arrived at the hotel. She didn't have the heart to disturb him, wanting him to sleep a bit longer. Later, when he woke up and called her, she happened to be on duty at an intersection during rush hour and didn't have time to answer. When she tried to call him back, the line was busy. Suddenly, her phone on the desk vibrated, startling Luo Sa. After regaining her composure, she patted her chest, It was her dad calling. Her brows furrowed. Why would her dad call her while she was at work? She answered, Luo, are you not on duty today? Yes, stand by. After speaking, Luo Sa hesitated for a few seconds and hurriedly asked, Dad, how did you know? Feng Xiaoyong replied, I took a quick drive around and didn't see you. Come down. I'm at the gate of your team. Also, give me the house key. I might have left my key in the office and couldn't find it in the car. Luo Sa was excited. Dad, are you really back? I'll be right down. Feng Xiaoyong laughed, just kidding. Luo Sa didn't believe him. Wait for me, half a minute. She grabbed the keys and dashed downstairs. Feng Xiaoyong drove a regular car over without a driver. Luo Sa recognized the car and hopped in the passenger seat. Dad, did you miss me? She hugged Feng Xiaoyong. Do you believe I missed you? Feng Xiaoyong ruffled her hair. I thought I could get back yesterday, but something came up last minute. Kiddo, happy birthday. Luo Sa extended her hand. Where's the gift? Everything else is fake. The gift is real. Feng Xiaoyong gently slapped her palm. Hold on tight. Only smart kids can see what the gift is. Luo Sa laughed and playfully hit Feng Xiaoyong several times. Then she remembered to ask her dad why he suddenly came back. Feng Xiaoyong said, Didn't I mention earlier that I would take some time to accompany you? I'll be busy soon, probably until the new year. So I took this time to rest and adjust. My body can't take it. Luo Sa eagerly asked how many days he could stay at home, and Feng Xiaoyong said it wouldn't be long, just 3 to 5 days. Luo Sa was overjoyed. That was more than she expected. Feng Xiaoyong nodded, telling her to go to work, but Luo Sa lingered for a few minutes before getting out of the car. Luo, come here. Feng Xiaoyong suddenly remembered something. Luo Sa ran back. What is up? Feng Xiaoyong said, just to let you know in advance. I invited Fu Yanbo over for dinner tonight. Be sure to come home early after work. Luo Sa felt a bit unhappy. Dad, why are you inviting an outsider over again? Feng Xiaoyong replied, it's for business. It's more convenient to do it at home. This time, the drug lord from the southwest was more troublesome. They had been investigating for so long without any leads. They couldn't find where the person was, but their actions were becoming increasingly brazen. Luo Sa didn't believe her dad was discussing work and thought it would be better to clarify things with him. Dad, I need to tell you something. Don't get upset when you hear it. Aside from your love life, nothing else really excites me. Luo Sa reached out to hold her heart. I have a boyfriend now. Feng Xiaoyong, daughter, don't press down, it's not that exciting. But it feels like my heart is about to stop beating from sadness. Luo Sa, hey. Feng Xiaoyong gently brushed her cheek, looking at her kindly. When did you start dating? Luo Sa, we just confirmed it. Feng Xiaoyong's lips curled into a gentle smile. He said, my Luo has chosen someone. He must be a particularly excellent man. Luo Sa, like a child, leaned over and rested her head on the car window, looking at her dad, just as excellent as you. Feng Xiaoyong's smile deepened. Bring him to meet Dad someday. Luo Sa nodded. Okay. When he comes back from his business trip. Feng Xiaoyong scratched her nose. Do you know how Dad feels right now? Then he answered himself, like eating old pickled cabbage noodles. Feeling good, but the taste is particularly sour. Luo Sa played with her dad's rough big hand, knowing that he was both happy and a bit lost. After a moment of silence, she looked up and said, in the future, I'll have him make you braised beef noodles. They taste amazing. I've had them once. Feng Xiaoyong smiled, saying okay. He raised his chin slightly. Hurry up and go in. We'll talk about it more when you get home tonight. Luo Sa was still thinking about her dad inviting Fu Yanbo over that night. Dad, you don't need to invite Fu Yanbo to our house tonight, right? If my boyfriend finds out, he'll be unhappy. He knows Fu Yanbo. Feng Xiaoyong honestly said, I did have plans to set you up with Fu Yanbo. But since you have a boyfriend now, I won't meddle, and I'll make it clear to Fu Yanbo. But he still needs to come over tonight to discuss a case. Hearing this from her dad, Luo Sa felt relieved because her dad always kept his promises. She made an okay gesture and reminded her dad to drive carefully. The car left, and she went upstairs. Time flew by, and before she knew it, it was time to get off work. Luo Sa packed her bag, prepared to leave, and glanced at her phone again. It was still quiet, as if in sleep mode. After looking for a few seconds, she put her phone in her bag. The security guard from the reception knocked and came in. Little Luo, there's a letter for you. Luo Sa was puzzled for a moment and quickly thanked him. Okay, thank you. Seeing the big words on the envelope, her lips curled up. She recognized the handwriting as Jiang Muzheng's. He was still abroad. and had written to her a few days ago. She hurriedly tore open the envelope, still pink stationery. Little Luo, let us meet after work. The location is in the small grove south of your team. Don't miss it. Love you. Jiang Muzheng. Where's the small grove? Clearly just a few camphor trees. Luo Sa looked at the date on the signature. It was today. So he asked back. Chapter 50. The afterglow of the sunset spilled onto the camphor tree, bringing warmth in the winter day. Everything was peaceful and quiet. Jiang Muzheng had one hand in his pocket, while the other played with a lighter, waiting for Luo Sa under the camphor tree. He didn't expect this trip to end so quickly. They didn't go to the small island they had discussed before signing the contract, but chose a resort in the suburbs instead. However, the signal was still blocked, with a few honks. Jiang Muzheng looked up to see Luo Sa's car parked by the roadside. The window rolled down, signaling him to get in. He smiled at her, feeling that just one day apart felt like 3 seasons. Get in, we can't stay here too long, Luo Sa urged. Jiang Muzheng didn't move, leaning lazily against the tree trunk, a smile playing on his lips. Didn't we agree to meet in the grove? Luo Sa. He remained lazily leaning against the camphor tree, exuding a charmingly rebellious aura that was hard to resist. She turned off the engine and walked towards him. Jiang Muzheng squinted his eyes, furrowing his brow. As she approached, he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Luo Sa glared at him. Jiang Muzheng replied, I feel like I'm doing something bad and got caught by the police. Luo Sa looked down at her uniform again, blinking in realization. She had rushed out too quickly and forgot to change. Jiang Muzheng continued to laugh. Dressed like this, I wouldn't dare to hug you. It's a mental block. What if I hug a traffic cop on the street and get beaten? Luo Sa. Jiang Muzheng wanted to hug her, but held back. There were too many people around. And with her in uniform, it would look good if someone snapped a photo. He cautiously took out something from his pocket and handed it to her. The prettiest flower for the prettiest person. It was a budding rose. Its stem cut short with only 2 green leaves. It was small and delicate in her hand. Luo Sa brought the flower to her nose. Recognizing it as the same type he had bought before, its fragrance strong and sweet. Jiang Muzheng then pulled out a small glass bottle from his pocket and handed it to her. Fill it with water when you get home and put the flower inside. In a couple of days, it will bloom. Luo Sa played with the small glass bottle, which could fit in the palm of her hand, feeling cute and compact. They sell such small vases? Jiang Muzheng smiled, nodding slightly. This little glass bottle was originally meant for candies. When he went to the flower shop to buy flowers, he asked the clerk if there were any pretty vases, and the clerk told him that the shop only had large vases, and that small flowers look cuter in little vases. She even suggested buying glass jars of fruit candies from imported food supermarkets, which were small and adorable. After buying the candies, he waited for Luo Sa here, and out of boredom, he had eaten the entire jar of candy. Suddenly, Luo Sa asked him, Is this how you used to pursue girls? Jiang Muzheng stood up, taking her arm as they walked towards the car. I've only pursued our Luo. Luo Sa sat in the driver's seat while Jiang Muzheng settled into the passenger seat. Why do you look thinner? He asked after closing the car door. I've been eating a lot these past 2 days, Luo Sa said, unconsciously touching her cheek. I see you've lost weight. Jiang Muzheng leaned closer and kissed her lightly on the lips, showing no restraint in his longing. He used his tongue to part her lips, entangling with her tongue. He had wanted to kiss her earlier, and now that he didn't want to let her go. He wrapped his arms tightly around her, occasionally nibbling on her lips or sucking on her tongue. In the quiet car, their breathing intensified. Luo Sa felt dizzy from the kiss. Her limited awareness telling her that they couldn't stay parked here or they would get fined for being caught. She pushed him away. Let us go. My colleagues will be coming out soon. Only then did Jiang Muzheng sit back properly and fasten his seatbelt. Seeing her relaxed him entirely, and once relaxed, he felt particularly tired. He leaned against the seat. What do you want to eat for dinner? Or I could cook for you when we get back. Can you cook? Luo Sa asked. Of course, I can cook instant noodles, Jiang Muzheng replied. Jiang Muzheng laughed. I want to let you eat unnutritious meals all the time. He continued. I'll ask my 4th brother as chef to make some extra dishes, and I'll take a few over for us to eat. My dad is home, Luo Sa said. Jiang Muzheng looked at her, not responding immediately. They had only been together for 2 days. Meeting her parents so soon felt too early. After a moment of thought, He said, "How about you go home first, and I'll call Uncle Phone later," pretending I didn't know he was home, just to discuss some matters with him. That idea sounded good to Luo Sa, but she was curious. What could you possibly discuss with my dad? A businessman and a police officer. What common topics could we have? Jiang Muzheng teased. "I'll ask Uncle Phone to introduce me to a girlfriend." Luo Sa. She shot him a glance. But then she remembered that Fu Yanbo was also going to be there. So she warned him in advance. "My dad invited Fu Yanbo over for dinner tonight, saying he has some work-related matters to discuss." Upon hearing Fu Yanbo's name, Jiang Muzheng frowned. "He going to your house." Luo San noticed his displeasure and realized he was probably jealous again. She explained that she had already told her dad today that she had a boyfriend, so he wouldn't meddle anymore. And her meeting with Fu Yanbo was purely for work discussions. Jiang Muzheng's expression softened. Since Feng Xiaoyong was going to clarify things with Fu Yanbo, he didn't need to show off or take pleasure in others' misfortunes. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "Then let us not disturb them with work discussions. Let us go to my house." Luo Sa teased him. "Isn't the fingerprint lock at your house broken?" Jiang Muzheng replied. "The secretary has already fixed it." Luo Sa focused on driving and didn't call him out. Seeing her silent, Jiang Muzheng didn't press further and leaned back to rest his eyes. When they reached a red light, Luo Sa turned to look at him, deep in thought. After a moment, she called her dad. Seconds passed before he picked up. Luo, have you finished work?" Luo Sa scratched her brow unconsciously, feeling guilty about lying. She cleared her throat. "Dad, I might be home late tonight. Zhouyan has something going on at home, and she needs to be on duty today, so I'm covering for her." After saying that, her heart raced. Feng Xiaoyong, who was preparing some appetizers, replied, "That's fine. Not coming home for dinner is good. I can drink without anyone nagging me. I'll talk later. Fu Yanbo is here. I'm going to open the door for him." With that, he hung up directly. Luo Sa. She had intended to be a bit more charming. After hanging up, she breathed a sigh of relief, surprised at how easy it was to take a leave. Jiang Muzheng reached out to touch her cheek, and Luo Sa turned her head, their eyes meeting deeply. The green light came on. Jiang Muzheng withdrew his hand and sat up straight. Luo Sa gently pressed the gas pedal, and the car moved forward slowly. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Jiang Muzheng's neighborhood. This was Luo Sa's first time at a man's home. After changing into men's slippers, she looked around. The decor was simple and leaned towards a cool color scheme. Jiang Muzheng took off his trench coat, watched some TV for a bit. "I'm going to take a shower." It was a habit. Every time he returned from a business trip, the first thing he did was shower and change into clean clothes. Luo San nodded and placed the small rose carefully before turning on the TV. Though she had little interest in watching, her mind wandering as she stared at the screen. At that moment, at Luo Sa's family villa, Feng Xiaoyong and Fu Yanbo were drinking and chatting. They hadn't discussed the case during dinner, but had talked about lighter topics in life. After discussing Fu Yanbo's parents, they began talking about Luo Sa. Feng Xiaoyong didn't beat around the bush with Fu Yanbo, directly stating, "I owe you an apology. I didn't know Luo already had someone she liked, so I meddled." He raised his glass, clinking it with Fu Yanbo's, and downed the drink in one go. Fu Yanbo had long been mentally prepared for Luo Sa and Jiang Muzheng to be together. Although he still felt a sense of emotional low, it wasn't to the point of despair. He comforted Feng Xiaoyong, saying, "How can one blame you for matters of the heart?" After a pause, he expressed his own thoughts. "A few days ago, I did have the intention to pursue Luo, even knowing someone was after her, especially after being stimulated by my comrade, Luo Sa's deputy captain. I felt an impulse to confess that afternoon. But after calming down at home, I realized I couldn't provide Luo Sa with the stable life she wanted. Instead of causing unhappiness later, it's better to let go of that thought early on." Every time he saw Luo Sa, his feelings were particularly nuanced, as if he were back at 17 or 18 when emotions first stirred. But he also understood himself. He wasn't impulsive or irrational. Even if he ended up with Luo Sa, once the novelty of love wore off, he might still want to transfer her back to criminal investigation. Otherwise, he felt like he was doing nothing and living a life akin to retirement. He truly feared becoming a second Feng Xiaoyong, achieving his ideals but failing his wife and children. Fu Yanba said softly. Later, I felt that after marriage, I might end up letting her down and disappointing my family. After thinking it through, this situation is quite good. I get another sister. Feng Xiaoyong paused slightly while holding the wine bottle. What do you mean? Are you planning to go back to criminal investigation? Fu Yanba nodded, saying that after spending some time in traffic management, life felt quite meaningless. You know, I've always only been interested in criminal investigation techniques. Now that I'm in traffic management, it feels like a fish out of water. Feng Xiaoyong pondered for a moment. If you want to go back, first handle your family matters. It's natural for your parents, being older, to wish for you to settle down soon. You can't just ignore everything. Some people treat work merely as a job to make a living. But some people throw themselves into their research, neglecting their family and friends. Such people are quite selfish and contribute nothing to their families. Both he and Fu Yanba belong to this category. They thought that transferring Fu Yanba to traffic management might lead to change, but it seemed character was hard to alter. Fu Yanba said, well, luckily my brother has kids, which can distract them a bit. My brother mentioned they want to have another daughter. If they have a second child, my parents will be even busier, and over time, they might give up on me, giving me a chance to transfer back. Feng Xiaoyong. He pointed at him in disbelief, unable to respond. At that moment, his phone rang. Feng Xiaoyong thought it was Luo Sa and picked it up, only to find it was a subordinate calling. His expression darkened, and he quickly answered. Fu Yanba looked at him and heard him say, yes, okay, I'll be right back. Fu Yanba asked, what happened? Feng Xiaoyong replied, we found some leads on that drug lord. I need to go back and check. Fu Yanba said, I'll go with you. He hesitated. Is it convenient with my current status? Feng Xiaoyong replied, you were involved in the early stages, so it's nothing inconvenient. I'll have a word with Director Yang and temporarily borrow you over. Let's go. They barely touched the food on the table and quickly left the house after putting on their jackets. On the way, Feng Xiaoyong remembered to inform Luo Sa. He couldn't go into detail, just saying he had matters to attend to. Luo Sa didn't ask more, only reminding him, Dad, you must take care of your health. Feng Xiaoyong replied, it's fine, Dad knows what he's doing. After several reminders from Luo Sa to rest well, he hung up. Jiang Muzheng had already taken a shower. What's wrong? He asked, sitting beside her. Luo Sa replied, nothing, my dad is busy again. Jiang Muzheng pulled her closer and rested his forehead against hers, saying, stay at my place tonight. Luo Sa shook her head. She wasn't ready to stay there yet. She glanced at his outfit, a black t-shirt and gray sweatpants. A very simple combination, yet it suited him well. Jiang Muzheng kissed the tip of her nose. I won't bully you. I promise to keep my word. You stayed at my place the other night, so I need to return the favor, right? Good borrowing and good returning makes it easier to borrow again. Liu Sa. That's a twisted logic. Jiang Muzheng continued to coax her. Is it okay to stay here tonight? I've been having insomnia lately, and my head hurts. Can you keep me company? Luo Sa pressed her lips together, unsure. She didn't know if he had been sleepless all along, but she could see he looked quite exhausted after returning from his business trip. Jiang Muzheng wrapped his arms around her. Uncle Feng isn't home again. If you go back, you'll be alone. It's so lonely. Stay here with me. We can talk, and it'll be livelier. Just thinking about her staying alone in such a big villa made him feel uneasy. After struggling for a moment, Luo Sa finally nodded in agreement. Jiang Muzheng released her. I ordered takeout earlier. It might take a while to arrive. I'll go make the bed for you. Luo Sa said, I'll help you. They went to the bedroom together. While putting on the sheets, they each held two corners, working together as if they were a couple who had lived together for many years. Soon after, the takeout arrived. Jiang Muzheng ordered a few stir-fried dishes and a soup. While eating, they were still somewhat like before in the club, not saying much. But the atmosphere was good. Jiang Muzheng occasionally picked food for her, and Luo Sa didn't hesitate to eat everything he offered. As they neared the end of the meal, Jiang Muzheng initiated a conversation, asking if she would be on duty over the weekend. He knew she wouldn't, so he asked on purpose. Luo Sa replied, half a day of work on Saturday. Then I'm off for the weekend. What about you? Jiang Muzheng looked at her. I have a dinner party this weekend. Come with me. Luo Sa quickly shook her head. I can't handle it. Maybe next time. Jiang Muzheng said, you'll know the people there. They are very familiar. Liu Sa blanked. The only person she could think of was Jiang Dongting. Jiang Muzheng continued, Chewy Shan and Aunt Yu invited me to discuss cooperation matters. Aunt Yu even asked if I've been in touch with you lately. It seems she wants you to go too. Luo Sa felt inexplicably averse, remaining silent, and just shook her head, continuing to eat. Jiang Muzheng could only think of one reason. She didn't really like Chewy Shan. So he didn't pursue the topic further and talked about English training instead. After dinner, the two lingered in the dining room for a bit. Luo Sa said she wanted to take a shower and go to bed. She felt a bit sleepy. In the last couple of days, her total sleep had barely added up to 5 hours. After he left on her birthday, she had trouble falling asleep. Last night, she waited for his message and ended up not knowing what time she dozed off. Now that he was back, she felt quite exhausted and just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Jiang Muzheng didn't have any of her personal items, so he found his bathrobe for her, which barely fit her. After taking a shower, Luo Sa climbed into bed. Perhaps because he was just next door, she felt particularly at ease. In less than 2 minutes, her eyelids started to droop. Just as she was about to fall deeply asleep, there was a knock on the door. Luo Sa forced her eyes open, listening closely. It was indeed a knock. She figured Jiang Muzheng was bringing her milk and got up to open the door. When she saw him, she froze for a moment. What was he planning? Jiang Muzheng held a blanket in his arms, saying, "I can't sleep alone." Luo Sa, her mind instantly cleared. Not able to sleep alone? Did that mean he wanted to sleep with her? While she was still in a daze, he stepped into the room, stating grandly, Luo, if I really wanted to do something to you, I would have done it at the club or at your house. I wouldn't wait until now. Jiang Muzheng walked to the other side of the bed, placed the blanket down without paying her any mind, and directly crawled under the covers, still facing away from her. Luo Sa closed the door, feeling angry as she climbed onto the bed and hit him a few times. Liar. Jiang Muzheng smiled, turned around, and pulled her into his arms, flipping over to pin her beneath him. Luo Sa's heart raced to her throat. She loved him and didn't feel anything wrong with that, but everything felt too fast, and it seemed unreal. Jiang Muzheng lowered his head, a passionate kiss landing on her neck, murmuring softly, Luo, I just want to kiss you. I've been thinking about you these past few days. Sweet words were like poison. Even if it killed her, she would willingly accept it. Luo Sa clung to his shoulders, feeling his almost frantic kisses. Jiang Muzheng kissed her neck and collarbone, gently biting down. His left hand rested on her chest, hesitating for 2 seconds before descending, kneading lightly through her bathrobe. Luo Sa shivered, letting out a suppressed Jiang Muzheng sealed her lips, his other hand at the tie of her bathrobe, wanting to pull it open several times. But his lingering rationality repeatedly reminded him, you promised. Jiang Muzheng squinted, burying his face in her neck, taking several deep breaths before lifting his head, rolling off her and holding her tightly in his arms. He turned off the light, kissed her forehead, and said in a husky voice, sleep. He pulled the blanket over both of them. Luo Sa pressed her face against his chest, listening to his strong, chaotic heartbeat. In the darkness, no one could see anyone else. The two embraced and fell asleep. Chapter 51. Luo Sa had one hand on Jiang Muzheng's chest and the other resting on his waist, breathing evenly and sleeping soundly. However, Jiang Muzheng was struggling, consumed by desire. It was 2 a.m, and he hadn't slept a minute since lying down. During this time, Luo Sa moved several times, and twice when she bent her legs, she brushed against him in a certain place, causing an instant reaction. He held her and kissed her repeatedly, but Luo Sa, clearly disturbed, mumbled a few times and continued to squirm in his arms. Her soft body exuded a faint scent of shower gel, which was intoxicating, making it hard for Jiang Muzheng to bear the burning sensation. He had no choice but to get up and take a shower. Leaving the bedroom, he first went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. He opened the window, and the biting cold wind rushed in, making him exhale deeply, feeling much more comfortable. For the first time, he found the winter wind quite enjoyable. Sharing a bed with her tonight felt like self-inflicted torment, both physically and mentally. He lit the cigarette, took a puff, and then put it in the ashtray, knowing Luo Sa probably didn't like the smell of smoke since Uncle Feng didn't smoke. Jiang Muzheng turned his back to the window, allowing the cold wind to settle. Resisting the urge to smoke, he began to play with his lighter. With a snap, the lighter ignited, but before he could see the flame clearly, it was extinguished by the wind. He kept trying, back and forth, playing endlessly. When the heat in his body finally subsided, the lighter ran out of fuel. Jiang Muzheng turned it upside down, seeing it was disposable and had no refillable part. Feeling frustrated, he put the lighter away. Checking the time, it was already 2:30. Jiang Muzheng closed the window and prepared to take another cold shower. The cold water felt refreshing on his skin, bringing him back to rationality. In the past, during his time in the army, he had taken cold showers for 11 months out of the year. Cold water could greatly reduce a man's desires. After showering, Jiang Muzheng went to the study. He didn't plan to sleep tonight. He decided to catch up on sleep at home tomorrow instead of going to the office. In the study, he found some paper, a pen, and an eraser, then went to the cloakroom to grab a blanket before returning to Luo Sa's bedroom. Luo Sa had completely taken over his side of the bed, using his pillow and wrapping herself in the blanket. Jiang Muzheng had no choice but to go to the side she had previously slept on, spread out the blanket, and began to draw. He sketched her likeness, drawing and erasing and drawing again, focused and serious. Luo Sa was dreaming again, recalling the anxious, confused, and uneasy feelings from when she moved to a new home with her mother as a child, culminating in the despair of being abandoned. At that time, she didn't know what hate was and didn't dare to express anger or complaints. She was just a child, and her mother meant everything to her. Upon awakening and realizing it was a dream, she let out a long sigh, but the vividness of the dream left her heart aching and heavy. Perhaps it was because she had been thinking about the past for the past couple of days. What one thinks about during the day often translates into dreams at night. The bedside lamp cast a dim light. Luo Sa slowly regained her senses, looking at the ceiling, realizing this wasn't her home. She heard the rustling sound of paper beside her and turned her head to see Jiang Muzheng was erasing something. Luo Sa pressed her hand against her chest, her consciousness returning. This was Jiang Muzheng's home. Afraid of startling him by speaking suddenly, she quickly squinted her eyes and turned over to face him, instinctively stretching her arm out onto the sketch paper in front of him. Jiang Muzheng gently held her wrist and moved her hand aside. As soon as he let go, Luo Sa lifted her arm again, resting it on his sketch. Jiang Muzheng. He thought it was just an unconscious reaction from her in her sleep and gently moved her hand away again. Luo Sa suppressed a laugh and returned to her previous position. Suddenly, the light in front of her was blocked, and a warm breath brushed against her cheek. Was he teasing her? Luo Sa remained silent, pretending to be asleep. Then his hot lips came down, teasing her too much. Luo Sa couldn't help but let out a soft and slowly opening her eyes and feigning displeasure, saying, Jiang Muzheng, you rogue. Who told you to tease me first? His tongue traced down her jaw, while one hand gently caressed her leg, moving from the bottom up. Luo Sa had washed her underwear and was only wearing his bathrobe after taking a shower that evening. Being touched like this made her instinctively arch her body, her hands gripping his shoulders. Jiang Muzheng's palm circled around the base of her thigh, hesitating and struggling, wanting to touch her between her legs. But at the last moment, he refrained. His kisses only reached her chest, stopping there for fear of her resistance. The bathrobe's neckline was loose, and Jiang Muzheng pulled it down past her shoulders. Her smooth, glistening shoulders appeared before him, and he leaned down to nibble at them. The room was dimly lit, creating an intimate atmosphere. Luo Sa occasionally let out soft moans, and Jiang Muzheng's breathing grew heavier, filling the room with a sense of indulgence. Her skin was pale and quite sensitive. As he gently nibbled her, faint red marks appeared all over her body. Not daring to touch her long legs anymore, his hands remained busy, kneading the area on her chest gently. Luo Sa felt somewhat sensitive from his touches, her body restless. She called out to him, Jiang Muzheng. "Mm?" He looked up. Luo Sa wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him actively. The two of them entwined their tongues with fervor until they were both too tired to continue, finally releasing each other. Jiang Muzheng got off her, adjusted her bathrobe, and covered her with a blanket before getting up to go to the bathroom. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. In the quiet room, the sound of water reached deep in her heart. Luo Sa guessed what he was doing and, feeling embarrassed about how close they had come earlier, pulled the blanket over her head, her face flushing. When Jiang Muzheng came out of the bathroom, his hair was damp and still dripping. He had taken another shower. Luo Sa didn't dare provoke him again, lying quietly and following his movements with her gaze. Her voice was low. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to tease you." Jiang Muzheng smiled slightly. "Just make up to me double in the future." He lay back down beside her and continued with his drawing. Luo Sa leaned over to see what he was drawing. Jiang Muzheng urged her, "Go to sleep. If you don't sleep soon, it will be dawn." Luo Sa asked, "What are you drawing?" "You." "Let me see." Jiang Muzheng didn't hide it and held the sketch paper up for her to see. "Luo Sa." She looked at him. "Are you sure that's me?" Jiang Muzheng. I think it looks pretty good." Luo Sa. "With your skills. If you were a painter in an ancient palace, those selected beauties would kick you out for drawing such ugly pictures." He was quite pleased with his work despite how terrible it looked. Jiang Muzheng narrowed his eyes, reached out, and pinched her nose. "Sleep now. No talking while eating or sleeping. If you keep talking, I'll have to deal with you using my lips." Luo Sa immediately fell silent, turning over to face away from him. Jiang Muzheng lowered his head to admire his masterpiece, wondering how it could be as terrible as she said. As long as he thought it looked good, that was enough. Luo Sa closed her eyes. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the bedroom. The faint sound of a pencil gliding across the paper was warm and comforting. Before long, she fell asleep again. The next day, Luo Sa woke up naturally. Her phone alarm hadn't gone off. She thought it wasn't yet 6:30. Opening her eyes, she looked beside her and found the bed empty. Checking her phone again, it was nearly 7:30. Stunned for half a second, she quickly reacted and sat up. Oh no, she was going to be late. She rushed into the bathroom to wash up, not having time to put on makeup, quickly tied her hair up, changed her clothes, and hurried to the living room. Jiang Muzheng had just come out of the cloakroom, buttoning his shirt. "Did you turn off my alarm?" I wanted you to sleep a little longer." "No need to rush. It takes me less than 10 minutes to get to your workplace, so you won't be late." Jiang Muzheng glanced at his watch. "Just that we won't have time for breakfast. I'll buy you something to eat at the office later." Luo Sa put on her backpack. "It's okay if I don't eat breakfast, but being late for work is not good. Our team leader has set a rule that if one person from a group is late, everyone in that group gets points deducted. I don't mind being penalized, but I don't want to drag others down with me." Jiang Muzheng put on his trench coat and walked over to hug her. "I'll wake you up at 7:10 next time." He rubbed his cheek against hers. "Cool and particularly smooth. I still prefer your bare face." After saying that, he kissed her again. Luo Sa pushed him. "Let's go. Kiss me once." Luo Sa didn't move, showing an expression of annoyance. Jiang Muzheng stared into her eyes. "Kiss me." He locked his hands around her waist, pressing her firmly against himself, refusing to let go unless she kissed him, stubborn to the point of childishness. Luo Sa pecked at his lips. "I'm late." Jiang Muzheng bent down and picked her up. "Let's go. I'll take little Luo to kindergarten." Luo Sa. She patted his shoulder. "Put me down." Jiang Muzheng just smiled and remained silent, refusing to let her down, carrying her into the elevator. Later, when his phone rang, he finally set her down. It was a call from overseas, and the signal in the elevator was intermittent, so Jiang Muzheng couldn't hear what the other person was saying and hung up directly. After getting off the elevator, he called back, and Luo Sa walked behind him. He turned around and intertwined their fingers. He was speaking in English. She could understand all the words when he greeted her, but when the conversation turned to other topics, she could only catch a few words. Some sounded familiar, but she couldn't recall their meanings. Luo Sa turned her head to look at the scenery of the community. Even though it was winter, the grass and vegetation in the community were still lush and green, without the withered and desolate look of autumn and winter. When she turned back to look at him, he was still on the phone, listening intently to what the other person was saying, his expression calm and his gaze cold, completely different from the playful and kiss-seeking person he had been upstairs. She liked his sometimes childish side, as it made her feel like she was 3 years old again, light-hearted and happy, able to temporarily forget the troubles of life and work. She also liked his serious and mature side, which exuded a special masculine charm. When Luo Sa arrived at the office, she was almost late, just 3 minutes to spare. She climbed 2 steps at a time and arrived at the office, panting. Jiang Muzheng had delayed her a few minutes with the phone call, and they didn't even have enough time to stop by and buy breakfast. Jiang Muzheng told her to go ahead and open the office, and he would bring her breakfast. She said it wasn't necessary. Zhou Yin brought her breakfast every day. In the office, her colleagues were having breakfast, and the aroma filled the air. There was also a portion on her desk, a beautifully packaged box. Just like Xia Xia's breakfast, Luo Sa subconsciously looked toward Shang Yuan, and sure enough, she had an identical packaged box on her desk. She put down her bag and went to find Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin looked her up and down, raising an eyebrow. Did you do something bad last night? Coming in right at the start of work isn't your style. Luo Sa explained humbly. My dad is at home. He's strict. What bad things do you think I could do? I lost track of time playing games. Zhou Yin couldn't be bothered to expose her, even without makeup. Her complexion looked good, clearly nourished by love. Luo Sa quietly asked her, Hey, did Shang Yuan bring breakfast again? Zhou Yin, yeah. She said her family got a new chef, and the breakfast is delicious. So she brought one for each of us, saying we won't have to buy breakfast anymore. She's got us covered. Thanks to Xia Xia, we're like rabbits following the moonlight, benefiting from it. She signaled Luo Sa to hurry and eat. There was a meeting in 5 minutes. Luo Sa returned to her seat, looking at the loving breakfast. Love can make a woman's heart grow. Enough to hold an entire world. After just 2 bites, her phone vibrated. It was her dad. Luo, I'll bring you pork rib rice for lunch. So you don't have to go to the cafeteria? Luo Sa. Aren't you busy? Feng Xiaoyong. Not busy. I had to go to the department for something last night, but I don't have any work scheduled these days. Luo Sa smiled. Okay, I'll wait for your braised pork ribs. By the way, Dad, make a bit more and pack a separate portion for my colleagues to improve their meals. Feng Xiaoyong understood. In the morning meeting, the team leader said the upcoming work focus would be on the 2 holidays. Christmas and New Year's were coming soon, and the foot traffic on the streets would increase dramatically. Moreover, the weather forecast predicted heavy snow in the coming days, so they were about to get busy again. On that weekend, Jiang Muzheng was going to attend a social gathering and asked Luo Sa again, Are you really not coming with me? He smiled and said, Let's show off our love. Luo Sa's expression was cold. I'm not going. She didn't want to go, and Jiang Muzheng didn't insist any further, saying then you'd have to eat alone for lunch. Luo Sa, I'll go to my uncle's house for a meal. I haven't visited him and my aunt in a long time. After dropping Luo Sa off at her uncle's neighborhood, Jiang Muzheng went to the restaurant. When he arrived, Chu Yishan, Yu, and the vice president of their company were already there, and there was also a young girl in the private room. It turned out to be Chu Cece. After introducing her, Chu Yishan mentioned that Chu Cece was about to graduate with her master's degree and would be joining the company after returning home. He brought her along today to expose her to the business world. Jiang Muzheng smiled but didn't say much. Chu Cece's first impression on him was humorous, cheerful, and understanding. Just like Zhou Xian, she was also a top student in the finance department of an Ivy League school. During the meal, they discussed some strategic planning for future cooperation and reached a preliminary agreement on some details, which will be finalized when they sign the cooperation agreement. After the formal discussion, they chatted casually. Jiang Muzheng and you were already familiar with each other, and as they talked, they brought up Luo Sa. Yu had called Luo Sa a few days ago, but she didn't answer. She only replied to the message with one word, busy. She subtly asked Jiang Muzheng, Have you been in touch with Luo lately? Jiang Muzheng nodded slightly. We're together every day. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to him, especially Chu Cece, whose eyes flashed with surprise. Chapter 52. Jiang Muzheng only said this one sentence, and then there was no further comment. Yu did not want to ask more questions, although it felt like he was with Luo Sa. She couldn't directly ask in front of others without it being explicitly stated. What if they weren't together? The company's vice president was still here. She smiled lightly. Luo is a stubborn child. If she does something willful, please be more forgiving. Come on, Annie will toast to you. Yu picked up her glass, and since she was far from Jiang Muzheng, she only clinked glasses from a distance. Jiang Muzheng replied, Auntie, you're being too polite. It's what I should do. He specifically paused to emphasize, I don't think Luo is stubborn. She's quite nice. The vice president had only seen Luo Sa once, and that was when he heard from the secretary that she was Yu's biological daughter. At that time, Luo Sa was on duty at the intersection. His first impression of her was that she was beautiful, stunning even, cold and aloof, Even in a standard uniform, she seemed unearthly. There was a boy of about 10 crossing the street with his grandmother. The boy was mischievous, running across the crosswalk even though the light was red. Luo Sa stopped him, grabbing the hood of the boy's jacket and pulling him back to the curb. The boy was not afraid. He laughed and walked backward, enjoying being pulled back by her. Luo Sa scolded the boy a bit, then affectionately ruffled his hair, taking his hand and linking it with his grandmother's arm. After that, Luo Sa went off to attend to other matters. At that moment, he thought this girl was quite easygoing. The vice president took over Yu Yu's words. What girl nowadays doesn't have a temper? Not to mention Luo Sa. Even my wife, at 34 or 35, can be just as willful as my daughter. Yu Yu laughed and said, "You're using this opportunity to show off your affection." The vice president laughed heartily. The topic of Luo Sa was then sidestepped. Chu Cece was leisurely eating the food on her plate when she glanced at Jiang Muzheng and said playfully in a teasing tone, "Mr. Jiang, should I start calling you brother-in-law from now on?" Chu Yishan shot her a look, signaling her to stop talking nonsense, while Yu Yu was curious about the answer. Jiang Muzheng smiled lightly. That depends on whether Luo is willing. Chu Cece's smile faded somewhat. My sister's really lucky. She didn't say much more. In her eyes, Luo Sa was too ordinary. Aside from being good-looking, she was lacking in other areas and had an annoying personality. Thus, she was not worthy of Jiang Muzheng. She considered herself like software, but with excellent hardware, a 5 out of 10 in looks and family background, and an 8 out of 10 in personal ability. With her conditions, she could only find a boyfriend of that caliber, and even then, she was the one who pursued him. In contrast, Jiang Muzheng, in terms of family background, looks, and personal ability, was on a completely different level than her boyfriend. Soon, Chu Yishan took over the conversation, complimenting Luo Sa, and started discussing other topics. The vice president also joined in, and the men were enjoying their chat. Yu Yu didn't join their conversation. She was genuinely happy that Luo Sa and Jiang Muzheng were together, and all her joy was written on her face. Previously, she and Tycoon had put in a lot of effort to bring the two kids together, but they didn't expect it to actually work out. Chu Cece looked up and saw the joy radiating from the corners of Yu Yu's eyes, a happiness that came from within, impossible to fake. She unconsciously bit her lip harder and lowered her head to eat, finding the food tasteless. After the meal, they exchanged polite farewells at the restaurant entrance. Yu Yu initially wanted to have a private chat with Jiang Muzheng, but his car had already arrived, and he seemed to be in a hurry. So she had to give up. When Yu Yu returned home, her excitement was still hard to calm down. Jiang Muzheng was her best candidate for a son-in-law. His looks and family background were secondary to his kindness and righteousness. She knew him well enough to feel assured that Luo would not suffer if she married him. Unable to contain her joy, she called Feng Xiaoyong to tell him that their daughter was in a relationship and might even get married next year. Since both Luo and Jiang Muzheng were not young anymore, she wanted to arrange a time to meet with Feng Xiaoyong to discuss their daughter's marriage. After 2 calls, no one answered. He was probably busy again. Yu Yu sighed. Their marriage and relationship had once been worn down by countless unconnected calls like this. In the end, all that remained was resentment and irrationality. After failing to reach Feng Xiaoyong, Yu Yu called Tycoon, wondering if Jiang Muzheng had mentioned anything to his family. The call connected, and they skipped the pleasantries. Yu Yu directly asked if she knew about Jiang Muzheng and Luo's relationship. Tycoon, still half asleep and speaking indistinctly, perked up upon hearing that her son was in a relationship, sitting up excitedly. Yu Yu, you're not lying to me, right? No, I'm not dreaming, right? My silly son is in love? Yu Yu. After that, they couldn't stop the conversation and began discussing when the two families would meet, when to take wedding photos, where to buy a house, and whether the wedding banquet would be Chinese or Western style. Then they went off on a tangent, started to discuss what to do after having children. Tycoon suggested it would be best to have more, if they didn't have time to take care of them. She would, and she wanted to take her granddaughter to Switzerland, not letting her study, but allowing her to eat, drink, and play, traveling around the world and attending fashion weeks. Chu Cece came down from upstairs, adjusted her mood, and without caring whether Yu Yu was on the phone, directly said, "Mom, I have something to tell you." She sat down next to Yu Yu. Yu Yu was still on the phone, glanced at Chu Cece, and pointed to her own phone, indicating that she was on a call. and asking Chu Cece to wait. Yu continued chatting with Tao Yin Fan, who also heard the voice on the line and thought it was Luo Sa. So she said to Yu, "Let's not chat for now. The kids will think we're crazy." Yu laughed. "Okay, you hurry and sleep. We can continue later." After hanging up, Yu asked her, "What is it?" Chu Cece said, "Well, my boyfriend mentioned to his parents that I have a half-sibling, and in a few days my boyfriend and his parents are coming to Beijing. They want to invite my sister to have a meal together. Last time in New York, we treated them, and this time they're coming specifically to treat us." Chu Cece forced herself to call her sister, but after saying it, she felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Yu's expression changed slightly. Luo is busy. She probably won't have time. Chu Cece replied, "We'll choose a time when she's free." Yu said, "We'll talk about it then. She's been having a temper with me these past few days." Chu Cece linked her arm with Yu's. "Mom, I know what you're worried about. You're afraid my sister will be unhappy, right? The issues between us have been around for 18 or 19 years. Isn't that because we were ignorant when we were kids? Regardless if it was right or wrong, I should apologize to her. We're all grown up now. There's no need to punish our family over the mistakes of our youth. Besides, when you and Dad get old, we sisters can't keep being estranged, right?" She shook Yu's arm. "Mom, I'm also considering your and Dad's reputation. If my boyfriend's family knows my sister doesn't associate with us, it won't leave a good impression of our family, right? Since my sister still has some grievances as the younger sister, it's only right for me to take the initiative to mend things. It's not a humiliation. After all, we're family. If you let her come, we can not only reconcile, but also resolve the knot in her heart. It's a win-win situation. Isn't it great?" A hint of surprise flickered in Yu's eyes. She didn't expect Chu Cece to take the initiative to apologize. What Chu Cece said was true. That past incident was a scar that Luo couldn't touch. If she could help Luo resolve that knot, she would be more than willing. But Luo would not come to see Chu Cece. Seeing Yu hesitate, Chu Cece added fuel to the fire. "Is it that my sister doesn't want to see me?" They hadn't seen each other for many years. Not since 6 years ago, when a relative from the Yu family got married, and they ran into each other at the wedding banquet. The two of them ignored each other. Chu Cece continued, "Mom, don't tell my sister that I want to go eat yet. When she arrives at the restaurant, I will apologize to her myself. Then you can call my brother-in-law to join us. Girls in love care a lot about their pride. Even if she is unhappy, she wants to show it on her face. When I sit next to her and apologize, we can have a good chat. There's no problem we can't solve." Yu rubbed her temples. She didn't expect Luo and Chu Cece to get along like sisters, but she just wanted Luo to feel a bit better. A few days ago, she couldn't accompany Luo for her birthday and went to Chu Cece's side instead. Being a stepmother was already difficult. She thought Luo would understand, but she didn't expect Luo to completely explode. At that moment, she realized that Luo's dislike and resentment towards Chu Cece ran deeper than she had imagined. If the knot in her heart could be untied, it would be a good thing for Luo. After a moment of contemplation, Yu said to Chu Cece, "I'll call your sister in a bit." Chu Cece smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, Mom," and happily went upstairs. When Luo Jia received her mother's call, she was taking a walk in the community with Jiang Muzheng. She had eaten too much at her uncle's house for lunch and still felt a bit bloated. Jiang Muzheng suggested taking a stroll downstairs to help with digestion. When her phone rang, Luo Jia took it out and saw it was her mother. Just as she was about to hang up, Jiang Muzheng inadvertently glanced at the screen and said, "Aunt, you might be asking about your relationship with me. Just tell her the truth." Luo Jia directly pressed the screen to hang up, not wanting to answer any questions. Jiang Muzheng, unaware of the pleasant relationship between her and Yu, patted her shoulder. "Just return the call. Otherwise, Aunt Yu will definitely worry again." Sometimes he found his mother annoying, always nagging about his marriage, so he would intentionally ignore her calls. When she called a second time, he directly silenced his phone. His mother thought something was wrong and sent his older brother to his house in the middle of the night. After that, he never did such things again. Parents tend to overthink when they can't reach their children. The phone vibrated again, and Luo Jia stared at the phone for a few seconds. No matter how much she disagreed with her mother, she was still the one who gave birth to and raised her. She couldn't bring herself to criticize her parents in front of someone else, even if that person was her future husband. She didn't want to bring up the past with Jiang Muzheng. An unhappy childhood was in the past. That kind of heart-wrenching pain she did not want to revisit at all. In the future, her relationship with her mother would be like that of relatives. As long as they maintained appearances, she wouldn't expect anything more. It had been exhausting over the years. Jiang Muzheng was still urging her to answer. And Luo Jia finally pressed the answer button. Hello? She could hear the coldness in her own voice. Yu sighed in relief, no matter Luo Jia's attitude. It was good that she answered the phone. She gently asked, Luo, are you busy? Luo Jia replied indifferently. What is the matter? Yu said, I remember you finish work normally at 6 p.m. next Tuesday, right? Yeah. Mom knows you're dating Xiao Wu. She was happy for the whole noon. I want to tell your dad about it, but his phone is unreachable. I'll call him tonight. No need, my dad knows. I told him already. Yu was taken aback, a sourness spreading through her body. After calming her emotions, she said, Luo, can you and Xiao Wu come over for dinner next Tuesday? Luo Jia replied, Jiang Muzheng probably won't have time. She didn't want to go at all. Jiang Muzheng sensed that Luo Jia seemed to be in a cold war with Aunt Yu, and suddenly realized why Aunt Yu had asked him at noon if he had been in contact with Luo Jia. Seeing Luo Jia unhappy made him uncomfortable too. Having dinner was a good opportunity to ease their mother-daughter relationship. What could be such a big issue between them? It was probably Aunt Yu's nagging that annoyed Luo Jia. After all, Xiaomi often quarreled with her mother. The last fight was because the stars they both liked played opponents in a drama, and the character Xiaomi liked suffered a setback. Then they started arguing about the other character, and Xiaomi's mom wouldn't allow it. They fought over such trivial matters and later had a cold war. It turned out that women could have such bizarre reasons for arguments. He had eaten with Yu and Luo Jia before and felt they actually got along well. Moreover, Yu cared a lot about Luo Jia. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called him early in the morning to ask him to go with her to watch over Luo Jia while she was parachuting, saying she was worried. Jiang Muzheng leaned closer to the phone's microphone and said, Aunt, I have time. Tuesday night, right? I won't eat breakfast or lunch. Just waiting to enjoy the big meal you treat us to. Luo Jia shot him a glare. Jiang Muzheng laughed and gently kissed her lips. Yu was overjoyed and quickly said, Then I'll book the restaurant now. Once it's booked, I'll send you the address. You guys have fun. And we'll hang up now. Luo Jia hit his arm a few times with her phone. Who told you to make decisions on your own? Jiang Muzheng joked. I'm not going to eat. I'm just using this opportunity to settle scores with my mother-in-law. Who told her to bully my wife? Does she not want to mix in the second ring anymore? Luo Jia was both annoyed and amused, kicking him lightly. Jiang Muzheng also laughed and wrapped his arms around her. Chapter 53, the combination of beautiful women and handsome men, is always eye-catching. On a weekend afternoon, the community was bustling with people and cars, and occasionally someone would turn back to look at them, with some even glancing back 3 times. Luo Jia pushed at his chest. Let go, everyone is staring. Jiang Muzheng not only didn't he let go, but also took it a step further by kissing her directly. Luo Jia's heart skipped a beat, and her hands instinctively tightened around the collar of his trench coat. Kissing in public turned out to be this thrilling. Jiang Muzheng didn't deep in the kiss, merely sucking on her lips before releasing her, pinching her flushed ear. Those kids around 17 or 18, when they date, they just kiss whenever they want. Why are you shy? He took her hand, entwining their fingers and putting them into his trench coat pocket, continuing to walk down the street. Has Uncle Feng asked about me again? He asked her sideways. Luo Jia shook her head. No, he hasn't even called me. Maybe there's another big case. That afternoon, her dad had brought her pork rib rice and asked when her boyfriend would be back. She said he had already returned, and her dad told her to bring her boyfriend home for dinner that night. However, her dad called her again in the afternoon, saying he had to return to the department. Tell Uncle Feng to take care of his health, she reminded him. Jiang Muzheng asked her what Yu liked, saying they couldn't show up empty-handed on Tuesday. Luo Jia replied, I'll prepare it. Jiang Muzheng agreed, then thought for a moment. What about Uncle Chu and Chu Sisi? Luo Jia had little expression on her face. They won't be going. Her mom knew how much she disliked Chu Sisi. She had already made her stance clear during her last birthday, and now that her relationship with her mom had just eased, her mom wouldn't let Chu Sisi go over. Jiang Muzheng sensed that she seemed particularly unwilling to mention Aunt Yu's current family, so he didn't say more. Luo Sa didn't want to discuss such a depressing topic, so she asked about Jiang Dongting. How are Zhou Xian and Jiang Dongting? Have they made up? Jiang Muzheng slapped his forehead. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Really, when you fall in love, you stop caring about other things. He took out his phone. I'll call Jiang Dongting right now. Luo Sa said, I'll go to the convenience store in front for a bit. Jiang Muzheng had already dialed the number and glanced at her. There's nothing to avoid. He held her tightly, not letting go. When the call connected, Jiang Muzheng pressed the recording button. Hey, fifth brother, good afternoon. Jiang Yihui, are you asking for a beating? Where's your dad? My dad is arguing with my mom in the study. The roof almost blew off. Jiang Muzheng frowned. Your mom is with your dad? Uh-huh. I was at my mom's for the weekend. After dinner, she sent me back and just happened to find my dad at home, and they started fighting. About what? It's a long story. Jiang Yihui quietly slipped into his room, closed the door, and locked it. Fifth brother. Do you want to hear? Jiang Muzheng. Call him fifth uncle. No, calling him fifth brother makes you sound young. Fifth brother. Do you want to hear? I'm telling you this at the risk of my life. Jiang Yihui leaned back in his swivel chair, crossing one leg over the other, looking relaxed. Well, go ahead. My dad was dumped by my Xian aunt, you know that, right? I know. My mom knows Xian aunt. It seems my mom's company has business dealings with Xian aunt's investment bank, and they have a pretty good relationship. Jiang Muzheng laughed. Who told you all this? My little aunt. Jiang Yihui said impatiently. Can you not interrupt me when I'm speaking? Haven't your teachers taught you that interrupting someone is very impolite? Jiang Muzheng. Speechless. He never expected to be outsmarted by a kid one day. Jiang Yihui continued. After my mom found out that Xian aunt broke up with my dad, she introduced Xian aunt to a new boyfriend. Seems like he asked the new vice president in my mom's company. I heard that guy is much better than my dad. My mom told Xian aunt that men like my dad are unreliable. They just end up in a nursing home when they get old. Jiang Muzheng. The ex-wife introducing a higher quality boyfriend to the ex-husband's girlfriend? That's quite a story. He asked Jiang Yihui. And then my dad got heartbroken. Heartbroken? Jiang Muzheng laughed in anger. Jiang Yihui, you just know how to surf the internet, right? Correct. 10 points. Jiang Muzheng. So your dad fought with your mom over this? Yeah, they almost got into a fight. My dad's fragile heart was completely shattered, and my mom said he deserved it. Jiang Muzheng was completely speechless. Suddenly, Jiang Yihui said mysteriously, Fifth brother, look how good I am to you, revealing all my dad's secrets. Jiang Muzheng raised an eyebrow. What is your plan now? Hee hee. Fifth brother, I need you to help me with something. Go to your house and mediate? No, let them fight. It's quite fun. I feel happy watching my dad get embarrassed. Usually he's the one scolding me. Fifth brother, the other day, I went to volunteer, and I saw you on the school bus. You're quite familiar with the director uncle, right? It's okay, why do you ask? Oh, I want you to help me ask that director uncle what the name of the most beautiful police flower sister is and where she works. Christmas is coming up soon, and I want to give her a peace apple. Jiang Muzheng instinctively glanced at Luo Sa, who was casually looking at the scenery by the roadside. He thought to himself, that police flower sister is his wife, and he is holding her while walking down the street. Finding it amusing, he casually asked, what made you think of giving the sister a peace apple? Jiang Yihui was a bit embarrassed, chuckling. It's a token of love. When I grow up, those men who are chasing her now will be old, and I'll bring the police flower sister home. Jiang Muzheng felt a pang in his heart. He threatened, Jiang Yihui, you're still a kid. Kids should focus on studying, understand? Don't think about peace apples anymore. If you don't study properly, I'll tell your dad how you gloat over his embarrassing stories. Jiang Yihui. He hung up the call angrily and then blacklisted Jiang Muzheng's number. When Jiang Muzheng tried to call again, it couldn't go through. He guessed what had happened and directly called Jiang Dongting's secretary, asking the secretary to help him find Jiang Dongting. A few minutes later, Jiang Dongting called back. It was Hao who accidentally blacklisted all the contacts in that group on my phone while playing with it. Jiang Muzheng nearly choked, thinking to himself, this Jiang Yihui sacrificed an entire group of contacts just to avoid being scolded. He pretended not to know about Jiang Dongting's argument with his ex-wife and directly brought up Zhou Xian. He didn't say much about their meeting that day, but asked him, Jiang Dongting, tell me honestly, did you ever plan to marry Zhou Xian? Jiang Dongting pressed his forehead, still reeling from the earlier argument. How could that be? If others don't understand me, you should know me better, right? Since being with Zhou Xian, in these 4 years, apart from that one time, when we had a silly fight, I haven't had any physical contact with other women. That silly fight was because Zhou Xian was giving me the cold shoulder, so I found a familiar female friend to pretend to be my girlfriend. That friend only linked arms with me, nothing more. I did that to make Zhou Xian jealous, but later I apologized to her, realizing that it wasn't Team Manly. Jiang Dongting sighed. If I didn't want to marry her, do you think I would have only had her as my woman for these years, given my past behavior? Jiang Muzheng reminded him. But Zhou Xian is about to turn 30. Do you plan to wait until she is 40? Jiang Dongting. I'm not wasting her time. She liked to play before, and I think having a two-person world is pretty good. I didn't think about getting married so soon. Before this argument, I accompanied her to her colleague's wedding, and I could tell she was particularly envious. At that time, I was already planning to propose to her at a suitable moment. In fact, the ring had been ordered long ago. Feeling bored, he loosened his buttons and lit a cigarette. Who would have thought that on the way back? She would want to get married? I was quite surprised that she was so proactive. In her view, women shouldn't be too, especially regarding something as significant as a proposal. I wanted to give her a surprise during the proposal, so I said I didn't want to get married for the time being. Little did I know that after returning home, she would bring up breaking up with me. Jiang Muzheng completely understood. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. He said, I see. You should go find Zhou Xian tonight. Jiang Dongting was extremely excited. She will meet me? Jiang Muzheng replied, I can't guarantee that, but if you're thick-skinned enough, you might get to see her. I'm going to her house now. After ending the call, Jiang Muzheng sent the 2 recorded calls directly to Zhou Xian. As for matters of the heart, saying too much might be counterproductive. Let her experience it herself. Luo Sa asked him, is it all resolved? Jiang Muzheng replied, almost. It was only then that he noticed her right hand resting on her lower abdomen. What's wrong? He asked. Luo Sa said, Yang bought ice cream for lunch. And I ate quite a bit. My stomach feels a bit bloated. Jiang Muzheng replied, there's a clinic ahead. Let's go have a look. Luo Sa hurriedly said, no need. I'll just buy something at the supermarket. Jiang Muzheng looked at her and suddenly understood. Last time she also had her period at the beginning of the month. He didn't say much more and took her to the convenience store. Luo Sa said, I could just buy it myself. Last time I wanted to help you buy it, but was afraid you'd call me a pervert. When they arrived at the convenience store, besides buying sanitary pads, Jiang Muzheng also asked her if she wanted some snacks since there were no snacks at home. Luo Sa replied, potato chips. What flavor? I want both cucumber flavor and original flavor. Jiang Muzheng took 4 cans. I can't finish them all. I'll take 2 cans, and you take 2 cans. Otherwise, I'll have nothing to do while you're eating. At checkout, the cashier asked Jiang Muzheng if he wanted a shopping bag. Jiang Muzheng replied, no. The bag seems to cost 20 cents, right? That's quite expensive. The cashier was speechless. After checking out, Jiang Muzheng stuffed 2 packs of sanitary pads directly into his trench coat pocket, took 1 can of potato chips for himself, and managed to fit 3 cans into the hood of Luo Sa's coat. The hood wasn't small, but it barely fit. Luo Sa was both amused and helpless. What are you doing? I could just hold it. Jiang Muzheng replied, it's cold. Holding it will make your hands freeze. He held her left hand and reminded her, put your right hand in your pocket. Luo Sa complied, and then he took her away. The cashier looked at their backs again and silently felt like she had just witnessed a romantic scene. Chapter 54 on the way back. There were people occasionally staring at Luo Sa's hat. Those who were walking together would whisper to each other, and laughter could be heard. Luo Sa didn't feel embarrassed. She was happy enough on her own. The apartment had a private elevator, and once inside, it was a personal space. Jiang Muzheng pushed Luo Sa back. Her entire back pressed against the elevator wall. Hey, what are you doing? His lips covered hers, taking in her entire lips. Luo Sa grabbed his arm, narrowed her eyes, and cooperated, enjoying the moment. He was like a cat in spring, full of desire. The 2 of them kissed from the elevator all the way to the apartment. And Luo Sa never expected she could be so wild one day. After closing the door, Jiang Muzheng quickly took off his coat and tried to remove hers, their lips never parting. The kisses were passionate and lingering. Without the constraint of the coat, Jiang Muzheng picked her up, tilted his head, and said, "When I'm holding you, cooperate a bit." Luo Sa blinked. "How do I cooperate?" She was already hugging his neck. "Your legs," Jiang Muzheng hinted. Luo Sa, "Jiang Muzheng, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Only then did Luo Sa realize that every time he picked her up, her legs were straight down, almost dragging on the ground. He wanted her to wrap her legs around his waist. While she hesitated, Jiang Muzheng had already placed her on the bar counter by the wine cabinet, holding her calves and wrapping her legs around his waist. The position was too ambiguous. Luo Sa glanced away, her ears turning red. The height of the counter was just right, allowing her to wrap her legs around his waist. Jiang Muzheng called out to her, "Luo, Luo." She looked up. Suddenly, everything went dark as he blocked out the light, their lips meeting. Jiang Muzheng didn't tee deep in the kiss, but started tracing her lip line with his tongue. Luo Sa shivered, instinctively tightening her grip around his waist. Jiang Muzheng continued to trace her lip line, grinding against her lips, and finally, after enough kisses, he said, "I wish I had met you when I was younger." Luo Sa looked at him, not understanding. He said, "When I was in elementary school, I couldn't draw a diamond shape, and your lips are diamond-shaped." Luo Sa, "Are you this good at sweet talk because you practiced?" "It's natural." His lips continued to move down to her neck. And he took a moment to say, "I've only pursued you and said sweet nothings to you." Luo Sa was wearing a shirt, and she didn't even realize when the buttons had come undone. A chilly breeze blew in, and only then did she notice. He had already buried his head in her chest. Jiang Muzheng tried to unhook her bra from the back, but failed, losing patience and directly tugging it down. At first, he didn't dare to kiss, afraid she wouldn't want to. After a while, since she hadn't said anything and had both hands in his hair, he took it as her silent consent and cautiously kissed the edges. The car key had slipped from here back then, leading to so many misunderstandings afterward. He often thought,